accent that he did not understand. Then his master said to him, right, then Professor Rodriguez said to him, oh, don't be upset, for the rabbi did not mean to send the finger. Right? So that is actually what it sounds like. This phrase, send the finger, I looked it up in the Hebrew. The original here is shalach etzba, so it's literal translation. And of course, the Chidah, with this tremendous erudition, is quoting a verse from Isaiah 58:9, which has that phrase there. And the commentators explain, the Tudas David says that this phrase, to send the finger, is like an aggressive gesture. Kederech Adam Hamarivim, like people who are arguing, one will send the other a finger. And then the Shadal, a very important Italian commentator, quotes a Latin commentator named Marshall, who refers to it as the digitum medium, which means the middle finger. So essentially what happened was the Chidah, in attempting to communicate with this person, or at least jesting, at least he was joking about it, accidentally made an offensive gesture, which caused the voice in consternation, but Professor was able to assure him that the rabbi didn't mean that actually. You really get a sense of the humor that the Chidah records in this Magam talk. It's really beautiful. At any rate, the Chidah is clearly very impressed, and he ends his description of his visit to Professor Ferrer with the phrase, Baruch Chonein Adam Nachman. Blessed is the one who gives knowledge to human beings. Meaning, what an amazing scholar to be able to develop a method of teaching people who are deaf and mute to speak. And that was Jacob Rodriguez. Amazing story. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm really interested in looking at the figure of Abraham Furtado, a very important activist who was from Bordeaux and had a lot to do with the transformation of French Jewry from the medieval period to the modern period. And this actually, it's not a slow process at all. We've talked about it in videos in the past about how, after the French Revolution, there was this dramatic change from the medieval environment that had essentially a corporate structure into a modern environment in which Jews were citizens of France. And what exactly that means? That also didn't happen automatically. They had to petition for it. It took a couple of years. The Sephardim first, then the Ashkenazim, all kinds of interesting things like that. But right now, I'd like to take a few minutes and look at Abraham Furtado and specifically his role in the last years before the revolution. One really fascinating moment, and I think it illustrates the complexities of French Jewry. Just fascinating. Okay. So first of all, he was born in 17th. There is some controversy over the nature of his parents' experience. But the story goes that at least his mother, possibly mother, left Lisbon, where they were natives, after the tremendous earthquake that happened on November 1st, 1755. This was an important earthquake only because of the tremendous damage. A fire broke out, destroyed much of the city, and then at tsunami, imagine all three of those things happening at the same time, destroying Lisbon. It allowed, however, for a new creative force to step in and not only reorganize the city and lay it out with modern principles, this is middle of the 18th century, but also there was a kind of a mood in Lisbon that, we should just get rid of all of this old stuff. And the Marquis de Pombal, in particular, very, very important political figure, who was one of the major reformist activists who led the country at that time, and in fact got rid of some of the most noxious aspects of the Spanish Inquisition. At any rate, focusing on Furtado, however, according to many accounts, including very reliable historical accounts, his father was killed in that earthquake. His mother moved to London, and he was born on the 30th of July of 1756. Now, This is kind of confusing because if his father died in the earthquake and he was born 9 months later, it's an incredibly tragic moment. His father would have died shortly after conceiving his son. However, Francis Molino, who was definitely the greatest authority on the Jews of Bordeaux, especially the Sephardi Jews of Bordeaux, wrote this great book. She argues that no, the couple left together after the earthquake to London. So it's possible that the accounts are mistaken. At any rate, our protagonist, Abraham, is born in London, and then when he gets married at age 19, he moves to Bordeaux, where he becomes very successful, like many other Jews of Bordeaux at this time, in the maritime trade, working in insurance for that international commerce that's just burgeoning in the 18th century. Now, let's just recall what's going on with French Jewry at this time. Remember that as of 1306, and then later confirmed in 1394, there are no Jews officially in France. And of course, there are Jews unofficially in France in a couple of different ways. And they're distinct populations with very different rights and privileges, even though they're all technically illegal as Jews. There are, of course, the Sephardim, who are largely from Portugal, who are living in the Bordeaux region and also in neighboring Bayonne. These are Jews who are technically Christians as well, because the Bordeaux experiences, they were largely populated from Jews who were forcibly converted a few hundred years earlier in Portugal, and then they made their way up to France, where they were slowly adopting their Jewish identities, openly or otherwise, by the time we get to the 18th century, as we've discussed in a few videos now. Then you also have an interesting population of Provençal Jews who live at the mouth of the Rhone River in regions that were originally under papal control. Here, Jews were allowed to live quite a bit longer. You have the important communities of Carpentras, for example. Avignon is an extremely important place, and sometimes these are called the Avignonese population of Jews. Many of them later actually moved to the Bordeaux region, so they're also living in Bordeaux. They're not the same as Sephardim. They have their own right, the Provençal right, which has largely been lost, but they were never converted to Christianity like the Portuguese Jews. And then, of course, you have on the eastern part of France, neighboring Germany, you have a mass of Ashkenazi Jews. And they are very, very different. Again, like the Provençal Jews, they have never been converted to Christianity. And certainly, unlike the Sephardic Jews, they have largely no interest in adapting to non-Jewish culture. This would be changing over the 18th and especially the 19th century, where there would be a lot more assimilationist pressures brought to bear on the Ashkenazi Jews. But in the medieval period, they're highly distinct. They speak a different language, Yiddish, which is very close to German, not at all close to French. They dress distinctively. They tend to be much more pious, much more scrupulous about observance of traditional Judaism. So they're a very different population and largely considered an undigestible mass in France. And again, all of these populations as Jews are technically illegal, but this is a medieval state on the cusp of modernity. They don't really know how to deal with it. A lot was changing in the 18th century, and a lot of the change was a result of the work of this man, whose name I will now attempt to slowly pronounce, Guillaume Chrétien de Magnon de Malesherbes. That's really hard to pronounce. And I know some French, but that's really hard. Malesherbes is how I'll refer to him now. He wrote a really important essay that ultimately resulted in a 1787 edict giving Protestant civil rights. Because although we're focused on the history of the Jews here, the Protestants posed a much larger problem for technically Catholic France. And they persecuted them at one point, and they discriminated against them later, but they didn't go away, and they constituted a massive population in France, and they had to somehow come to terms with them. So ultimately, in 1787, with this Edict of Tolerance, they said, okay, fine, you'll have civil rights as Protestants. France will still be technically a Catholic country. This is before the Revolution, but we're going to stop, like, for example, not registering your marriages. When you get married, okay, that will be marriage, even though you're not getting married in the Catholic Church, for example. And so this essay and this edict that came out in 1787 caused the Jews to say, hey, what about us? Should we be emancipated too? So it turned out that the state responded, no, we weren't thinking about Jews, although Malazar himself may have actually been thinking of Jews. But this sparked a whole feverish activity in the last years before the revolution, trying to figure out what should be the position of the Jews, or specifically, what should be the position of the various communities, because they were all so very different. And this is where Abraham Furtado stepped in. He's a successful man. He's very articulate. He's wealthy. He became one of the most important representatives of the Portuguese nation in Bordeaux. The Portuguese nation is kind of like the term they use to describe the Jewish population there. They call themselves the nation. So in 1788, he and another man named Lopez Dubec went to Paris to argue for the rights of the Portuguese Jews. They met with Malazar and they explained, how they felt that they should have the same kind of rights. Now, let us recall that because they were technically Christian, because they had been converted, even though they were identifying as Jews, they still had the Christian driver's license, as it were, and they could go anywhere they wanted. They could attend universities, things like that. But they basically wanted to make sure that all Jews would get an increase in rights if Malazar's project would be advanced. They did not, however, have the imagination to think of all Jews being equal with all French citizens. Or they weren't using the term citizens, and they would be subjects, but they didn't quite think that far. They wanted to make sure that the Sephardic population specifically was protected in its rights. And, they're thinking maybe some advances could happen to the other populations. Now, we can read this in a couple different ways. It does seem, as Molino was prepared to argue, that the Portuguese, who enjoyed already a much higher status, wanted to preserve that distinction, and they didn't want chaos to erupt where they lost any special privileges, but they definitely did approve of this general direction that Malazar was proposing. What they did was they hired a historian named Rabbi, who wrote a 150-page memorandum defending essentially the uniqueness of the Sephardic. Let me read one page here from Molino's work, which is interesting, in which Furtado and Lopez Dubec write a little commentary on top of it. It says, a Portuguese Jew is English in England and French in France, but a German Jew is German everywhere because of his customs from which he deals rarely, right? So essentially, the Portuguese Jew is a Sephardic Jew. Sephardim, he says, are able to adapt to the civilizations in which they live. They can culturally, mold themselves to the cultures in which they live, but not the Ashkenazi Jews. Thus, one can look at the English and the Germans as brothers who, although sharing the same mother, have nevertheless developed characteristics which are absolutely different, nay, even incompatible. When he says the English and the Germans as brothers with the same mother, yet the brothers are very different, they're saying we are not like those people, those Ashkenazi. That's essentially what they're saying. So we're getting a sense of some of the seams of the internal Jewish community at this moment of great change. Now, what ended up happening was Malazar was won over to their cause and says, yeah, I think it's a good idea. We should move forward in this. We know from other things that he wrote that, he wasn't necessarily such a forward thinker. He did believe that the route that the Jews would essentially have to follow was conversion and assimilation to the larger French body politic. But all of this was rendered moot by the French Revolution that would break out just a few months later. And a much more radical solution would be proposed. And that's something that we've talked about in previous lectures and we'll definitely talk about on this cruise in Bordeaux as well. Okay, fascinating stuff. I hope you enjoyed listening to this video and thank you very much. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. One of the reasons why I'm so fascinated with Bordeaux. And I can't wait to go visit that place with Kosher Biblical Cruises this
I didn't
year
realize this
because Bordeaux is right at the very beating heart of the changes that affected the Jewish community of Europe and brought them into modernity at the turn of the 19th century. I'm speaking specifically about the movement towards emancipation, which occurs primarily in Paris. That's where most of the debates and discussions were held, and the great Sanhedrin, which I'll talk about in a second, was convened and so on. But the transition from pre-modern state, really a medieval state, to a modern state is so crucial for the development of modern Jewry all around the world. In many ways, American Jews, Canadian Jews, Australian Jews, all have to look back to what happened in Paris and in Bordeaux in those few decades that traversed the turn of the 19th century to really understand how did we get to where we are right now. So let's just think about this for a second. What do I mean by this emancipation, this change to modernity? The term emancipation is kind of a weird term that was decided upon, towards the end of the 19th, early 20th century by Jewish historians trying to describe the shift from pre-modernity to modernity. It's not precisely the right term. It's a term that was borrowed primarily from the American context, with the emancipation of the African slaves in America, which of course happened in the 1860s in the context of the American Civil War. The Jews of Europe were not enslaved, but they clearly were of a much lower status. They had all kinds of legal disabilities, residence restrictions. Lots of institutions were closed to them, like universities and so on. And really, the only way to get ahead was to leave Jewry altogether and to convert to Christianity, because in the pre-modern era, these states did not really have a conception of a secular identity possible for all citizens. Again, that term is also unusual for the term within a given state. And so the transition from this kind of like legally disabled status to equal status with other citizens is really of modernity for Jewry, and it happened on a very sharp date, 1789, with the French Revolution. Now, the reason why it's not precisely the same as emancipation is because they weren't enslaved. I mean, within limits, they had freedom. They could not move anywhere they wanted. They could not even have as many children as they wanted.
You know what? Fuck Michigan. We're going with Lamar Jackson, folks.
But nevertheless, within those contexts, they did have freedom.
Where'd he go? Louisville is better than fucking Michigan.
African American slaves.
Teach your ass, Nico Collins, to go to some shit school.
In many ways, far worse than they had been.
There we go.
Times.
Or you can take
not
Josh
even
Allen.
like a comparable type of emancipation, which happens right around the same time. The emancipation of the serfs of the Russian Empire. Like the African Americans, the serfs of Russia were also emancipated. Thank you very much, freedom of movement, things like that. But they were not given any resources to actually take advantage of that emancipation. So a lot of the things that were actually their supports in the pre-modern era, like the fact that they did have certain privileges on the land, those things all disappeared, and now all of a sudden they were expected to pay rent for their kids. And that meant that, if they weren't producing quite enough in their agricultural output, they had to find other sources of income, which led to the slowly burgeoning industrialism of Russia, which took much longer than it did in Western Europe.
Why?
And it led to the decrease of the population in rural centers and movement to urban centers.
Went to Michigan. Sucks.
Michigan affected Jewry, and especially French Jewry. So let's go very quickly to what happened in the French Revolution, how it affected Bordeaux and later Jews all around the world. If we look at this key document here, this is the Declaration of the Rights of Man
you're telling me that even though you've been talking about
the National Assembly,
just because you wear this guy went to college years ago, you're going to hold it against the
French Revolution. And this is like a really important
document
in the history of the world. It basically declares the same kinds of things that you see in the American Constitution, Bill of Rights, things like that. A fundamental commitment to equality. All citizens living within the realm. Now, this was a massive shift from the pre-modern period, because at that time, there was not equality. You had nobility, high ranks. You have the clergy, have their own little box. You have the peasants, you have the burghers,
This actually,
the cities and villages and so on.
You just have
And
to hit
there are
this
all
fucking
kinds of
button.
different rights and privileges. And we saw this not only with the Jews as an entire corporation, as an entire class, but even
Did I get
within
him?
Jewish communities.
Yeah,
We've
I
spoken
did.
in the past
Dude,
about the
my left
distinction
hand
of
is not.
Sephardic communities
I can still
were
get in.
primarily located
Nevertheless,
in the
okay,
area
so we-
of Bordeaux. You can see in this map here
We took
towards the southwest.
Lamar Jackson.
And very
I'm
distinct
sure
from the
that
population of
Should've gone
Ashkenazim, who were primarily
Josh Allen.
in the northeast. Huge distinctions within the Jewish community, and especially
Fucking
between
teach you.
Jews and non-Jews. And
Nico
all of that was
Collins,
thrown
right?
out the window
Go to
theoretically
college.
with the French Revolution.
You're fired.
When
Go
they
fuck yourself.
promulgated this document, a lot of Jews and incidentally women said, "Hey, that includes us, right?" And all of a sudden, the authors of the document said, "Well, wait a second. We weren't necessarily thinking quite that broadly to include Jews as citizens, women as citizens. Wait a second." So they put the brakes on that, but they couldn't put the brakes on it forever. So by 1790, they had made the decision, okay, the Sephardic Jews of Bordeaux, they're French-speaking, they're fairly well assimilated or acculturated to French norms. We'll give them citizenship. The Ashkenazi Jews, it took another year, but by 1791, they were fully emancipated. Now, with this emancipation, there were lots of tensions, and the tensions really lasted for 2 decades. As these Jews who had been, pent up with all kinds of artificial restrictions, suddenly found that they had an open and level playing field in all kinds of areas where they already had natural and cultural strengths. Like, for example, a long tradition of literacy and numeracy, a long familiarity with financial endeavors, primarily because of the prohibitions on owning land and the discouragements of owning land and various other being barred from trades and things like that. So they have developed quite a bit of expertise in all kinds of fields that were especially useful to modern and growing economies. And this provoked a lot of backlash from local populations who said, wait a second, the Jews are taking over. So by the 1800s, this level of complaint from the non-Jewish residents who felt that, especially in the Ashkenazic lands, they were being taken advantage of by Jews, who are now equal citizens, which was something that was deeply resented. They eventually went to Napoleon, and they said, Napoleon, you got to figure this out for us. Napoleon, in his characteristically large way of thinking, said, okay, fine. Have you got a representative body of Jews that we can consult to find out exactly what do they think about this new experiment? And his advisor said, well, there is this thing called the Sanhedrin, but it hasn't met since ancient times. He says, fine, let's bring out the Sanhedrin. And so he assembled a massively enthusiastic group of Jews from all over Napoleonic Europe to come together in Paris and to answer a few questions that Napoleon had for the Jews. And he posed it to the Sanhedrin saying, okay, you guys speak for the entire body of world Jewry. Obviously, the Jews themselves had differing opinions as to the authority of the Sanhedrin, but they did have a very important figure at its head. The respected Talmudic scholar, Rabbi David Sintheim, who you can see here, he was given this amazing hat to serve as the president of the Sanhedrin. I have never seen anyone wearing a hat quite like this. I personally would love one. I think it would be great if I showed up in shul wearing one of these. But at any rate, the Sanhedrin, which had a lot of controversies behind it, obviously in this short video, I don't want to go into great detail about it, but ultimately the Assembly of Notables, which was the predecessor of the Sanhedrin proper, had 12 questions posed to it by Napoleon. And these are they. First of all, do Jews believe in polygamy? Are Jews allowed to marry more than one wife? And that was a pretty easy question for the Jews to answer. I think it's more interesting to think about why is Napoleon asking this question in the first place. I think the reason is probably because he wanted to kind of assess, and he wanted the Jews to sort of reflect on just how prepared are Jews to accommodate themselves to French realities. Now, in the Jewish tradition, of course, if you have any familiarity with the Bible, as Napoleon would have, you would know that Abraham had 2 wives, that Jacob had 4 wives, and so on. And he was wondering, like, what are Jews doing today? It's interesting to note the degree of his ignorance of the Jewish community, because since the year 1000, more or less, the Jewish community of Europe, the Ashkenazim in particular, had already banned polygamy, and it disappeared for about 800 years by that point. Polygamy was still practiced in African Jewish communities, Middle Eastern Jewish communities, but not at all in European Jewish communities. So they could with confidence no polygamy. And then he asked a question about divorce. The Catholic Church did not permit divorce. They had something called annulment, which has some common features, but he wanted to know how closely Jews to this idea. Jews do permit divorce. He asked about, do Jews intermarry with non-Jews? That was probably one of the questions that the Sanhedrin had the most difficulty answering straight up. And they basically kind of fudged the answer and said, well, wow, look at the time. It's already, and try to really extract Napoleon's representatives from the answer, which is that basically Judaism forbids intermarriage, but if it happens, the Jews and the Jewish community don't really have a lot of tools to prevent it. And of course, this was important to Napoleon because he's thinking, okay, how long am I going to have this problem? How long am I going to have this assimilable mass of people living in France who don't necessarily regard themselves as French? So then he goes to the heart of the question, are Frenchmen considered brethren or strangers? The assembly knew what kind of answer. He said, of course we consider Frenchmen our brothers, not strangers. Is there a double standard? Same kind of question. They said, no. Do Jews born in France consider this their country? Will they defend it? Will its laws? This is especially because the Ashkenazi Jews live right up against Germany, with more Ashkenazi Jews as well. What would happen if France went over with Germany, which they did with some regularity? So would French Jews side with Nazi Jews in Germany? So they're concerned about this. Then he delves into the last 6 questions, which really focus on the Jews organizing themselves. Like question 7 is, who appoints the rabbis? And do rabbis have police? And 9, are Jews bound to obey the rabbis? Meaning Napoleon wants to know, am I setting myself up to have a state within a state where the Jews have their own legal system and police system and manage themselves? What happens if their laws don't correspond to French laws? What are we going to do about that? So the rabbis, this is really where you see a lot of the break between pre-modernity, where the Jews essentially did have their own legal system. They did have their own enforcement system, which was typically supported by the state. But in France, in a modern citizen-based democracy, you can't have 2 different legal systems, 2 different police systems for different populations. The police is for everybody, the law is for everybody, and so on. So they found answers that satisfied Napoleon. Then he asked some economic questions about, are Jews required to engage in usury, which is, of course, kind of like a negative term for money lending? Are Jews forced to engage in that? What happens if they want to pursue a different occupation, like, I don't know, medicine or accounting or ping pong, whatever it is? And of course, they gave the answers, yes, Jews are free to pursue all kinds of occupations as long as there are no barriers set up for them and so on. The bottom line of all these questions was, we wanted to know, are you prepared to become French citizens and take on for yourselves the burdens of equality? Or do you want to try and retain some kind of distinctiveness within our society that would be unacceptable to our way of life? That's essentially the gist of it. The Jews of the Sanhedrin and its predecessor, really the Assembly of Notables, when these first questions were posed, they answered, yes, we want equality. We will figure out how to deal with the ways in which Jewish particularism does not fit with universalism. We want in this society as a whole. And those decisions were essentially the ones that affected modern Jewry for the next 250 odd years. Now, it's really interesting to try and think back on what was the thinking of the Jews when they gave these answers. And it's, did they give the right answers? Did they sacrifice too much, perhaps? The enthusiasm with Napoleon's support was so significant, they were soon disappointed by some of the decisions he laid out later, which reimposed certain restrictions on them. So if you want to get a sense for the somewhat slavish admiration that many of these Jews had for modernity. Again, not shared universally. Many of the Jews in Eastern Europe were quite hesitant to endorse this venture. But have a look at this remarkable medallion, which was coined by the Jewish community to specifically celebrate the achievements of Napoleon's son. And of course, you see the profile of Napoleon himself. It says in French, the emperor and king, and then you see Napoleon actually delivering the 10 Commandments to an obsequious, genuflecting Jew, which essentially is placing Napoleon in the position of Moses. I mean, what a mind-boggling piece of coinage, right? That's a quick talk on this. There's so much more to say about it, but I don't want to take too much of your time. I really appreciate your watching, and I hope some of you will be able to join us on this cruise. And if not, I really look forward to sharing some of the things I see while I'm there in Bordeaux. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. You know, in the course of my research for this upcoming trip to Bordeaux to explore Jewish history in this remarkable region of France, I came across another really fascinating artifact. And what I'm speaking about now is the imperial decree of July 20th, 1808, which was concerning Jews with no fixed first or family names. This is a pretty bizarre thing. There are 8 articles. I want to go over the first few of those and discuss what exactly is this strange Napoleonic law referring to. So what we discussed in the last lecture in the series was Napoleon's 12 questions to the Jews of France. They had been emancipated in 1790 and then again in 1791, 2 different populations, largely as a result of extremely hard work by Jews coming from Bordeaux. And then when Jews had been emancipated, there was still a backlash in larger society. And Napoleon had this really strange kind of difficult challenge of threading the needle with allowing the Jews into a rapidly modernized society, which was something that he cared about very deeply, but at the same time, curbing the ridiculous excesses of the terror of the period immediately following the revolution, which had a huge backlash as well. And so we wanted to establish some kind of calming devices, speed bumps, as it were, along the road to a new France. And one of those areas, which was kind of like a test case for so much of the revolution, was what do you do with the Jews? The Jews are, an unusual population, potentially very helpful to the society, especially those Jews in Bordeaux and Bayonne who had been adapted to French life because they had their strange status as Portuguese citizens or Portuguese subjects. But on the other hand, you also have the mass of Ashkenazi Jews in Alsace and Lorraine who had long been held down by various anti-Semitic decrees. And once those decrees were lifted and they were allowed to participate on equal footing in the marketplace, their long-honed skills of literacy and numeracy and so on had really given them a huge advantage in the marketplace. And as a result, there was a backlash from that region as well. Napoleon is trying very hard to try and find ways to negotiate these things. So let's have a look, first of all, at this specific law, July 20th, 1808, concerning Jews with no fixed or first names, which was issued in Bayonne, very close to the Bordeaux region. So here's Article 1. I'll just read the translation. Those amongst our subjects who follow the Hebrew religion and who, up to the present, have not had fixed surnames or last names, shall be ordered to adopt one in the 3 months following the publication of this, our present decree, and to make a declaration of the fact before the civil status officer in the commune where they live. What is going on? Okay, let's try and figure this out. So first of all, what is this business about Jews not having fixed surnames or last names? In Jewish practice, Jews always have a fixed first name. This is crucial for, the obvious reasons people need names, but also for lots of reasons in Jewish law, like, marriage contracts and business contracts and all kinds of things. you have to know who exactly this contract is dealing with. And so the idea of having a fixed first name, to be sure, is ancient in practice. The surname is a little more complicated, however. Jews historically used to have always a patronymic and a matronymic, meaning they would be named son of or daughter of their father for a whole host of reasons, specifically contractual agreements. They would always be, let's say, Reuven, the son of Levi, marries Leah, the daughter of Shimon. And it would always be the patronymic used in that case, that a woman be the daughter of her father. In other cases, particularly in certain ritual situations, like for example, if you're praying for the mercy or healing of a person who's sick, then you would use the matronymic. So you would say, may Reuven, the son of Leah, have a refuah shalema, a complete recovery, that kind of thing. And so, generally speaking, that you would either use the patronymic for most legal purposes, the matronymic for other purposes. And those are not surnames, but they were universal and, fixed. However, the idea of a family name that every member of that family, every generation will possess, that is only applied sporadically in Jewish history, and it depends on region, it depends on the local culture. Sometimes a particular family would get a surname that was used, but it's not necessarily fixed, and that's basically the practice for European Jews up until late 18th and early 19th century. So what Jews would use for surnames were much more casual. Like, for example, if a person came from a particular village to a different place, let's say a person came from, Paris and moved to Bordeaux, they might call him Louvain Paris, because he's the Louvain who came from Paris. You might also have a surname that's based on a profession of a father or a grandfather or something else. Louvain Schuster, Louvain the shoemaker, for example. So and these things, of course, could change because there was no real reason to fix them into law until Napoleon. So Napoleon wanted to put an end to that, and he says, okay, that's it. All Jews have to have a fixed surname. All Jews have to have a fixed first name, which of course they already had, and they've got to declare these within 3 months. And this also applied Article 2 to non-French Jews who came to the empire, which has a lot of interesting things about immigration rules, and people just show up, and you see how porous the borders are, but let's leave that aside because I want to concentrate on the names. Now, Article 3, I think, is so fascinating, because Article 3 says names from the Old Testament, which you would think as being a pretty popular choice in Jews, and names of towns are expressly forbidden, authorized by the law of the 11th Germinal of the year 11. What is this article? What are we talking about here? So it happens that only article was abandoned, at least the Old Testament part of it was abandoned, because Jews would take names from the Old Testament, especially for their first names. It's unclear exactly why the names of towns were forbidden. Perhaps this was a sense of the, wanting to make things a little bit more full. But to really understand Article 3, we have to go back and say, well, what is this strange law of 11th Germinal of year 11? Let us recall that after the revolution, there was a huge surge of changing everything. Not only are we changing the government, we're going to change every way we measure things, the metric system. We're going to even change the way we measure time. And so a new calendar, a Republican calendar, which was metric in the sense that it had 10 months and it had 10 days in the week, which wreaked havoc, of course, on any Sabbath service. And all of the names of the month were changed and things like that. So this law of the 11th of Germinal of year 11 refers to actually in the Gregorian calendar April 1st, 1803. And in case you're wondering, yes, the French abandoned that Republican calendar because it was just crazy and impossible to use. So on April 1st, 1803, I know it sounds like April Fool's, but at any rate, this new law came out. This law of 11 Germinal has outlawed all unusual names for French people. the law of 11 Germinal restricted the choices of names that French people could give their children to names that were recognized from antiquity, like ancient Roman Greek period, and also names that had been enshrined in the Christian calendar of saints and things like that. But they could not use, for example, very popular names that had been adopted during the revolutionary period, like names of particular heroes from that revolution who may later have been discredited, or names of particular battles, or even the names of the months of the year under the Republican calendar. All of those names were considered way too strange, and Napoleon said, no more using those names, you got to focus only on a list of names, which apparently was never actually published. And the idea was that by giving people names that people recognize, this would develop stability, this would develop kind of like a flow through from the pre-revolutionary past and things like that. But it left a gap, because what about the Jews? The Jews are not going to typically choose names of Christian saints for their children. How do we deal with that? So hence the idea of the law of 1808, which was to impose the same kind of stability on the Jewish population as the law of 11 Germinal did on the French population as a whole. I read a really interesting article on this issue by Pierre Birnbaum, who is a professor emeritus at the Sorbonne. And he says that unfortunately there's never been any good study done of how this law was implemented. Apparently, many of its provisions were abandoned shortly thereafter, but there definitely was a transformation that was effected on the Jewish population. Women with names like Yidel or Yidel became Julie, Rachel became, all kinds of names were transformed as a result of this law. And it leads to the long-standing practice of Jews having really two separate names. It's fascinating to see Napoleon's attempt to regulate the Jewish community, which really could only happen when Jews believed in the overall project. And in general, this was the case for much of the 19th century. Jews adopted French names with enthusiasm, and it was only with the Dreyfus affair that we really begin to see the reversal of this trend as Jews begin to wonder, was emancipation really a success overall? I hope you found this as fascinating as I do, and I look forward to speaking with you in the future. Thanks for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. As you know, Kosher River Cruises is going to Bordeaux this fall. I'm really excited to see this place. It has such an interesting role in Jewish history. But of course, a good part of what we'll be doing there is learning about French wine, and specifically the wine of the region of Bordeaux. So I figured I got to learn a little bit about it myself. I'm not a wine connoisseur, but here's something about the history of Jews and wine, and then we'll look a little bit at Bordeaux specifically. First of all, we should be aware that wine is an important part of Jewish ritual. In fact, I had my first taste of wine when I was only 8 days old as part of the traditional initiation rite into Judaism. I don't remember it very well, but I'm sure I enjoyed the wine very much, as I can judge from my own sons. There's not an extensive history of Jews as wine producers in the ancient world. It's not unheard of. We actually know a little bit more about Jews as beer distillers in Babylonia. We only begin to see Jews really engaged in the production of wine in a significant level in Christian Europe, already from the 9th century. And this, by the way, is another example of the widespread fallacy that Jews were not allowed to own land. The reality is that Jews were allowed to own land in lots of parts of Europe. The only challenge is that, especially after the Crusades and the blood libel and the host desecration, which is like 11th, 12th, 13th century onward, owning land actually became a very poor investment, because if you were expelled from your region as a result of anti-Semitic activity, then you would lose your investment. So Jews started to invest far less in land by the time you get to the High Middle Ages. But before that, you have lots of Jewish vintners. And it's also interesting because they apparently were such popular producers of it that they would sell their wine to non-Jews as well. In fact, there's significant evidence that Jews were making wine that was very popular, not only for Christians, but for the church as well. This is something that Agobard of Lyon complained about in around 825, and Pope Innocent III was complaining about it still in the early 13th century, saying that churches are using specifically Jewish-made wine for communion. I guess it must have been especially tasty. Jews were also producing wine in Muslim countries where this would be forbidden to Muslims, although apparently they had enough Muslim customers to keep their businesses open and they did not have to rely entirely on Jewish consumers. Let's just take a minute and understand what is it that makes wine kosher, or what could possibly make wine non-kosher. For most people have some sense of what kosher refers to in general. There's basically two types of rules that could make something kosher or non-kosher. The type of food itself, like for example, figs, not a kosher type of food, shellfish, not kosher types of food. And then there are kosher and non-kosher mixtures. Meat and milk in themselves are kosher, but if you mix them, not kosher, that kind of thing. So wine typically does not have any non-kosher ingredients. Nobody puts lard or shellfish in wine. So it's not non-kosher on the basis of its ingredients. And if it is basically, grapes and maybe some kind of yeast, which could make it not kosher for Pesach, and water, like how does it become non-kosher? There's nothing mixed in there that would render it a forbidden mixture as well. So the basic rule is ritual in purpose. It goes back to laws which are explained in great detail in the Talmud, where if wine was ever used for any kind of idolatrous purpose, like for example, wine dedicated to a Greek god or something like that, that would ipso facto render the wine, which would otherwise, on the basis of its ingredients or its mixtures, still be kosher. That dedication to a particular god would immediately render it non-kosher. So it's really not non-kosher in the same sense as the other types of food. It's really like forbidden, but for specific reasons. So the rabbis came up with a rule that said that in order for wine to be consumed by Jews, it had to be supervised all the way through its process by Jews, so that nobody could somehow dedicate it to a foreign god. That's kind of like a short and somewhat distorted view of it, but that's basically what it is. So in other words, wines are kosher in terms of what they contain, but not necessarily kosher in terms of ritual law. And that's why, Jews have to be involved in the process in order to make sure that the wine will be kosher in the end. There is a significant shift from producing wine to trading in wine around the 15th century, especially because of the reduction in arable lands under Jewish control, for reasons that I just mentioned. In Central and Eastern Europe, this was at this point involved in distilling, but primarily distilling beer and spirits. This is related to the unusual economic structure of Eastern Europe, where Jews were frequently given a right called propinatia. I really should call it a privilege, where noblemen would give Jews the monopoly in producing alcohol in exchange for a very heavy tax or tariff on the sale of alcohol. So as a result, you've got a significant number of Jews involved in the alcohol trade in Eastern Europe. In 1765, there was a survey of Jews in Poland that revealed that about 15% of the Jewish economy was derived from the alcohol trade specifically. But that's not so much in wine as it is in beer and in alcohol. Now, if you look at Bordeaux, there's definitely a lot of Jews who were settled in the region from the 15th century and onward. But there's not a tremendous number of specifically kosher wines being produced. In fact, the first mass-produced kosher wines released for general circulation was when the Barons Edmond and Benjamin de Rothschild established the Chateau Clark, and they, in 1988, released the first kosher wine to the rest of the world. But this area of Bordeaux, which you realize is like one of the most fantastic wine-producing regions of the world. In fact, even though I'm not an expert, I recognize many of the strains of wine that come from there. Merlot, Cabernet Sauvignon, Sauvignon Blanc, these are all Bordeaux vintages. So I'm not sure if I'm even using that word, but still, since 1988, the rest of the world has developed a significant taste for kosher wine that comes from Bordeaux, and so as a result, it has exploded. Okay, that's a very quick overview of Jews and wine up to at least the 1980s. I'm hoping to report back more once I try tasting things myself. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. One of the most fascinating aspects of the history of the Jews of Bordeaux is its influence on modern Jewish history. And today I'd like to look at something I really didn't understand until I started delving much more deeply into the sources, in particular, Gerard Napon's amazing book, Jews and Judaism in Bordeaux, which has a fantastic section on this. Specifically, the role that Bordeaux Jews played in founding the Alliance Israélite Rothschild, which is the most important and longest lasting, and I believe first, international Jewish organizations defend specifically Jewish rights all around the world. So let's have a look at this story. It's actually an amazing thing. Alliance Israélite Universelle, which let's just call it Alliance, the translation is just like it sounds in French. The Alliance of Israelites that is universal, the Universal Israelite Alliance. And Israelite is like sort of like another term for Jew. In some languages, particularly in the late 19th century, the term Jew was considered slightly derogatory. I don't know why. And so they preferred other words like Israelite or Hebrew. We see that, for example, in Russian, the term Jewish is definitely derogatory, not necessarily so in Polish or in Ukrainian. And so they preferred the term Yashrei, which means like Hebrew. In French, the term Juif is not nearly as shaded as it was in the East, but nevertheless, they prefer the term Israelite, meaning member of the house of Israel. So anyways, this organization, we'll call it the Alliance in English, was founded in 1860 in Paris. The motto was Kol Yisrael Chaverim. All Israel are colleagues, all Israel are comrades. It also has an allusion to a very famous passage in the Talmud that says, Kol Yisrael Arevim, not Chaverim, but Arevim, which is part of a larger sentence that says, all Jews are responsible one for each other. And this really encapsulates the idea of this particular organization, which, as I mentioned, is, I believe, the oldest international organization currently still in existence that is dedicated to Jewish causes worldwide. Its principal activities are Jewish education, vocational training, things like that, and it had some diplomatic efforts, especially up until the Second World War, when it was severely depleted by, of course, the Holocaust. And its roots are in Bordeaux. Here is a look at the logo of the Alliance. You can see it has, the globe that captures the international aspect of it, the shaking of hands, and on top of it, the two tablets of the law and the word Echad in Hebrew, which means, God is one. Fascinating kinds of things in their initial statement, but I want to get right to the story. The two major international events that sparked the idea for the Alliance, which was born in the minds particularly of one individual, Jude Carvalho, who's shown here. He was born in 1820, died in 1819. He was one of the founding members of the Alliance, and he was from Bordeaux. He was one of the first to re-raise the idea that Jews were an international organization to defend them. One of the two major events that really brought this to the fore was the Damascus Affair and the Otara Affair, 1840 and 1858 respectively. The Damascus Affair was this terrible story where in Damascus, a Capuchin monk and his Muslim servant disappeared in February of 1840. And this crazy idea circulated that somehow the Jews of Damascus were responsible for their disappearance as a recrudescence of that bizarre medieval myth called the Blood River. This is something that had first appeared in England in the 12th century and then rapidly spread throughout Europe, this insane notion that Jews somehow needed to consume the blood of Christian children for various ritual purposes. Absolutely ridiculous libel lie that had been perpetrated through much of medieval history and has no basis whatsoever to it. But nevertheless, it's stuck in the popular mind. It's very hard to let go of this thing. The Nazis made a big deal of it and so on. 7 Jews were arrested, and they were accused of this blood libel, and they were exposed to horrific torture. 2 of them actually died while in custody. 1 converted to Islam in an attempt to avoid the torture, and the remaining 4 issued a false confession, much like under the tortures of the Spanish Inquisition. The tortures extended beyond these 7 individual Jews as well. 63 Jewish children were arrested in an attempt to coerce their mothers to divulge information as to the whereabouts of Monk Thomas and his servant Amar. And no information was ever found. An absolute horrific, awful medieval revival in the 19th century. This is the era already of the telegraph and things like that. The Jewish world was absolutely shocked that this could still be happening in the 1840s. Now, it happened that one of the arrested Jews was an Austrian citizen. And so this helped a lot of the European powers get involved and say to the Ottoman Empire, what are you doing there? Moses Montefiore, a very important, wealthy British citizen, traveled to the Middle East, and he demanded, together with other prominent Jews, including Adolphe Clermont, a very important French Jew, that the case be transferred out of the backward judicial center of Damascus to a much more advanced Alexandria, where the case could be tried properly, and of course they would end up being released. In fact, what happened when Moses Montefiore pressed on this, Damascus ultimately had to admit that this was just a sham, and they released the prisoners, and so they were able to shamble out of prison after this horrific event. And the Damascus affair subsided afterwards. But it was a tremendous example of horrific wrong that was executed on a helpless Jewish community, and only through the exertion of international effort, particularly from wealthier, more powerful nations that had Jewish populations in them, like France and England, was a resolution able to be sought. So this was kind of a major inspiration for the idea that maybe Jews should establish some kind of organization that could dedicate themselves to it more effectively and consistently. However, the revolutionary era of 1848 slowed the progress towards the school, but 10 years later, another major event, absolute horrific event, very similar in some ways, led to the moment that created the alliance. Specifically, I'm referring to the terrible story of the kidnapping of Edgardo Mortara. Basically, what happened was in Bologna, Italy, which was part of the Papal States at this time, there was a young child named Edgardo Mortara, a Jewish child. The Mortara family employed a Christian maidservant named Anna Maurice. And when the child Edgardo was about 2 years old, he was very, very ill, perhaps with some kind of scarlet fever. And Maurice worried the eternal life of this unbaptized child, and so she secretly took him to be baptized without letting her employers, the parents, know that the child was now officially part of the church, albeit unwittingly. Now, later on, when he was about 6 years old, Maurice happened to mention that she had had the child baptized secretly, and the Vatican got very involved, and they actually came and they kidnapped the child from his family. This is in 1858. This is really quite late, and the church is going and following a medieval doctrine that once a child has been baptized, he becomes a Christian. Even if this happened against the will of the child and the will of the parents and so on, the church insisted on taking him within their control. Here's a horrific painting of that event by Moritz Oppenheimer that really captures the horror of the family must have experienced their home. The Pope Pius IX was unmoved by any kind of protest by the family, and they took young Edgardo from Bologna to Rome. And despite the protests of Jews worldwide, including in New York at this time, and including the prodigious efforts of Moses Montefiore, the hero of the Damascus affair, Pope Pius IX refused to release the child back to his family. An incomprehensible tragedy. The young Edgardo ended up growing up and becoming a priest. He specifically dedicated his life afterwards to proselytizing among the Jews, and only as an adult was he finally reunited with his family, as you can see him here on the right, with his mother and his brother. You can imagine what kind of a family reunion that would have been. Mortardo lived the rest of his life as a priest and ultimately died in Belgium just shortly before the Nazis invaded. The Nazis would have certainly considered him a Jew, regardless of his baptism and Christian heritage. Nevertheless, this example of the incredible power wielded by the church and the helplessness of the Jews led specifically to the foundation of the alliance. A gathering was held in Paris in 1860. Paris, of course, being the capital of France, was the logical place for the alliance to be founded, and it was its principal center of activity. Of the 6 founding members, 2 of them were from Bordeaux. Most prominently, Jules Carvalho, who is shown here. He was the elder statesman who was the first one to begin to really express the idea of this should be created. And also Elie Aristide Astruc, who was a rabbinic figure. He studied in the rabbinical seminary in Metz, very, very prominent, in particular in drafting a lot of the key statements of the alliance at this early period. The 6 charter members, including Carvalho and Astruc, developed 3 main goals for the alliance. 3 goals that basically they have stuck to for the duration of their existence, right up into the 21st century. First, to work everywhere for the emancipation and moral progress of the Jews, and that phrase you hear a little bit of the Eurocentrism of it. 2, to offer effective assistance to Jews suffering from anti-Semitism. And 3, to encourage all publications calculated to promote the same. Very strong publication-oriented activity that we'll see also in the formation of a central library and things like this. So the alliance was especially active for the next century and a half in the Middle East, in North Africa, areas where France was much more involved in general. They set up schools, a major network of schools throughout the North African coast and into the Middle East, into Persia as well, and they were especially known for promoting the education of women. They're also quite active in helping migrants flee from persecution in the Russian Empire and so on. And their heyday was really the last half of the 19th century, moving into the early 20th century. The Holocaust, of course, was a horrific blow that would be very difficult to come back from. But the alliance, nevertheless, continues to be active. If you have a look at their website, you'll see. Although it does offer an English option, it doesn't seem like it's very much translated into English on the website, but they have a relatively active YouTube channel, specifically interviewing people who visit the library and things like that. They remain in this unusual space where they are promoting an understanding of Judaism that is faithful to tradition, but is tolerant and open to the modern world, and they continue to do a lot of really tremendous things all around the world. And at its core are 2 Jews from Bordeaux, Carvalho in particular, the elder statesman who came up with the idea of the alliance. I think it's so fascinating. I hope you'll be able to join us on this trip to Bordeaux, and if not, I look forward to sharing with you some of the research that I conduct as I prepare, and hopefully some videos from this amazing part of the world and the future. Thank you very much for listening.
This morning, we're docked in Libourne in the region of Bordeaux. Beautiful, much more rural area than the city of Bordeaux, which we left last night. And we're going to be visiting a vineyard in this region of Saint-Emilion. This is the beautiful river as it empties into the Gironde estuary. And you can see the city or really a town of Libourne. It's rush hour now, morning rush hour, so you can see quite a few trucks and cars and things on the road. And we're going to head up to the synagogue, which is up by the church. It's not at all uncommon to have synagogues near the churches, sometimes cathedrals in large cities, because of the settlement of Jews typically is in the oldest parts of the city, since they tend to be the oldest residents. I think this particular town is especially fascinating to illustrate a widespread phenomenon that we don't study very much, because we tend to focus our energies on larger centers where you have a lot of Jews concentrating, and you tend to have like great minds involved in creating something amazing. But the truth is, after the Hispanic expulsion of 1492, there's a huge influx of Spanish Jewish refugees into this part of Bordeaux, where they spread out into a lot of the smaller villages and smaller settlements. And it's fascinating that they retained their identity for so long here. We're going to go visit the synagogue of Libourne, which is still functioning. It's absolutely amazing, and I'm really looking forward to seeing it later today. Here we are, coming up to the synagogue of Libourne, a really great example. Okay, so you have this hallway here, which is really cool. And look at this, they got a sukkah here in the courtyard. It's so nice. A beautiful sukkah here in the courtyard. And then check this out. This is great. It says, "Let us go to the house of God with feeling." 1847, very important date. It's very typical kind of architecture with the in-your courtyard, like protecting it from the street. There's just a fairly, quiet gate up front. And we come into the synagogue itself. Walking in for the first time, this is the whole synagogue. Very, very excellent example of a tiny little provincial synagogue for a community that we know in 1840 numbered less than 100 individuals. They got the women's section up there. Wow, just fascinating. Look at this. What an amazing thing. Excusez, Miguel, est-ce que je peux ouvrir le Aron Kodesh? Et le voir? Okay. Très bien. And now we're going to look inside and see the Aron Kodesh. Ah, beautiful. For Sephardic and Ashkenazic style synagogue. I really enjoyed visiting that beautiful little synagogue in Libourne. It's just such a great illustration of what it must have been like to live in a small community like that in the 18th century. It's important to note that the synagogue actually existed much earlier to that, but in a private home, and finally they were able to build that modest little structure that lasted for centuries now. What a wonderful, wonderful little visit. We're now headed south. It's the next day. We had a fantastic concert last night, the classical concert that was just amazing at a local chateau. And now we are headed to Bordeaux, where we're going to see a synagogue that contrasts tremendously with that tiny little sort of like French steeple. Now we're going to see the grand synagogue, the phenomenal expression of the cultural might and power of the Jews of Bordeaux. I hope you found this video useful, and thank you very much for watching. It's not necessarily Canelo and Crawford, which is a great fight. And you got this thing where Crawford's jumping up all this weight. You're like, man, I don't know. But the great fight. Here we are at the gorgeous, massive edifice of the Bordeaux synagogue. Really interesting looking sort of menorah right in the middle there. This building was originally constructed not on this particular design in the, I think it was 1812, and then it was burned in a fire in 1873, reconstructed in 1882. And then, unfortunately, during World War II, was used to intern the Jews by the Nazis before they were deported to the death camps. And then after the war, it was renovated and rededicated. And with the great influx in the 1960s of Jews from North Africa, it was repopulated as well. I'm so grateful to be here with Kosher River Cruises and Rabbi Moshe Tayeb from this amazing Bordeaux synagogue. And he speaks English, so he's going to share a few words with you about the history and so on, and whatever it is he would like to say about the nature of Bordeaux Jewry.
I'm very pleased to listen all the group and the people in the synagogue today in Bordeaux. and in a few minutes when the group will come, they will try to explain the history and the particularity of the Jewish community of Bordeaux.
All right. If you would like to say one thing to 100,000 followers of Jews around the world watching these videos, what would you like to say to them?
I say then that we are very pleased to receive all people, of Jewish people or not Jewish people, to see our synagogue and to come in Bordeaux to see and to learn about the history of the community and the history of the Judaism and of the Jewish people in the city in Bordeaux.
Thank you very much. Okay, très bien. So this is the entrance here, and there are beautiful mosaics and so on. And as we come into the main entrance, it's just gorgeous. Wow. And look, there's that motif of that gorgeous menorah again. Wow. Beautiful synagogue. Here I am at the top of the bima in the amazing Bordeaux synagogue. The smell inside is just gorgeous. It smells like old wood polished for decades and decades, coming from the pews here, the seats. You can see there's a massive menorah right in the center. It's evoking the menorah that's on the exterior wall. And here is the Ner Tamid. This is a really interesting Aron Kodesh, because these huge theatrical light curtains that go up. It looks like about 4 stories worth. And there's a skylight bringing natural light in over the Aron. And you can see that the Aron itself has decorative elements of the 12 tribes, and then the stones on the breastplate of Kohen Gadol. And then they have a full statement of not the abbreviated text, of the 10 Commandments. They're all spelled out as per the biblical text. Just gorgeous. They have a large women's section on the top, and it looks like they have, it goes all the way around the back as well. Beautiful acoustics, gorgeous. And look at this, there is a massive organ here. Now, I have to get into the history a little bit to find out what they did with the organ on Shabbos. That was a huge bone of contention in 19th century Europe. Do you use the organ, not use the organ? Because it is possible to play an organ without electricity using the hydraulics, for example, and compressed air. But the question is it appropriate on Shabbos? It was a hallmark of reform to use them. Orthodoxy was really quite hesitant. This looks like the Kisei Eliyahu, the chair of Elijah that is used for circumcisions. The Sandek, the godfather, as it were, who holds the baby on his lap, would sit there. And there's a spot here for his feet. It's like the Bordeaux synagogue is just a tremendous statement of the status that the Jews had achieved after so many hundreds of years of living, first secretly as Portuguese merchants in this region, and only in the 18th century beginning to assert their Jewish identity, which had long been artificially submerged. And then ultimately, by the time you get to the 19th century, when they built this great edifice, they'd come of age. They had pioneered the emancipation of Jews, not only in France, but also of all of Europe, and by extension, North America, where a lot of the articulations of how Jews were to exist in modern society were finally expressed in a contemporary society where people's membership in a state is based on citizenship rather than on membership in a community, which has its upsides and downsides. We've discussed that in other lectures. It's really amazing to be here in Bordeaux with Kosher River Cruise and actually see artifacts like this, great architectural artifacts like this in real life. Okay, I'm going to go up into the women's section right now. Nice curving stairs here. And check it out. Very grand kind of approach to the top. And it looks like you can enter into the center section or to the left section. Let's go to the center section and see if it's open. Yes. Here we go. Okay, you've got these banked seats, kind of like, sort of leisure style. Not terribly big, but, this is 19th century. People, as you can see, it's actually used. People need a sitter here. And look at that. Actually, it looks like this sitter is with the photograph from Bordeaux itself. sign here says, please don't forget to put your books back on the shelf. And this synagogue is active. They have a minyan. We just saw them coming out this morning. As I don't think they probably don't pray in this large room here. They probably use a smaller room somewhere else during the week. But on Shabbat and holidays, they have quite a crowd here.
If you want to take pictures of the synagogue, of the art, of the...
That's beautiful. Here is the law that Moses gave to the children of Israel. Most of the original Sefer Torahs were actually thrown in the river by the Nazis, but several were saved by the community and hidden away, and later returned. And there are also, of course, new ones that have been added since then. So immediately behind me, you see there is a plaque that memorializes the 1,600 Jews who were actually interned in this synagogue during World War II. This is the only synagogue in France that was used actually as a jail by the Nazis. So that's ironically the reason it was not destroyed like so many other edifices were. But the Jews of Bordeaux were all held here until they were later deported to Drancy and then from there to Auschwitz to meet their deaths. And someone pointed out that it is a sad irony that on the wall over there we have a memorial to Jews who were interned in this synagogue during World War II. And on the front doors here, we have photographs of some of the hostages who are still being held in Gaza as I record this video. It's a tragic reminder of the historic adage, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. The more it changes, the more it stays the same.
Hello, fellow students of history. I'm very happy to have something special to offer you today. I'm working with Touro University Berlin and some of their esteemed faculty on a new project. We're going to spend 20 brief videos discussing this remarkable book on tyranny by Professor Timothy Snyder. Professor Snyder is a professor with a tremendous amount of expertise in 20th century politics and history in particular, and this happens to be a really fascinating book that looks at both the historical devolution of politics in the modern era and applies it as well to our current situation in some fascinating ways. Perhaps controversial, but I'm really looking forward to having these discussions with the faculty of Touro University Berlin. In particular, we want to highlight the really creative and important work that's done by the Holocaust Studies and Tolerance Studies faculty at Touro University Berlin. And today, I want to invite Dr. Stefan Leinstadt, who is going to speak to us about the first chapter. Welcome, Professor Leinstadt.
Welcome. Hello.
Okay. Do you want to give us a very brief précis of what Professor Snyder says in this first chapter?
So this book is basically a manual how to prevent or how to deal with tyranny. And the first chapter here is called Anticipatory Obedience, and it basically means don't be nice to dictators and don't have them become dictators if you're not forced to do so. And this obviously makes a lot of sense, and on a general level, it means you should pay attention to the things that are happening around you. But on the other hand, he comes up with some historical examples from the history, especially of Nazi Germany and the Holocaust, but also on a smaller scale, also with examples of the Soviet Union. But his historical analogies are sometimes a little bit, well, they are often not convincing, I have to say, or at least this very first chapter.
Well, let's go down into those examples. If I remember correctly, and I should because I just reread the chapter this morning,
He gives three examples, right? He gives the example of Austria immediately after the Anschluss has an anti-Jewish wave of persecution, which is then, of course, repeated by the Nazis with Kristallnacht.
Like Lenin rising to power in 1917.
The Germany invading with Operation Barbarossa, invading the Soviet Union, and then you have that kind of spontaneous wave, like, for example, in the city of Lviv, the attacks on Jews before the Nazis even, imposed these things. And I think that's his idea of anticipatory obedience, that it's as if they'll try to figure out what the new boss wants, and they step forward to provide it even before the boss asks for it. So what do you make of those examples, and why do you feel that they're not appropriate?
I think it's worth talking about all of those examples. I think Snyder's first idea or first point is the Soviets coming to power in 1917, and he kind of also compares, well, he's not comparing it, but he also mentions Nazis coming to power in 1933. And I think, how those two came to power is completely different. I mean, in Russia, there was a real revolution. There was not a really democratic government. Before the revolution, there was some sort of semi-democratic authoritarian regime. And the thing is, why would that be anticipatory obedience? I mean, who actually obeyed? There was a civil war, right? I mean, like, whether they were fighting for a just cause, but especially the White Russians that were fighting for Tsarism, and which were often extreme anti-Semites. This is a different question, but they were certainly not obeying to Lenin's wishes. On the other hand, you think about Germany in 1933, I mean, Hitler came to power by a democratic election, and you might not like his program. For sure, it's for good reason not to like his program, but it's kind of, arguing from hindsight, I would say that as a democratic election, you can be against it. You're not required to like the result, and many politicians and many Germans actually didn't like it, and they tried to disobey. But in a way, it's a democratic government, so what would be the alternative? Like going for a coup d'etat, or how might that actually work? And you should not forget that very soon there was an immense pressure on the streets. Like, there were all sorts of the brown shirts, the Nazi brown shirts, the SA in particular was going out and just beating up everyone who was a real or supposed opponent, and they're beating up Jews and so on. And people tried actually to go to court or to go to police, and the police said, well, listen, we can't help you, we don't help you. And if they did, they were stopped by the government. So again, well, there was disobedience, but on the other hand, was it anticipatory? I don't know. Yeah, you would be well advised not to elect Hitler, for sure, but this is kind of another question, I would say.
Maybe the problem is in the terminology, because I really like what Professor Snyder has to offer here. Maybe it's not that we're looking at anticipatory obedience, because, I'm not a sociologist, but I would guess that most people just want to keep their heads down and stay out of trouble and take care of their families and so on. But there is a certain group of people who will engage in anticipatory innovation, meaning they will say, oh, so we've got a new boss in charge. What does that new boss want from me? How can I meet that need and therefore advance my own cause? And I think that's the especially dangerous aspect of that. We see that, for example, in Vichy France, that even before the Nazis implemented a deportation order for Jews, they were rushing to collect the Jews in order to ship them off. And I think in terms of the Soviet Union, you see that with things like Stakhanovism, the whole idea of like trying to prove to the great leaders that we are going above and beyond what you would ask for. So that, I think, is a real human phenomenon and quite frightening in my mind.
Yeah, I totally agree to this, and I think this is a good argument. And actually, we have extensive research on this when it comes to National Socialism, and Ian Kershaw, one of the most prominent scholars of Nazi Germany, he coined the term working towards the Führer. And this is basically it. This is, and his example is basically civil servants which are trying to guess what might be expected of them, and to deliver results, though they are not yet required to provide those results. And it's not always actually is that because they're actually pushing for a career like optimism, but it's just because they suppose that's kind of their self-understanding, like being a good servant to the state, and hey, we have a new government, so we try to work for that government. If you like, this has also happened in 1945. It was the same personnel, and they just continued their job, and they became loyal servants to a democratic state. Maybe not Democrats by heart, but by understanding, and they actually. This is how Western Germany, in the end, became a successful and a stable democracy. It's with all the old personnel, despite them not being persecuted for their crimes and so on. But these people actually continuing their loyal service to the state, even if it's regardless of whether it's a democratic state or whether it's a dictatorial totalitarian state. So this is a fascinating thing.
Yeah, I agree. Let me switch a little bit to the contemporary period. One of the things I like about this book as well is that it inspires me to think about today. And I have young undergraduates who are sort of exploring their emerging adulthood. Many of them have just got the franchise, able to vote for the first time, and able to engage in civil society. And I think that Professor Snyder offers us some sort of cautionary message here. What would you say that cautionary message is for average citizens in Western democracies today?
I think, what is very obvious is that you should always reflect what you're actually requested, or maybe not even requested, but what you're going to do. So think about whether it's really what you're doing is actually, it's to say good for the people is maybe a bit pathetic, but it's not. It doesn't do any harm. And this is something what really needs critical thinking. And I think this is something what students really are interested. Many of our graduates they then move on to work at memorials, and they become educators, but not teachers, but educators, like for grown-ups. And they are interested in this kind of stuff, and that's kind of their motivation. How can we get people to critically reflect what they are actually doing and thinking and how they are behaving?
I'm really glad you specifically mentioned that, because I wanted to get an opportunity to promote the amazing work that you do at Tura University Berlin. Do you want to just take a second in our conclusion to say something about why your program is so unique and so valuable?
Yeah, what we actually do, what our students then often do, is that they actually curate exhibitions. So it's not just about theoretically reflecting also things we were just discussing here, but also trying to get an actual outreach, like the practical relevance of history, and see that the lessons that history teaches us, and history can teach us a lot of lessons. The question is whether these lessons are actually learned, and that you can transfer them in a way that it's understandable, and it's not a book on academic writing or so, but an exhibition can also be an online exhibition, but that is accessible, it's understandable, it reaches the audience, and we do this together with Berlin Memorial. So actually, this means the exhibitions, they are not just on campus, but they are really out there. And they actually, I mean, some of them are prevalent. I had an exhibition that my students did, and it was actually shown by the United Nations in New York. So a huge success.
That's fascinating. I hope that we'll have an opportunity over the course of these 20 short videos to speak maybe with some of your students. And of course, I'm looking forward to speaking to some of the other faculty at Tura University Berlin. But with that, I just want to give a quick thanks to Dr. Leinstadt for participating in this conversation. And I hope all of you will join us for the next few discussions that we have on Timothy Steiner and his remarkable book on tyranny. Thank you very much for watching.
Thanks for having me.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. You know, one of the things that I find most fantastic about our shared interest is the fact that Jewish history is so awesomely long. So much so that even in the ancient period, Jewish history was considered ancient back then. The great Jewish historian Josephus, for example, who left us with a remarkable account of the First Roman-Jewish War, actually titled a multi-volume work, Jewish Antiquities, because that was a selling point, that people in the ancient world knew that Judaism was so old as a culture and as a civilization. And so in this short video, I'd like to just give you a sense of how awesomely long Jewish history is. Now, this is part of a new series that I'm starting. I've called it Jewish History for Parents and Other Teachers of Children. Now, let me just step back for a second and tell you why I've created this new series. My wife and I recently moved to a new community where we are on the older end of the spectrum. It's a very young community, lots and lots of parents with young children. And I want to speak to the community that I'm living in, so that's why I'm sort of structuring this. I'm thinking about it, you know, kind of like, in one sense, I feel like I'm old enough that I'm like the old guy sitting around the campfire explaining the stories of the elders to the younger people, but also because, you know, it's just so crucial for the survival of the Jewish people to understand how long and how important and how varied and how complicated this story really is. It is the story that we share every Passover, as the late, great Rabbi Jonathan Sachs has shared so many times. It is that story which has really kept the Jewish people alive, understanding the arc of this brilliant narrative and where contemporary Jews and their children find themselves living. And I think it's important to speak to parents and other teachers of children because, you know, it's a little bit like when you take a flight and they explain to you, you know, before takeoff that in the event of a sudden depressurization of the cabin, oxygen mask will drop down. If you're traveling with small children, your natural instinct would be, well, let me put this on the kid first. But in reality, you're supposed to put it on yourself first, because only if you're getting oxygen are you going to be able to take care of your child as well. This is also echoed, by the way, in the thought of Maimonides, who, if you have a look at this citation here from his remarkable Mishnah Torah, in the Laws of Torah study, Hilchos Talmud Torah, he says, if a parent and a child need to learn, and there's only enough money for one of them, you might say, well, okay, send the kid to learn. So really, you want to do everything for your kid. But in reality, the halacha, the law is, you're supposed to teach yourself. You're supposed to go out and learn yourself. And only when you have some learning, then are you able to share with your children. That's the idea of this series. There are, by the way, exceptions to this rule. You can read the text and see for yourself. But that's basically the idea of what we're trying to achieve. I want to speak to a generation of parents and teachers in the hopes that you will receive the information you need to be able to do your jobs well. Now, stepping back even a little further, to realize this is just another way of packaging Jewish history. I mean, I like teaching Jewish history. I'm so happy that many of you enjoy listening to me talk about Jewish history. So, okay, let's talk about it in this way. It's the same material. You don't have to be a parent or a teacher of young children to participate, but I hope you'll find it useful. Okay, let's go to our question. How awesomely long is Jewish history anyway? So, okay, we have to start from the beginning and figure out when does Jewish history really begin. So, the earliest date of Jewish history, and there is a certain amount of variation here because the Bible rarely gives us clear dates. There is a tradition that was codified around the first century by Rabbi Falafta on how to count the years. But basically, around the year 1750, before the Common Era, you have the important trip of Abraham the patriarch with his wife Sarah from their home in Ur, which was within the Sumerian Empire. Yeah, look at this map here. You can see that basically he's down in sort of southern Iraq, and he makes this kind of roundabout route to get to the land of Israel, and then he goes into Egypt for a while, and he's back in the land of Israel. That's considered the origins of the Jewish people. Now, it's shrouded in mystery largely because the only source we have for these events, and for the first 500 years of Jewish history, really, is the Bible itself. And from a historical point of view, although the Bible has phenomenal historical data, it is problematic in the sense that normally historians like to find stuff from outside the community to validate the data they're looking at. But that's not surprising. Almost every old civilization has its origins beyond the point where they start to actually record the data. The Bible, however you want to look at it, was not given to the Jewish people until hundreds of years after the events described in Genesis. So those 400 years are large, kind of like in that hazy realm of what do we know about it from outside sources. The first time we have a reference to the Jewish people in any form is the Menefta stele, as shown here, which dates from about the year 1209. A debate of 1209, maybe a little bit later, but not too much, because we know exactly when the Pharaoh Menefta lived, and this is an account of his many conquests, and there is one little nasty comment about Israel in this stele, and so that's the first evidence we have that begins to corroborate the narrative that's presented in the Tanakh. Obviously, there's a lot more to say about how to understand the Bible as a historical source, and hopefully we'll speak about it more in future classes. But looking at it the way the Jewish people understand their history, they would date their origins back to about the year 1750 BCE, give or take a century or so. Let me also mention one small point. Those of you who are watching who are more familiar with the years BC and AD, it is not a scholarly convention today to use those terms because they are distinctly religious, specifically Christian. The word BC obviously stands for before Christ, and although that may be the actual year we're working with, it has an internal inaccuracy built in because there's some debate about the actual year of his birth. And secondly, the term AD is offensive to non-Christians because it stands for Anno Domini, the year of our Lord. And so therefore, a non-Christian who does not consider the founder of Christianity to be his or her Lord would prefer not to use that term AD. So the scholarly convention, which is secular in nature, is to use the letters BCE, meaning before the Common Era, for dates before the year 1. I like to joke about the year 0, but there was no year 0. And the term CE, Common Era, to use the years after that time. Okay, so sorry if you're offended by that. Sorry, you can leave a nasty comment in the comment box. Most people do. So go ahead. At any rate, so here we have this early start, about the year 1750 BCE, which means that Jewish culture is roughly 3,750 years old. If you want to start from the earliest extra-biblical evidence, the Menefta stele, that's still 3,250 years long, which is a really, really long time. And I have to say, as a historian, it's really good for me because we get paid by the year, right? So Jewish history is like full of opportunity. I want to leave that as a small public service announcement for those of you who are considering Jewish history as a career. Great. Very few other histories have this long period of duration. How does that compare to other ancient civilizations? Well, we should note that if we're talking about continuous civilizations, meaning civilizations that survived antiquity and the medieval period and the modern period to come to our own period, Judaism is not the oldest civilization, but it's pretty close. Have a look at this chart here, which basically measures how long these various civilizations lasted. Now, this is basically a back of the envelope calculation, again, working with the self-reported numbers, like we talked about with Jewish civilization, but also with Chinese civilization, which has the same kind of conundrum. It appears that the Jewish civilization is pretty much the second oldest continuous civilization in existence. The Chinese is older. A lot of people make jokes about how this meant that the Jews would have something to eat when they began civilizing, right? As Jews love Chinese food. There is, of course, very old civilizations like the Mesopotamian civilizations of Assyria and Babylonia and so on. The Egyptian civilization is like super old. Harappan, Peruvian, Mesoamerican, all these are very old civilizations, but only the Chinese one is currently extant. So the Jews and the Chinese have a lot in common. They have been sort of neighbors in time for over 3,000 years. But the Chinese have, I have to say, a huge advantage here. I mean, look at this chart here, which compares the number of Chinese people alive today to the number of Jewish people alive today. It's pretty easy to say, oh yeah, we've got a continuous civilization that stretches back almost 4,000 years, when, yeah, you got like billions of people to count for it. The Jews we're talking about somewhere around 15 or 16 million people here, a tiny fraction of the Chinese. If you look at this chart, you see that, Chinese people are actually just about 20% of the world's population, 1/5 of the world's population. Jews don't even make a single percent, 0.5%. So that, it is a remarkable thing that the Jewish civilization lasted so long with such a tiny population. And that number, by the way, never exceeds 2% of the known population of the world. Jewish people seem to hang on to all kinds of very, very difficult circumstances and to perpetuate their culture generation after generation. It is really mind-boggling. Another factor besides the sheer number of people is the fact that, unlike the Jewish people, who were exiled several times in antiquity, and especially after the destruction of the temple in the year 70 by the Romans, Jews were exiled around the world, living in even smaller concentrations. Whereas if you look at this comparison map, you can see the size of the historical land of Israel is just so tiny within the geographic scope of the country of contemporary China. And as this map indicates, Israel is 437 times smaller than China. So again, it boggles the mind that Jews are still here, that they have survived so much with a tiny little territory from which they have been separated for the last 2,000 years until 1948, when it was reconstituted as a modern state, and they're still perpetuating the same civilization. It really is, what can I say? I don't know how to understand it myself, even though I spent so much of my own time studying this. Okay, so that describes the ancient civilizations that were around when the Jewish people emerged onto the historical scene. If we were to look at empires that fell since then, we would see that there are so many of them. I mean, the Jewish people have witnessed the rise and fall of so many empires, including the Assyrians, Babylonians, the Persians, although Zoroastrianism, the faith of ancient Persia is still around. The Greeks, still around, but they're very different from the ancient Greeks, the period of the Periclean age, Socrates and Plato and Aristotle. The language is modified significantly, and of course they're largely Christian now. They're not things of that era. Roman Empire, of course, is very significant in terms of Jewish history as well. And this is the same thing that's true of empires outside of the land of Israel as well, like the Harappan civilization in northwest India, or the Peruvian civilizations, the Nazca peoples, the Mesoamerican peoples, like the Aztecs and so on. They're all gone. All these empires rose and fell. Rome itself, which destroyed the temple and much of Jewish sovereignty in the first century, it falls just a few hundred years later, and then the Jews see the rise and fall of three Muslim empires: the Safavid, the Umayyad, and Ottoman. I should also add, by the way, the Mughal Empire, also Muslim, and a whole slew of European kingdoms fall during the modern period, including France and England and Germany. Russia even falls twice, not counting the Mongols. I mean, the Jews have gone through all of this. It really is something astounding. And if I were to deliver a single message about Jewish history to my children and my students, I would really emphasize how Judaism has proved its ability to last through such vagaries of the human condition, historical circumstances, different cultures, different languages, and Jews are still here celebrating pretty much the same kinds of things that they've been doing for centuries, engaging in conversation with rabbis who left their thoughts 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago. This is all still part of a contemporary conversation. I can't emphasize much how phenomenal that is, how unusual that is. So if we look at it sort of in a timeline, so just this graphic view of this, the green bar here represents Jewish history. This is a very schematic thing. Basically, I took an Excel spreadsheet and I used each box to represent 500 years more. So this is the extent of Jewish history. If you overlap that with Roman history, you can see that it's a big chunk of Jewish history, but Jewish history predated it and certainly postdated it. Compared to other major faiths, the daughter religions of Judaism, Christianity occupies roughly half of Jewish history, but there's another half of Jewish history that extends way back before Christianity started, Islam even more so. And just to give it a contemporary feel, you know, the United States has been around for over 200 years, but if you place that against the breadth of Jewish history, it's almost like a hiccup on the landscape of the history of this very unusual people. Okay, so that's just a very quick look and an answer to the question, just how awesomely long is Jewish history. I hope you enjoyed this short video, and I look forward to speaking with you in future videos. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History for Parents and Other Teachers of Children. You know, one of the things that I find most incredibly valuable about Jewish history is not only that it gives me personally a sense of my place in space, like in my community with my family and so on, but also my place in time. With just a minimum of historical awareness, I have a sense of like where my family comes from, going back a ridiculously long time. We've already spoken in the previous lecture about how awesomely old Jewish history is. And so precocious children may ask the question, how did we end up here? And that's my goal in this short video, to give you a very quick look at the overarching patterns of Jewish migration throughout the centuries and help you answer that question when your child or your student asks you, how did Jews end up there, or how did I end up here? So let's start with the ancient period, and we're going to go blindingly fast through all this, but I hope in subsequent lectures to spend a lot more time in many of these periods. The very beginnings, as we discussed last week, begin in what would be southern Iraq, as is described in the book of Genesis, when Abraham takes his family and makes this roundabout journey up the Euphrates River, and then makes a sharp left down into the land of Israel with a very short stay in Egypt. That stay in Egypt, of course, would be extended under later generations, and that's the whole Passover story. That's not for our topics today. But the end result is that the Jews settle the land of Israel. Here's a map that shows you how the Bible describes the distribution of land according to the tribes, and ultimately they come together as a monarchy. And this exists under the kings Saul and David, and then later Solomon, where it's expanded considerably. Unfortunately, this doesn't last. After Solomon, there is a split between the northern tribes, known as the Kingdom of Israel, and the southern tribes, known as the Kingdom of Judah. And ultimately, that northern kingdom is going to be taken away by the Assyrian Empire. You can see in this map here how there are several population transfers from the northern part of Israel in particular, and they're sent off. These are the so-called 10 lost tribes. A lot more to say about that later. In the 8th century before the Common Era, where they would be in a contemporary map would be something like the boundary of Lebanon and Syria, and a little bit to the north between Syria and Turkey, and then to the east you see them in eastern Iraq and western Iran. That's where these 10 tribes would have ended up. They ended up, however, later combining with another exile, this time under the Neo-Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar, who destroys the temple in Jerusalem in the year 586 before the Common Era. This beautiful image by Rembrandt, who himself was not Jewish, but lived in a very Jewish neighborhood in Amsterdam and had many Jewish subjects for his art. Here is Jeremiah lamenting the destruction of Jerusalem. Very evocative painting. And another evocative painting while we're at it, this is from Eduard Bendemann, one of my favorites, showing the Jewish family on the banks of the Euphrates River, retracing that route that Abraham took. And in the distance, you can see the Babylonian ziggurats, and they're about to cross over, very depressed after having lost their homeland. But nevertheless, even in Babylonia, which again would be today's southern Iraq, the Jewish community flourishes. They eventually, hundreds of years later, create this massive document, the Talmud, which is an incredibly important multi-generational document involving thousands of voices. Absolutely fascinating, but beyond our topic here. And also some really cool things like these Aramaic curse bowls. Again, this is just a little teaser for what we'll talk about in later lectures. By the time you get to the beginning of the Common Era, the land of Israel is now controlled by the Romans, and in the context of a disastrous revolt that begins in the year 66, the Romans ultimately come into Jerusalem and destroy the temple, as is shown here in this very evocative painting by Roberts. And there's another major exile of Jews throughout the ancient world. Here's a map that shows you basically where Jews lived after that major Roman exile of the end of the 1st century, which was not total. There are always going to be Jews living in the land of Israel, but the major migrations really begin after that destruction of the temple. So you see here we've got where this dot is still a population living in the land of Israel. Even more would be exiled after the next Roman-Jewish war, the Bar Kokhba revolt of 132. And there's a really large population over in Mesopotamia. That's that Babylonian population that goes all the way back to the first exile and replenished with a second exile, and now is really a much more hospitable place for Jews than the Roman Empire at the time. But there are also Jews who have made their way all over the region. There are Jews living in the Italian peninsula. Josephus, the great historian we talked about in the last lecture, references 97,000 Jews taken off into slavery to Italy. Not an impossible number given the overarching numbers involved in the war. But besides that forced migration to Italy, we've got Jews who actually settle all throughout the Mediterranean basin. You have Jews as far away as Spain in the 1st century. You have Jews in Asia Minor, in particular, a very large, well-established community by the 2nd century. You have Jews in Egypt, again, an ancient community of Jews there. And then there are smaller settlements across the coast of North Africa, in Greece, in Tunisia, in Morocco. Fascinating. And in the northern part of the Mediterranean, you have a very important group of Jews living in Provence, that would be the south of France. In the Crimea region, there are settlers there. We have some fascinating archaeological finds from the region of contemporary Austria and Hungary, and even in the Rhineland in Germany. There are Jews who are all over the place. Some of them because of these forced migrations, some of them because of their economic choices, looking for new opportunities and so on. Jewish geography really began to develop around this time, and you can see that they're giving names to places. Like, for example, the Rhineland region is known as Ashkenaz. France, of course, is Tzarfat. That's the modern term for France in Hebrew as well. The southern part, Provincia, that we spoke about earlier, that's the Provence. Sepharad, a very important region, that's Spain. And these are regions which are referred to by Jews when they want to talk about these new settlements, even when they borrow biblical terms like Canaan or Ashkenaz or Sfarad to describe these modern settlements. However, the region is subject to a variety of expulsions of Jews, beginning really in the 12th century and increasing over subsequent years. Now, the reasons for the expulsions are beyond our scope right now. They're primarily economic. A certain amount of anti-Semitism as well is very significant. But it basically begins to drive Jews eastward. We'll pick that up in 1 second. But the most important of these expulsions is the massive expulsion from Spain and Portugal. It sends Jews throughout the Mediterranean basin, backwards really along the trajectory that they had first traveled to these regions in the West, but also taking them out to the New World, taking them to South America, taking them to North America. And in fact, the foundations of the United States Jewish community is related to the Portuguese expulsions in particular. And that's basically how Jews are spread out through the region. Combination of migration by choice for economic reasons, and unfortunately expulsion for often Islamic reasons. Take it up to the modern world then. So basically, the big chunk of European Jews throughout the 16th and 17th century in particular begins to move towards the east. And these are Ashkenazi Jews, meaning they come from the Rhineland in northern Germany, and they move into the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, countries that would today be called Lithuania, Poland, Ukraine, Belarus, and so on. And that becomes a much larger group of Jews who are called Ashkenazi. They eventually, when we get to the 19th century, they would begin to make their way westward because they were taken over by Russia that had a lot of really discriminatory policies in place. So this map here shows you the movement of Jews between 1882 and 1917. Those dates are significant, but we're not going to talk about them here. And you can see that from that red section there, 250,000 moved to Western Europe, 1.750 million moved to the United States, 70,000 to Canada, smaller numbers to the land of Israel, 45,000, and the same number to South Africa, and tiny numbers to places like Australia. By the way, I haven't talked very much about movements within the Middle Eastern world, or North Africa, the so-called Mizrahi Jews, sometimes they're referred to. Sometimes they're called Sephardic, which is true especially for those Jews who were exiled from Spain, but later are identified with Jews such as Syrian Jews, for example, who were never in Spain, but nevertheless the communities began to merge. The population movements there were similar in type and in nature, but were much smaller in scale than, for example, the huge population shifts in Europe. With the major exception of after World War II, there is a huge exodus of Jews from Arab countries, sometimes a forced expulsion, even in the 20th century, to the land of Israel, sometimes a voluntary migration to the land of Israel, which of course is now established as a state in 1948. So you have a massive concentration of Jews in the land of Israel from these North African and Middle Eastern territories. This is something that really it's huge scope, and it altered the trajectory of Jewish communities that had been living, let's say, in Iran and Iraq for 2,500 years. Suddenly those populations were reduced to a fraction of their original size as most of the Jews made their way to the land of Israel. And even today, in this very short video, I've given you a very quick overview, but it's impossible to categorize all of the migrations of Jews to all the places in the world, and it's still happening to this very day. In fact, it's accelerating. And it's very exciting to see a lot of communities that have developed quite differently from the bulk of the Jewish population, such as the Jews of Ethiopia, making their way to the land of Israel. It's a very exciting time to be Jewish. I hope you found this video useful, and I hope you have success teaching your children and your students about Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching.
Jamie pulled up that picture from Joe's Instagram. It was about a week ago. He found those pictures of those wolves. Yeah, I forget who the photographer was.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History for Parents and Other Teachers and Children. I'd like to speak today about the question of anti-Semitism, or why do some people hate Jesus? Let me state from the outset that this entire video is intended for educational purposes only. I will be discussing a very distressing topic of hatred, and I'll be showing you some potentially very offensive images. But our purpose here is just to try to understand where this hatred comes from, and perhaps to get some sense of how are we supposed to cope with it. A larger question is, how are you supposed to communicate this to your children or to your students? It's a very difficult question to answer, which, a lot of it has to do with how old your child is, the kind of experiences they anticipate or may already have had. And I'll leave it to you to titrate this information down to a level where they can. So the goal of this brief video is just to give a little personal introduction about how I come to this topic, and then I'd like to walk you through what scholars see as the four main stages of anti-Semitic thought. That is, what do anti-Semites think when they think negatively about Jews, and show you how that changed over time. And then, unfortunately, I'd like to speak a little bit about the other ominous implications of the present moment that actually are driving me to give this talk before I really intended to. Now, since this series is really directed at parents and teachers of children, I was thinking of talking about a lot more positive aspects of Judaism, uplifting aspects of the Jewish experience and history before we got to this particular topic. But events have overtaken us, and it seems that we really have to deal with it now. Let us just remember, however, that this is not the central way in which Jews mediate their experience of the world. It is an important element of the Jewish experience. It is kind of like an abiding background noise, an ambient noise that sometimes influences the decisions that Jews make and the choices that are forced upon them. But nevertheless, it is a secondary, if nagging aspect of Judaism and Jewish civilization is very life-affirming. Just to give you one example, when we toast, we don't say, to your health or to your wealth. Those are nice things, but we say l'chaim, to life. Life itself is something very precious, and hatred is the antithesis of that impetus, and that's why it's very unfortunate to have to talk about it now. The way in which you present this to your children or to your students is very complex. You'll have to think a lot about how old they are, how well they can absorb this information without being damaged by it, and I leave it up to you to titrate this information down to a level which is acceptable for the specifics of your children or your students. But I guess this is what the African American community is the talk when we come to explain the realities of the world to them, and I hope that this short video will be helpful. So, let me start with my own personal experience of this. I grew up in a very rural northern community in Canada. We were the only Jewish family, and I lived there really quite happily, playing with my Anglophone and Francophone friends until I was 10 years old, at which point my parents decided I needed to move to a larger community so I could get something of a Jewish education, which they did. My mother went down and lived with me in Toronto for 4 years so I could get a little bit of a Jewish education, could have my bar mitzvah, and then I went back up with my mother to live full-time with my father. During this time, my father commuted every 2 weeks to be part of the time with us and part of the time managing his business in northern Canada. So what happened to me when I came back was really amazing, because when I left when I was 10 years old,
they had lots of friends, and played hockey and skied and all kinds of things like that, like a normal 10-year-old kid from Northern Ontario. But when I came back, I was really amazed that a significant number of those kids that I played with had suddenly become anti-Semites in my absence. It was like, wow. They called me awful names because I was Jewish. They called me Dirty Jew or Moshe Juif. And I had lots of fights in school. And, I just couldn't understand it. Where does this all come from? I didn't do anything different. I was gone for a few years and then I came back. But these were kids I played with in the street. And it really bothered me. This experience was deeply troubling and contributed to the difficulties of being an adolescent in the first place, but it sparked in me a really deep-seated wonder of the nature of the human condition, the nature of hatred that has not departed from my academic agenda ever since. And I had good fortune to study the history of anti-Semitism formally at the University of Toronto with Alan Davies, who's a great scholar of it, and wrote a couple books and things like that. Let me just share with you the two basic rules that the wealth of my experience can be boiled down to. First of all, anti-Semitism does not have to make sense to work for those who believe it. Right? That hatred, as it were, will find the rationale for itself. Jews are accused of being communists, at the same time they're accused of being capitalists. It doesn't matter that those two are on opposite sides of the political spectrum. They're accused of being rootless cosmopolitans, being, very urbanized and not having any specific connection to the land. And they're also accused today of being settler colonialism, which isn't. The bottom line is, it's not about the Jews. It's about those who hate the Jews. Jean-Paul Sartre, very important scholar who did a quite insightful small book on this right after World War II, wrote, Si le Juif n'existe pas, l'antisémite l'inventerait. Means, if the Jew does not exist, the anti-Semite would invent it. Meaning, the anti-Semite needs to find a way to channel that deep-seated hatred. Anti-Semitism has to be a very well-plowed furrow that he can slide right into, and it explains his entire world and explains all of the horrible feelings of inadequacy that he has and so on. It allows him someone to blame. Now, there's a lot more psychological things we could talk about this, but we're going to stay historical today. But that's the first big rule. Anti-Semitism does not have to make sense for it to work for those who believe it. And here's the second rule, which in some ways is a corollary to the first rule. Anti-Semitism adapts. Anti-Semitism finds its way to adapt to widely divergent circumstances. Historical circumstances, to be sure, but also the religious atmosphere, the political atmosphere, the social atmosphere, the economic atmosphere. Anti-Semitism finds a way, like a virus, to kind of trim here and expand there until it becomes relevant to the anti-Semite, no matter where he or she may live, in place or in time. It's one of the most frightening aspects of this hatred, in that it finds a way to express itself in so many different climates. So with that said, I'm going to go over the four basic periods of anti-Jewish hatred very briefly. I have a lot of videos on my channel that goes into greater detail on each of these periods. But right now, let's just skim over them because I want to focus on the most recent period, which may be, in fact, a new period. So, the earliest traces of anti-Semitism that we have in the historical record are primarily from the Greco-Roman world. We have, of course, biblical accounts of Egyptian servitude and things like that, but let us focus ourselves primarily on those sources that come from without. We don't have, until the Hellenistic period, for example, Egyptian sources on how they feel about the Jews. A couple of minor exceptions, but we have a lot of writings from the Greek and the Roman authors. And when they say negative things about the Jews, which is, perhaps pervasive would be too strong a word, but there are definitely some very negative things said about Jews in the ancient world, it's primarily because Romans and Greeks are trying to come to terms with a society that is very unlike their own. it's really a kind of xenophobia, meaning a fear of strangers. For example, Jews are accused of clannish behavior because in order to become a Jew, you had to be circumcised if you were male, and that they would only eat kosher food, so that precluded their participation in other rites. They were accused of being atheistic, ironically, because they refused to participate in basic acts of civil religion at the time, bowing down to idols, offering sacrifices to statues, things like that, which were anathema to the Jewish faith. They were accused of being lazy because they took off one day a week to rest, right? The Sabbath. So these are, kind of distortions of the ways in which Romans and Greeks understood the Jews, but they were actually observations of actual Jewish behavior. So it was more of a normal interest, kind of like two cultures bumping up against each other, not necessarily getting along, and expressing it in writing, where you might see it, for example, in a graphic format. Here you see a picture of the great Arch of Titus, which was a commemorative arch constructed in Rome after the defeat of Judea in the Great Revolt of 66 to 74, when ultimately the Romans were able to reassert their authority over the rebellious Judean provinces. And in this commemorative arch, which is really like a war monument, they have this one little section which you can sort of see if you look towards the bottom right of the arch going through. Here's a larger image of it. It shows Jewish captives carrying away spoils from the temple. The menorah, most famously, the trumpets, the ritual table, things like that. Now, although some have interpreted this as anti-Jewish anti-Romans and some kind of anti-Semitism, it's definitely not, a complimentary portrayal of Jews, but it is something that we can understand as a war monument. That when one country beats another one, they will put up various, public edifices that proclaim their victory, and that's, we don't like it maybe, but it's basically normal. It's not a pathological kind of a thing. So that's basically the character of the anti-Jewish hatred or antipathy that you see primarily in the ancient world. It's kind of cultures bumping up against each other, not necessarily liking each other, sometimes fighting each other, but not the kind of cruel sadism that we will see to the same degree in the modern era. When we move to late antiquity through, let's say, the high Middle Ages, ending around the year 1300, let's say, we really see a very different characteristic of anti-Jewish antipathy that is specifically related to the birth of Christianity. Unlike the regular Romans and Greeks, who were pagans and who were of a different ethnos, they were different people than the Jews, Christians had a funny relation vis-a-vis Jews. First of all, the earliest Christians were themselves all Jews, but then Christianity grew much larger, adopted many non-Jewish peoples within its orbit, while still retaining the consciousness of Christianity as a daughter religion to Judaism. There's a lot more to say about how that played out theologically, but basically for a good 1,000 years, and one might say much longer than that as well, Christianity strove to articulate a position that preserved that connection on the one hand. I mean, after all, if you pick up the Christian Bible, the first massive chunk of it, about 5/6 of it, is the same as the Jewish Bible, and the section at the end called the New Testament is the Christian Bible. So they want to preserve that connection, but at the same time, they also want to distinguish themselves from it. They also want to say that we are something new, something improved, something better. God's chosen has now devolved on the Christian people rather than on the Jews. Things like that. It's a kind of a mother-daughter conflict. And we see it primarily in the writings of church fathers and decrees of popes over these. Where you can see graphically, I'm going to show you some images which are a little bit later in the period, but project this attitude backwards. You see, for example, at the cathedral at Notre Dame, one of the most common depictions of this in Christian art is the dual forms of ecclesia and synagoga, which means church and synagogue. And they're contrasted very often in manuscripts, but even more importantly on monumental architecture, outside cathedrals, things like that, which is especially useful when you want to explain complex theological ideas to an illiterate audience. And you'll have typically on the left, you have a representation of the church. You can see here the churches, standing upright with a crown, indicating royalty, holding a staff, indicating power. Whereas synagogue on the right, which is the less favored religion, God has abandoned synagogue for ecclesia. She's got no crown. Her staff is broken. She's holding on to the Ten Commandments, inappropriately. They're falling from her hands. Her very posture is bowed in decline, and she's wearing a blindfold. She's blind to the truth of Christianity. That's the kind of opposition of Christianity and Judaism that's set up by these. You see it over and over again in manuscripts. This particular one, 13th century, is especially interesting because the synagogue, you can see on the right there, is shown with a kind of blindfold, but it is a transparent blindfold. They claim to be blind, but they actually can see, which makes the whole situation even worse. We'd spend a lot more time talking about these. There are hundreds and hundreds of examples of ecclesia and synagogue, artistically very different, but mainly containing these essential themes. So, as you see, this is quite different from the Roman and Greek pagan antiquity of Jews, which is more like cultures bumping up against each other. This is a special relationship of two cultures that were intimate and then split, and that involves a very different kind of dynamic to their relationship. However, it's still basically an argument between a priest and a rabbi. It's still theological. It's mainly in the realm of ideas and is rarely expressed in actual popular violence. That happens much more as you begin to move into the later Middle Ages. And we see it especially with this extremely noxious charge that is first born in the 12th century, the idea of blood libel. The idea that Jews, because they hate Christianity, which is part of that separation that we earlier, Judaism is turning away from Christianity. Because the argument goes they hate Christianity, they must want to reenact the passion of Jesus, the crucifixion of Jesus, which is also another element of this story, the charge of deicide, that Jews are accused of killing Jesus, killing God. So the argument of blood libel says, well, they must want to reenact this. How do they reenact it? Typically around the holiday of Easter, which falls right around Passover time. And so beginning in the 12th century, you begin to see charges that Jews kidnapped a Christian child, tortured and mutilated him, and then ultimately crucified him in a kind of mock crucifixion of Jesus. This idea, which is just shows up in the 12th century, just spreads like wildfire throughout Europe. It has like a unique hold on the mind of the medieval Christian, and it actually has reverberations right up until the 21st century. This is a horrific depiction, for example, of the martyrdom of Simon of Trent, which is a late 15th century example of it. You can see the Jews here are all so labeled by the artist with the ruel, the round badge that they were forced to wear from the 13th century onward. And of course, young Simon is in the center of this, and he's being bled to death and circumcised and so on. I'm sorry I even have to say this, but there was no truth to any of this. There were some of the occasions where, in fact, there was no missing child reported. There was no body found, and yet there was a whole blood libel incident that blew up out of it, for example, in the 12th century. But this is when anti-Semitism really goes off the rails. It has some religious elements to it, like we saw in the earlier period, but it is deeply, deeply pathological. It's almost pornographic in its intent and its expression. It has a slightly different version of that of host desecration. The charge of host desecration is about 100 years younger than the charge of blood libel, in which if Jews want to torture Jesus, that's the whole reason behind this, and certainly they want to torture the wafers which are used in the Catholic communion ritual, And so there are all these charges that Jews go into churches, steal the communion wafer, they bring it back home, they torture it like in this medieval image, and it miraculously bleeds. And then, of course, it results in an uprising, sometimes a pogrom, and Jews are hung or burned alive, and things like that. These are the kinds of anti-Semitic things which are characteristic of much of the later Middle Ages and actually quite frightening. The last element, which begins to bleed into the modern period, is specifically associated with the Black Death. This is a horrific plague that swept across Europe in the late 1340s, and Jews were accused of somehow creating this plague, specifically by being in league with lepers, and together by taking their organs and limbs and poisoning the aquifers of Europe, they spread this horrific disease. That's the charge that was very popular in the 14th century. Here you can see a 16th century English rendition of it. At this time, there were no Jews allowed in England at all, but it didn't stop the artist. You can see a Jew with kind of like sort of quasi-oriental outfit, and he is putting a pouch with the skin of lepers in it into a well, and then at the same time, a demon sort of spins out of it and urinates back into the water, poisoning it. And in case you don't get the overall image, there is a victim of a blood libel on a cross in the background. All of these events, unlike the prior two periods, frequently resulted in popular violence, like the burning of the Jews in Strasbourg, shown here in connection with the Black Death. So by the time we get to the Middle Ages, anti-Semitism has really rooted itself in the popular mind, and unfortunately has expression in violence. And when we get to modernity, here you see a really dramatic break with prior traditions. Notice that the pagan tradition of xenophobia was not religious at all, not in a monotheistic sense. Then you get some kind of religious ideology coming out of the attempt of Christianity to distinguish, and then certain elements of that religious tradition are passed into the medieval period. But by the time you get to the modern period, and you have a general decline in religiosity throughout Europe as a whole, then anti-Semites sort of abandon the whole religious argument and really focus on two basic ideas, which are essentially secular. The first is this notion that Jews are a race, that all Jews are bound together by some kind of racial characteristics. Later, that will become more of like a genetic characteristic. And what is it that they do together as a race? They are engaged in a conspiracy to dominate the world. The classic text that explicates this is a document known as the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. It's a turn of the 20th century forgery composed by a Russian monk named Sergei Milos, in which he claims to have discovered the minutes of the world Jewish government, who are doing all kinds of things like building these secret subway tunnels that connect to various capitals of the world, and are engaged in a plan to dominate Christendom. Here's a 1930 cover of an edition of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, published in Mexico, and the text reads, "The invisible world government, a Jewish program to subjugate the world." You can see certain racial characteristics in the stereotypic iconography of the Jew, with a large nose and the fleshy lips, and he's overweight. He's got like this capitalist sort of look with the watch fob and so on, and he's got these claw-like hands squeezing the world of his blood as he gleefully smiles at his cheek. That's really characteristic of the turn of the 19th century and onward. This, by the way, is when the term anti-Semitism is invented. An anti-Semite named Wilhelm Marr realized that he needed a more polite alternative to the much more vulgar term Judenhass or Judenfeinde, which meant basically Jew hate. And so he said, no, I don't hate Jews. I am an anti-Semite. And by Semite, he meant those who participate in Semitism, which was a made-up idea. Semitism is this idea of a world Jewish conspiracy. Never mind, I know that Arabs are also Semites, but Wilhelm Marr was not at all thinking of that. But that's where we get the term anti-Semitism. It was invented by an anti-Semite to try and cast a positive light on his hatred. it has later been transvalued and now it becomes a negative term again when people speak about it with the appropriate sort of control. So those are the four basic periods of anti-Semitism. You can see how the two rules that I've given you hopefully are useful. The first is, doesn't have to make sense. You can poke holes in all of these theories fairly easily. And secondly, that it clearly adapts to different times. Now let's go to our present moment and why I feel especially constrained to talk about anti-Semitism now, so early in the series. The reason is because I think we may be on the cusp of a new devolution of anti-Semitism. I really thought about it a lot when I had the unfortunate experience just a couple days ago of watching security camera footage of a stranger walking up to one of my students in the street, hurling nasty anti-Semitic invective at her, and then punching her in the face and walking out. And it was just such a horrific, bizarre, unprovoked attack on a person who looked Jewish, I guess. She was just walking down the street daytime. It made me think that, we may be at the beginning of a new period. And what I think is happening now is we may be entering into a form of postmodern anti-Semitism. This is a new period where anti-Semitism appears to be adapting to the zeitgeist, the spirit of the era. Let me explain that in more detail. So first of all, what is postmodernism? This is a body of ideas that has an unusually caustic impact on critical thinking today. It basically argues that, there's no way to actually figure out what is capital T true. Logic, argumentation, reason, none of those things are free from the coloration of individual bias that is kind of baked into our consciousness. That's why people talk about, well, that's your truth, and this is his truth, and that's her truth, as if there are different kinds of truths. We could spend more time talking about what postmodernism is, but it is clear that this idea has really made a huge impact on academia, particularly in the humanities, and it has an especially nasty impact on young students, on Generation Z. How that adapts to Middle Eastern conflicts that we are seeing today is perhaps the most horrific expression of postmodernism, as it has provided a host environment for anti-Semitism. The accusation that is at the basis of this is something I mentioned earlier, that Jews are somehow settler colonialists. What exactly does that mean? So it's such a silly idea. It doesn't really deserve deep. I guess we have to do it anyways. The conflict right now is over the territory of the land of Israel. Jews are, without doubt, the descendants of people who lived on that piece of land as far back by non-Jewish sources as the 13th century before the Common Era, and by Jewish sources like the Bible way back into the Bronze Age. If anyone has a pedigree of being the original inhabitants, refugees from those well-documented exiles under the Babylonians and under the Romans, it is the Jews. It's hard to imagine anyone being called a secular colonialist in the sense of being like some kind of foreign import to the land if you're talking about the Jews. Let me just step back for 1 second and remind you that our goal in this video is really to track the nature of anti-Jewish hatred. I am not, by focusing on this topic, meaning to say that the Palestinian people do not have legitimate claims to make about their residency in this region and about the way in which they have been treated over the last 150 years. They can point definitely, without question, to many injustices over the last century and a half, and this complex series of problems, which has found expression in many wars and also in many peace negotiations, is not something that can be easily solved with a monolithic, absolutist kind of approach. In fact, I would be extremely wary of anyone who proposes to solve the great problem with a simple general measure, and especially if it involves violence, I think those are the kind of people we need to listen to less and focus more on the actual history and facts and come to terms with our common humanity as we try to work towards peace. Let's get back to our main topic. One of the reasons why I think that this postmodern approach to anti-Semitism appears to be gaining ground is because there's a certain amount of research that indicates this. So there is research to support the idea that postmodernism is really gaining ground among Gen Zers, the youngest, adult population of Americans, and is having an impact on anti-Semitism, has been shown in a number of articles. For example, this article by Brad Palumbo that appeared in a very recent issue of Newsweek that's based on this very detailed poll taken by the Harvard Harris Group. This is a chart that shows how Americans react to the question, is Hamas a terrorist group? And as you can see, all Americans overwhelmingly say yes, Hamas is a terrorist group. That's especially so for older Americans, 65 and older, but it begins to drop significantly. And by the time you get to Gen Z, Americans who are 18 to 24 years of age, only about 64% will say that Hamas is a terrorist group. And in fact, if you go even further and you ask them, do you support Israel over Hamas? Once again, you see that over 65 years of age, Americans are 95% likely to say yes, and that number is pretty steady. But by the time you get to the youngest Americans, only 52%, half, are willing to support Israel over Hamas. I know that doesn't make sense because we just said that Hamas is a terrorist organization for 64% of them. That means that 12% of them are willing to support Hamas over Israel, even though terrorist group, another question. But still, you see that the clarity is clearly lacking among the generation of Americans who are currently in college. This is a frightening. The war is horrific for anyone who experiences it. And one cannot but have sympathy for children wrapped up in this, whether they are Israeli children or Palestinian children. It's absolutely horrific. Can we find a litmus test that separates legitimate political disagreement with a military decision by either the Palestinians or by the Israelis from anti-Semitism? So I'm going to offer two basic tests. First of all, how do you feel about attacks on civilians? Disputes over territory, that's an extremely old thing. And it's either worked out by negotiations or by protests or, in fact, by war. But it is not worked out by the intentional targeted murder of civilians. That is called terrorism. You don't solve a political debate. You don't solve a territorial dispute by kidnapping someone. It's certainly beyond the pale to mutilate corpses. And when I see videos of Gen Zers talking about the legitimate aggressive resistance of Hamas, I mean, that's just an Orwellian twist to the English language that is so deeply offensive. That's not called aggressive resistance. That is called sadism. That's called terrorism. Don't be confused by the false equivalency of saying, well, the Israelis are bombing Gaza and children are sadly killed. If a child is kidnapped and someone puts up a poster to raise awareness that this child has been kidnapped, you feel it is a legitimate political act to tear that down? I think you have to wonder about where is this coming from. That's a little test. Second, attacks on Jews. If your political leanings suggest to you that it is okay to attack Jews who are not specifically connected to the military efforts in Israel, that is absolutely anti-Semitic. My student walking down the street, she should be punched in the face because of something happening on the other side of the world. A mob in Dagestan that recently stormed the airport looking for Jews who were on a flight from Tel Aviv. The incredible offensive anti-Semitism that we're seeing in the universities right now, there's no justification. That's straight up anti-Semitism. That is straight up hatred, and it is not a legitimate expression of one's political feelings over the dispute in Gaza. By way of conclusion, I've stepped uncomfortably close to political commentary, which is something that I try to avoid because I'm a historian. I prefer to look backwards rather than look in front of me what's going on. I do want to say, however, that I do not have the temerity to suggest that I know how to solve the current crisis. The horrible fate of the hostages being held by Hamas, the suffering of their families, or the suffering of the people of Gaza as they're struggling to come out from underneath the grip of Hamas. But thinking about the global implications and reverberations of this conflict in terms of the history of anti-Semitism, I cannot help but see that we may be on the cusp of a horrible new period in the history of the Star Dynasty. Let me just finally say that, the Talmud says that blessing requires a vessel. If you want to receive blessing, you have to have something to hold it. And there is no vessel that is more properly suited to receive blessing than that of shalom. Don't have peace, it's very hard to receive any blessing. Let us hope that the region is soon blanketed in peace so that we may prosper all peoples and live together. Harmony, prosperity. Thank you very much for your attention. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I had a totally different set of lectures planned for this particular series, but since October 7th, so many things have changed, and so much of the world's attention has been on the violence occurring in Gaza today that I really feel like I have to focus on these particular historical topics to provide hopefully some light for intelligent people of goodwill to discuss the historical facts and hopefully come to some sort of peaceful conclusion to these horrible events. To that end, I'd like to begin with the discussion of the Jews of Palestine before the Muslim invasion of 638. And I want to mention here that I know that word Palestine in this context will trigger a lot of people, and I'm doing it on purpose because the period of history that I'd like to study today is actually the period of time when the region was in fact called Palestine. And let me explain what that means. But before I do so, let's just go back for a second to a very important book written by Rashid Khalidi, who's a scholar at Columbia, and he wrote this book, The 100 Years' War on Palestine, A History of Settler Colonialism and Resistance, 1917-2017. Now, I disagree very much with Dr. Khalidi's conclusions and his analysis in many places, but this is one of the most sober accounts of the Palestinian view of this history, and it's very much worth reading if people want to get a full understanding of how to approach the difficulty. And I want to focus in on something that he says right here in the title, A History of Settler Colonialism, where in reality, when you look at the history of the foundation of modern Israel, it's actually the most successful anti-settler colonial movement in human history. We're speaking about a movement that brings back people to their ancestral homeland 2,000 years after largely being driven out of it. I mean, it's an amazing thing to really think about. So what I'd like to do today is to look specifically at the period before Islam comes to the region in the 7th century. Now, Dr. Khalidi begins his book, which is very well written and fascinating, with a citation of a correspondence that one of his ancestors had with Theodor Herzl, the founder of Zionism, modern political Zionism. The ancestor is Yusuf al-Din Pasha al-Khalidi, and he's a very important individual, very distinguished, very much involved in Palestinian politics of the era, which of course was part of the Ottoman Empire at the time. And he wrote this remarkable letter to Tzadok Khan, who was the chief rabbi of France. And this was in 1899. Rabbi Khan later showed it to Theodor Herzl, who forwarded a response. And here's the key phrase for our purposes. He writes, the idea of Zionism, right? This is al-Khalidi writing. The idea of Zionism is totally natural, beautiful, and just. Who can contest the rights of the Jews to Palestine? My God, historically, it's certainly your country, right? This is the money statement here. Mon Dieu, historiquement, c'est bien votre pays. So that's an amazing statement. And he goes on to say, and what a wonderful sight it would be if the Jews are able to reconstitute themselves as a nation, independent, respected, and happy, able to render impoverished humanity services in the region as in the past. Now, Mr. al-Khalidi was not going to defend Zionism. In fact, the point of the letter is primarily to protest against the large-scale immigration of Jews to the region. But nevertheless, he offers a very salient historical point. For his part, Herzl writes back also a very polite reply. I wish politicians, it's hard to imagine politicians in the region of the Middle East would communicate with each other with such deference, but he writes back to him, he addresses him as Excellency, and he writes, you see another difficulty, Excellency, regarding the existence of a non-Jewish population in Palestine. But who would think to remove them, right? This is Herzl, the Zionist writer. It is their own well-being, their own individual wealth that we will improve by bringing our own. Do you think that an Arab who owns land or a house in Palestine with a value of 3,000 or 4,000 francs would be very angry to see the price of this land increased in short time and to see it increased 5 or 10 times in value perhaps in a few months? That will certainly happen with the arrival of the Jews. Now, what I think is especially fascinating about this little exchange is that they're speaking beyond each other. Al-Khalidi's objections are not financial in nature. It's not about material gain. And Theodor Herzl thinks that material improvement, prosperity, will solve all the problems. In my humble opinion, I think, for the next 10 decades, this would be one of the major problems that Israelis and Zionists would have with Palestinians, is that they're not speaking directly to each other's concerns. But nevertheless, this is the exchange that I wanted to share, and in particular, the recognition of al-Khalidi that, in fact, this is traditionally Jewish land. So where does the term Palestine come from, after all? Let's just do some very quick history. Obviously, the land of Israel was the national homeland of the Jews, as described in the Bible. There are biblical references, of course, that go way back to like the 18th century before the Common Era, the Bronze Age, but extra biblical references date from the 13th century, the Meneptah Stele and others that speak about some entity called Israel living in the region. The presence of the Jews in this region is very, very well documented for the next millennium. By the time you get to the first century of the Common Era, that's when, of course, you have these major Roman Jewish wars. The first one, which lasts from about 66 to about the year 74, results in the destruction of the temple in Jerusalem and much of the dispersal of many of the Jews, the rebels at this point, to Italy as slaves and elsewhere throughout the region. However, contrary to popular misconceptions, this was not the complete exile of all the Jews in the land, not at all. There definitely was a diaspora that pre-existed this destruction in the year 70, but there were lots of Jews who were simply displaced within the land of Israel. I'm going to speak about that. In the next 60 years, Jews rebelled 2 more times. First in the so-called Kitos Rebellion, and then much more significantly in the year 132 under a leader named Bar Kokhba, who actually had, over about 3 years, significant success. They even minted coins like this, which portray the temple on the left with a stalk representing Bar Kokhba, and text on the right that talks about freedom for Jerusalem and so on. But that rebellion was crushed mercilessly by Emperor Hadrian, who really had to put a tremendous amount of effort to bring in soldiers from far away as England to put down the Jewish rebellion. And at that point, Hadrian had had enough. And he is the one who renamed the region Judea, which was a province of Rome at the time. He renamed it a version of Palestine. This is a map that shows what the Roman Empire looked like in roughly the year 210. And you can see that the region of what would be today the state of Israel is called Syria Palestina. It was part of the Syria province as a whole. It was not a distinct and separate unit. And he divided up Palestina itself into three pieces. Prima, which was like the central area, which would be essentially Judea, a little bit of Samaria. And then to the south, Palestina Tertia, the third Palestine, which is basically the Negev. And to the north, Palestina Secunda, which is where most of the Jews were actually living at this time. Lots of Jews in the lower Galilee region. Now, why did he choose the term Palestine? Well, this term had been used about 400 years earlier by the great Greek historian Herodotus, who refers to the Phoenicians who lived on the coastline. The region where the Phoenicians lived was called Palestine. Herodotus get that name. Most likely the name that was used to describe the Philistines. The Philistines, and this term is entered into the English language as well, they occupied what was called a pentapolis, 5 specific cities listed here. Ironically, Gaza was one of them. Also, Ashkelon, Ashdod, Ekron, and Gath. Those are the 5 cities which were especially associated with the Philistine. And you can see from this map that they controlled area around it. And they frequently had wars with the ancient Israelites. David in particular fought with them. David also sought refuge with them for a while. It's a fascinating story. So it's quite likely that Hadrian's thinking was, let us wipe out the memory of Judea in this area, and let's rename it after the Philistines. Let's call it Palestina, borrowing from the Greek. And that's how we get that name. So this region, part of the larger Syrian province of Syria, is called Palestine from about the year 136 till about the year 638. It was not an independent country. It always had a capital elsewhere, but the region was known officially in the Roman law books as Palestina. So that's where the term comes from. But I want to remind you that there are still Jews living in this region. They're living primarily to the north, in the lower Galilee region. There, they have successfully transplanted the core of what would be their future religious leadership in particular, with the body known as the Sanhedrin, which was their great court of 71 judges. They had a leader called the Nasi, or the Patriarch. One of the most famous of them is Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi, who lived at the turn of the 3rd century. And these rabbis, centered in the city of Tiberias, which was founded in the year 19, were especially concerned with trying to figure out how they can cement the future of the Jewish people after having gone through these 3 disastrous revolts, the loss of statehood, and so on. They came up with several really crucial elements. One of them is the document known as the Mishnah, which is essentially a large corpus of Jewish law, stated in a very unusual way that sort of invites debate. And then following that up with a document called the Talmud. There are actually 2 Talmuds. They are both commentaries on the Mishnah. The earlier one was written in the land of Israel in the 4th century, and it's called the Jerusalem Talmud. That's a bit of a misnomer. It's also known, ironically, as the Palestinian Talmud, but it is really written primarily in Tiberias and also a little bit on the coast. Jerusalem was actually off limits to Jews for quite a bit of the early period after the Emperor Hadrian. So really, that's what's going on for the next few centuries. The Patriarch is very busy. He has a lot of rabbis surrounding him. They're trying to figure out how can we make Judaism survive this post-temple, post-disastrous revolt age. And ultimately, they succeeded. Jews did survive, albeit increasingly in the diaspora. Here's a look at the Jewish diaspora around this time. Boundaries of the Roman Empire are that kind of purplish line, and you can see that the concentration of Jews is still quite significant in the land of Israel. But you've got lots of Jews along the coast of North Africa, in what would be Egypt, Libya, also in Morocco, in Algeria, and you have Jews beginning to make way into the Iberian Peninsula, certainly the Italian Peninsula, which is a major center, the Balkans, the Greek Peloponnesus, and of course Asia Minor, which was a major concentration of Jews. Moving to the east, you have the fantastically large and important communities in Mesopotamia, which would later write the Babylonian times. But nevertheless, Jerusalem remains the sort of spiritual center of the Jews in this far-flung diaspora existence. These kind of stars, by the way, I'm not sure I would have designed the map exactly like this, but they represent major Christian communities, and I think the starburst is kind of like alluding to the evangelizing effect, but at any rate, you get a sense of where Jews are living during this period of time. Things change dramatically in the early 4th century as the Roman Empire becomes Christian. That changes things dramatically for the Jews all over the Roman Empire, and particularly in the Byzantine Empire. We'll speak about that perhaps in another lecture. Another thing that tells us about the nature of Jewish civilization in Israel before the Muslim invasion is that they're building synagogues. We have some fantastic examples of synagogues from late antiquity. One of the things that's for sure true about these synagogues is, like today, they have plaques. If you've ever been in a synagogue today, you'll know that plaques are a big phenomenon. You always have to thank the donors. This is one of the oldest of the plaques that has survived, the so-called Theodotus inscription, which is actually from Jerusalem. We've got these amazing, decorated floors like this mosaic at Hamat Tiberia. Tiberia is Tiberias, right? This is by the hot springs just outside that town. They have these gorgeous mosaics, descriptions of the idealized temple, and this was built, about 300 years after the destruction of the temple. So they're still looking back to the golden age of that temple. They frequently have a lot of zodiacs, like here, for example, is the Hamat Tiberia zodiac, and another one at the Beit Alpha. And one of my favorites here is this remarkable depiction in a Beit Alpha synagogue of the binding of Isaac. You can see that there's Sarah there on the left, and there's the ram, and there's Abraham with the knife, and Isaac, who's portrayed here as a little boy, and the names are represented in Hebrew letters. I mean, it's kind of a primitive-looking piece of art, but it's quite fascinating. Jewish civilization is still thriving, albeit in a far reduced state by the time you get to the 7th century with the spread of Islam. Islam spreads dramatically from the Arabian Peninsula through the entire Eastern Mediterranean, coming to Jerusalem in the year 638, and then spreading across North Africa into the Iberian Peninsula, way out to the east as well, as far as Pakistan, and that really begins a totally new chapter in the history of the Jews in the land of Israel. But the point that I really want to make is that Jews are always living in the land of Israel in a small number as a minority, but continuously since their biblical placement in the land. I want to add one last appendix here. I learn a lot from a lot of the comments I receive on my YouTube videos, and I really appreciate those of you who say nice things, and I'm especially grateful for those of you who offer useful correctives. I'm not so enthusiastic about the people who say nasty things about me or my religion or my people and so on, but it's worth it for the positive comments. And one of the things that I've noticed in some of the comments is that people want to go back to the genetic history of the people in the land of Israel. Like, who exactly is entitled to live there on a genetic basis? So the short answer to this is it's really the wrong question, because nowhere else in the world do we determine citizenship on the basis of a DNA test. But since you're asking, we can point to the fact that, amazingly, after 2,000 years, even the Jews of Europe are connected back to the land of Israel. Analysis of the DNA of Ashkenazim from Eastern Europe, where a good portion of the early 20th century Zionists came from, clearly indicates that they have a strong component of Middle Eastern DNA, clearly heavily intermixed with Italian DNA in particular. You can make a lot of jokes about their choice in cuisine at this point, but nevertheless, they are genetically linked to the people who originally lived in the land of Israel. And that's only talking about the Zionists who came from Europe, which are actually a minority of the Jews who live in the land of Israel today. Besides the 20% of Israelis who are of Arab background, either Muslims or Christians, there are more than half of the Israelis in the land today come from Arab countries. They come from the North African and Middle Eastern countries, many of whom were the descendants of those who were expelled after Israel was established in 1948. So the whole question of who has the right to live there genetically, it's the wrong question, but if you like, we have the right answer anyways. Okay, I hope this helps clarify some basic historical details about the presence of Jews in the land of Israel, which was called Palestine, between the Bar Kokhba revolt and the Muslim invasion. Thank you very much for this.
We're doing crowds against children or escorts or whatever. I get that.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm so excited to be speaking with you again, this time about a topic that's very dear to my heart. Specifically, we're going to look at the history of the Jews of Ashkenaz. I'm delighted once again to be invited to speak to the amazing students of the Ashkenazium, an institute that is in Budapest, Hungary, a little later this summer. And so these videos are kind of like my advanced preparation and research for the course I'm going to teach there. Last year, if you recall, if you visited my site before, I gave a big survey overview of the entirety of Ashkenazic history from its origins, let's say in the 9th century, right up until the 21st century. For this year, however, we're going to focus in a little more deeply, and we're going to look at the birth of Ashkenaz. We're going to look at its rise from its very, very humble beginnings in the 8th and 9th century and take it right through its heyday until its decline in the 13th and 14th century, when the Jews of the traditional core region of Ashkenaz would make their way primarily to the east, to the regions of Poland and Lithuania and Ukraine. And then, of course, there's another chapter in the 19th century when they make their way in large numbers to Western Europe and to the Americas. We're going to be looking at a population that was always very small, as you can see from this chart here. At their peak in 1300, there were about 450,000 Jews living in the region of Ashkenaz. These are based on population guesstimates, very, very rough to get good numbers for this period of time, but they're based on excellent historians, the great Salo Whitmire Baron and the great Kenneth Stowe, who wrote a book called Alienated Minority, from which I took these statistics. And that means that the Jewish population of Ashkenaz was about 1%. If you look a couple of hundred years later, just before the Great Expulsion from Spain in 1492, the Jewish population maybe grew around 0.1%. So we're always talking about a very tiny fraction of the population, but nevertheless a very, very significant one for so many years. But for our purposes today, we're going to look specifically at the very beginning to try to understand what is Ashkenaz. Where is Ashkenaz? What is it all about? So first of all, let's try to understand, where does the name Ashkenaz even come from? So if we look at period sources from around the year 1000, we see that the term Ashkenaz is bandied about. For example, the Chuvot of the Gaonim, this section of responsa written by the Babylonian rabbis associated with the latest period of the Talmud of the era, basically answering questions that come to them from really around the known world. Rav Hai Gaon, one of the greatest of the Gaonim, his leaders of the yeshivas, this one in particular is from Medita, not too far from Baghdad. He has a phrase in one of his teshuvot, his responses, that reads, "From all the lands, from Yemen and the east, and from the north, and from the land of Ethiopia, or Kush, and Ashkenaz." Doesn't define exactly what Ashkenaz is, and then France and Spain. Now, the position of the word Ashkenaz gives you the sense
that it's somewhere between Ethiopia, which is like in Eastern Africa, and France, which is in Western Europe. So that's not especially helpful at giving us a sense of where Ashkenaz might actually lie. Rashi, the great commentator, is somewhat more helpful. For example, if you look here on his commentary on Deuteronomy chapter 3, it's verse 11 here in this citation, but in, for example, the King James Version, if you care to look it up yourself, it'll be verse 9. The verses are sometimes numbered differently. There's a passage there which refers to Mount Hermon, which is in the north of the land of Israel. It's the only place where you can get any skiing in Israel, but it is amazing that a tiny country in the Middle East does make it possible for people to ski. So anyways, this Mount Hermon, which the Amorites call Senir or Shenir. So what does that term Shenir mean? Rashi helpfully says, Hu Shelek. That word Senir means actually snow in the language of the Ashkenaz, Russian Ashkenaz. And in fact, in German, the word Schnee, which sounds a little bit like Senir or Shenir, is in fact the word for snow. He also mentions Uroshon Canaan, and in the language of the Canaanite, and this is obviously not referring to the Canaanites of the Bible, but the land in Europe that medieval Jews used to call Canaan, which is basically Bohemia, Moravia, the Prague region, or the Slavic language, they call the word for snow Sni. So in other words, Rashi is specifically locating Ashkenaz in a region which seems to be German-speaking. Okay, that is much more helpful and gives you a sense of where Ashkenaz lies. Now, the term Ashkenaz, however, just before we get to the geography specifically, the term Ashkenaz really goes all the way back to the earliest parts of the Bible. You see, for example, in Genesis 10, Noah has a grandson named Gomer, who then has three sons. One is named Ashkenaz, the other two are Rifash and Togarma. But Ashkenaz here is specifically mentioned as a descendant of Gomer. Now, once again, we don't know exactly where this Ashkenaz specifically lived, but the idea is that the way these medieval Jewish thinkers applied this place name to Ashkenaz is they thought, well, okay, there's a people who are descendants of Ashkenaz. They have to live somewhere. And so they chose that region in central Germany to essentially refer to the Ashkenaz. That's how we get this name Ashkenaz. So now we see that the Bible specifically identifies an individual named Ashkenaz. We assume he has further descendants. They have to live somewhere. But where exactly would this land of Ashkenaz be? So one more hint also from the Bible, this time from the book of Jeremiah. There's a discussion in verse 27 of chapter 51 that says, assemble kingdoms against her, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz. So we don't know exactly where Mini is, but Ararat, of course, is the famous mountain upon which Noah's ark landed. And that's usually identified as being somewhere in Asia Minor or contemporary Turkey. So that would mean that Ashkenaz, if it's somehow located near Ararat because of its proximity in that particular verse, it would be located somewhere as shown in this particular map here. Now, many other biblical scholars have opined different places in the Caucasus region, further north, and so on, but we really don't know exactly where the biblical land of Ashkenaz actually exists. However, what we can say is what Jews later defined as the land of Ashkenaz, not necessarily connecting it to those specific peoples. Ashkenaz refers specifically to the central German region of the Rhineland in particular. This is the region where we will see, beginning really in the 9th century, although there's some much earlier evidence of Jews living in that region, we're going to see the rise of a unique Jewish civilization that would derive very heavily from Italian origins, and before that from Middle Eastern origins. And then they would grow to a significant size of some 500,000. Then later in the 14th century, the population would largely move to the east as a result of both pressures driving them out of Germany and France as well. A number of expulsions, rising anti-Semitism associated with the blood libel, post-desperation, and then riots after the Black Death of 47, 49. And they will essentially move to the east where there is a vacuum, an economic vacuum drawing them in, because their skills with finance and commerce in particular are very much valued by the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and they will find significant homes there where they will flourish. Later, when you get to the modern period, they will eventually make their way not only to the land of Israel, of course, in the late 19th and 20th century, but also to Western Europe and to the Americas. That is really what Ashkenazi is. Ashkenaz refers to a people. It's a sub-ethnic group of Jews, and they end up in the Middle Ages ultimately becoming the dominant population of Jews worldwide. But it would be a mistake to think of Ashkenaz as a specific place or locale. Ashkenaz really is a way of living. It is an imagined country to which millions of Jews have belonged over the centuries. And it's going to be my privilege over the course of several videos and then to a live audience in Budapest later this year, God willing, to discuss the birth of this unique and fascinating community and to tell their story. Thank you very much for watching.
Your life's in danger. Yeah, and then I need to tell the case team, and I need to tell the United States Attorney's Office, and I need to get to emergency room.
Let us continue our discussion with a quick look at the population status of Jews in the Mediterranean basin before the birth of Ashkenaz. So have a look at this map here. This is basically what the basin looked like at the fall of the Roman Empire at the end of the 5th century. Right, you've got all kinds of little sort of countrylets filling up most of Western Europe. You have the Byzantine Empire in green, which is largely the Greek-speaking eastern half of the Roman Empire, and this is before the Muslims will come on the scene in the 7th century. Ashkenaz is located here in the north, in the Rhineland. That's the heartland. Of course, we will have a lot of Ashkenaz in larger France, and we're going to speak about them in the next couple of lectures. But the heartland is really the Rhine River Valley, in particular places like Köln, Mainz, Speyer, Worms, places like that. Now, there were Jews in this region in the ancient period. Amazingly, for example, there were apparently Jews from the region of Iturea, which is the northern part of Israel, reaching into Lebanon and Syria, today's map. The Iturean soldiers were sent with Roman legions out to this part of the world, and 3 distinct gravestones have been found that seem to have belonged to people who belonged to this unit and therefore were most likely Jews. I've had a longer discussion of these amazing tombstones in another video, but we have a sense of a very, very tiny population in the northern part of Germany, a little bit larger population perhaps in the south, in Provence, that we'll get to soon. But there's no way to tell if there was any sense of continuity between these tiny, isolated populations, which may not have constituted communities. They were probably attached to Roman settlements, and we simply don't know if there's continuity between the Jews living in the region of the 1st, 2nd, 4th centuries up until we get to the rise of Ashkenaz, really in the 8th century. So, and it's really important to note that Ashkenaz was like Yehudatville, to use the Shalom Aleichem term. It's so far away from everything. The great centers of Jewish population were primarily way off in the east, in what was Persia, the Mesopotamian region between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, places like Baghdad, great yeshivas of Surah and Pokozita. That's really where most of this is happening. There's also a small Jewish population in the land of Israel, and of course there are a lot of Jews in the Greek-speaking part of the Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire. And there are Jews who are living in the Italian peninsula since the 2nd century before the Common Era. So that's really where we've got lots of larger sections of Jews living. And then we have this trickle of Jewish migration that goes across the coast of North Africa, setting up in many places, of course, in Egypt, but also in Libya, in what would be today's Tunisia, and then all the way up into Spain. We don't know a lot about the sizes of these populations because the Jews left very, very few records of their presence there in the world, particularly in Spain. If we were to judge, however, from church records, Jews were like everywhere. We'll talk about that in another lecture. But basically, this is where we have a scattering of Jews throughout Europe. One really important place, however, deserves more of our attention, and that is the region of Provence. You can see that Provence is located here at the south of France. It's where the Rhone River meets the Mediterranean, and it's right at the border in the 5th century of the Visigothic kingdom and the Burgundian kingdom. This is extremely important because the Visigoths, I have another whole lecture dedicated to them, and we will have to return to them on a number of occasions. But these are basically a population of Romans who were originally Arian Christians, Arian, and they eventually converted to Catholicism in the late 6th century. And with that conversion came a ridiculous number of anti-Semitic decrees. For about 120 odd years, the Jews in the Visigothic kingdom were incredibly persecuted, were chased from town to town, suffered all kinds of forced conversions, which was going on with tremendous frequency in the region. And there's quite a good likelihood that many of them, but we don't have any of the Jewish records themselves, but it's quite a good likelihood that many of them made their way over the Pyrenees and into Burgundy, into the Frankish region, and into Ashkenaz as well. We know in particular of one fascinating legend that is actually repeated in several sources, so it certainly may have some basis to it, that a Jewish king rose in the city of Narbonne, largely because of its instrumental role in holding back the Muslims later on in this time period. There are many scholars who feel that the entire episode is legendary, but nevertheless, even if it's a legend, we do get some sense of the complexity of the situation, particularly when the Muslims will become involved and there will be a conflict between Christians and Muslims. So anyways, this is where Jews live, basically, by the time we get to the birth of Ashkenaz. And that's what we're going to look at in the next video. Where did these Ashkenazi Jews actually come from? Thank you very much for watching. At this point, we should really answer the question, where did these Ashkenazi Jews actually come from? So first of all, we have a literary tradition that basically dates from the 12th century, so several centuries after these communities were founded, that the earliest Ashkenazi Jewish communities were made up essentially of Jews from northern Italy. The Rothschild, which is a very important rabbi who lived in the 12th century, we'll return to him and his work when we talk about the Hasidic Ashkenaz. He describes his family history, which appears to be supported by other sources, as having originated with the Colonimus family leaving northern Italy and coming to the region of Ashkenaz. There are all kinds of additional legends about an invitation from King Charlemagne and so on. Those may perhaps be discounted, but we'll return to a discussion of the founding of those communities in a later video. But what's especially fascinating now is how modern genetic studies have contributed to our understanding of this literary account in a manner which means that it seems like it's really quite credible that that's exactly how it happened. I'm going to look at two studies with you very quickly. This article describes a rather disturbing discovery that was made during the construction of this shopping center in Norwich, England. While working on the foundations, they came across this medieval well, and piled into the well were human corpses. They were exhumed and studied. Why were so many people thrown down in the well at the same time? Clearly was not a normal burial. There's some evidence that some of them may have been killed before being thrown into the well. Scholars suspected that these may be the victims of a riot associated with the crusade in the 12th century. In fact, that turned out to be the case because with modern genetic analysis, these bones were shown to actually belong to Ashkenazi Jews. And in fact, with this DNA evidence, they were able to even reconstruct what some of these people must have looked like, including the children who were thrown in the well as well. Some of the DNA also pointed to their hair and eye color. Some of them had red hair, blue eyes, for example, but they were all very closely related to contemporary modern-day Ashkenazi Jews. So this means that at least in England, in the 12th century, we have some dated remains that clearly indicate the presence of Ashkenazi. But it doesn't tell us too much yet about the actual origins of those Jews. That was left for a much more complex study related to a cemetery in Erfurt, Germany. Now, unlike the remains that were discovered in Norwich, where people didn't know how they got there, who they were, and things like that. There's a much better sense of what happened in this city in Erfurt, Germany. Here is a photograph of an excavation of a site that was discovered in Erfurt, Germany. It was correctly identified as a Jewish cemetery. And several scholars, led by S. Waldman from very prestigious institutions, approached some rabbinic authorities for permission to study these remains, because normally in Jewish thought and Jewish practice, it's forbidden to disturb the remains of the dead. They have to be reinterred as soon as possible and so on. But they were able to get permission, for example, to look at the teeth, which were already detached from the body, which did not have the same status in Jewish life. And they studied the bones of the people buried in this particular 14th century German establishment. They were able to determine some amazing things with contemporary technology. This is, by the way, an article that appeared in 2022, so it's really quite recent. And what they were able to identify is that these Jews in Erfurt were the product of a genetic bottleneck, which is something that corresponds quite closely to literary accounts that we have of the founding of the. This is basically how it looks. I'm going to give you a link. Because that's really all I interested in myself. So if we look at this particular graph, and you see that on the left you have time moving from the past up to the present, and then at the bottom you have Jews in ancient history, right before the first Roman Jewish War of the first century and so on. And then at the top you have modern Ashkenazi Jews in the 21st century. So how do we get from there to here? Looking at the ancient period, you have all kinds of Jews who are marrying with non-Jews or people who are not ethnically Jewish. Some of whom may have converted. We certainly have conversion stories. For example, the story of Ruth marrying Boaz. We have more recent events, such as the conversion of the Idumean peoples. In the last lecture, we talked about the Itureans from the north and so on. These are people who entered the population of the Jews through various means, conversion or otherwise. Then you have a big disruptive event after the first Roman Jewish War and then the second Roman Jewish War in the year 135, the Bar Kokhba rebellion, where Jews are shipped off to the Italian peninsula in particular, many of them as slaves. And so you have the founding of a significant population of Jews in the Italian peninsula. There you have the same phenomenon of Jews marrying with non-Jews. Through the rabbinic conversion process, much more likely at this point, but also you can imagine all kinds of relationships. And so they're mixing with first South Italians, where there was a very large Jewish population, and later North Italians. Then when you get to the 9th century, you have that story that we began our brief lecture with, where the Rothschild describes a small group of Jews led by the Colonimus family making their way up to the Rhine. And largely with that small group of Jews emerging originally from the land of Israel, moving through the Italian peninsula, and then right up into Ashkenaz, that's where you find the foundation of the Erfurt remains were discovered, were dated to about the year 1350. And one of the most fascinating things about this is that the Erfurt remains do not support the so-called Khazari thesis. This is a rather bizarre thesis that suggests that the majority of Ashkenazi Jews are descended from a huge mass conversion that is said to have taken place in the 8th century in Eastern Europe, north of the Caspian Sea. It's a full fascinating discussion. What exactly is the nature of this conversion, if it happened at all? But what we can say is that these Khazarian Jews, if they existed, are not related to the Ashkenazi Jews found in Erfurt, who are incidentally very closely related to modern Ashkenazi Jews. So if you look at it on a map, it looks something like this. This is also, by the way, a genetic map that shows the migration patterns of Jews. It looks a lot like what we saw in the previous video. So here you have basically the Jews looking at number 1, where there are Middle Eastern origins. They're taken to Rome and then they make their way up to number 2, which is migration to Europe, particularly through Ashkenaz. There are also admixtures with 4 and 5. Those are Jews who make their way across, of course, in North Africa, and then from Spain, from the Visigothic era into Western Europe. So there are traces of the Sephardic DNA as well. And then later, as we shall see, in the 14th century and beyond, you have a large movement of these Ashkenazi Jews to Eastern Europe, Poland, Lithuania, and so on. What about the DNA? The status of the DNA in the Erfurt remains shows that they have Middle Eastern DNA of about 15 to 45%, and about 45 to 70% of their DNA is actually Italian. That is both the south and the north, suggesting that the reason for the physical appearance of Ashkenazi Jews being somewhat distinct from North African or other Sephardic Mizrahi Jews is likely because of the admixture of those Italian Jews. So that's basically the story of how the Jews got to Ashkenaz, where they came from. We're going to continue with some more discussions of their status, legally, their economy, and so on. Thank you very much for listening.
If you've enjoyed this video, then please subscribe and comment the real topics you want us to cover in this series.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let us continue our discussion of the Jews of Ashkenaz by looking at something called Jewry law. Now, what exactly is Jewry law? This is a term that I believe was coined by Guido Kish. We'll look at him in a few short lectures from now. To distinguish it from Jewish law. Jewish law is a term that's used to refer to, the great mass of Jewish thought around Jewish truths, like, what's recorded in the Bible, and the Mishnah, and the Talmud, and the Shulchan Aruch, and the codes, Maimonides, and so on. That's Jewish law. And, typically Jewish students spend a lot of time studying Jewish law. Jewry law, on the other hand, is the study of laws which regulate Jewish behavior, so to speak, from the outside. This is an entire body of law that has, some ancient sort of antecedents, like the Theodosian Code, things like that. But it really is developed in Germany, in Ashkenaz, during the period that we're discussing. So we're going to spend the next few lectures looking at Jewish law and trying to understand how this works. Take a little bit of time to break ourselves out of our 21st century mindset, which is especially prevalent for those of us who live in democratic societies, which are, generally speaking, what we call a Rechtsstaat, or a society which is governed by law. We have the mindset, I grew up with, and you grew up with, that it's kind of like this body of thought that's written down, and it applies to everybody. The idea is, if you live in a particular place, there are laws that you and everyone else must obey. This is enshrined in this statement, which actually has a Jewish root. The phrase, the law of the land is the law. In Aramaic, Dina Demakusa Dina, which occurs in the Talmud in trying to figure out exactly how Jews are supposed to behave in Persian culture. And the argument made by the Rabbi Shmuel is the law of the land is the law. Jews have to conform to the dictates of the local society. And we also have this phrase, no one is above the law, right? Which means to say, again, it's a very modern democratic kind of thing to say, that when the law is written, whatever exactly it means, however it gets written, it applies to everybody equally. Now, all of this is not at all true for most of the medieval period. How so? Medieval law is based not so much on territory as it is on person. That is, the law applies equally depending on your status as a human being. Where do you live in the ecosystem of human society? Are you a nobleman? Are you a slave? Are you a churchman? Are you a Jew? All kinds of different things will have implications for which set of laws apply to you. And we have several overlapping sets of laws that are called to bear. For example, there's still the vestigial Roman law, even though the Roman Empire has been destroyed in the West, right? The Roman Empire, the Western Roman Empire falls in the 5th century. The Eastern Roman Empire is continues on, but Ashkenaz is part of the leftover territory of Gaul, which was under Rome. So there's still some sort of vestigial people to whom Roman law applies that would apply to Jews, because from the 3rd century on, Jews are Roman citizens. On the other hand, you have classical feudal law in which there are all kinds of bizarre things like trial by ordeal, trial by combat, like the way you figure out who is right is, who can survive a horrible encounter. Like, for example, two claimants are arguing over something, and they say, well, we believe A is probably correct. B, if you want to prove your innocence, you must reach into this boiling pot of oil and take out this ring. If, in fact, you are innocent, then you will be protected by the gods, or by God, later Christianity. And that will protect you. Or we don't know who is right, fight it out, and God will protect the one who wins. That will prove ex post facto who is exactly in the right. So these are kind of weird systems of laws that have a lot to do with personal status, and whether or not you're in a conflict with someone who belongs to a different set of laws, that could make a difference for how a trial is conducted. To make it a little bit simpler, don't think of laws as rights. Everyone has, like in the American sense, a Bill of Rights, and the law protects those rights. No, law is all about privilege in the medieval world. Law has to do with what privileges apply to you specifically based on your religion, your gender, your age, your status as a free person or as a slave, your class, are you a peasant or so on. All of these things are all meshing together, and now we have to ask the basic question, which will run through the next few lectures: where do the Jews fit in? What exactly are the Jews in this complex system? So we're going to look at that in just a second. Thank you very much for watching. One of the most important things to understand about medieval society, to understand the role of the Jews is the notion that medieval society was corporate in nature. Another word we could use to describe this is feudal in nature. And it describes people not as individuals reporting to a general authority. The king doesn't reach down and get involved with every individual citizen, just like in modern society, the president can say, hey, what's Abrahamson's social security number? He can tap it into the computer himself and he'll see my dental records, right? That's kind of how we deal with these things in a modern society where there's no space between the president of the society and the individual citizen, theoretically. But in medieval society, it was not like this. People were organized into groups, sort of like castes, sort of like classes, but not exactly. And they had mutual relationships with each other, mutual responsibilities and privileges vis-a-vis each other. So let's look at a very rough, sort of primitive schematic map of how feudalism works. So you begin with, you'll see that you have at the top of the society, you have the king. Right? And then below that king, you have a series of nobles, you have dukes and counts, and who knows what else. And then at the very bottom of the society, you have the peasants or the serfs. Note, by the way, that I've made all these boxes the same size, but it would be more accurate to portray them as a really flat triangle, which had a massive amount of peasants at the bottom and then a much smaller class of nobles. And the idea of feudalism, at least the way in which the king and nobles sold it, is that the way the society evolved was because the peasants, they wanted to farm, they wanted to live their lives and do their things the way they normally do. But they're constantly being attacked by these nomadics, horse-mounted bulls and things like that. So they need someone to protect them. So therefore, the nobles selflessly said, "Hey, don't worry, we will be full-time protectors. We will go into harm's way to protect you." And then eventually they got the leader of that. That's why we got a king. And the idea was the king and the nobles had the duty of protecting the peasants. That was essentially their job. Now, it was a dangerous job, so therefore they got a lot of extra money. They got, gifts from the peasants, tithes, and so on. It tends to be a theological term, but taxes is another way of looking at it. And that's basically how this system worked. The protection, so to speak, flowed from the top down low, and the money flowed from the bottom on up. As we shall see when we talk about the Crusades, what happens when the society becomes a little too top heavy and there are too many people demanding taxes when there aren't enough taxes to go around. Well, we'll get to that when we talk about the Crusades. But that's basically the idea of how feudalism works from a secular perspective. It is mirrored somewhat in the organization of the church, which has, at this point, we're talking about the Catholic Church, of course, this is well before the Reformation. You have the Pope, who is at the head in a king-like fashion. He has a whole series of clergy, archbishops, and cardinals, and lower clergy, all the way down to individual Christians. And the Pope and the clergy act in a way in which they provide, acts of salvation, confession, communion, and all kinds of things like that. And in return, Christians provide tithes. Christians provide tax money, sometimes in the form of labor, or but it's the same kind of feudal structure. If you're paying attention, you may wonder, well, wait a second, who is actually in charge of the whole thing? This was a really important question for the medieval period. This is especially the case when it comes to the Jews, because where do the Jews fit in any of this? The Jews are certainly not kings or popes, although there was one family that actually used one of the anti-popes. But after of course. And then the Jews are not nobles or Christian clergy, and the Jews are also urbanized, very much involved in commerce, which I'm talking about a little later. They're not peasants, and they're not regular Christians, so where do the Jews fit in this strange system? That's part of what we're going to have to discover in the next couple of lectures. Thank you very much for watching.
So it's all classroom. Come dressed in your fatigues, with your polo, and we're just going to be in the classroom all day.
As far as we can tell, if we discount the kind of legendary information, the vast majority of Jews who made their way up to Ashkenaz in the 7th, 8th, and 9th centuries were basically migrants, lots of them coming from northern Italy, primarily for the purposes of economic opportunity. The Jews had a unique set of skills, although they were still quite involved in agriculture, and we'll speak about their agricultural efforts in another class. They're very skilled in trade because they are literate, they are numerate, they have lots of contacts with Jewish communities all over the known world. So a lot of reasons why they have a lot to do with being sort of the yeast of trade. They can start trade going, they have lots of far-flung collections and so on, and with their literacy and the numeracy, and also an interesting kind of loophole in Christian doctrine, which we will also explore later, they're able to engage in finance and to extend credit. So there's lots of reasons why Jews would be wanted in a particular territory. But bearing in mind our overall discussion right now, which is Jewry law and the idea of law as privilege rather than a right, what exactly do you do with the Jews? Where do they fit in that feudal structure that we discussed in the last video? So the answer is that Jews were basically given sets of privileges which varied from place to place. These were often called charters. So let's have a look at one of those charters, for example, that of Rudiger of Speyer, which is dated 1084. Now, this is probably, post-dating from the Jews' actual presence there. And there are some interesting questions about, was Rudiger actually issuing these privileges for the very first time? Or was he stating a reality and hoping to attract more Jewish settlements? It's hard to say. Maybe we'll get into it in greater detail later. But for now, the introductory paragraph is quite interesting. Rudiger, who is a bishop, but he is acting here in his feudal capacity as the Lord of Speyer. He writes, "When I wanted to make the village of Speyer into a city, I thought it would increase the honor of our place 1,000-fold if I were to bring in Jews." Like, wow, sounds so nice. Flattered, right? And then the charter goes through a whole series of things that Rudiger will do for the Jews if only they move in there. Again, it's quite possible that they lived there before, and this was kind of like designed to firm up the relationship and intentionally backdated. But let's read what it says. First of all, Rudiger says the Jews have the right to have a separate walled neighborhood. He explicitly refers to the right of the Jews to self-defense, and that the wall around their community, kind of like those gated communities in Boca Raton, is designed specifically to protect the inhabitants. He says the Jews have the right to engage in commerce in city limits right up to the Rhine River, and he specifically says the wharf as well, which means that they can engage in river trade, which is extremely important. And note that you might be thinking in a 21st century manner, like, well, what are you talking about? You can move into a town and then you can open up a business. No, not like that at all. This is a medieval society where businesses are controlled by guilds, and not everybody can become a shoemaker. You have to, spend time. First, you have to be accepted as an apprentice, then you have to fulfill a number of years as an apprentice, and then you have to go to a place where you're allowed to set up a shingle on your own. People just can't start a business on their own. They have to have legal rights, or I shouldn't say the word right. They have to have legal privileges, right? They have to be granted this privilege to so. Rudiger gives the Jews the rights to establish a cemetery, very important, right? Jews need to have several institutions within a reasonable amount of space, and cemetery is one of them. They will not be charged a head tax on guests, meaning if a Jew is traveling from place to place and shows up in Speyer, they won't be held up at the gate saying, hey, you're not one of our Jews, you're not allowed in here, or you must pay a heavy tax, and so on. Lots of places, many centuries into the future, actually, will ban Jews from traveling through their places, or will set like really artificial limits, like Venice had really artificial limits on how long a Jew could remain on the island, and so on. Rudiger says that the Archisynagogus, which is a term meaning the leader of the synagogue, has the same authority among Jews as the mayor of Speyer has among Christians. Which is very interesting. Essentially, he's saying you guys can run your own affairs with your own leader. And he specifically stipulates that the Archisynagogus can actually judge cases, again, according to Talmudic law, because they're judging within themselves. We'll speak a little later about what happens when you have a Jew and a Christian in a legal suit. What happens then? Where do you go for, redress? He specifically says Jews may employ Christians as nurses or as servants. This was a very hot issue for at least 200 years. We're going to talk about that later when we look at how the church viewed the Jews. And also, Rudiger says that they're allowed to slaughter their own cows for their own consumption, and they're allowed to sell the non-kosher parts to non-Jews. This is a very basic Ashkenazic practice that the sciatic nerve in the thigh of a cow is forbidden to Jews. If you read the section in the book of Genesis where Jacob is wounded in his wrestling with that mysterious angel, it says specifically in the Bible that for Jews no longer eat that sciatic nerve or that particular, I'm not sure what exactly it is. Nashe is what it is in Hebrew. So removing that particular sciatic nerve is very difficult, and it's much more convenient and has become widespread Ashkenazic practice to simply take that whole section of the cow and sell it to non-Jews because it's too hard to remove that nerve to make the rest of the meat kosher. So he says, no problem, we will buy that meat from you. He outlines some responsibilities of the Jews. They have to, for example, pay a certain amount of money, coined in Speyer currency, to compensate the church for some of the land that was used for the cemetery in particular. And they are in charge of guarding their own walls, so the burden of protecting them does not fall on the city as a whole. But when you look at the entirety of this charter, it's actually pretty attractive, and you can see why Jews would say, hey, this for us here, we have a nice carved out niche for our privileges, we can live and work here in security. And in fact, this is, during the period of the golden age of Ashkenaz, certainly before the Crusades, at which point things begin to go downhill. But for now, I hope you enjoyed watching this video, and thank you very much for watching.
I came into the Clinton administration during his last year, and I was the junior guy who was told to shut up and keep your head down.
One of the most important people who did research on Jewry law, in fact, I believe he coined the term Jewry law, is the great historian Guido Kish. Fascinating individual. He was born in Prague, and he taught at the University of Halle until the Nazis forced him out in 1933. He taught for a little while at the Jewish Theological Seminary in Breslau, but eventually he left Europe for the United States of America in 1935, and that's, of course, how he survived the war. He did tremendous studies of Jewry law in Germany, and we're going to look in particular at something called the Sachsenspiegel, which is basically a 12th century sort of codification of customary law in Germany, which was his life's work for about 20 years. He ended up, when he came here, he published in 1949 a remarkable book, The Jews in Medieval Germany. This is it. It's a brick of a book. It's really, quite dense and absolutely fascinating. But I want to point out to you one fascinating thing that I just came across. On page 66, he buries this. And it helps me, think about the heroism of previous generations of historians. We really got to just look at this for a second. So what exactly did Kish do? The thing about medieval law is that, you didn't have like a single code that was like repeated over and over and over again, and people said, well, here's our central code. You did have some of this in the Roman period. We have the Theodosian Codex and things like that. But what you do have is a very important collection called this Sachsenspiegel, of which there are other versions of it. And it was written in the 12th century, in which this writer basically tried to collect what he knew about the customary law of the 12th century in certain parts of what would be today Germany. It's actually quite fascinating. There's a lot of stuff about Jews, and I hope to spend a little more time talking about it shortly. But as this Sachsenspiegel spreads, many municipalities said, hey, we really like this. Let's incorporate it. Oh, let's change this a little bit. Let's change that a little bit, but we'll basically keep it. And so it sort of reverberated throughout the regions. Perhaps the most famous iteration of it is something known as the Magdeburg Recht, the law of Magdeburg, which was a particular city that established a version of the laws that were codified in Sachsenspiegel. Now, and this had lots of implications for Jews, as we shall see in a while. So what Guido Kish did in the 1910s and 1920s is he went all over Germany and went into local archives, local town halls, said, show me your oldest records. And he painstakingly went through all of these old court cases, thousands upon thousands of them, and noted how they were related to the Sachsenspiegel, to be able to write up a massive compendium of how law spread throughout Germany. Huge amount of effort. Then, of course, in the 1930s, when the Nazis came to power, they confiscated all of his papers. He just mentions this, by the way, in passing on page 66 of his book. By the way, I worked on this for 20 years, and then the Nazis just took it all away. After the war, he writes, because this book was published in 1949, he tried to hack some of his documents, but it's all gone. He did know, however, that the Nazis did publish 2 volumes based entirely on his research without any attribution to him, because, of course, he was a Jew. So what goes around comes around, however. The entire institute that had stolen all his materials was heavily damaged in the last months of the war, and everything was lost, the entire institute, all of their papers and things like that. But what's kind of fascinating is that, Kish was primarily working as a German legal historian, but he's also a Jew and also interested in Jewish history. So as he's going through his material, he would make separate set of notes specifically about how do these various legal decisions reflect upon Jewry law. And he ended up collecting a tremendous amount of material, which he didn't turn over for publication because, he was working, this was his side gig, so to speak. But he was able to save those side notes and then come up with this massive book, The Jews in Medieval Germany, a study of their legal and social status, which has proved to be an incredible resource for students of medieval law and the Jews. Absolutely fascinating. Thank you very much for watching. Let's resume our discussion of the legal status of the Jews by looking at a different charter, this one composed about 100 years later, 1190, by the Emperor Henry IV, considerably larger and more important figure. And what this particular charter is especially good at, it's much larger than the one we looked at from 1084, is that it specifically points to a new status that would be developing over the centuries while they're living in Ashkenaz, that of servi camerai, sometimes called servi camerai regis, which means servants of the royal chamber. And what this refers to, we'll get into it a lot more when we talk about the economics, is that the Jews became, in terms of the system of privileges and legal status, they became sort of like the possessions of the king. And this was exceptionally useful to the king for economic purposes. Again, we'll get into that in a separate lecture, but somewhat irritating to the church. So let's have a look at this particular charter and what it refers to and what the implications are. First of all, there's a really interesting preamble in which Henry IV says that he was approached by certain Jews led by Judah ben Kalonymus. This is the famous Kalonymus family, who we see at the very beginnings of Ashkenazic civilization, and later they assume, important leadership positions in Ashkenaz. They come to the emperor at Speyer, and they ask for his protection. Right? We talked about feudalism and the idea that the higher classes, nobility, and especially the king, protect the lower classes, and the Jews, not serving in an extensive serf-like capacity, and therefore producing tithes of their produce or taxes from their produce, and not serving like knights and physically defending the territory. Like, what exactly do they have to return to the king? Well, it turns out they actually have a lot. We'll get to that when we get to the economics. So at any rate, the king graciously says, yes, I will provide this protection. And once again, this may be sort of like a confirmation of a much earlier kind of status that organically evolved in the relationship between the Ashkenazi Jews and the state. Or it's not impossible, but it could even be a de novo. I think that's unlikely. Most of these things you see, elements of it earlier. At any rate, what does the charter actually say? So first of all, Emperor Henry IV says, "No one, neither small nor great, neither free man nor serf, will presume to attack or assail the Jews," right? They live under his. You mess with the Jews, you're going to mess with the king. And so noblemen and local peasants, if they want to get mixed up with the Jews and in a way that's detrimental, the emperor will protect their status. The charter goes on to say that no one will be allowed to seize Jewish property illegally, including their land. This, by the way, speaks to the widespread misapprehension that Jews were not allowed to own land in the medieval period. And in fact, while there are some places where this was the case, the vast majority of Jewish history, Jews were allowed to own real estate. It just turns out that it may not have been a very wise investment in the Middle Ages, particularly because there's a lot of expulsions. We're going to see that the Jews were expelled from France 3 times in 1 century. I mean, that's ridiculous. And so, it's hard to run with holding on to your house, right? So, therefore, real estate turned out to be not necessarily the best investment for Jews. At any rate, the charter goes on to say that no one can seize their property, neither chattel nor real estate. And what happens if someone tries to do that? Well, first of all, they'll have to pay what the Bible would call a kofar payment. That is a double payment. So if a man were to steal $100 worth of Jewish property, he would have to pay the Jew back $200 after being caught. And secondly, he would have to pay £1 in gold to the treasury. So in other words, it was definitely in the interests of the state to enforce this, because then the king would get that £1 of gold for every theft from a Jew. The charter goes on to say the Jews have the right of free trade. They were not to be charged any tolls. So in other words, if Jews are traveling from region to region, which is something which is really important for the growth of trade, they used their Easy Pass to get through all of the turnstiles, and they never had to pay any tolls. The local authorities would never be allowed to billet soldiers or other people in Jewish homes. This was, interestingly enough, one of the reasons that the American Revolution happened, because local New Englanders were very upset that the British were constantly billeting, meaning like housing their soldiers in private homes. Now, there's a really interesting section here about what happens if a Jew is caught with stolen goods. So this can happen in one of 2 ways, I think. First of all, it's possible that the Jew is involved in illicit activity, as the colloquial term would be offense, right? Where someone steals goods. Let's say John steals the household pots from Peter, and then John sells them to a Jew, and the Jew puts them in his store to sell to, let's say, Leon. But before Leon comes to buy them, Peter comes and says, "Hey, these are my pots. They were stolen from my home." Right? So that's definitely not a good thing. You would think that the Jew should exercise some due diligence to make sure that the pots are not in fact stolen. But maybe we'll get into that when we talk a little bit more of the economics of it. At any rate, if he bought it in good faith, meaning John said, "These are in fact my pots. I did not steal them from anyone," and the Jew pays for them in that case. So Peter has the right to take back his pots. But here the Jew, I should give the Jew a name, right? Let's call him Abraham. Abraham paid for those pots. So what happens? It's interesting to note that this phenomenon must have been significantly common, that it merited being included in the charter. So under these circumstances, the charter says that Abraham, the Jew, who bought these goods in good faith, has the right to be paid for the value that he expended for them. And furthermore, the Jew would be able to take a regular oath to say that, yes, I paid for them based on good faith that John had said they were not stolen. So it's interesting that the Jew's oath is accepted here. A lot more discussion later about specific oaths that were required of Jews to take because they were not trusted. But this particular charter of 1190 seems to give the Jews quite a bit of credit. The charter goes on to a different direction to say there will be no forced baptisms of children. And again, like the last case, the idea that this would be sufficiently common that it would be raised as a concern by Colonimus and others before the emperor is suggestive of the kind of challenges that Jews had. And we'll talk about that a little more when we discuss the church. But what if it happens? So what if a child is taken from the Jews, kidnapped, and then baptized? So as we shall see, the church regarded those baptized children as in fact Christians. The church, especially the upper levels, like the Pope, Gregory the Great, and others, specifically said it's not permitted for Christians to forcibly baptize anyone. But if it happens, they're kind of stuck. They are in fact Christians. So what the charter specifically says is it reiterates the papal discussion, the ban on forced baptisms, but it says that if it happens, then the person who performed the forced baptism has to pay £12 to the treasury. There's no word on the status of this baptized child, which presumes that the state did not want to take a stand in this particular issue, and perhaps would just hope the problem would go away. What happens if a Jew came forward and went for willing baptism, which was, of course, a phenomenon in the medieval ages, as it is today? So basically, there was a 3-day quarantine where the new Christian would be required to be separated from everyone in order to make sure that he really was doing it of his own free will. It's a fascinating kind of discussion here because, well, hopefully we'll get into it later. There's also a fascinating discussion with regards to the baptism of slaves belonging to Jews, which is going to be incredibly important to Agobard, the bishop in Lyon. We'll talk about that next lecture. But Jews are not allowed to buy any slaves who are currently Christians. If they buy slaves, don't forget there are lots of pagans around at this point. They're captured primarily from the east and sold in the slave market in Prague. And slaves are a major part of the workforce, and Jews employed them just like anyone else employed slaves. So they would be originally pagans. If they were to convert to Christianity, then there's a full discussion we'll get to shortly. The charter says that the slaves would remain in the employ of the Jewish owner, as who converted them to Christianity would be forced to pay a fine to the treasury. Fascinating. Okay, we're going to continue looking a little bit closer at this in the next video. What did the church have to say about the Jews? Thank you very much for watching.
So much freedom. So much freedom. It's just a letter. And it's a beautiful thing because we will buy seats on that plane.
When we discuss the legal status of the Jews, note that until now we have largely confined our discussion to how the state treated the Jews, specifically the king. We talked about the charters, law code called the Rothschild, and what that had to say about the evolution of the status of the Jews within Ashkenazic medieval society. Note, however, that there's a parallel structure that will achieve tremendous heights at the end of the 11th and especially in the 13th century, which is the church. Right? The church was kind of like a parallel structure that in many ways was competing with the state for authority. How did the church regard the Jews? So we will come back to some of the theological discussions a little bit later when we look more at antipathy to the Jews. But I think it's very important to note that while there certainly was a significant amount of anti-Judaic slant coming from the medieval church, as one of my teachers once pointed out, the reality is that the church also preserved the Jews for about 1,500 years. How so? Specifically because early on, one of the church fathers, St. Augustine, developed this idea, which became known as the doctrine of the witness. This is a fascinating doctrine, which basically states that the Jews must be preserved in society until the second coming of the founder of Christianity in order to testify or witness that he is in fact the Messiah. If all the Jews are wiped out, God forbid, or even all expelled, then there's not going to be anyone around who will be able to say, you were right all along. Since the Jews were there originally, since the Jews possess the ancestral tradition, then the only way that new tradition of Christianity can be validated is if its originators were able to say, yes, in fact, we were wrong, you were right, let's move on to this new faith. This is a complex kind of theological relationship that is really baked into Christianity. It's not really as strong in Islam. Islam developed the couple of notions that allowed Muslims to regard Jews who are kind of like their intellectual grandparents rather than their spiritual parents. And so there's more of a distance with the Jews. There are similarities, but it's very important to Christianity. And in fact, it colors much of Catholic relationships with Jews and with the state of Israel to the present day. But for now, how is that expressed in reality? So according to St. Augustine, basically, the doctrine of witness says that Jews must be preserved, but they should not be preserved in an elevated state. In other words, if the whole idea is to keep the Jews around in order to reinforce Christian belief and to validate the credibility of Christianity, then it doesn't make sense if the Jews are, obviously engaged in a lot of consumption that is conspicuous before their neighbors. If you have a Christian peasant walking down the street and he sees, 12th century, a Jew driving by in a Bentley or something, he says, wait a second, how come I live in a mud hut and this guy drives a Bentley, right? So the idea is that the Jews have to be sort of, repressed so that their success in the material realm is not expressed to the outside world. This is seen in many different pieces of legislation. The requirement of Jews to wear a distinctive humiliating badge, restrictions on their movement, their settlement, their economic activity, and so on, much of which is really antithetical to what the king and the state is trying to do, which is to expand Jewish privileges because they bring in a lot of money. The economics are going to be discussed very soon. So this is something that's sort of like built into Christianity, and we see it repeated several times throughout medieval legislation from the church canon law. Now, where this is perhaps most strongly seen in canon law with regard to Jews is a whole bunch of legislation that specifically bans fraternization between Jews and Christians. We see it in the Council of Elvira in Spain in the 4th century, where the Jews and Christians are specifically banned from, conducting meals together and to drink wine together, things like that. Note that Jews, by the way, are also engaged in pretty similar kind of legislation that emerges from the Talmud. For example, the ban on drinking wine touched by non-Jews, whole discussion about that. So the idea was to try and keep them separate in order that both the Jews and Christians could maintain their distinct traditions. The Christian legislation seems to be very concerned that Jews will, in fact, affect Christian beliefs and would erode it in a very significant way. So we see a lot of these kinds of things. It's also fascinating, by the way, to note that they have to pass laws like Christians are forbidden to attend Jewish religious ceremonies in synagogue, something that apparently was quite popular in St. John Chrysostom's Antioch and elsewhere. Now, but when we move to medieval Europe in particular, besides the fraternization issues, which will receive a lot of attention in the 12th century and the 13th century as the church grows stronger, one of the things in the early period that is especially important, as we discussed in the last video, is the idea of slave ownership and specifically slaves who become Christians. One of the most important voices on this is a bishop named Agobard, who was based in Lyon, which is on the Rhone River in France. And Agobard was absolutely furious with the notion that Jews, who are supposed to be like in a demeaned state, according to the Doctrine of Witness, should own Christian slaves. Now, Agobard was not against slavery per se. Everyone owned slaves. He wasn't trying to change the institution of slavery. What he really objected to is the idea that Jews who should be in a lowly state should own Christians, and they should, Christians should be forced to do what Jews tell them to do. Not in a regular employment arrangement, but in a slavery engagement. So he offered, for example, to compensate Jews for any Christian slaves that they might own, which threatened the social order. We see that Emperor Henry IV's charter specifically forbade this because slaves could say, hey, I'm just going to get myself baptized. Agobard will pay off my debt to the Jew, and then I'll be free. I mean, it's a great way out. So the state specifically wanted to stop that because they wanted to keep the social order the way it was. They wanted to keep the Jews making lots of money, and losing their slaves at a moment's notice could make a huge difference. And we should also note that Agobard's offer was not quite as generous as it sounds because his currency had been devalued in his lifetime, and he was offering to pay the old value when the current value of slaves was actually far higher. So at any rate, Agobard wrote a lot of things. His disciples wrote even more things which tended to be increasingly anti-Semitic, and slavery was one of the main issues that we treated. But it's also important to note that there's another phenomenon going on that is especially expressed in the strange story of a church deacon named Bodo. I'd like to talk about him a little bit because he's just so fascinating. The story is he was born in 814 to an aristocratic family. He was educated from his childhood in a monastery, and then he showed some talent, so he was moved to the imperial court. Very scholarly, groomed for high office, and then something weird happened. He asked for permission to go on a pilgrimage to Rome. He was given that particular privilege, but on his way he changed his journey. He went instead to Spain, converted to Judaism, grew a beard, married a Jewish wife. The whole thing, it's absolutely fantastic. Now, this was like a shanda, to use the Yiddish term. This was like a scandal. And what was even worse is that while he was in Spain, in the Muslim-controlled part of Spain, where Jews had a lot more freedom at this time, he engaged in debate with a Jew who had converted to Christianity. And a lot of that correspondence has in fact been preserved. So the whole discussion of his conversion is absolutely fascinating. And it points to kind of an insecurity on the part of the church that what would happen if, Jews were, what would happen if Judaism expands to a great degree and Christians are attracted by it? This is especially true because at this time the church was especially interested in discovering the Hebraica Veritas. They had been working with a Latin translation of the Bible for a very long time. It's called the Vulgate. But as scholarship developed, began to say, can we really rely on this Latin translation? Wouldn't it be nice to know what the actual Hebrew original says? And of course, if you want to know the Hebrew original, you've got to go to Jewish experts. And all this contact of churchmen and scholarly Jews posed a risk to Christian faith. This is likely what happened with Bodo, who, by the way, took the name Eliezer afterwards. So, at any rate, he engages in this, extensive debate with this individual named Alvaro, who was apparently a Jewish convert to Christianity, and this was an explosive debate that had a tremendous amount of impact on the society. So much more to say about it, but I think this is illustrative of the tensions that erupted between Jews and the church in the 9th century in particular, and we're going to have to see how this relationship would unfold over the Middle Ages. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So one of the most important aspects of the development of early Ashkenaz is the remarkable attention that was devoted by these migrants to northern Germany to the construction of the social order of the Kehillah. The word Kehillah comes from the Hebrew root kahal, which means to gather together, to congregate. But it was a term that was used, synonymous with the term kahal, to refer to the social structure of the Jewish community in Ashkenaz and then beyond. And since they were basically like pioneers in this region to the far north or anywhere where Jews ever settled before, they basically had to make these things up as they went along. Certainly they relied on earlier precedents that were set, for example, in the diaspora in Babylonia and elsewhere, but they didn't have, these large, moderating, centralized institutions like the yeshivas in Sura and Compagita that characterized the development of the Babylonian community. So they basically had to figure out, well, how are we going to organize ourselves? And this structure of the Kehillah was something that really got them through the next 1,000 years of diaspora in a very profound way and continues to affect the way that Jews organize themselves in the modern period. But before we approach the medieval understanding of the function of the Kehillah, we have to realize where we stand today in the 21st century. We now are, 250 years out from the French Revolution, which marked a dramatic change in the structure of the Jewish community and the relationship of individual Jews, not only to their communal organization, but to the society beyond it. Let's just have a quick moment to look at France and understand what that change was, so we can go back and try to understand what the Ashkenazic Kehillah really was like. So in 1789, one of the major changes of the French Revolution was a way of looking at the Jews who lived in France as actual French citizens rather than sort of like temporary residents, people who were passing through for hundreds of years, living in exile from Israel. How were they to be dealt with in this modern nation state? So it didn't happen right away. The revolution occurred in 1789, but the founding principles of that revolution basically argued for the equality of all citizens of France, at least all men, at least all white men. But that begged the question, were we going to consider French women as citizens? They said initially no. Were we to consider French Jews as citizens? And that took a little bit more debate, but basically in 1790, the French extended full emancipation to the Jews of Bordeaux and Bayonne, the Sephardic Jews who were living closer to the Spanish border, and that's largely because they were far more adapted to French culture. They were much more likely to be French-speaking, to live in less tightly concentrated units, to have a broader demographic profile, especially an economic profile, and so on. But the Jews of Alsace-Lorraine on the eastern border with Germany, they were a much harder case because they spoke Yiddish, they tended to dress very differently, they were Ashkenazic, and so on. But after a year, in 1791, they were also admitted. This resulted in a certain level of outcry from the non-Jewish populations of that region, because all of the anti-Semitic regulations, which had restrained Jewish economic activity in particular, were lifted, and suddenly there was a rush of Jews into all parts of the economy that many other non-Jews felt threatened by. And so they appealed to Napoleon. Napoleon, in his characteristic way, said, well, why don't we ask the Jews themselves what their intentions are here? What's the major deliberative body of the Jews? There must be some kind of like pope, or must be some sort of Vatican for the Jews. And his advisors said, well, there isn't, at least not in the last 1,800 years since the Sanhedrin met. The Sanhedrin, of course, is the great court of the Jews that was destroyed with the Roman Jewish wars. Napoleon, in his characteristic way, said, that doesn't matter anything to me. I'm Napoleon. Let us resurrect the Sanhedrin, and we'll have a representative body of the Jews in Europe, and they'll tell us how they really feel about the citizenship. Are they going to be loyal to the state or not? This is a whole story we spoke about in another video, so I won't go back to it now. But it was an amazing situation. Of course, the Sanhedrin, first called the Assembly of Jewish Notables, they knew exactly what Napoleon wanted to hear, and they gave him the answers to 12 questions that he posed. And he said, okay, after hearing these answers, I'm going to validate the situation of the Jews as citizens of France. More to say about the story, but if you have a look at this image, you get a sense of how Napoleon must have viewed it. Here he is, in typically humble fashion, holding on to these tablets that say La Loi on them, and he's lifting up the fallen maiden who represents Judaism. There is a positively biblical kind of background. It looks like somehow the temple, and in the distance, the Judean desert and the menorah, and things like that. The caption reads that Napoleon the Great rehabilitates the Jewish religion on the 30th of May, 1806. The Jews, for their part, although there were certain pockets of resistance who felt like this was very, very dangerous, and it would in fact be quite dangerous to the structure of the Kehillah, they basically welcomed this affirmation of emancipation, and they printed things like this remarkable medallion that celebrates Napoleon's gift of emancipation to the Jews. On the left, you see Napoleon's profile, and on the right, you see Napoleon, once again, not someone to fall for false humility. He's portrayed as God himself, presenting the 2 tablets of the law to a genuflecting Moses. Just incredible. At any rate, that's a major change. What that means for the Kehillah is that ever since that moment, when Napoleon affirmed the decision, basically Jews in modern states, it took about 100 years for the rest of Europe to come around, but Jews in modern states are equal citizens with everybody else, which means that the government deals with Jews as individuals, not as communities. It's not like the medieval period where the king didn't deal with people as individuals, he dealt with corporations. He dealt with the peasants as a whole, the nobility as a whole, the church as a whole, and it's a big change because now Jews have only a voluntary relationship to their communal affiliation. If they choose, they may simply abandon the community and assimilate, or simply choose not to affiliate without assimilating into the general body politic. Everything now becomes quite voluntary, as opposed to the medieval pre-modern period, where the Kehillah had actual coercive power, where it was an arm of the state, where the king had vested in the Kehillah, in the Jewish community, some authority to force Jews to actually behave according to his dictates. So that's kind of like the dark side of the Kehillah. On the one hand, it's quite coercive, and Jews were forced to essentially behave according to its dictates. This was a very salutary element of the Kehillah because it meant that it was very hard to assimilate. The only way to assimilate the general population was to switch religions, to actually become Christian. That's actually a very high bar, and so very few Jews were simply willing to leap over it. Only with modernity do we have large-scale assimilation, because it's possible to simply not affiliate with the community and float into a secular identity without necessarily converting. The Kehillah also had tremendous powers of taxation, and they could use the funds that they generated from the Kehillah to provide for a very extensive self-government, a social safety network that was really unparalleled in the region. It was not strong on the participation of women, as we shall see, but there were ample roles for women to exercise power, particularly at the grassroots level, and especially in kind of disruptive activities, as we shall see. Let's look at how this structure works. So first of all, the Kehillah usually coalesced around a group of leaders called the Tuvei Ha'ir, literally translated as the good people of the city. This number was typically 7. It was invariably only men, and typically wealthy men, who formed this cadre. They were put there by a quasi-democratic election, where all Jewish males, sometimes property holders, but not exclusively, would vote for the Tuvei Ha'ir. Being a member of the Tuvei Ha'ir was, on the one hand, a great honor and something that was to be pursued, but at the same time, it carried tremendous responsibilities, not only in terms of actually administering the Kehillah, but also in terms of expected financial contributions. It's a lot like the structure of modern synagogues today. We follow very similar patterns. If you're elected to the board of directors, that is a position of great honor, and you should be proud of yourself. But at the same time, there are expectations that you will support the synagogue with your wealth, not only with your energy. The Tuvei Ha'ir would appoint a Parnas, who was literally the president. The word Parnas means a provider, and that might be the one who was perhaps the wealthiest among them, but he had the executive powers, and I can say he because these were all men. They would also hire a rabbi, and the rabbi would be in charge of a beit din or a court. Now, this is one of the interesting factors of the kehillah that is replicated again in synagogue formalities. The rabbi is, on the one hand, an employee of the Tuvei, and he can be dismissed. But on the other hand, he represents rabbinic authority that undergirds all of this system. And so sometimes the Tuvei and the rabbi are locked in a kind of a dynamic where the rabbi will exercise a check on the Tuvei and the Tuvei, because they write his checks, they will exercise a sort of balancing against the rabbi as well. The rabbi tends to be the most charismatic and populist individual in Jewish leadership, but he is nevertheless dependent upon the Tuvei for his financial well-being, and so the two groups tend to have a kind of a dynamic relationship between the two of them, which is not always cordial, but nevertheless stable. So under these groups, you have the Parnas and the rabbi both control Gabayim. This term Gabai, that's a singular, is used in modern synagogues today, and it's sort of like what's sometimes translated as a bido, which sounds a funny word. Basically, a synagogue functionary who chooses who is given what synagogue honors in the daily services and things like that. In modern parlance, the Gabai seems to be a fairly low-level person, but in the Kehillah, Gabai literally means a collector or an enforcer. Both the Tuvei through the Parnas and the rabbi through the Beit Din could enforce their regulation. For example, a person, disagreed with his tax assessment. Too bad. The Gabayim would come and they would collect it. If a person insisted on refusing to appear before the Beit Din, so the Gabayim would come out there, then they would arrest him. They could actually impose corporal punishment upon him for repeatedly refusing to appear before the Beit Din. So they actually had real muscle, and this muscle was backed up by the king, because the king wanted the Jewish community to function effectively and to be able to hand over reliably the tax revenues that they generated by the various economic activities that the king had authorized, as we discussed in previous classes. So they had real power. It was a coercive organization in many ways. But here's the upside. The Parnas would set up a whole network of chevra. A chevra basically means an association, a group of friends. The word chaver means friend or colleague or comrade in Hebrew. And the chevrot were essentially, social service agencies that could serve a wide variety of purposes for the kehillah. This is the amazing thing, that the Jews essentially set up their own localized municipal social service networks that represented a huge level of self-help that allowed the Jews, especially the poorer Jews, to rely on their community for support through difficult times. A few examples of the chevrot. Every community would have a chevra kadisha, literally the holy society. This was the most important of the chevras, and essentially this dealt with Jewish burial, the preparation of the dead for burial, the wrapping in shrouds and so on. This particular chevra was considered the most elevated of all of them, and belonging to the chevra kadisha was the greatest honor. It also represented a very difficult task of working with corpses to prepare them for burial, but it was considered something that was reserved for people of high dignity and authority, and was considered very important. Below that, you would have, for example, a chevra shas, which would be a committee dedicated to education, or the chevra bikur cholim, that would deal with health and visiting the sick and so on. The chevra tomchei Shabbos, which would be a food bank. Sometimes these names would change from community to community, but all of them exist in well-organized Orthodox communities, to be sure, even to this day. The committee for Ozer Dalin, poor relief, for Haknasas Kala, the preparation of weddings for poor brides, Minat Tzedek, for people who are traveling through, hospitality, Chevra Tehillim, for purely religious purposes, like reading Psalms and so on. And all of these Chevras, vary from community to community. The density of the Hebras, unlike the higher levels of Kehillah leadership, tend to be dominated by women, tend to form a high degree of volunteeristic tasks associated with the supporting the community, and they would receive funds from the taxation that was executed by the Tuvayir in order to make sure that their functions continue to progress. And with this remarkable social safety net, the Kehillah was able to survive. Now, it is important to note that there were a few options for appeal to the coercive nature of the Beit Din and the Tuvayir that include, for example, sanctioned disruption of prayers, which was kind of built in. It was something that could be used by women as well. That, for example, during the daily prayers, if a woman felt that her claim had not been adequately addressed by the Tuvayir or by the Beit Din, she could show up in shul, could walk into the men's section, stand on the bima, and refuse to allow the service to continue until she received assurances that she would be heard. This, of course, was subject to a certain degree of abuse. It was a fairly extreme form of sanctioned disruption that nevertheless did allow many elements of society that did not have conventional power to be able to nevertheless make sure that their causes were heard. And by and large, this Kehillah structure really functioned very well right up until Napoleon basically destroyed it with the destruction of the corporate nature of Jewish society. A lot more to say about what that actually meant and how it fell apart in other countries like in Germany and in Russia. But even in today's American society, the Kehillah has a huge influence on admittedly voluntaristic organizations like the modern synagogue. Okay, we'll have a lot more to say about the Jewish community, but for now, I hope you enjoyed watching this video. Thank you very much for watching.
So I graduated from high school in 1977. About 4 weeks later, right after July 4th, I reported to the Naval Academy as a plea. You're in the Navy at that point. The day you show up, cut your hair.
Let us continue our discussion of the early Ashkenazi community by looking a little more closely at family life and at women's experience in particular. So one of the most fascinating sources we have for the demographics of family life in early Ashkenaz are the Crusade martyrologies that date from the very late 11th century and the early 12th century. The Crusades, which we'll hopefully discuss a little bit later, extremely important event in the development of the early Ashkenaz. There were a series of very horrific massacres in the Rhineland, which were memorialized by Jewish writers in a series of chronicles, which list in great detail the horrific nature of the violence and their tributes to the victims. Really. That's why they're martyrology. Incidentally, we also have Christian accounts of these crusades that corroborate a lot of the horrific details of these massacres. But if we look at these martyrologies, specifically for the family data, the vital statistics of the families that are represented there, we get a lot more interesting information about how the Jews organized themselves as families. Again, it's kind of a weird data set because it's looking at lists of victims, of families. And obviously, this is not the purpose for which it was recorded, but nevertheless, we can glean some data from it. And I'm borrowing from the great work of Kenneth Stowe here, who wrote about this in his monograph, Alienated Minority. So, if we look at mines, for example, the chronologies list 168 groups of people, 122 of them broken down into families, and 46 are solitaries, meaning individuals who were killed by the Crusaders who were probably students or orphans not connected to other family members. So, and we have very similar data from Worms and Köln that seem to be following the same sort of patterns. We don't have any kind of data like this for contemporary Christian families, which makes it difficult to compare Jews to Christians, of course, but nevertheless, we can see some internal comparisons. So what do we see from those? First of all, the marriage rate is close to 100%. Very high stress placed on marriage. That, this is something that is an ideal for people who come of age. Surprisingly, however, the average family size is somewhat small. One would think perhaps based on looking at contemporary modern Orthodox families. I don't mean modern Orthodox, but modern Orthodox families, which tend to be fairly large. These families in early Ashkenaz have on average only 2 children, and only 15% of those families live in multi-generational households. Now again, remember the data set is looking at people who were victims of Crusader violence. Maybe there is some special reason why certain groups were able to avoid that violence and are not listed in the martyrologies. But if we assume that it had nothing to do with the size of the family or the generational quality of family, this seems to be a reasonable assumption about the nature of all Jewish families, not just those who were killed by the Crusaders. It might have a lot to do with urbanization and with the economics of family size in urban environments. Whenever Jews become urbanized, like all people, when they become urbanized, they tend to have smaller numbers of children, as opposed to rural economies, which are based on having more hands out in the field, and having larger families is like much more of an economic benefit. And it also probably relates to the use of birth control, which is discussed among the scholars at the time, specifically something called a moth, which Tosfos will discuss. We'll talk about what Tosfos was in a later class. So the fascinating kind of insights, I think, that the family size was actually surprisingly small, average of 2 children, and that these households were not multi-generational. If we look a little bit at the lives of women in the medieval period, there's so much to say here. I'm going to try and compress it into a very short space of time. There's one really important thing that really comes from the nature of how Judaism traditionally regards the activity of women. And this requires kind of a chart to explain it. I think an easy way to understand how men and women experience Judaism from a very different perspective, a gender perspective, a sex perspective. The easiest way to look at it is to consider how the commandments are considered from the perspective of men versus women. And they are viewed differently. Basically, we can divide all of the commandments in the Torah and the rabbinic tradition, of which there are 613 according to the traditional account. We can divide them into positive commandments and negative commandments. That is, those commandments which are thou shalt do, go out and do something, and those which are thou shalt not, refrain from doing something. We can also divide those on a horizontal axis as those which are defined by time, meaning go do this at a particular time, or do not do this at this particular time, and other commandments which are not defined by time, meaning that you must always do these commandments anytime, and you must never do these commandments during these particular times. Examples: a positive commandment, which is defined by time, would be the commandment to sit in a sukkah, right, which is an outdoor dwelling that is only for the holiday of Sukkot. A negative commandment defined by time would be do not eat bread on the holiday of Passover. You can eat bread the rest of the year, but on Passover, do not eat it. Right? So it's positive and negative, defined by time. Now, not defined by time would be like honor father and mother. That is positive. It has no time limits. There are perhaps some other limits, abuse of parents, things like that, not for our discussion today. But the commandment to honor your father and mother is always relevant, regardless of time. And similarly, do not murder. Once again, self-defense, war, things like that. But there might be exceptions. But do not murder is not defined. For a time when murder is acceptable. Again, I'm just discussing in broad strokes, just to give you one place. How does this relate to women? Key distinction for women is that women are from one category of commandments in Judaism, those which are positive and defined by time, which means that a whole host of activities, such as, for example, going to synagogue to pray with a minion, is something which is positive and defined by time, because it's the morning prayer, the afternoon prayer, the evening prayer. Women are exempt. Women still have the obligation to pray, but they don't have to be locked into a communal time structure. This obviously has huge advantages for putting women in charge of domestic tasks, such as child rearing, which do not admit to schedule. As someone who is a parent of multiple children, there is definitely no time commitment that is exclusive for child rearing. And so this would really emphasize the distinction between being active in the public sphere and being active in the private sphere. The private sphere tend to be women's domain. Now, there are some exceptions, such as, for example, lighting candles on Friday night. That is positive. You really light the candles. It is defined by time on Friday night. And it is nevertheless associated with women drinking 4 cups of wine on Passover and things like that. But in general, that is the overwhelming distinction for women and men when it comes to the commandments. And it led to a very different kind of experience of Judaism for women overall. I don't want to go deeper into this, but we should understand this in order to understand the distinction between men and women in the private and public sphere. Economically, however, it's important to point out that since men were involved, Ashkenazi men were overwhelmingly involved in commerce, women were also overwhelmingly involved in economic activities like commerce, specifically when it dealt not so much with international travel, which would be more of public domain, but in terms of private shopkeeping. Being a money lender, for example, many examples of very successful active money lenders because of the distinction between public and private being something that was open to them. Well, so much more to say, but let's stop here and we're going to pick up with the marriage bans in the next video. Thank you very much for watching.
Things like that as a matter of time. Some run the forming departments. There's engineering. Those guys run the reactor.
Let us continue our discussion of the early Ashkenazi family and women by looking at the activity of Rabbi Gershom Meor Hagolah, our Rabbi Gershom, the light of the exile, who had some very important things to say about marriage that affected the next 1,000 years of Ashkenazi. So Jewish women were, of course, married somewhat younger than they are today. It was not at all uncommon to have child betrothals, even in the single digits, although actual marriage tended to be limited to the ages of 12 and up. I know that's shocking by modern standards, but by medieval standards, not at all. There will be a tremendous amount of emphasis placed on observing the so-called laws of family purity, which involve the visitation of a ritual bath once a month in order to maintain regular family relations. And then marriage, as we saw in the demographic results from the martyrologies and crusades, was considered a highly cherished state of being and was pursued by the vast majority of Ashkenazim. Now, we see just some examples of this, by the way. Some of the most amazing artwork that comes from the Erfurt hoard that we looked at a few weeks ago. This is the one of the marriage rings that was, it's hard to imagine exactly how this ring would have been used. It's hard to imagine a single person who owns this. It looks like maybe it was used for communal marriages and shared. I don't know, but absolutely fantastic piece of art dating from 14th century Germany. Here you can see the underside. Look at how the hands are clasped in the bottom. Absolutely gorgeous artwork. Really, it puts to shame modern some of these designs, but who am I to judge these aesthetics? I just think it's fascinating. At any rate, what did Rabbeinu Gershom have to contribute to this discussion? So he came originally from Metz. Later, he established an important yeshiva in Mainz, and his influence on early Ashkenazim was huge. He educated a whole generation of teachers, and that generation taught another great student, Rashi himself, Rabbi Shlomo Yitzchaki, who famously gave Rabbeinu Gershom the term Meor Hagolah. As in this quote, Rabbeinu Gershom made the memory of the and holy be for a blessing, who enlightened the eyes of the exile. This is about referring to Rabbeinu Gershom and his huge influence on Ashkenazi culture. He made lots of halakhic decisions, but there are even more decisions that are recorded in his name because later authorities would sometimes want to tack on his authority to decisions he may never have actually been involved with because he had such a phenomenal reputation. He had a sad personal life in many ways. His son Eliezer was forcibly converted and later possibly killed in the context of the 1012 persecutions. We know that he himself was married twice, and his ketubah for his second wife was actually extant. Now, the most important thing that Rabbeinu Gershom contributed was he issued one of the many takanot. We discussed this very briefly a few weeks ago. Takanot literally means enactments or fixes, and these are kind of like rules that the early Ashkenazi community created for themselves to organize their community. As an influential rabbi, he placed an extremely important takana on the Ashkenazi communities, banning polygamy. Polygamy, marrying more than one wife, is something which, of course, is recorded in the Bible. Abraham and Jacob both have multiple wives, but it is something that does not seem to be extremely prominent among Ashkenazi Jews anyways, so we're not sure whether Rabbeinu Gershom actually made a dramatic change in Ashkenazi society or he kind of cemented current practice. But he definitely was motivated to enact all kinds of rulings which were definitely favorable to women's rights and represent a significant advancement over the prevailing custom. He enacted, for example, a ban on divorcing a woman against her will, which is one of the problems that's inherent in the way that Jewish law is structured, at least as we see today within our social constraints, that according to the Bible itself, a man has complete control over the dissolution of his marriage, which means that he could simply, if he followed simply the biblical precedent, he could simply say, I want to divorce my wife, no fault divorce, whatever reason it is, and send her away. The ancient rabbis instituted a marriage contract as mandatory and binding that said that if a man wanted to divorce his wife, he would have to pay her a settlement. That in itself represented a huge leap forward. That document is called the ketubah. But there was nothing in place to prevent a man from precipitously simply saying, well, I'm going to pay the ketubah and divorce my wife without any grounds for it. So there was a block put in place that a woman had to consent to receive the divorce before the divorce would in fact take precedent and would actually be fulfilled. There's a lot to say, by the way, about the modern situation with divorce, which is far beyond the scope of our discussion here, but it is a significant problem in contemporary Jewish practice. Rabbeinu Gershom also enacted, by the way, a couple other really important bans. One of them is the Cherem HaYishur, which literally is a ban on settlement, which allowed Jewish communities to regulate their own populations and to, for example, ban people from coming in and setting up competing industries, ban Jews from coming in and setting up competing Jewish industries, like too many shoemakers and things like this, which was somewhat controversial, but nevertheless at least allowed for some economic stability in these communities. He also issued a ban on reading other people's correspondence, so letters that were exchanged at the time, like you weren't the addressee, you were not allowed to read that correspondence, and that had obviously significant ramifications, especially in the contemporary period where we have electronic correspondence. But nevertheless, Rabbeinu Gershom made these bans on polygamy that had a huge impact, as well as many other takanot that related to the time. I want to say there's so much more to say about women in general, views such as I've given on this topic we like, but I would like to just focus on one last, specifically Ashkenazi aspect of the treatment of women, and that would be the very unusual zoomorphic representations of women that we have in some of the things that came out of the Hasidic Ashkenaz culture. We're going to talk more about the Hasidic Ashkenaz in a future lecture, so I don't want to jump too far ahead of myself, but basically this is a movement very prominent in Ashkenaz in the 12th and 13th centuries. It seems to have been something of a reaction to the massacres of the Crusades that I briefly alluded to earlier, and they also, kind of be a social mirror of what was going on in the Christian world through Franciscan monks, also developing this kind of looking at at the same time, but specifically looking at women. We see some of the treatment of women, and there's a lot more to say about this, looking at the literature of the Hasidei Ashkenaz movement. But if you look at the representations of women, that is reflected in very few pieces of art that we have from that period, largely illuminated manuscripts, overwhelmingly created Christian artists for Jewish clients. You see something really unusual, and that is the zoomorphic representation. Like, for example, if you look at this one, which represents, on the left, you see Moses there wearing the hat is associated with Jews from the 12th Lateran Council. I'm not sure whether Jews actually wore that, but certainly it appears in a lot of arts, so it's useful for art historians, and maybe a way for the artists to label Jews, even though it was like a convention more than a reality. We do know that Jews wore the badge. That was a humiliating article that they railed against, but the hats we're not quite as sure about. So on the left is Moses receiving the Ten Commandments. On the right, you have his brother Aaron, who is wearing a distinctly Catholic-looking popish hat, but that's, of course, because he is the high priest. Then they are followed by a group of male Jews. You see, once again, the youth with the Jewish hat. And then look at this. In the back, you have Jewish women. They have these distinctly animal-like. It's important that these animals are not ugly or repulsive. They are sort of puppy-like. They have eyes which are disproportionately large for the size of their head, which is associated with cute animals and things like that. So it's not meant to be repulsive, but there's a distinct hesitation to represent women's faces. It is something that we see in other places with men as well, but the Hasidic Ashkenaz seem to be, hesitant to portray men, humans in general, but the women in particular. You can see here's another example from the period. You can see on the left, there's a female figure, second from the left. This is the figure of Solomon on his throne. There's demons there, things like that. But notice all of the men are also represented, except for Solomon himself, who is represented without a face, which is also something of a disfigurement or a hesitancy to portray a human figure. Here's another example, however, where Gemini, the twins, both males, are portrayed with animal heads. On the left, you have what appears to be Solomon again, this time with a face. So it's really very confusing. Here's perhaps the most famous example from the period of Hasidei Ashkenaz. You have the bird's head Haggadah, where almost all, but not all of the figures are represented with birds' heads. These appear to, this is a scene at a bakery where on the left is a Jewish man, in the center appears to be a Jewish woman who is kneading, preparing the matzahs. On the right appears to be a Jewish boy who is poking holes in the matzahs so they bake properly. On the left, the figure holding up the matzah, I always think of them as saying something like, "What? $50 a pound? You got to be kidding me!" But at any rate, this is another example of the Hasidic Ashkenaz and their hesitancy to portray the human form. Okay, so much to say, but I've got to move on. I want to thank you, Joe, very much for watching this video.
So, this united front to maintain a healthy workforce. Now we see the rise again of bad actors.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So we've had a chance to look at the community structure of the early Ashkenazi community, and then we looked a little bit about the family structure and gender in Ashkenazi society. Let's now look at the internal, intellectual, spiritual, religious life of Jews in Ashkenaz in the High Middle Ages. So in order to do that, let's first place it in into its larger context. One of the most basic ideas of Jewish intellectual history, traditionally speaking, is this notion of the decline of the generations. Theologically, there is this concept that there was a high moment of sensitivity and closeness to God at the revelation at Sinai, and then every subsequent generation represents kind of like a step down as we move in time away from that great event. And for the purposes of rabbis have tended to divide these generations into kind of big chunks that corresponds more or less with the major works that they engaged in during their lifetimes and the major kind of activities that they did. So let's look at them, for example. You have a very important generation called the Tanaim, who say basically from about the year 200 before the Common Era to about 200 of the Common Era, and principal product is Mishnah. Really important compilation of oral law that is based on oral traditions, go back much further, but is a really important foundation for the Talmud. Then you have, of course, the scholars of the Talmud itself, the so-called Amoraim. The word Tana means like teacher, Amora means like sayer or speaker, and they're active primarily for years, and they're kind of like ballpark numbers. 200 and 500, not only in the land of Israel, but also in Babylonia. You have a couple of other generations out, Saboraim and Geonim. When I say generation, of course, I mean like groups of generations. And these are basically people who are building on the Talmud as it's codified. Then you get to our period in Ashkenaz, that's a period of the Rishonim. Rishonim means the first ones, and their years are basically from about the year 1000 to about the year 1500. Really important at the end point is when printing becomes a very important technology of information transfer, and there's a lot of fascinating things to say about how that changes, but not for today's lecture. We're going to focus on the earlier part before printing while we're still in a manuscript culture. So there's the first ones, they're followed, by the way, by the Acharonim, the later ones, and they're basically up until 1900. I'm not exactly sure what we call people after 1900, post-Acharonim, maybe late Acharonim, but at any rate, let's focus on the Rishonim. What primarily were these Rishonim, who were very heavily invested not only in Ashkenaz, but also in Spain and Italy? What exactly were they doing? So there's three basic categories of activity that correspond to the activity of the Rishonim. First, there were those who were commentators. The greatest of all of them was certainly Rashi, who lived in the 11th century, and he is a commentator par excellence who basically goes to the text of the Bible. He also wrote a massive commentary on the Talmud, and he tries to sort of help you through it. There are two main things that he does. First is he explains difficult passages in a very beautiful, pithy prose, very, very compact, and it's studied by children, not just commentary, because it is fairly accessible. And secondly, especially in his commentary on the Torah, he integrates the oral Torah with the written Torah, brings in Midrashim, kind of like an anthologizer sort of function. Very, very important. Really, you can't go anywhere without Rashi. People say that you need to learn the Torah with two fingers, one in the text of the Torah itself, and one in the commentary of Rashi. That's why he's so equipped. But there are many other commentators besides Rashi, although he is famous inter pares, first among equals, as it were. Then you have a very interesting thing that's especially associated with Rishonim, the so-called counters. Hebrew, Monei HaMitzvot, the counters of the commandments. That's because there's this passage in the Talmud that specifically states that there are 613 commandments encoded in the Torah. And so that number was kind of like, just taken for granted for a long time until the Rishonim came along and started saying, well, hey, we've got a number, let's make a list. Let's go back and let's count them. And so you have many commentators. One of my favorites is the Fino from Spain, who essentially wrote this very beautiful counting of the mitzvot, which not only describes what the commandment is, a very brief discussion of how one does it, and then finally, very interesting, why we have this commandment. Many of the Rishonim shy away from that discussion, because why is not a relevant question. When God says jump, we say how high, right? We don't say why, right? But that's another discussion. It's more theology history. There is Athena is one of them. Maimonides is a very important one. The Smog many founders. We go through and compile it. Now you may wonder why do we have multiple counters? Why wouldn't we have just one counter and we've done with it? The fact is because when they actually got around to counting in the period that we were shown in, they came up with different counts. Some commentators or some counters, here's our list, and another counter will say, wait a second, you skipped over 6 that I was including, and you have several that I don't even think are mitzvot, not even commandments. And so there's a certain amount of dispute between the counters, and that's why we have multiple lists of counts. But they're not hugely different. If I had to say a ballpark figure, I'd imagine the difference is probably 3 or 4% of the total of 613. But the vast majority that we agree on, it is a commandment not to murder, for example. It is a commandment to honor your parents. But there are maybe distinctions in maybe the breaking multiple commands. So, anyways, too much detail. Third, and this is kind of something that grows out of the counters, are the codifiers. Because up until this point, Jewish law was basically scattered throughout the Talmud, and then later decisions called responsa that are compiled by later rabbis. And if you wanted to know the answer to a question in Jewish law, you basically had to know the entire thing. You had to know all of the Talmud, which is 2,711 folios. That's 2 sides of one page. So we're talking well over 1,000 pages of text. Very difficult coded text. And you had to what people had written after that as well. So to know anything in Jewish law, you really had to have a massive training in Aramaic and in the Talmud and the responsive to know whether or not a proven chicken is kosher or something. So around the time of the Rishonim, shortly after the counters begin their work, some of the counters actually became codifiers. They said, okay, let's organize all this material. We're going to put it into books, we're going to put it into chapters, we're going to put it into numbered paragraphs, and we are going to make a law code out of the instructions that are embedded in the Talmud and elsewhere. So it's an extremely important activity. Rabbi Yaakov ben Asher was the author of one of the most important early codes. We have others like Maimonides, who we'll talk about later, and they culminate in the great Shulchan Aruch, the prepared table of Rabbi Yosef Karo at the very end of this period of Rishon. So these are the 3 basic areas in which many of the Rishonim were quite active. Specifically in Ashkenaz, we should also add one more really important thing, which I think if we had to put it into those 3 categories, I'd include them in commentators, but it is an especially important group of commentators because it was so pervasive throughout Ashkenaz and beyond, and it had such a massive impact. This is referring to the commentary school called Tosafot, which means basically additions. And these are specifically commentators on the Talmud who take a very different approach than Rashi and his and similar commentaries. So have a look at this page here. You see, I've sort of broken down a color-coded page of the Talmud. This is actually the first page of the Talmud, and it deals with the laws of reciting a particular prayer or what time may it be recited in the morning. You see in the pink, you have the Mishnah. You recall that's associated with the Tanai, the earliest generation. And then below it, in the sort of goldenrod, you have the Talmud itself, also known as the Gemara, and it is a commentary on the Mishnah. So the Mishnah is set to writing sometime around the year 200. The Talmud takes another 300 odd years, and it is a commentary on the Mishnah. So basically, you turn the page, and you'll always have in the center either a bit of Mishnah or more likely a long discussion of that Mishnah that is the Talmud. Now, on the inside of the page, towards the binding, on the right of this page, you have the Rashi's commentary, and you can see, if you look carefully, that there are some bolded letters written in a bolder font. Those are the opening words quoting Talmud, And then in the lighter font, that's Rashi sort of helping you through the text. This is what this means, this is what this means, and so on. That's kind of like the basic commentary. Tosafot, on the other hand, they're in the big column on the left, and this is a huge school of several hundred rabbis active throughout Europe, all the way from England to Kiev in Ukraine, that are doing a very different thing with the Talmud. Rather than just helping you through the text line by line, they're basically taking an analytical approach. By the way, this includes Rashi's grandchildren, who are some of the most prominent Tosafot, and they're not afraid to disagree with Zaidi either. They will say, you think Zaidi, we don't understand what Zaidi was saying here, because it appears to be quite the opposite. But what does Tosafot do that's so unusual? Well, basically, they take an analytical approach where they say, okay, this is what it says over here. This is what Rashi says it means. But if you go 600 pages later in the Talmud, you'll see something that apparently contradicts it. How can this be? How can we have a contradictory passage in the Talmud? And so they will endeavor to try and reconcile them, or discuss that perhaps they're referring to different situations. So basically, they take a very holistic, analytical, critical approach that was exceptionally important in advancing the intellectual life of Ashkenazi Jewry, because it took the Talmud from basically a kind of a text that you would read and slowly absorb it to something which was, really subject to searing investigation and held up to a very high standard of analytical rigor, and I think it had a major impact on the Ashkenazi mind. Okay, so let's stop here. I want to, in the next video, look at one of my favorite parts of Ashkenaz. That is in the south, the region of Provence, which is far from the Ashkenazi center, but shares a lot of elements with it. Thank you very much for watching.
A Korean intelligence officer who spent time on the ground in Afghanistan and other places in our region before rotating back to
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Thank you for coming back and watching more about the fascinating history of the Jews last year. So today I'd like to look at the southern region of Europe, which is really only partially Ashkenazi. It's kind of like a borderland region, the region of Provence. And it basically follows the Rhone River that extends basically from Lyon down to Marseille. The port is at Havre, and it covers the southern coast of France on the Mediterranean. This is why it is such a special region, because first of all, there's a certain amount of indigenous Talmudic culture, like we discussed in the previous class looking at Tosafot in particular. That's kind of like the French school that's active in this region. But you also have a significant number of Spanish migrants who are making their way over the Pyrenees Mountains into this region and bringing with them a very different approach to Talmudic study, quite distinct from Tosafot in a lot of ways. A great attachment to the legitimacy of the Girsa, of the text itself, and a critical method of saying, well, this must be a typographical error, or a typographical scribal error, and things like that. And also some rather unusual wisdom from Arabic sources that they're familiar with. Aristotle, for example, comes into the region because of the Arab fascination with Greek culture that, of course, is familiar to Jews in Spain as well. And then as well, you have Maimonides, particularly in the period of culture, that turns out to be a huge controversy. And so let's look a little bit at what's going on in Provence, specifically through Maimonides. So Maimonides is one of the greatest rabbis of the medieval period. He was born in Spain, but as a very young man, he and his family had to flee because they went through an unusual period of Islamic revivalism that was much more intolerant of Jews than previous generations had been. So he made his way across the coast of North Africa. He ended up settling finally in Egypt, and he was pretty much set on being a Talmudic scholar, although he had also studied in university in Tunis and elsewhere, so he had significant medical knowledge. However, his losing all of the family wealth in leaving Maimonides and his mother alone. So Maimonides had to say, okay, well, that's it. I've got to go into some kind of business. So he turned to his mind to medicine, where he ended up becoming an extremely successful physician. He was actually the chief pediatrician of the harem, and very much involved in Royal Cairo, nearby Fustat, and he's a fascinating bishop. He's paradigmatic in the sense that he represents one of the greatest figures of Spanish Jewish culture, being both fantastic as a scholar in Judaism and being very active in his chosen field of activity, in this case medicine. That's something that happens quite a bit with Jewish figures, much with American figures. They disagree with lots of other rabbis, which sometimes got him difficulty as research. Right? He wrote several types. First of all, he wrote a very valuable commentary classes ago. He also significantly in Arabic, lots of people in study today. He wrote many letters to far-flung Jewish communities, giving them instruction, because early on he was recognized as really the leader of the Arabic-speaking Jewish world. And then he wrote a very fascinating philosophical text called The Guide for the Perplexed. I'm going to go into a little bit more detail about that in a second. But what's especially fascinating for our purposes is he wrote a massive work called the Mishnah Torah. To follow the lectures we just had a couple of episodes ago, we talked about the codifiers. So he was an early counter and a codifier. He counted all the mitzvot in his Sefer HaMitzvot, the Book of the Commandments, and then he codified all of them on a much larger scale than most other codifiers in this huge book called the Mishnah Torah, massive compendium. And this became a huge hit. He wrote it in Hebrew, a fairly accessible Hebrew, unlike his Guide for the Perplexed, which was written in Judeo-Arabic and very philosophical in nature. The Mishnah Torah is really written at about middle school level, so it's quite widely studied to this day. Now, the controversy that erupted around him comes out of Provence in particular. Once the Ibn Tibbon family settles in Provence, they start translating lots of Judeo-Arabic literature into Hebrew and making it available to French Jewish scholars, because the French Jewish scholars are not able to read Arabic. And a lot of it is like so valuable, like the great Musser work, the great ethical work, Phobos and Babos, and they also translate Maimonides' Guide for the Perplexed. That gets him in a lot of trouble, because there are a lot of French scholars who look at this and say, oh my gosh, what is this tremendous respect he has for Aristotle? Aristotle is not even Jewish. How can he rely on this pagan Greek author and so on? And they criticize Maimonides for being overly reliant on Greek literature. Secondly, they're really quite upset because he wrote this huge book and it has no footnotes. So in other words, there are all these controversies in the Talmud. This rabbi says this rabbi says the opposite, and Maimonides simply rules who he thinks is correct. And he has a system for deciding that, but he doesn't provide the background to the discussion. So people in Provence accuse Maimonides of being arrogant, whereas Maimonides' defense was he wanted to make this as accessible and as transparent as possible for regular readers who don't necessarily want to dive into all of the back and forth and the minutiae. He wanted to make it much simpler for them. And he was certainly not expressing arrogance, although he did have a very grand scheme for the Mishnah Torah. So what ended up happening in 1232 is that somehow the Dominican friars got a hold of Maimonides' books. It's quite possible that they were denounced to the Christians. They were burned as the books of Maimonides. 10 years later, of course, the church would find that burning Jewish books is actually a positive thing, and there will be a much larger, high-impact burning of wagon loads of Talmud, precious manuscript versions of Talmud in the year 1242. But this was all around Maimonides' works, which were now beginning to circulate in Provence at the time. And the controversy kept going for a while. Was it okay to study Maimonides? Was it not okay? And eventually, rabbis came to a compromise where they placed a ban on studying philosophy until a person reaches the age of 25. That was considered a minimum level of maturity before a person would study these things like Aristotle or Plato without being, turned aside from traditional Jewish. So that's basically the controversy that swirled around Maimonides in Provence. Thank you very much for that.
High up your table of arrangements that understand what the emergent properties are, but there's just a very strange mix of
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let us conclude our discussion of the inner mind of the Ashkenazi community by looking at a very unusual religious movement called the Hasidei Ashkenaz. They are a movement of thinkers in the 12th and 13th centuries who are especially associated with a kind of reaction to the Crusades. They tend to be far more strict and ascetic than many other groups, but they left a lasting impact on the Ashkenazi community, even though the movement itself tended to peter out, especially with the expulsions that were enforced. So basically, we have to look at the Crusades to understand the Hasidei Ashkenaz. The Crusades were a movement that was initiated by Pope Urban II, you see his image here, that said that we have to come to the assistance of our Byzantine church neighbors and allow Christian pilgrims to gain access to the holy sites which were controlled by the Muslims. The patriarchs had claimed that this was not happening, and so Pope Urban II took advantage really of a unique economic moment in Northern Europe to proclaim these great sort of like military parades to Jerusalem called the Crusades after the word cross. And they turned out to be a massive initial success. You can see in this map here, there were several crusades that went along several different routes. And in fact, they were at least initially successful in driving out the Muslims from Jerusalem, and they established some footholds in Israel. Although they were later ejected by the Muslim reaction, there was nevertheless a lot of archaeological remains as they built various castles in Israel. Now, why that is especially important for us in terms of Ashkenaz is because a lot of the Crusaders were not regular soldiers. They were like, ragtag bands led by people like Peter the Hermit, who said, essentially, why should we schlep all the way to Jerusalem? I think they did use the word schlep. Why should we drag ourselves all the way to Jerusalem to fight non-believers, infidels? We have infidels right here in the Rhineland. And so rather than, focusing their energies on making their way all the way down to Jerusalem, they attacked the Jewish communities like Speyer, Florence, and Mainz in the summer of 1096. These were absolutely horrific massacres, and there's a lot to say about exactly how they unfolded. I've spoken about it in the previous lecture, so I'm going to go into great detail here. But these were massacres that came out of the Peru, and they actually had a remarkable impact on the community there with horrible stories of Jews committing suicide rather than submitting to baptism, of horrible entire families dying under these circumstances or burned alive in synagogues and so on. And it left a lasting intellectual scar on the spiritual life of Ashkenaz. Now, how that was expressed in terms of thought is what we see primarily in the activity of the Hasidei Ashkenaz. So let's turn to that, and I refer you to some of my earlier lectures on Crusades if you want to get more into that specific aspect of it. But for now, let's focus on the life of the mind and what were the Hasidei Ashkenaz all about. So perhaps the most important document of this movement is this one here, the Sefer HaChasidim, the Book of the Pious. The word Hasid means pious one, and it actually has been borrowed all the way since the biblical time to refer to groups that follow an additional level of stringency in religious observance. Yehuda HaMaccabee, for example, in the Hashmonaim, Maccabean revolt, his followers were called Hasidim and so on. And this unusual book, Hasidei Ashkenaz, is attributed primarily to Yehuda the Chassid, who lived between the years 1150 and 1217. It's a fascinating book, and it would be great to go into much greater detail because it has all kinds of like really cryptic stories that realia in them about the life of Jews in Ashkenaz, relationships with non-Jews, some really surprising things about what Jews did and what kind of trouble Jews got into sometimes and so on. But the major themes in this Sefer Chassidim include self-denial, martyrdom. It really was part of the zeitgeist of that era, the spirit of the time, where a lot of Christians were also thinking in this way about the need to self-flagellate, the need to achieve atonement for sins and so on. And the Hasidei Ashkenaz would practice some unusual things, like, for example, atonement rituals after death, before burial. Like a person would say in his will, I would like for my coffin to be dragged through the street so that the humiliation atones for my sins in this world, and I can be buried and spend less time in Gehenna and hell. These kinds of things. So it's very much associated with this period of time. And its movement was short-lived, but nevertheless the ideas endured. We did look in a previous lecture on women at some of the iconographic representations of the Sefer Hasidim, or the movement of Hasidei Ashkenaz in illuminated manuscripts, and you get a little bit of a sense of what's going on. Okay, with that, I think we'll conclude it and move on to another topic in the next lecture, but thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let us continue our discussion of the history of the Jews of Ashkenaz by looking at the impact of the church, particularly in the crucial 13th century. This is a period when the church was ascendant in its conflict with temporal powers and their jockeying for power. The church begins to really get a major leg up in the 13th century. The Crusades were a major step forward for the church's authority and power and its ability to unite all of Europe under a single cause. Of course, that's all of Christian Europe, which is basically all of Europe. The Jews were not necessarily so thrilled with the Crusades, and then there would be others as well. But for the most part, the notion that the church should have authority over kings was something that really showed its peak in the 13th century. How does that relate to Jews? Well, let's just have a look at a couple of pieces of art to illustrate this, and then we're going to look a little bit of theology and specifically look at the reign of Innocent III, somewhat ironically named Pope of the early 13th century. This is a classic representation of what's called the Ecclesia et Synagoga depiction, the church and synagogue. This is an example from the Notre Dame Cathedral before it was burned down, I wonder what it looked like when they restored it. But basically, this is a piece of monumental architecture, which was essentially a kind of visual text for illiterate peasants who would be able to come to the cathedral and would be able to understand something about the nature of the church and its relationship to Jews and Judaism. This was in many ways a kind of a visual expression of something called the doctrine of witness that we've discussed in previous classes, but let's go into a little bit more detail today. So you have two female figures, symbolic representing on the left the church and on the right the synagogue. The reason why the church is always on the left, which is normally the weaker side in Western thought, is because these images are often placed in the context of a view of the crucifixion, the passion scene. So the crucifixion happens in the center, and the church, which is on our left, is actually on the right of Jesus, and the synagogue would be on the left. So that's why the left represents weaker and so on. So here you can see on the left the church, and there's a few key features. She has, for example, her crown is on her head, properly installed. She's holding on to the chalice. She's got a staff that represents authority and power. And contrast this with the synagogue, who is typically without a crown or a crown falling off her head. She is typically blindfolded, meaning she's unable to see the truth of Christianity. In this image, she is dramatically blindfolded by a serpent that covers her eyes. Obviously, harkening back to the original sin and in Genesis, her staff is broken, indicating that the power is failing, and she is holding the commandments. It looks like there's actually quite a few more than 10 here. I see 4 tablets, which makes me think there's like 20 commandments. We have enough, I think. But she's holding them in a very weak way, indicating that she's not even holding onto her own religion. Well, it's going to fall out of her hands. And there are literally hundreds of examples of this ecclesia at synagoga in medieval art. You see a lot of it in the 13th century onward, when the church is especially strong and is broadcasting this message to say, in general, that the church is favored. The Jews, who you might have heard of them as the chosen people, forget that stuff. They are no longer chosen. It is the church that is ascendant and demands your loyalty. Here's another example, a very powerful one from Spain. Here's one that shows a very beautiful, clear-eyed, visionary woman on the left representing the church, and on the right, a haggard old crone, once again blindfolded with claw-like hands holding onto the tablet. It's meant to be one of appeal for the church and disdain for the synagogue. Here is one that is from Strasbourg, that is one of the most famous. Sometimes these are called the Strasbourg Sisters. And it's interesting because the church is shown here kind of like looking daggers at her sister. And I think it's a rather appealing kind of image. Don't like her, she's very judgy, so to speak. And synagogue is a much more graceful kind of, but it is an attitude and a posture of decline. She's literally falling away from the rock, which indicates the collapse, decline of Judaism. All these things I think give a very consistent message. Here's one that's just shocking. It's a stained glass window from Verben, Germany. Here you can see the full crucifixion scene, and on our left you see the church sitting on a tetramorph, the 4-headed animal, which is kind of like evocative of Ezekiel, and a hand descends from heaven and places a throne on her head. The synagogue, a donkey, mule, a sterile animal, holding onto a ram's horn, which is on the one hand, a reference to the binding of Isaac, but in this context, it's viewed as a sign of the carnal nature of the Jews being trapped in the whole cycle of sacrifices of blood and things like that. It's meant as a criticism, and the usual symbols like the blindfold and the broken staff and the crown knocked off the head. But I think what's most dramatic is there, whereas the church gets a hand descending from heaven and placing a crown on the head of the church, the synagogue gets a sword driven through the top of the skull, which is pretty nasty and hard to mistake. So these images are really a medieval expression of doctrines that were developed hundreds of years earlier, starting perhaps with Justin Martyr, shown in this image as Justin the philosopher, who was in the 2nd century, and he has some dialogues with a rabbi named Trifo. Not the Tarfon that is mentioned in Permeables. And there you see some of the basic themes of a carnal Israel, Christians as the true Israel, that the Jews are not the Jews, the Christians are now the Jews, that why don't the Jews convert to Christianity? Well, they're obdurate, they refuse, they're stubborn, and so on. You see it also in St. John Chrysostom of Antioch in the 4th century, who was one of the pioneers of the adversus Judaeos tradition, that is the idea of using sermons to specifically attack the Jews and to kind of defend Christianity, especially for a lot of new Christians who are not exactly sure what is Christianity all about. I mean, as you're trying to adopt a new religion, how do you do this religion? And if there's any awareness of the connection between Christianity and Judaism, so people say, well, you know what, the Jews rest on Sabbath, I kind of like the way they do that, I'm going to do that too. And Chrysostom in particular railed against these kind of practices, but it's interesting that from his complaints, you get a sense of what must have been happening in Antioch in the 4th century, that apparently Christians were going to Jewish synagogues. They were participating in Jewish Yom Tov. They were even engaging in prayer with them. They were eating, the holiday foods and things like that. And this was like, Christos really wanted to put a stop to it and separate. But what I think is most important to understand is, we can talk about the conflict between the church and the synagogue. What's really crucial is that St. Augustine of Hippo, who was a rough contemporary of St. John Chrysostom, had a very different kind of view of the place of Jews in an increasingly Christianized Europe. Specifically, he viewed the fact that God had a relationship with the Jews as a sort of like foundation for Christianity. He referred to Judaism as the desk of Christianity, right? You put your papers and you write upon the desk. So the Judaism is sort of like the foundation. And in fact, he validated the continuing observance of the Torah by the Jews as a positive sign, indicating their faithfulness and so on. Now, he did certainly believe that they were wrong for not adopting Christianity, but he said that it would be very wrong for Christians to somehow, God forbid, kill the Jews. Not only is this a clear violation of thou shalt not murder, among other things, but it also represents a stumbling block before the ultimate justification of the truth of Christianity. That's the idea of what he called the doctrine of witness, which basically means the Jews must be kept alive until the second coming of Jesus, so that the Jews, who were the original Jews, the original people to whom Jesus preached, would be able to somehow confirm that, yes, this is the Messiah that we have been waiting a long time for. Now, if there were no Jews around to do that, Christians would never, ever really know for sure if that was true. I've talked about this in many other classes, so I don't want to go into more detail here, but it's kind of like, if you think of it like here, I'm an iPhone user. I like my iPhone a lot, and I use it all the time. I've been an iPhone user for many, many years. If someone were to give me a Samsung, and I were to say, wow, this is so much better than my iPhone, I'm never going back, that would be a huge win for Samsung. But if, on the other hand, I was already a Samsung user, and then you gave me a new Samsung, I would say, okay, yeah, this is definitely an improvement. I don't really know if it's better than me. The only way I know is if I was originally an iPhone user and then I switched, then I could validate the Samsung choices. So that's essentially how St. Augustine envisioned this doctrine of witness. But there was a big downside to it, and we see this very clearly in the 13th century. The downside is that the whole system only works if the Jews are in a slightly degraded state, meaning if the Jews are successful and profitable and prosperous and happy and all kinds of things like that, then their constant presence while Christians would wait for the second coming is corrosive to Christian faith. And people would say, well, wait a second, why are we doing, why aren't we eating, meat during Lent? I mean, the Jews are eating meat and they look pretty happy, So all kinds of things like that. And it only works, the whole doctrine of witness only works if the Jews are socioeconomically on a lower status, and that Christians see that, they're being continually punished for their obduracy, for their refusal to accept Christianity, and then when the Messiah comes, then they'll be able to confirm his status. Now, this is actually not so bad in many ways. As one of my teachers, Professor Alan Davies of the University of Toronto, says, in many ways, the church preserved the Jews for 1,500 years because this allowed them a space in Augustinian doctrine to exist in Europe as a minority. It made it difficult for them to excel, and anti-Semitic legislation held them back as a result, but they were allowed to exist, and in fact, it was considered a crime to do anything to harm them beyond that ill-defined boundary. This brings us up to the 13th century, and we'll conclude with a discussion of Innocent III. He reigned from the years 1198 to 1216. He represents in many ways the high point of medieval church power. One of the ways in which he expressed his power was through the Fourth Lateran Council that met in 1215 that issued a whole slew of anti-Jewish regulation because he felt that the Augustinian doctrine of witness had kind of like ignored the prosperity of the Jews. And he felt that the Jews had to be put back in their place, and he instituted all kinds of anti-Jewish legislation in the church, perhaps the most significant of which was the imposition of the Jewish badge in order to prevent the communication of Jews with non-Jews and the development of a civic society in which they are all relatively equal. He said Christians have to always be aware that Jews are separate, and he demanded that they wear some kind of indication of their separateness on their clothing. In some places, this was a round badge called a ruel. That was a sort of a reference to the coin that Judas received for betraying Jesus. The name Judas and the name Jews sound very similar. It was easy to kind of associate them in that way. But in other places, different symbols were used. Sometimes it was in the shape of tablets of the law, sometimes in the shape of the drawing of a pig on it. And there's a significant amount of debate over the possibility of the use of a Jewish hat. We know for sure that the Jews in medieval art were depicted with these strange sort of triangular hats, but it's not clear if this was simply a convention of art and artists as a way of labeling people as Jewish, or whether it was actually something that Jews were required to wear. At any rate, this is the period of Innocent III, and relates very much to the next subject we're going to discuss, which is unfortunately the advance of very significant Jew hatred in the 13th century. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. It would be totally inappropriate for us to discuss the history of medieval Ashkenaz without looking at the subject of medieval anti-Semitism, or what would be a more appropriate term for this period, medieval Jew hatred. Let me just take a couple of moments to talk about anti-Semitism in general, and then we're going to focus in on the medieval period and the unusual forms that anti-Semitism took at that time. I think one of the most fascinating things I've ever learned about the history of anti-Semitism, which is something that does pretty much occupied my mind since I first personally encountered it as a 14-year-old kid. And that is this quote from Jean-Paul Sartre, who immediately after the war published this very important small book called the Réflexions sur la question juive, Reflections on the Jewish Question. He wrote, Si les Juifs n'existaient pas, l'antisémite l'inventerait. If the Jews did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent it. And I think at this foundation, this is the most important thing to know about anti-Semitism, is that it's not about the Jews, it's about the anti-Semites. The Jewish problem is not a problem of the Jews, it's a problem of the anti-Semites who are trying to use the Jews to explain the challenges they have in their personal lives, in their society, and so on. That's why you see anti-Semitism quite often associated with misogyny, because many anti-Semites, male anti-Semites in particular, are also upset with women for whatever reasons there are. And you also see that anti-Semitism tends to be especially strong when there is social flux, when there is rapid technological change or social change or political change, as we see unfortunately in our own time as well. So anti-Semitism basically does not have to make sense except in the mind of the anti-Semite. And it's a fascinating psychological phenomenon in that, people can, these massive, bizarre sort of QAnon theories that even though they are patently absurd, they'll never just hold on to them because it supports really basic things that they hold are true. So the term anti-Semitism, by the way, is a modern term. It was coined by this man, Wilhelm Haab, in a book that he published in 1880. And he wanted to find a polite term as an alternative to the more vulgar German term Jew hatred, Judenhass or Judenfeind. And so he borrowed a term from linguistics of the late 19th century that was beginning to group families of languages together. And he said, I'm not anti-Jew, I'm anti-Semite. I am against the Semitic people, which also includes the Arabs and so on, but it's not really concerned about the Arabs. It was just kind of like a veneer to try and hide the ugliness of Jew hatred. So that's where it actually comes from. One of the most fascinating things about this anti-Semitism is that it actually describes many different types of hatred. That one of the most powerful aspects of anti-Semitism is its ability to adapt to very, very different societies and cultures and historical considerations. Many scholars believe there are 4 distinct periods of anti-Semitism. Let's go through the first 2 very quickly, then we're going to focus on the medieval period. So classical xenophobia is the first stage. This is basically when the Jews are hated, distrusted because they are different. And what I think is especially interesting about this is that although it's not nice to be hated or distrusted or so on, it's pretty normal. It's something that all human groups experience as people try to categorize the world around them, and they'll make these grand sweeping assumptions that all people who look like this, who come from this place, who speak that language must be bad, must be good, must be better, must be worse, and so on. And so Jews are, victims of that, just as they are undoubtedly perpetrators of that. This is kind of like a basic, normal human phenomenon. You see it, for example, in the Arch of Titus, which was a big memorial arch that the Romans erected to celebrate their victory over Judea in the First Roman-Jewish War, and it depicts Roman soldiers carrying off spoils from the temple. So, it's not nice, and it's not really complimentary to Jews, but it's not really like a pathological kind of hatred. It's, all societies, when they win a war, tend to create monuments to celebrate their victory, and the losers simply have to put up with it. So that's what we basically see in the Greek and Roman period. There's a lot of distrust of the Jews observing the Sabbath, of not eating pork, of requiring circumcision, things like that. Then you get to the medieval period, which we looked at in the last video in a little more detail. This is where it's really more of a debate between churchmen and rabbis. It's kind of a theological thing. It has real world significance. It will actually, translate into violence, particularly when we get into the 13th century and onward. But it's basically Christianity is better than Judaism. These are the reasons why. And Judaism pushing back. That's really what we see in the early medieval period of Christian Jewish anti-Judaism. But then we get to the period that really gets weird, and that's really what affected the Jews of Ashkenaz in particular. This is the period of medieval anti-Semitism, where absolutely bizarre beliefs that have no basis neither in reality or even in religious texts for these bizarre behaviors that people attribute to Jews. Most notoriously is the blood libel, which is one of the most hated and feared charges that were labeled at the Jews from the 12th century on. This was the absurd argument that Jews somehow needed to consume the blood of Christian children for one of various purposes. So I'm going to come back to that in a second. I just want to take us to the modern period, and then let's go back to medieval and focus on that a little longer. I just want to mention that the fourth period of anti-Semitism, which is a period that we still exist in today in the early 21st century, is called modern anti-Semitism. This is a period where we can use the word anti-Semitism because that's really what it was invented for in the 1880s by Wilhelm Haab, and it has the characteristics of 2 basic things. The first is an idea of racism, which is a fairly new concept in Western thought, the idea that people can be divided not only by, language and by religion and color, but specifically by an ill-defined sense of race. And the Aryan races, which are associated with Northern Europe, lighter skinned and so on, are superior. Darker races associated with Africa and so on are inferior. And the Jews have a unique role as a kind of parasite race that live off the healthy societies around them. Tie that together with another very modern element, and that is the notion of conspiracy. That the Jews are locked in a world conspiracy to somehow dominate the globe, and it's definitely a sinister conspiracy. And you can see this, for example, in some Nazi propaganda, and you see it also in modern propaganda with things like, Jews are accused of making 9/11 or making the COVID crisis. Either they make the tumor or they make the vaccine. It doesn't really matter as long as it fits the mind of that system. So that's really what we are in today in modern civilization. Let us return now to the medieval period, which is associated with the period of Auschwitz. And there are two really crucial aspects of it. The first is the notion of the blood libel. This originates first in Norwich in the 11th century, 1144. And like many of these blood libels, there's typically, it begins with the discovery of a body of a child that is sadly, horribly murdered, abused. Now, this is something that occurs in our times as well. This is something that happens in all societies. Unfortunately, there are people who are predators who attack children. The population will find the body of a child. They're justifiably upset and enraged, and they look for a victim. And quite often, in the medieval period, beginning in 1144, there was this charge that, the Jews must have done it. And typically what happens next is there will be like a popular anger against the Jews. There may be a pogrom, there may be a judicial affair, some kind of trial that results in the punishment of Jews without evidence and so on. And in fact, in some cases, like in Goa in the 12th century, sometimes there's not even a body, but nevertheless this rumor goes around and people get this idea in their head and they go out and attack the Jews. But it proves to be an extremely sticky concept to use in modern marketing. It was a term that people latched onto. People really thought about the blood libel and believed it. You can see in this remarkable map of the Encyclopedia Judaica the remarkable spread of this strange notion, which maybe we'd call like an urban legend. It went all through Europe from that 12th century initiation, and it exists right up through the 19th century, and there are a few cases of it even in the early 20th century. It's an absolutely terrifying example of the spread of this noxious idea. Simon of Trent is perhaps the most well known. This is an illustration from the Delta comic, which has been colorized. It's bizarre, but you can see that the child is a 15th century example. The child is held in a cruciform position, and he's undergoing some symbolic wounding that's meant to kind of mock the crucifixion of Jesus. He's being circumcised because, after all, Jesus was circumcised, and the blood is being collected there by Jews. They're all labeled with the ruel, the round badge, now, what are they going to do with the blood? There's all kinds of stories about this. The thought was that the Jews had a particular stench called the foiper you gave. They needed to bathe in blood to get rid of it. There was this idea that Jewish men menstruated and they needed to replace their iron loss by drinking blood. There was especially the association with Passover and the belief that the blood had to be mixed into matzah, into the unleavened bread, and so on. And these things are, of course, all absurd. I think one of the most fascinating ones is the idea that the Christian blood was a fertility ritual that actually, ensured that women would conceive. And some scholars even point out examples where Christians would come to Jews and say, listen, you have trouble having a family, and tell us some of your Christian blood. But nevertheless, it is important to note that the higher levels of the church were consistently against this bloodline. You have, the Jews would run to the popes and say, hey, this is crazy, we're being persecuted for these crazy ideas. And the popes would issue proclamations and bulls and things like that to say it's not true, the Jews don't do it. There's very few exceptions. Simon the Trent happens to be one of them, where he was actually, as you can see in this image here, he reached the stage of Beatus Simon Martyr, the sanctified Simon Martyr, which was actually along the path of sainthood, really remarkable progression ideas. There was this, the upper church, really tried to defend the Jews here, but it was something that bubbled up from the lower element society, including the lower clergy, who were often illiterate. They couldn't even read the proclamations if they wanted to, and they tended to push this idea along. And it was an ongoing scourge of the Jews community, so much so that if you look in the laws of Passover in the Code of Jewish Law, you'll see a 16th century comment by the Rabbi Moshe Isserles, who says, hey, listen, if you live in a place where the blood libel is possible, then on Passover, even though red wine is generally preferable, don't drink red wine. Use white wine, so there will be less temptation for people to think that maybe God forbid you can blood. Nevertheless, the idea of the Jews attacking Christian children and curing for blood is something which is still widespread throughout most of the medieval period, even though it has no basis in reality whatsoever. Related to the blood libel is another rather bizarre charge called post-desecration, which actually had a little more enthusiasm from the church because it ironically reinforced the transubstantiation debate that was related to something that was called the Eucharist controversy of the 14th century. And this is basically the idea that Jews, if they can't, God forbid, steal a Christian child, to abuse in this nature because of their vicarious desire to reenact the past, then in fact what they would do is they would seize the communion wafers that are consumed during Catholic ritual, and they would torture those wafers instead. Here's an example from Passau, Germany. You can see it's kind of like this whole broadsheet sort of tells a story in comic book form. So you can see on the left, there is a Christian accomplice who's usually involved in these stories, both the blood libel and the post-desecration. And he's gone into the church and he is scooping the communion wafers into his bag. And in the second panel, he's selling them to the Jews. You can see the ruel there that clearly identifies them as Jewish. The Jews take them back to their synagogue, and then in the last panel, they torture the wafers by stabbing them, and blood drips from in the background, an attempt on the artist to reproduce the Hebrew lettering of the Ten Commandments. Then, going to the second register here, a Christian police officer essentially says, hey, what's going on in there? And the Jews attempt to get rid of the wafers. They throw them into the oven, and miracles happen. The figure of a small child appears in the flames, and doves fly out, and they're caught by waiting angels. But the next, all of that part is kind of like ridiculous and doesn't happen, but the next part, unfortunately, does happen. Angry villagers come in, they seize the Jews, they behead them, they torture them, they take them off for their punishment, including in the third panel here, the Christian accomplice, and then the synagogue is rededicated as a church. These kinds of things, the post-desecration, were also quite prevalent in Europe. It takes a little bit longer because it borrows from the ritual murder charge, and you can really only see it from the 13th century and onward, but it also spreads in many Catholic regions. One ongoing question I have is why was it not popular in France, as you can see from this map here, but nevertheless very popular in East Central and Eastern Europe as well as one last reflection before we leave this very difficult topic, which is an unfortunate aspect of the experience of the Jews and the Ashkenaz, and that is to note that, Father Oliver Shalom would say, blessed memory, through sessions, through Silam and shows, even in the 21st century, you have prominent people who continue to push some of these crazy ideas. This is a work by the Italian artist Giovanni Gasparo that is a modern, hyper-realistic representation of the story of Simon the Trent that we saw earlier images. And as you can see, it's such a gross representation of anti-Semitic depictions here. You can see the picture in its fullness on this website. There's like these angels that are crying and above when they see this horrible thing happening. Here's these awful Jews that are represented with really actually modern faces, like modern Hasidic style peyotes and forelocks and so on. And horrible elements of torture and so on. It's so hard to understand why people are seized with this hatred today. But unfortunately, that is part of the Jewish tradition. Okay, sorry to take you through this difficult period. Now, lots more happy things to discuss once we get past the explosion. Oh, and the black people. Thank you very much.
I do know the names. Once again, I can't discuss that publicly, and now they've evaded oversight. In a closed setting, I can tell you the specific treatment used.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So, as we near the end of our discussion of early Ashkenaz, the main feature that characterizes the 14th century on is the movement of Jews from Ashkenaz primarily to the east. This is partially a negative phenomenon as Jews are driven out through the rise of anti-Semitic motifs that we saw in the last lecture, and the Black Death in particular. But it's also a kind of a positive movement in that Jews are welcome, invited into Poland, and we discussed that last. So if you can see from this map here, there are repeated expulsions of Jews from many regions. Look at France, 1182, 1306, the largest expulsion, 1321, and then 1394, very large one as well. You might ask the question, why are you expelling people twice? Not once you expel them once. Obviously, what happens is they are invited back because their role in the economy is so crucial that they are actually invited back, sometimes on a limited basis, sometimes on a larger basis, because the economy simply cannot move without having the flow of credit that Jews are largely responsible for. So this is something, a phenomenon that really precedes a pace. 14th century in particular. Now, I wonder what changed. Why is this different? Why did this such happen? So here's a remarkable depiction of the expulsion from France in 1182. You see the Jews who were identified by the Ruel there are worried expressions on their faces as they make their way to the east. And on the left, you can see the king there, who is kind of like this very evocative gesture. Please run along now, but this represents in particular the 12th century expulsion from France, which really set a tone that will be followed for the rest of the century. What changed? Why expel them now? Why didn't they have expulsion before, but now all of a sudden have an increasing number of them? One reason is certainly the influence of the church, which expands dramatically over the 13th century, in particular as we saw under Innocent III. Secondly, one of the ways of dealing with a debt load, particularly if it is the nobles who are borrowing money from the Jews, is simply to get rid of those who they owe the money to. We see this happening, for example, in England with expulsion of Jews and so on. It represents a one-time payout because all of a sudden that debt is discharged. But on the other hand, you have more and more income as a result of taxes generated by the Jews who are involved in money lending on lower parts of society. And third, you have the popular hostility that is accelerated by the spread of ideas like blood libel and host desecration. So these kinds of things are coming together and increasing the pressure and the attractiveness to nobles who are indebted to Jews to simply get rid of them. We also see a kind of a larger phenomenon that's especially clear in the major expulsion of Jews from Spain in the 15th century, of this kind of like drive for purity, drive for the phrase used in Spain, the purity of the blood. We should have a homogeneous society. We should not tolerate pockets of minorities of people who believe differently than we do. It's a very frightening idea that will not only affect Jews, but will affect dissident Christians as well. The idea that Europe has to occupy a kind of monolithic peak of having no no other faith other than this one particular faith. It's something that we see building in thought. Now, this is accelerated. This phenomenon is accelerated by the Black Death, which was a horrific plague, the bubonic plague, that ravaged Europe in the middle of the 14th century. It took decades before it abated. You see it here, for example, in this terrifying retrospective by Peter Bruegel the Elder that's titled The Triumph of Death. And what a horrific kind of image. If you zoom in here a little bit, you see that there are skeletons that are carting away corpses and finding individuals who are still alive here and there, picking them up, they're dying in all kinds of horrible ways. Here's this terrifying image. It's almost very modern. That there's this coffin that's open on one end, and this army of skeletons, army of death, are herding people into the coffin. Whereas you can see on either side of the coffin, there are other armies of the dead that are preventing people from escaping. A horrific kind of depiction of the terror that must have been experienced by Europeans, as some places a third to almost half of their population was killed. And we see this also expressed in more anti-Semitism, in the sense that people were looking for, who do you blame for this death? You have all kinds of interesting Christian movements, self-flagellants, for example, who were walking around literally whipping themselves, thinking that God wanted their atonement through pain, and that would take away the Black Death and so on. But of course, it's always very easy to blame the Jews. So here's an interesting example of one of the legends that was very prominent at the time. This is from also a 16th century representation, and it's in English, so it's especially valuable for us. This is a depiction on the left of a Jew, and this is printed around the time of Shakespeare. There have been no Jews in England since they were expelled in 1290, so they didn't know what a Jew would dress like, but so it's sort of giving him this kind of turban-like outfit, which is not historically accurate at all. And what he's done is, as this particular English depiction will describe, he's made a pact with lepers to collect some of their diseased skin that's been shed through their Hansen's disease. And then he has gone to the aquifers of Europe and has dumped this poison mixed with other things, usually into the well. And that poison is drinking water, which of course that has nothing to do with bubonic plague. It was spread by a particular kind of bacillus that was on a flea, that was on a rat, that spread throughout Europe. But anyway, as he dumps it into the water, then spitting up out of the well comes this demon that urinates back into the water, and that creates the poison. And of course, part of the basis of the concoction that we created is the blood of the Christians. As you can see, the cross there is a Christian child. Let's look at the next page here, where we'll actually read some of this here. It's quite fascinating. If you look at the top line, we can read it together here, and you can see the shoulder note says, "A great infection throughout all Europe by reason the water in their wells was poisoned." So in the top line it says, they allied themselves in concert with the diverse lepers by whose succors and means they made an ointment. That's from the spelling, the 16th century. With a confection of the blood of man's brine, posed with certain venomous herbs, wrapped within a little wooden cloth, tying a stone to the same to make it sink to the bottom. They nightly cast in the said infection into all the fountains and wells of the Christians, whereupon this corruption engendered such contagious diseases in all Europe that there died well nigh the third person throughout the same. Roughly 1/3 of the population died. So this is, you can imagine if you're living in the middle of the 14th century, these horrible deaths happening all around you, and you look for someone to blame, and you hear a legend like this, in the medieval mind, there's a certain amount of credibility that is associated with such an absurd statement, especially if you build on top of the blood libel and the post-integration charges. In fact, what we see frequently throughout the period are collections of Jews, as in this one in Strasbourg, for example, and their public burning and seeking vengeance for the deaths of the horrible, horrible period. This is when you have an accelerated movement of Jews away from Western Europe and towards Eastern Europe. That will be the final chapter of this particular series on the early Ashkenaz. It's actually a positive chapter, but for now I want to thank you very much for
Questions answered, whether it's about funding, programs happening, and what's out there.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So we've come to the end of this particular series of classes on early Ashkenaz. And the last couple of classes have been really tough because we're looking at bloodline, post-integration, Black Death, expulsion, yikes. But thankfully, it ends on an up note because although Jews are being driven from their homes in Western Europe, Eastern Europe has turned out to be a haven for Jews. In fact, Poland, which is later united with Lithuania in a massive commonwealth that stretches from the Baltic to the Black Sea, will actually be like this beautiful new home for Jews for several hundred years. And Jews will sort of riff on the term Poland, Yiddish, people as Polin, which means in Hebrew, here we will rest, here we find refuge, and so on. And this is because whereas in Western Europe had all these negative things going on, in Eastern Europe there was a recognition of the value that Jews had to initiate the economy, and so they were actively attracted into the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and offered the possibility of settlement there to engage in various economic functions to which the largely agrarian population was not well adapted. You see this, for example, here's a beautiful example of a Jews, kind of like a Jewish family really coming to Poland and seeking the refuge there, and the king who's up on the stairs is magnanimous, saying, well, you know, why don't we let them in? I mean, they seem like nice people, right? So this is especially noted in the various charters extended to Jews, like the Statute of Talis, which is shown here, a 13th century statute. This is actually a remarkable representation of it by the great 20th century Polish Jewish artist, Arthur Szyk. He was saying, like, look how amazing it is that the Polish kings actually viewed the Jews positively and would invite them to the region. Jews were heavily involved in the early economy, and some of the earliest coins that come out of Poland actually have Hebrew lettering on them. Like this one here, it says Meshko Karo, or King Meshko, written right on the coin because, you know, the Jews were the early mentors as well as the mountains of other economic services. And so by the time you get to the 18th century, you see in this map here, large populations of Jews throughout Poland, and you know, it would constitute really the bulk of Ashkenazic Jewry going into the modern period. Although Jews in Poland would still retain the definition of themselves as Ashkenazic, which harkens back to Germany, they would nevertheless be overwhelmingly concentrated in the East, far more than they would be in Western European countries. And at the pinnacle of their activity there, which goes beyond the time frame that I've really set for this mini course up until about the year 1400, they would create something absolutely fantastic called the Council of Lands, sometimes called the Council of Foreign Lands. This was basically a uniting of all of the all of the communities, the municipalities of Jews throughout the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth in a single coordinating body, which in many ways allowed the Jews to function on a meta level, almost on a state within a state level, making sure that they regulated their internal behavior according to Talmudic law, that was particularly occupied with things like, you know, commercial law and marriage law, and ensured that men who did not give their wives a yet they're still under the authority of the overarching Council of Lands. This is a page of minutes from the Council of Lands. And according to many historians, following the thought of Shimon Dubno here, a great historian from Eastern Europe, this represented really a high point of Jewish civilization as a whole, because the Jews had sort of evolved to a point where they could exist as a society, fully participating within the diaspora environment without having to have a state of their own. Dubno, of course, was non-Zionist. He lived at the time when Zionism proved to be an extremely powerful phenomenon, and most Jews actually supported Zionism. But he felt that Zionism actually was a step backwards for the Jews, that the Jews had already evolved past the need for a state, that they could maintain their communal existence without connection to a state. Sadly, Dubno himself was killed by the Nazis, along with most of the people who did not see the value in having a Jewish state, at the very least, as a refuge for Jews in the face of anti-Semitism. But nevertheless, it's fascinating to think about what the Jews could achieve within their diaspora environment under the Council of Lands. And that takes us to the end of this particular section of classes. I hope you found this mini-series useful, and I wish you tremendous success in the Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching.
Above the surface or below the surface does have a perceived consequence to these people, and that is a culture we must change if we want to get to the truth. So,
Eric Post. It is so wonderful to see everyone, and see me as well. Many of your associates are going to after vacation, who are members. We are so happy that you joined us this evening. Thank you so much. And a special thank you to our presenters, Dr. Harry Agency. This is getting to that point of our guest Rebecca. We have now three phenomenal things that we've been able to learn from you. And really appreciate you staying up late. I know it's later for you, but the opportunity for those of you has been set up in different profiles that you force a lot of experience. I want to express our appreciation as I think of Gary, Madeline, and Eisenberg. About the wedding in your family, but tonight, and this series is being sponsored by Madeline. Remember, thank you. Our dear friend and member, even in fact, actually know about Yehuda, who passed away on the 5th night of Hanukkah. And those of us acting in these organizations community have such fond memories of her, both as a constant presence of life, and beauty and grace, and the capability which she helped for years. Also, of a lifelong learner, someone who was always a present, and in my personal hero, and the hero that brought the light so alive through the we also honor the upcoming bar mitzvah. The grandson here now, and our Messiah and Eisenberg, and that's Hanukkah was celebrated this month, and especially for you, that these new communities, it's also this brand new, heretofore unused medium that we just made over the last several years. We've been Torah and learn Torah for the tremendous person, leading across the road. Here at our community. I want to just offer a quick introduction to Dr. Henry Agency. Here at Dr. we feel like you're one of the family, even from afar, from the Judaism and the history that you shared with us. And this particular topic, not only this time is so important because the nature of our community is really fascinating. And not after the different backgrounds and so many different identities come together and assist unity of the Jewish people. Understanding where we come from, understanding the foundation of foundation of what as that multifaceted community. And we couldn't be more pleased and appreciative that we have the chance to be able to learn from Dr. Agency about the nature of that multifaceted community. With that, I again appreciate the late night for you, and just express appreciation for Dr.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction, Rabbi Posey. I'm really grateful that I recorded it because this will give me an opportunity to play it for my mother later this month, especially getting out this summer. And this has been a really tough last couple of weeks, I have to say. There's been
a lot of news about the Jews in the internet and public discourse, and not always in a positive way. In fact, I noted that yesterday the phrase "the Jews" was actually the top trending item on Twitter. And that just can't be a good thing. And a lot of it has to do, of course, with the topic that we're discussing today and how various celebrities and figures have made some news out of that. Our original topic, which we discussed many, many months ago, Rabbi Posey and I, was we were going to look at the topic of views of exotic communities. That was kind of like an innocent title that's thinking that we go to different parts of the globe and look at communities that were perhaps less Ashkenazic, meaning like less conforming to the expectations and standards of Ashkenazic society, which happens to be for the last 200 years or so the dominant Jewish community, but by no means the only Jewish community. And then as the political and social environment began to change over the last few weeks, we decided to shift this a little bit, and we're going to look specifically at the core issue that seems to be affecting so many people in a negative way in recent weeks, and that's the issue of color. I'm going to avoid the term race because I feel that it's not a helpful term. It has very little scientific merit. There's remarkably little difference between the races other than what we perceive on an exterior level. But we do perceive differences in skin color, and unfortunately we translate that often into some negative attitudes that are quite harmful. And I'd like to look at the issue of views of color, the history of a long and really important history of multiple communities of Jews of color. Today, we're going to start with the dominant society, actually, and we're going to look at the fact that Ashkenazic Jews have a color, and it happens to be in our society a fairly valuable color. It's white eligible, at least it has been since about the 1940s, and hopefully we'll explore exactly what that means over the course of this lecture. But it is by no means the only color, and it is probably not the original color. As one of my colleagues at the university, a very inspirational group of color that I interviewed to get some sense of what is your experience like? How should I go into the stock? She said to me, "You're going to have a very hard time explaining to Ashkenazi that Jews weren't necessarily always Ashkenazi, and that's the material that we're going to look at today. And then the plan is that we are going to obviously touch on the issue of Jews of color in contrast to Ashkenazi today. But next week we're going to focus on the Jews of Africa in particular, and the week after that, in the final lecture, we're going to look at the Jews of Asia. All fascinating, very old communities with remarkable histories, and I hope that you'll enjoy. So let me start with the first question: why is this being developed? And I'd like to point you to a passage in the remarkable itinerary of Benjamin of Tudela. This is a 12th century traveler who, as you can see from this map here, started out in northern Spain, the city of Tudela, made his way over the top of the Mediterranean to Provence, and then down to Italy, all the way through the major cities of the eastern Mediterranean, spent a lot of time in Israel, and we're not exactly sure of his itinerary, but he may even have rounded the entire Arabian Peninsula. And everywhere he went, he recorded details of what he saw. Specifically, he's interested in the Jewish community, so he talks about how big the Jewish community is in these places. He talks about, the famous personalities who lived there. He describes some fascinating people in Provence, for example, great translators, Ibn Tibbon, and then he talks about the false Messiah, David Alroy, and some amazing stories that for a long time he was the only source, but he also says a lot about local trade and ethnography, and in fact, in many cases, is the only source we have for all information worldwide. It was a remarkable, the kind of journey that really only Jew to date at this time because he was able to travel in the post-Crusade era through Christian and Muslim lands relatively unmolested, and it is an absolutely remarkable document. It was valued as soon as it came out, and it was translated into multiple European languages. Unfortunately, the earliest versions of the manuscripts we have are somewhat corrupted. They were probably edited by various handlers for things that were important to them at that time, but nevertheless, it remains an absolutely remarkable source. Now, in the context of his travels, he has something to say about the Malabar coast of India. That's on the lower west side of India. And it is probably someplace he never visited. He speaks about a lot of places that he didn't visit, places that he heard about from other people when he came to neighboring areas. So it does not appear that he actually saw this himself, but nevertheless, it's really reports. I'll read Hebrew and I'll translate. So speaking about that region, it says, in those areas, there are about 100 Jews living there. The full Anshe Haaretz Shekores, everybody there is black. Judah, and the Jews too. Their name Yehudim Tobin, Bali Mitzvah, their name Torah, Moshe, and they're good Jews, and they perform commandments, and they have the Torah of Moses and the prophets, the Dabar Ruach, the Talmud, the Halacha, and they also have something of the Talmud and of the Halacha. So here it is in English. Basically, he's talking about reported speech about a place he probably didn't visit, but he heard it. Isn't that fascinating? Everybody there is black, usually traveling in more heterogeneous zones, or maybe he's not traveling too heavily in African zones. And he says, you know what, the Jews are black there too. And the next thing he says is, like he says about every single Jew he visits, what's the quality of their Torah study, how observant are they, and he just puts them in the same kind of categories as everyone else. Like their blackness just needs to be an incidental factor, much like if they were left-handed. Like if you were to say, just by the way, isn't it fascinating? This community is so unusual because most of them are left-handed. Wow. And now that I've told you that fun fact, I'm going to tell you all kinds of important things about them, like they are good Jews and so on. By the way, I happen to look it up. Left-handedness is not pronounced in the Jewish population any more than the general population. Although that may have not been the case throughout much of the medieval period, because unlike many cultures, Judaism is not considered left-handedness to be a disability. So what I'm trying to say about this particular example is that the Yemen of Tidela, when he encountered the idea of black Jews, he just said that's a fun fact. But it's not really that important. It's kind of an irrelevant fact. Like I said, everybody had gray hair, and then I went on to what is actually important. And in a nutshell, I'd like to do that with tonight's lecture. To look at what are the sort of unusual fun facts, as it were, and then focus on what's really important. And unfortunately, we live in a time right now, like today, where these issues are exaggerated importance and often in a very deleterious manner. Many of us have been concerned by the apparent rise of the Hebrew Israelite movement, which is a movement that has connections to Judaism, although at the same time also to Christianity. And normally, this would not present any kind of challenge to the Jewish community, as they are not the first, and I certainly think they are not the last group of people who believe that they are of Jewish extraction. And there may, in fact, be some merit to that. That's going to be something we'll discuss today before God willing next week. But what's frightening about this is that there's unusual militancy among some of those groups. For example, this is from a protest that occurred just last week here in New York State, actually the holy city of Brooklyn. And these are some of the flyers that were distributed. You can see that the argument that many Israelite groups maintain, not all, I should say many, I should say some, they argue that they are in fact the quote-unquote real Jews, And the other people who call themselves Jews, which basically means Ashkenazi Jews, are in fact imposters. And more than that, there is kind of like an evil motive behind these imposters who have striven to displace the true Jews. And there's just a lot of nonsense going on with that. I myself can tell you that I've been an Ashkenazi Jew all my life, and I've never had any attempt to displace anybody else from their Jewish identity. As far as I'm concerned, they're perfectly welcome to believe whatever they want. It doesn't really bother me. I hope they don't impinge on my beliefs about my identity. And as you can see from this flyer, there's also, strange admixtures of Christian elements as well. Many of these Israelite movements, they refer generally to Israelite to Jew, borrow heavily from Christianity or lean Christian in their beliefs as well. And they tend to draw from some of the nasty elements of Christianity, like this passage in Revelation 2.9, referring to the synagogue of Satan. I unfortunately have to spend a fair amount of time every day over the past weeks going through my YouTube feed and the comments to make sure that it's a little bit cleaner before my kids see it. And as soon as I see the synagogue of Satan, I'm very grateful to YouTube because now I can ban people for life from my channel. And I think I have enough banned people in my list that they can have their own synagogue of Satan. They're not the bottom line. I shouldn't say that. But let's go. It's not a joke because some of the more extreme, deranged people who associate with these movements have been associated also with terrible violence, including an awful shooting in Jersey City and some violence in upstate New York as well. Beyond the violence, we should note that there are many Israelite congregations that have very good relationships with other Jewish movements, even if there's still disagreement about who is Jewish and who is not. And a lot of this wrangling over who gets to use the term Jew to describe himself has caused chaos among the various black Israelites. And I think this is probably the first time in my life that I've ever quoted a professional basketball player, LeBron James, but I have to say that I identify very much with what he says about this thing. If you are promoting or soliciting or saying harmful things to any community that harm people, then I don't respect it. I don't. And I think it would be great if we all step back and listen to LeBron James' wisdom, because the temperatures are rising far too much. Now, I usually specialize in history, and I spend a lot of time in 20th century too, which is not an area that I get in trouble with the historians reading if I talk about it. So let's go more into the actual historical data that we bring to bear this. So here's an important question, and it is certainly important once again to be judged by my YouTube comments box, because everybody seems to want to argue what color Jews really is. Let's try and figure out that question. What does the historical data suggest? We have no clear-cut answer from biblical texts or archaeological texts, but we do have some scientific data, and we do have some very suggestive data from both biblical texts and archaeological texts. Let's start with biblical passages, for example. According to the book of Genesis, the roots of the Jewish people are in southern Iraq, very close to Kuwait. Abraham and his wife Sarah originate from the city of Ur, and that puts us down right in the Persian Gulf region. Later on, several other family members who may already have come from Ur are married in from the region of Padan Aram, which would be in Syria. Now, even if one does not want to take the biblical passages at face value, one has to recognize that when they were circulating in antiquity, if they were way out of whack with people's sensibility, people would say, hey, how can it say we come poor because we physically are so different from all those poor people, and we don't have evidence of any of that yet. Secondly, if we assume, and it's not necessarily an assumption we have to make. We assume that the people who there today basically look like the people who lived there in antiquity. Then we should be able to get a sense of what did Abraham and Sarah actually look like. So this is what typical Iraqis look like today. And you can see that we tend to have a little bit darker complexion. We tend to lean towards darker hair color, although the child on the right seems to have a little bit lighter hair color. I think they could easily pass for Hispanic in New York City, but basically they look Middle Eastern, as we look typically Middle Eastern. If we look at Syrians, the same kind of more or less family of complexion, eye color, hair color, and this is probably based on a reasonable assumption that people back then sort of look like the people today who come from the same place. But this is probably what Abraham and Sarah look like. Now, there are other people living there, of course, and Israel in particular is at a crossroads between Africa and Asia and Europe. So there are lots of possible mixings. Let's get to that. But let's look also at some artwork that we have from history as well. Here is a really interesting painting. Like a lot of the wealthier classes in Egypt would decorate their tombs with all kinds of amazing artwork, and because of the way in which it is preserved in the dark, we still have them, and they can be reconstructed with some clearer colors, as you see in the bottom of the image here. This is from 1900 before the Common Era, which would be although we don't have a really clear date of when Abraham would have made his way down to the land of Egypt, but it's definitely in this neighborhood. Here you see the Amu, who are Western Asiatics, led by a Hicks figure, which some scholars even identify as Hebrews. And they are coming into Egypt led by some Egyptian figures. The Egyptian figures on the right, the two of them, you can see seem to be somewhat darker in skin tone, but the Hyksos and the Amu, Western Asiatics, which have come from the land of Canaan, the land of Israel today, they seem to look pretty similar to what we saw of the Syrians and the Iraqis today. Looking at another example a little bit later, and this would have been more or less in the time that Exodus is understood to be set. This is the tomb of Rabbi, 1450 before the Common Era. This is a depiction of slaves in various stages of the Egyptian process. And as you can see, there's clearly two different complexion families represented here. Looks like African slaves, and once again, these Western Asiatics, the Hyksos or Canaanites, will not specifically identify as Jews, but we get an impression of a mixed population coming together to build the storehouses of Piton and Ramses. They could very easily have those groups. And they take look a little bit different than the Nubians. The figure leaning at the right actually seems to have a blue eye. It's hard to tell whether that's just a degradation of the color, but we clearly have somewhat lighter complexion, but they still don't quite look like Caucasians. Get to how that looks. Here we have finally a picture where we can say these are definitely Jews. You can tell because all their luggage they got wholesale. But this is unfortunately a sad image. This is a part of the Lakus release that was commissioned by the Assyrian attacker of Israel who displaced many of the Jews out of the land of Israel to Assyria. This is in the period of time which is associated with the 10 lost tribes. You can see it's very poignant. There's a whole family here, children and mothers are riding on these wagons, holding their arms. It's very touching in ways. The Jewish figure on the left, it's impossible to assign skin color with this kind of representation. but he is clearly bearded. In other parts of this particular relief, you can see that they tend to have like more curly hair. But it's still impossible to determine specifically what color they were. But I think we can say with some, assurance is that the preponderance of the evidence suggests that they were not white, like Caucasian. They weren't like, Scarlett Johansson kind of white. They looked a little bit more like, I don't know, Hispanic individuals. They looked probably a little bit more like Indian. In terms of biblical texts, there are a few kind of interesting passages that refer to possibly darker skin in the sense that they were at some level understood to be other, but at the same time they're also part of the community as well. Moses, for example, in Numbers 12, there's a whole discussion of the fact that he married a woman from Cush being the ancient term for Ethiopia. So on the one hand, the fact that she's identified differently, either by her place of geographic origin or possibly by her skin color, because Cushite could easily mean an Ethiopian colored woman as opposed to Ethiopian origin. But at the same time, she's Moses' wife. You can't get much more into Jewish royalty than marrying Moses. So even though she's identified as somewhat other, she's also intrinsically the same. And you also have this passage in Song of Songs, which is a highly allegorical representation of the communication between God and the Jewish people. That's how it's understood in the rabbinic tradition. And this passage here, the figure representing the Jewish people says, Chora Ani Na'avor, which is translated, I am black, but comely, or but beautiful. That Vav, word Na'avor, and comely, or but comely, could be translated as an and or a but the context implies that it is a but. Meaning, I am different, I am black, but nevertheless, I am beautiful. And most importantly, this is a metaphor referring to the entire Jewish people. So it's hard to be any more inside than that, despite the difference in skin color. So that's to summarize what we know from the data about Jewish skin color based on some common sense, some current ethnographic data, some biblical texts, and what limited archaeological evidence we have. So the next big question is, okay, how did Ashkenazim specifically become white religions? And I want to emphasize here this point that we could simply say become white, but that's not at all accurate, because whiteness is, as the social scientists have demonstrated in so many ways, a social construct. And people are accepted or not accepted as white, which means essentially being, within the higher status of society, based on a whole host of factors, of which complexion is only one of them. And quite often there is kind of like a spectrum of skin colors that can still, as they say, pass. For Jews, whiteness was really not extended to them. When I say Ashkenazi Jews here in America, really until the 1940s, in that brief honeymoon period after the Holocaust, which unfortunately seems to be waning now, where Jews were seen as part of the great triumvirate of American society. Protestants, Catholics, Jews, the idea of building a society that could include all of these different peoples together. Obviously, it did not extend to all peoples, but that's when sociologists say that Jews began to acquire much more whiteness. It also helped that there were lots of positive images of Jews that were emanating from the media out in the West Coast, everything from Baby Loves Rosie to various permutations of Jews being accepted in society and acting as comedians and things like that. So Jews were whitened primarily in the 1940s. Irish people also had to be white. That occurred at the end of the 19th century into the 20th century. Italians also, around the same time as Jews, a little bit earlier, were also white and became, so to speak, white eligible. There is a certain point, however, where a skin tone is too dark, easily, extend whiteness to them. And I'm not saying that as a positive thing, but that's simply how it works. So let's get to the more simple question. Okay, we know a little bit about how Jews became white eligible and how they're considered white in American society in particular, but how did they get this specific skin tone? And how did you take a picture and it looks sort of like this? An article, scientific article, it's preprint. It's going to be appearing in a very prestigious scientific journal that is based on a study of graves that were uncovered in Erfurt, Germany. Here is a photograph of the site where the graves were uncovered, just outside the old city wall. You can see in the top picture, there's a big kind of like granary there, and on the right there's the old city wall, and immediately below the granary they found these graves. The article is by S. Waldman et al. There's about 30 people listed as authors, and it's genome-wide data from medieval German Jews show that the Ashkenazi founder of that predated the 14th century. I'm going to unpack this very important title for you. Basically, what they did was, here is a rare moment where you have an opportunity to study the DNA of individuals at a specific moment in time and look at the unfolding of the genetic history of a people. And that's exactly what they did. They did so with great respect. That's Waldman and others at Hebrew University, many of them are at respected institutions, but they went to halachic authorities to ask, like, how are we allowed to study these bones? Because we have lots of questions that we can ask these bones, but there's a lot of halachic ramifications around disturbing graves at all. So they received permission to study the teeth that were already dislodged from the skulls of their own. Teeth in that matter are not considered part of the dead body. They aren't like intrinsic to it. They've already fallen off of the skull, so to speak. So they lovingly took these teeth and they analyzed DNA from there. They also did some fascinating things with analyzing the enamel of the teeth. They were able to figure out some great things about the diet and the water supply and so on. But let's focus on the genetic material. The graveyard was dated fairly accurately to right about 1350. There was one person there who died from obvious violence and head trauma, but it does not appear that this was a graveyard that was populated as a result of an uprising connected with the Black Death. So it was probably just a normal graveyard, and there were some people who, this one individual was 33 there, who did die as a result of violence, but most apparently died normal deaths. So what did they learn from these teeth, the DNA? Basically, they were able to date the founder event, explain what that means, and it has huge implications for our question of Jews and color. So have a look at this diagram here, which shows a genetic bottleneck. The bottom end is earlier in time, and the top end is contemporary period. So here at the bottom, you've got Jews in ancient Israel, right? Jews living in the land of Israel for millennia, and then they have two. And at the very top, this is modern nationality. Me, and I assume a lot of people on this call. In the ancient period, you've got lots of people mixing in with the small original Jewish community that's associated with Abraham. You have people like the Bible refers to Ruth, who comes from the land of Moab, and other historical sources have people like Antipater, who came from Judaea. You have Helena of Adiabene, these are famous well-known people, but obviously there are thousands of neighboring peoples who end up marrying in this small group that trace their lineage back to the Exodus and beyond. So they're living in the land of Israel, slowly incorporating other people in their genetic stock. And then you have two disastrous wars with Rome. The Great War of 66 through 74, which resulted in the destruction of the temple, and a massive number of Jewish slaves shipped off to Rome. Josephus, who is our primary source for this period, often exaggerates numbers, but many historians think he's probably pretty accurate in this period. He writes about 97,000 Jews being shipped off into slavery. And then 60 years later, you have another revolt, the Bar Kokhba rebellion, and in 135, the language is once again deleted of people, particularly in Judea itself, and Jews are shipped off to Rome for the slave markets, or also in Asia Minor and other places. So you've got now a big population of Jews living in Rome. And by the way, there was a population of Jews living in Rome that predated the war. There's references to it. And a lot of the rabbinic literature that goes back well into the first century before the Common Era, scattered references to the second century before the Common Era, when Judah Maccabee first made a pact with the Romans. And we have corresponding evidence from Cicero and various other Roman authors. So now we've got a big population in Rome of Jews, and they become free after some time, and they're significantly missing, just like we were in Israel with South Italians, and later with North Italians, and then you have the founder event. And this is something which we actually have described in Jewish literary sources, so this is not like a new surprise to us at all. Sometime around the year 800, a small group of Jews left northern Italy, even though the names sound anonymous, they left their homes in northern Italy and then made their way up to the Rhineland in contemporary Germany. And did those people form the nucleus of Ashkenazi Judaism? This is attested not only in the literary record that we have of the origins of Ashkenazim, but we also have some interesting DNA evidence that predates this particular study from Erfurt that even shows that roughly half of Levites who come from Ashkenaz are descended from just 4 women. 4 presumably Italian women who married Jewish men. And Judaism is matrilineal, so these are going to be the central representatives of rabbinic culture, so we assume there was something there. But where we are, the founder of Ecton around 800 CE, and the remains that were studied in this particular paper come from Erfurt, a good 500 years later, and by studying the DNA of these teeth, they're able to draw connections backwards that specifically prove this point that they all descend from a small group of northern Italian. One thing that is not supported by the data, and I don't want to go down a rabbit hole here, but their anti-Semites in particular are very enamored with this thesis that Ashkenazi Jews have nothing to do with the Middle East at all, that they are actually a Central Asian people called the Khazars. We do know that there was some weird event that happened in the 8th century where some Khazars apparently converted to Judaism. Fascinating, not for us today to go into great detail. But the Khazarian thesis, which is advanced by people who want to try, frequently advanced by people who want to try and undercut the Ashkenazi connection to the land of Israel and the biblical peoples, argues that modern Ashkenazim are actually these real imposter people, these Central Asians who pretend to be connected with the biblical past. The DNA data in this study and in many others does not support that at all, along with linguistic data doesn't support it, ethnographic data, historical records. So this is one of those crazy flat earth. Bottom line, what exactly are the Ashkenazi made of? Have a look at this map here. This is a DNA mapping trajectory of migrations that was identified in a fascinating data study named Behar. And the Erfurt data confirms this basic idea. That big purple line represents the huge chunk of Jews leaving the land of Israel probably around the 1st and 2nd century, making their way through Italy, big Italian somehow story, and then up into the heartland of Germany, where they formed the nucleus of the Ashkenazi community. And from there, they spread out to the east in particular. That's where the Russian, Lithuanian, Polish, Romanian populations really expand. And from there, they'll come to America. There are some Sephardic admixtures. You can see there's some green lines there that suggest other routes of migration across the coast of North Africa. And this is not counting for every single Jew, but it does speak to the Ashkenazim in particular. What do the numbers look like? When we study the DNA of these Erfurt Ashkenazi Jews, who, by the way, this is the lead story that appears in the Times today, are remarkably similar to modern Ashkenazi Jews. In fact, modern Ashkenazi Jews have a much narrower spectrum of DNA than the Erfurt Jews, who have a broader group. About 15 to 45% of the DNA of those Jews in 1350 was from the Middle East. But a large chunk, 45 to 70% of the DNA of those Erfurt Jews came from slightly different balances between south and north, slightly different proportions between the two communities of Jews that are represented in Erfurt, but this tells the whole story about the lighter complexion. Ashkenazi Jews look lighter skinned primarily because they passed through Italy over the course of 800 odd years before they decided to make their way up to Germany. Once they got to Germany, they basically didn't intermarry at all. There was a very small number of them. Huge level of endogamy that resulted in very white complexion. There you go. That's basically how Jews got to be white. Eligible Ashkenazi Jews got to be white. To return to the larger perspective, what difference does any of this make? There's a lot of data from archaeology, from biblical texts, rabbinic texts, from DNA studies. What difference does any of this make? I'm proud to be working very closely with foreign publishers. 3 volume history. One of the reasons why I was very honored to accept an offer to be published by them, besides the fact that I'm amazing people that I look up to, like Steinfeld's blessed memory. I love it that they think in a broad sense about real Jews. And here you can see one of the projects for which they are most proud, the production of the world's first Amharic tradition. That is, this is the first printed volume in Amharic, one of the languages used by Ethiopian Jews, to allow them to pray in a native language and have that facing Hebrew translation so that they can make access to the Hebrew original, to which they were largely shut out for many hundreds of years. Theirs is a message of inclusion. Theirs is a message of, we are one large Jewish family, and like families, we have tremendous diversity. This is something that comes across very, very powerfully in a pasuk from Malachi. Halo av echad. Is it not true that we have one end? Halo tel echad balam. We are all created by the same God. My good with God Israel. So to follow each other. Why are we fighting each other? Arguing over and somehow, in my humble opinion, I don't think that's what Hashem really wants us to do. Hashem wants to be like Binyamin of Sijela, maybe noting this slight difference between us as an adversity, kind of a fun fact. There isn't that interesting. We're left-handed people here. But really, we should be focusing on the things that mean something. The final thing I'd like to get across here is that in doing my research, I came across this wonderful channel, the House of Lave, that is run by a beautiful couple who have the last name Hart. So that's the Lave, is the usual word Hart. And when you go on their channel, they're very charming and articulate and straightforward. I highly recommend you check them out and subscribe. They're talking about things that mean a lot to them. They're talking about things like marriage and elevating the family unit. And I look at this and I just say, wow, they're so excited about Judaism. I want some of that Judaism excitement to rub off on me. And I don't want to spend time thinking about hating others. And I wish that other people would feel similar. With that, I want to thank you very much for your endurance and for the patience that you've shown by listening to this webinar. I'm going to stop talking now and turn over to Rabbi Posey to direct the Thank you once again.
Thank you so much. This is absolutely fascinating. This is so important, especially what you said, for the fighters, for the fighters.
Can't document it, so if David Brush has information, it's going to be spectacular. But we can go back as far as that over say 52, right? 2 weekends over July.
Hello, everyone. I hope you are all doing well. Thank you so much for all the positive feedback I received from last week's lecture. I hope that we'll be able to cover some similar ground tonight as we look specifically at the Jews of Africa. You know, to try and actually encompass that topic within a 1 hour lecture is absurd. It's like saying, who are the Jews of Europe, or even who are the Jews of Israel? It's an extremely complex and very, very diverse topic. Africa is a huge continent with thousands of ethnicities and languages, and Jews are similarly diverse within the continent. My goal for tonight is to try and give you a very broad overview, focusing specifically on the Jews of Ethiopia, about whom we know the most, and then we're going to come back to North America and talk about the populations of Jews from Africa in America. So that's the plan for tonight. But here, have a look at the satellite photographs of Africa. We've got Jews in Africa in the ancient period. Ahead of the biblical period, we have Jews in Elephantine. We'll spend a little bit of time looking at that location. We've got Jews in Alexandria, Egypt, a very important site, location of Jews in antiquity. Kairouan, Carthage, Jews in Ethiopia. By the way, I'm putting these up kind of like in chronological order of when we believe these communities were first established. Lots of Jews in Algeria and in Morocco. And we have several West African regions that support Jewish populations. Much of the background historical information is largely lost, very difficult to filter out, but the entire continent is represented. Of course, if you go to sub-Saharan Africa, or I forgot to mention Fustat, which is, of course, the home of Maimonides, just outside Cairo, major Jewish center. But if you move to sub-Saharan Africa, you have, of course, South Africa, which has lots of Jews. Most of them are immigrants from Lithuania, so they would be Ashkenazi Jews who transplanted themselves in the 19th century, in particular, to Jews, really quite diverse. You'll notice, of course, that the largest section of these blocks is in the northern part of the country. That stands to reason because it's always been basically an ancient highway for Jews making their way along the coast up to Spain and then further on into Europe. And we have lots of archaeological evidence and literary evidence of Jews who are living in the northern part of Africa, really since antiquity. Moving further south, it gets a little bit more complex. Now, before we actually look at some of these populations, I want to touch on a few things that are important for us to bear in mind as we explore the history of the Jews of Africa. The first is something that came up in last week's talk, and lots of people sent me this reference from the Mishnah, which was very helpful. Thank you very much for sending it to me. Please don't send it anymore, because now I have it. But I had overlooked this important Mishnah, which really would have supported a lot of the argument that we had discussing, like, what exactly did the ancient Jews probably look like? So this text is from the Mishnah, which would date from about the year 200 at the latest. It probably goes back far earlier. And it's speaking about the skin diseases and how they are treated in the Bible. This is a whole discussion in the book of Leviticus. And this is like a very clinical discussion for experts on how are you supposed to deal with these kinds of skin diseases and so on. And notice that in Jewish thought, these skin diseases are of a spiritual nature, and they specifically affect Jews for various transgressions like character assassination and things like that. So we're talking now about Jews. Look at the first line, look at the English here. The bright spot in a German appears as dull white. So the Hebrew term is Germani. Of course, the country Germany doesn't exist in the 2nd century, but the region that we would associate today with Germany and with northern France and so on, that was known as Germania or Germania, and is so referred to in the Talmud as well. So a German person, here we're talking about a German Jewish person. If you had a Jewish person who came all the way from Germania, if they had a bright spot on their arm, which would require some kind of purification, it would appear as dull white. However, because the skin tone of an Ethiopian is quite different from a German, it would look different. And the dull white, the text reads, spot in an Ethiopian appears as bright white. Right? Basically, this is sort of an antique scientific document, a diagnostic manual to help specialists try to figure out how to diagnose this Sarah spot on people of various ethnicities with different skin tones. Then the text continues. Rabbi Ishmael says the children of Israel, and then kind of like a pious phrase, may I be an atonement for them, are like boxwood, neither black nor white, but of an intermediate shade. So this is an interesting thing. He actually gives us a marker to try and determine what did the skin tone of ancient Israelites, at least from the 2nd century, look like. This is what boxwood looks like. It looks a little bit more olivey than my skin as I'm looking on my screen here. And here's a few different tones that would happen if it's sealed or if you look at the end grain. But I think that basically comports with the image that we had prior, that the Jews of antiquity probably had skin tones somewhere in this family. But please note, very importantly, that Mishnah is talking about all Jews of a variety of skin tones. The Mishnah specifically outlines those Jews who are, of the same lineage as Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, so on and so forth. But that there are also Jews who are Germans and are Ethiopians as well. Big Tent Judaism, which is very important for our discussion. One of the negative aspects of this overall story, however, is something known as the Hamitic myth. And this comes from a rather bizarre story that occurs in the book of Genesis, where Noah, who is shown here in the Nuremberg Chronicle, he looks like he's passed out. They land the ark somewhere around Mount Ararat in Turkey. He gets out and immediately he plants vines and he drinks the fruit of the vine, which gets him drunk, and he passes out naked. His sons, Shem and Ham and Japhet, discover him. And Shem and Japhet, although Japhet here, is showing he's covering his eyes, doesn't want to see his father's nakedness. Shem is covering him up. Ham, and specifically his son Canaan, mock their father in this situation. There's like amplifications from Idris as well. And as a result, when Noah finally comes to, he places a curse on Canaan, the son of Ham. And that curse is associated in much of rabbinic literature with African servitude. And that's a very hard thing to sort of dislodge from much of the subsequent 2,000 years of the literary tradition. If we had more time, I would go into the various apologetics to try and understand how that can, work with the more inclusive model that most of the texts provide for us. But I think the best is the way Ephraim Goldberg from Boca Raton once said that this particular midrash is just a great example of why you shouldn't teach all midrashim to children. That some passages really have to be saved and studied later and so on. But nevertheless, there is this Hamitic myth which runs as kind of like a scarlet thread through any discussion of Africans in Jewish tradition, and it's on a rather negative one. Now, Maimonides, though, is more to the mainstream of Jewish ideology with this, and perhaps the most powerful example of his defense of Jews who come to Judaism later on in their lives is this remarkable letter that he wrote to Obadiah the convert. Maimonides, like all the great rabbis of history, would receive all kinds of letters, she'elot, questions, that would be sent to them, asking them, what is the halakha in this case, what does Jewish law require in this case, and so on. And this one Ovadia wrote to Maimonides and told him that this is just an excerpt of part of Maimonides' response. He said to him, where I live, there are people who tell me that because I converted to Judaism, I cannot read the same prayers as all the other Jews. I have to change the language so that it doesn't, when the verse says our God, I have to say essentially their God, because I'm not part of our. And especially phrases like God of our fathers, which is an extremely important phrase that occurs frequently in the text, I will say the God of our fathers. What do I do about this? I feel badly because my fathers were not Jewish, and yet, I want to pray with everyone else. And Maimonides says very clearly, second paragraph, yes, you may say all this in the prescribed order and not change it in the least. In the same way as every Jew by birth says his blessing and prayer, you too shall bless and pray alike, whether you are alone or pray in the congregation. And the letter goes on. I highly recommend you read the entire thing. It's quite a remarkable smackdown of those who would suggest that these converts to Judaism are any less Jewish than anyone else. Maimonides says they are firmly within the tradition. So now that we have established a little bit of the parameters of the question, is Judaism colorblind? I would like to argue that for the most part it is, but there are some disturbing passages to the contrary. We should answer the very big question, what exactly is a Jew when we're talking about? And Rabbi, don't worry, I'm not going to go into this deeply because this is one of the most complicated discussions in Jewish history and thought ever. As I mentioned briefly earlier, there are basically two ways to become a Jew. One is to be born of a Jewish mother, kind of like a tribal affiliation, although it's not really tribal because normally tribal status would be conferred to the father. But for the vast majority of the last 2,000 years, that has been the standard of admission to the Jewish people. If your mother is Jewish, regardless of who your father is. Now, it's true, when you read the Bible, there are lots of passages where it seems that Judaism is rather patrilineal, following after the father. And so there's a lot of discussion in the rabbinic literature and the Talmud and so on. How do we derive the idea of matrilineal descent exclusively? In another lecture, I discuss this in more detail, but I'm not going to go into it today. But until you get to the 20th century, specifically the 1980s, when the Reform movement instituted a decision patrilineal status, provokes a certain amount of consternation this very day. The standard traditional way of becoming a Jew was through birth through one's mother. Now, conversion, on the other hand, is open to everyone and it requires basically three things. Here they are. The first is circumcision, obviously for men only. If a man is already circumcised, as we shall see was relevant with Ethiopian Jews because they had been practicing circumcision, there is sometimes a symbolic taking of a drop of blood to symbolize the circumcision without actually removing the force. So that usually set a fairly high bar that kept most non-ethnic Jews from converting to Judaism in the ancient period as of today as well. Second thing, immersion in a mikvah is actually much easier. A mikvah is sometimes translated as ritualarium. It's basically kind of like a pool, sort of a spa-like pool that has special restrictions on where the water comes from. It can't be like tap water flowing from the city. It has to be water that comes from the rain or from the ocean without traveling through metal pipes and things like that. But basically, immersion in the mikvah, pretty easy. And the third one, which is the cause of most of the controversy then and now, is acceptance of the commandments. So, what exactly does acceptance mean? Since following the religion of Judaism involves a lifelong dedication to the study of the commandments, how can you accept them before you have studied them all? And furthermore, we are imperfect as human beings. We may accept them now, but what if we have a crisis of conscience? And what if we just eat a cheeseburger or something? Like, what happens to a person who converted and then, has a moment of weakness? So this is where the rabbis get involved, and this is where I basically step off the train. But these are the three basic things that allow a person to come into the Jewish community. And as we shall see, it's especially relevant when we get to the Jews of Africa.
Thank you for
Okay,
watching. Go to
so much for the kind of introductory material. African Jews in antiquity. We actually have quite a few African communities in antiquity. What we can say with some confidence is that they are not based on the so-called lost tribes, which is in itself sort of a misnomer. The Bible describes the population transfer policy of both the Assyrians and later the Babylonians that wreaked havoc on ancient Israel. The Assyrians, in particular, in the 8th century, removed huge swaths of Jews from the northern part of Israel and shipped them off to regions within their large empire, largely as a way of trying to control popular dissent. It was like essentially a divide and rule strategy, where if you take away especially the young males and you remove them from their homeland and you send them very, very far away, then there won't be anyone to rebel in this territory, and it will act as a break as well on uprisings far away, because they won't necessarily be able to have the same connection with the population where they moved to. The Assyrians also moved other peoples into the land of Israel. That's a whole discussion of where the Samaritans come from, for example. So where, and by the way, the 10 tribes that were moving primarily to the north, it's a misnomer to think that the north was completely Jews. There were still Jews who remained in the area. Many of them fled south to bolster the populations there. But it's not like a modern operation where you can actually conceive of something like a Judenrein environment. This was a heavy population loss, and it was so much so that it deserved mention in the Bible, but it certainly does not mean a complete evacuation of all the Jews of the north. We know where those Jews went from the biblical description, specifically in the region of Hamath, Gozan, and the Median Empire. And I've shown here with these three circles, these three red circles. If we put that into a modern map, most of those 10 tribes, or the people that were displaced, were sent to what would be the borderlands of Lebanon and Syria today, or northern Syria, perhaps the Kurdish areas, and then further east from Mesopotamia, northeast of Baghdad. And it's quite possible. We do have archaeological evidence of Jews in those areas, which is really quite fascinating. There is a long period where they do try to retain their Israelite identity and so on, but ultimately they just merge with the population as a whole. But that's where the 10 lost tribes end up, as best as we can tell. We don't have any indication of them making their way south to Egypt, but we do have lots of other Jewish populations in Egypt. One of the most fascinating ones, I think, is the Jewish population in Elephantine. You can see here on this map, it's in the Upper Nile. I know when you look at this map, the Upper Nile is in the lower part of the picture. That's because the Nile flows from south to north, so the higher elevation of the Nile is in the south. And there's this settlement there that was discovered in the 20th century that actually has a Jewish temple there. Amazingly, it was kind of like a rival temple to the temple in Jerusalem. And it's just tantalizing clues as to what the Jews were thinking in Elephantine to have a separate temple besides them. But we also have, the ruins of the temple have been excavated. We knew they had a lot of conflict with local Egyptians. The temple was ultimately destroyed by the followers of Num, another Egyptian religion. And we also have a significant number of documents, many of them stored right here in the holy city of Brooklyn, that are Aramaic documents of communications between the ancient city of Elephantine and Jerusalem. And it's fascinating to see how they communicate with each other. Where did this community come from? Most scholars believe that this was originally a military colony of Jews that was set up during the period when the Persians dominated the region in the 6th century before the Common Era. We're talking about a very, very long time ago, a very significant Jewish population in the Upper Nile region. And we don't know what happened to them after their temple was destroyed. Not impossible to imagine that they may have some lasting effects in the local population, because It's not that far from Ethiopia, which will be a major part of our story. If we go to the lower Nile Delta in Africa, you see there's a very important city here called Alexandria. Alexandria, established by Alexander the Great, 4th century before the Common Era, also very, very ancient, had a huge Jewish population that is actually recorded in the writings of Philo, also pronounced Philo, and others. We know that they had a very large population in a specific Jewish quarter that occupied quite a good fraction of the city. We know that they had significant conflict with their neighbors as well, and there was actually a series of attacks on them in the context of larger political forces at play. But there's no question that we've got these very, very ancient Jewish communities living in the Egyptian region of Africa, totally separate from the entire Exodus story, which would have been, 1,200 years prior to the settlement that I'm describing in Alexandria today. Okay, so this just gives you a sense of how Israel had a tremendous amount of interaction with its neighbor to the southwest, just on the African continent, and it's not surprising that they would leave some. Now, I mentioned many different Jewish groups, or many groups of people who identify Jewish origins in Africa. Some of them have some interesting support from DNA studies, but for the most part, they're completely bereft of any literature that describes what their presence in the African continent. A major exception to that rule is the famous Jewry of Ethiopia. We know for centuries that there was a Jewish community in Ethiopia, a living Jewish community in Ethiopia, not long gone like Elephantine or in Alexandria. But the real question is, because these Jews were largely illiterate, even the Torah that they have is different from ours. It's not written in Hebrew, it's written in Ge'ez, which is a local holy language, and today they speak primarily Amharic. So they don't have a strong literary tradition. What we know about, in terms of, I'll describe kind of like the legends that we have, some of which may have basis in reality, but we're unable as historians to determine that historicity. The Ethiopians themselves, both, by the way, the Jewish Ethiopians and the Christian Ethiopians, tie their presence in Africa to the marriage of King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba. That is the dominant thinking among Ethiopians. It's recorded in their holy book, the Kebra Nagast, which was written in the 14th century. And in fact, the Lion of Judah is something that the United Jewish Appeal shares with Ethiopia as their prime symbol. So that would go way back. If we're talking about King Solomon, that would be like 1,000 years before the Common Era, which would place Ethiopian Jewry very, very far back in time. And by the way, there are some really tantalizing things about the way that Ethiopians practice Judaism that would suggest that level of antiquity or something nearby. For example, the Ethiopians had the holiday of Purim, which commemorates events in Persia in the 5th century before the Common Era, right? So the whole story of Esther and Ahasuerus is set in Persia at that time, but they lack the holiday of Hanukkah, which would have taken place in the 2nd century before the Common Era. Which, if that was the only data point we had, we would be able to say with some confidence that Ethiopian Jewry dates at least from between the Persian exile and the Hanukkah rebellion of 165. Unfortunately, it's not quite so clear, but nevertheless, there are these tantalizing associations. We also have a strange individual named Eldad Hadani, Eldad of the tribe of Dan, who's one of the 10 lost tribes, who travels through the region in the 9th century and tells a rather amazing tale of an independent Jewish kingdom in Ethiopia. His account is widely disputed by historians, and it's not clear exactly why he's telling the story and if he can be trusted, but nevertheless, it is a fairly early suggestion that in the 9th century they had an independent kingdom run by a Jewish ruler. There are also legends of a Jewish queen named Judith or Gudit, although historians largely, do not ascribe to the historicity of that particular story, especially in connection with the Ethiopians. What we do have more solid ground to stand on is regarding the country of Himyar, which is here in the south of the Arabian Peninsula. That would be today Yemen, where there was a king named Yusuf Nuwas who reigned in the early 6th century of the Common Era. Kind of an interesting figure who was Jewish, and also he was a very powerful ruler, and he actually waged war on Aksum, which you can see here on the left. Aksum is what the Jews would call Kush, or Ethiopia. Aksum is the city, the capital city of Ethiopia. And he waged war on Aksum, and there are many historians who would argue that it was at least in the 6th century that Judaism was introduced through Dur Nuwas and his armies into the region. Still, all of these things are largely apocryphal. We don't know how to evaluate these statements. The Ethiopians themselves left very little written record to help us figure these things out. So it's very difficult to actually verify the existence of a medieval Jewish state. But we can say with great confidence is that there was a medieval Jewish people in Ethiopia. They call themselves the Beta Israel. They used to be called in Western literature the Falasha, but that is a derogatory term which they prefer not to use. But that's the people we're talking about. Beta Israel means the house of Israel. That's what they would call themselves. The rest of the Jewish world knows about them largely through various travelers who make their way around the Mediterranean basin and further south into Africa. One of them, not a Jewish traveler, James Bruce, published this work in the 18th century that was extremely popular, and he really, gave voice to the widespread awareness that there was, in fact, this ancient Jewish people living in Ethiopia. But we have many, many other sources besides James Bruce in the 18th century. We have, we mentioned him last week, Benjamin Tudela. We have the great scholar Rabbi Ovadia of Bertinoro. That's a major commentator on the Mishnah, known simply as the Rav, the Rabbi. And he encounters and interviews Ethiopian Jews. And so there's Lafayette Regensburg and many others who attest to the fact that, there's a Jewish community living in Ethiopia. They're different from us in a lot of ways, but they are in fact there. So, but with James Bruce's popularization of their account, this sort of brought unwanted attention to the Ethiopian Jews because it was primarily Christian proselytizing efforts that was directed at them, because there's something special about finding an ancient Jewish community and turning them over to Christianity that must have appealed to a lot of early, convert seekers. And so there was a renewed attention from Europeans on the Beta Israel from the 18th century on. In the 19th century, the organized Jewish community gets much more involved, and they begin to have delegations going to the Ethiopian Jews, working with them and working to reintegrate them into the larger Jewish population. But this attention from outsiders did not improve their local situation in Ethiopia. It's believed that at this time, that's when they acquired the name Falasha, which means something like outsider or wanderer. And they began to find themselves the ironic, it's not really ironic, it's the Jewish condition, but they began to find themselves the targets of anti-Semitism. So that's one of the, the downsides of being Jewish, I guess. But at the same time, if in halakhic literature, if a person insists on his Jewish identity despite persecution, it's another argument to validate his claims of Jewish identity, because why would anyone go through that? The Ethiopian Jews make a huge change for themselves in the 20th century in particular. Over the course of the 20th century, when some important figures like Yosef Halevi and his student Faith Lewitch come to the Ethiopian Jews and begin to give them Hebrew literacy, introduce them to many texts which they had never seen before, the Jewish tradition, and many organized Jewish communities begin to form linkages with the Beta Israel, and especially after the establishment of the state of Israel, there's an increasing demand that both from the Beta Yisrael themselves and also from the large Jewish world to bring this long-lost sibling of the Jewish world into Israel per se. That eventually happens with tremendous success in the last decades of the 20th century. But let's understand a little bit of the roots of determining with absolute clarity that in fact they are Jewish. Perhaps the most important figure in this debate is Rabbi David ibn Zimra, known as the Rabbi, who's an extremely important rabbi who lived in Cairo at the turn of the 16th century. He interviewed Ethiopian Jews. Again, Cairo is not that far from Ethiopia. He interviewed them and he laid down a very important psak, or a very important decision, which reads as follows. Those who come from the land of Kush, Ethiopia, are without of the tribe Dan. And because there are not among them scholars, masters of tradition, they seize unto themselves the literal meaning of Scripture. They are like children who were kidnapped and have been raised among non-Jews. So this is a huge statement that had tremendous ramifications for the Beta Yisrael. Even though it's dated from like the year 1500, nevertheless hugely influential later on as well. And many contemporary rabbis like great Ovadia Yosef, the chief Sephardic rabbi, was completely in consonance with this idea. But the Radbaz alludes to the fact that they had largely lost the rabbinic tradition. Their holy books were limited to parts of the Tanakh, the Hebrew scriptures, including parts that we did not include in our holy scriptures, apocryphal books. That is, if you go to a Christian Bible, you'll find a whole bunch of them at the end. These are works of antiquity that were translated to Ge'ez, and then they were incorporated into the Ethiopian Bible at some point in the long history. They also lacked widespread literacy and placed a tremendous amount of emphasis on their leaders, their rabbinic leaders, who they call Kohanim, Kahan, and they were the repositories of all knowledge. But since they were operating without the basic tools of Jewish literacy, many of the customs and practices of the Ethiopian Jews were quite foreign to modern Jews. So when the Radbaz was undoubtedly aware of these things, and that's why he adds this last part, that they're like children who were kidnapped. This is a technical term in the Talmud, tinokos shenishbu. Kidnapped children mean, they are fully Jewish, but since they lacked the upbringing that would accrue to a normal Jewish childhood and were able to absorb Jewish law normally, on an osmosis kind of basis, they can't be held culpable for the things that they do in contravention of Jewish law. So a tremendous amount of extra tolerance has to be paid to them in order to integrate them back into the rest of Jewish society. When in the 20th century the State of Israel was established, and there were increasing movements such as Operation Solomon, which was a remarkable airlift of thousands of Ethiopians within a very short period of time through the land of Israel. Here you can see a whole bunch of Ethiopian Jews coming off the transport planes into Israel for the first time. There were many calls for at least some kind of symbolic conversion, because even if we were to affirm the notion that they are all descended from original Jews, since they had lost many of the laws of marriage and the laws of inheritance, the laws of divorce, very important, then they could have all kinds of other statuses that would be untoward and make it difficult for them to marry other Jews. So the compromise that was effected, with a certain amount of controversy, this is after all the State of Israel, everything happens with controversy, they created something called a Chidush HaYahadut ceremony, which means a renewal of Judaism ceremony, commitment to Judaism, which was more or less like a formal declaration of an immersion in the mikvah to, without a tremendous amount of effort, but nevertheless a token amount that the Ethiopian Jews accepted at first. Later on, there was some argument about it. It was some people felt it was somewhat insulting, that after the persecution that they had suffered for so many hundreds of years, they should be asked to renew their Judaism. But nevertheless, on the whole, the process worked, and society was able to accommodate them without too many challenges. There were, in fact, challenges. Ethiopian Jews do suffer a degree of discrimination in Israel, as one might expect, perhaps, for such a foreign new community coming into the land of Israel. But on the whole, their absorption has been successful. Today, there are about 160,000 Beta Yisrael that live in the land of Israel, about 2% of the overall population. And so that's kind of like a great story. Now, let us move to America, as I suggested we were going to bring this home to this country. Well, the American experience with Africa, of course, is heavily tainted by the experience of the disastrous, horrific transatlantic slave trade, which brought millions of Africans against their will to these shores and those of South America, and put them into forced servitude for the rest of their lives. It's impossible, especially in the space of a short lecture like this, to encompass the degree of human suffering that accompanied this kind of massive displacement. But I'd like to focus on one specific aspect of that, is that we should recall, as we mentioned at the beginning, Africa is a hugely diverse society, multiple languages, multiple peoples and ethnicities, and the slave traders couldn't care less. They simply shunted them all into these overcrowded boats, and those that managed to survive the transatlantic passage were brought into communities that had, no commonalities of language or place and so on. And they're left essentially to fend for themselves without the tremendous support of a cultural community. And that's one of the aspects that's really genocidal of the transatlantic slave trade, is the removal of the cultural glue that held together these peoples. And so in America, to a large degree, Africans, even after slavery ended in the late 19th century, there's still this legacy of, what are my origins? If they can't trace themselves back to a particular place in Africa, a particular language, a particular culture, they're kind of like historically separated from their roots. A horrific kind of eventuality, which thankfully Jews never deal with in the same way. Now, what about the question of Jews involved in the slave trade? I wish I could say to you that Jews were completely innocent of this gross crime against humanity. But we should bear in mind, well, first of all, they weren't. But we should bear in mind that in many ways it's not appropriate for us in the 21st century to expect people in the 16th and 17th and 18th century to have values that correspond to ours. Slavery was incredibly widespread, completely accepted, and to live slaves on moral grounds was something that was only when you get into the 18th and 19th century something that was looked upon with favor. Otherwise, it was considered simply part of European. But we acknowledge that fact that Jews did own slaves. Their role in the slave trade is highly exaggerated, often by people with anti-Semitic intent. It was minuscule. Let's look at just one number, for example. In 1830, the American South had about 45,000 people who were slaveholders that held 20 or more slaves, right? 45,000 people in America and the South had 20 or more slaves. Of that population, 120 of them were Jewish, which is less than 1%, 0.3% precisely. So yes, there were Jewish slave owners, but you have to put it in proportion and within the cultural moment. If we look at larger slave owners, you see that 12,000 people in the American South owned 50 or more slaves, and in the Jewish population, the number was 20, or 0.2%. So this is the real story about Jewish involvement in the slave trade. The real, I think, natural space for Jews historically with regards to Africans, and especially Jewish Africans, begins to be apparent after 1903. That's when there was a horrible pogrom in the city of Kishinev, and it received widespread attention in the Western press. Many Jews were completely enraged that a pogrom of this nature, pogrom, by the way, is like it's a somewhat spontaneous, say semi-spontaneous attack on a Jewish civilian population uh, by a combination of sometimes people in arms, sometimes gangs of hoodlums, sometimes the local population rising up. It's sort of a generic Russian term used to represent that kind of attack on a civilian defenseless population. So that particular pogrom in 1903 motivated a lot of American Jews to look beyond the narrow parochial nature of their Jewish concerns and to look to any other oppressed peoples. And of course, the greatest example that anyone can see in the United States of America were the Africans. So the NAACP was founded largely with very strong early Jewish organizational support. And this is just one of the many examples. This is really where Jews felt themselves at home over much of the 20th century. Another example of this would be Abel Meeropol, who was a poet who, after encountering the horrific cases of lynching in the American South, composed a poem that was later hauntedly rendered as Strange Fruit by Billie Holiday, which was able to capture the grotesque nature of the American cruelty to Africans in a way that was, in my humble opinion, uniquely Jewish, and in fact even had a kind of prophetic voice to it. You also have, in the civil rights era, this is where Jews broadly wanted to join with their African neighbors in promoting their civil rights. The terrible story of three northern teenagers, or two northern teenagers and a southerner, who went down in the Freedom Summer to protest segregation in the South, and they were kidnapped and then murdered by the Klan. Two of them were Jews from the Northeast, Andrew Goodman and Michael Henry Schwerner, and they shared a grave with James Earl Chaney. This is where the whole iconic image that Jews often have of their relationship to the black struggle for equality exists. And this is an iconic photo that I'm sure many of you in this call will recognize. It shows Martin Luther King Jr. marching with Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel, a statement of solidarity that encompasses much of the civil rights era. This is kind of like the honeymoon period of Black-Jewish relations. Unfortunately, they went fairly downhill within a very short period of time. One of the other aspects of this, which unfortunately has some of these darker implications, I mentioned earlier, in the transatlantic slave trade, one of the great challenges for Africans is that they were cut off from all of their ancestral culture. And coming to these shores, they often had the religion of the oppressor, Christianity, imposed upon them. For some of them, the church was a refuge, and they were able to transform it into an institution that was able to express their desire for freedom, largely through re-exodus narrative for themselves. But for some others, they viewed the Jewish story of redemption from slavery in a much more pragmatic fashion. There are groups like the so-called Commandment Keepers, led by Rabbi Wentworth Arthur Matthew, who began to adopt a thesis that the Africans were in fact the descendants of the ancient Israelites. As I mentioned last week, they tend to prefer the term Israelite, which was associated with an earlier period in Jewish history, as opposed to the word Jew, which is more closely associated with the Persian period and especially the Roman period. But many of them argued that the Africans were in fact the true Israelites, and they had adopted from the late 19th and early 20th century a whole slew of movements and churches that were very syncretic in nature, adopting some elements of Judaism, sometimes some elements of Christianity, and sometimes even demanding conversion to have membership, which is sort of like, for many groups, a litmus test of whether or not one actually is a Black Israelite, whether or not they went through something like the conversion process we described earlier. And these are, perfectly accepted religious. In America, we try not to make value judgments regarding what other people believe. And in fact, as the great 19th century Jewish thinker Rabbi Rothschild used to say, most people worry about other people's spirituality and their own materiality, when really what we should be doing is worrying about other people's materiality. We should worry about, do other people have enough to eat? Do they have shelter? Do they have health care? Do they have things like that? And worrying about our own spirituality, like not worrying about what they think in terms of their religious values. Think about what they need on their table instead. So we have lots of these groups that are perfectly benign, and they go back over 100 years in American history. However, there is a much darker version that especially gains traction in the 1960s and after the Crown Heights riot of 1991. This is a period when the goals and ideals that were articulated in the civil rights movements of the 60s began to show some weakness as the slow pace of societal change began to exacerbate a lot of racist beliefs, both from African communities and from Jewish communities. And this exploded in a major riot in Crown Heights, Brooklyn, that was emblematic of kind of like the last break between, I shouldn't say the last break, but a very important break between two communities that lived then and now side by side in relative peace and harmony. But ever since then, there would be more tension. And one of the groups or a series of groups that contributes to that tension are groups that the Southern Poverty Law Center identifies as radical Hebrew Israelites. This is not a specific church, but the name of a movement. As you can see in the text here, they're distinguished from other Black Israelite churches who do not espouse the dangerous beliefs. But radical Hebrew Israelites take the view that, okay, the Africans are actually the real Jews. So who are those other people who are claiming to be Jews? Those must be imposters who are usurping our identity, who have stolen our patrimony, stolen our heritage, and so on. And this movement has given cause to a certain amount of consternation and concern among many people, because it can sometimes become violent, and that's beyond the pale of what's really acceptable for a religious movement. If you spend any time at all on social media, you'll see people taking advantage of the current moment with certain celebrities saying outrageous things, to then go out and also say outrageous things and be captured on TikTok and things like that. And if any of those people are watching right now, and I want to say, I know that a lot of you watch my YouTube lectures because I get plenty of hate mail from you. But just ask yourself before you say something like Hitler should have killed all of you. What would your mother say about that? I've heard so many amazing things about the African American community and the power of its motherhood. How mothers have such a strong role in shaping the identity of their children. What would your mother say if you were to tell people Hitler should have killed all of you? Anyways, that's where we are in 2021. I just want to conclude by looking a little bit at the statistics for African Jews in the United States of America, and they are surprisingly, perhaps, numerous. This is the Pew Research Center's famous study of American Jews from 2020. And as you can see, depending on how you ask the question, at least 8% of Jews in America identify as Jews of color, either Hispanic, Black, Asian, or of a multiple race. If you change the question a little bit, that number can go up as high as 17%, which is really significant. And also, if you look at it broken out by age, here this chart shows you how they answer it depending on how old they are. You can see that the number is changing dramatically. Looking at those who will claim Hispanic, Black, Asian, or other race or multiracial, those 65 years of age and older, only 3% will identify like that. But those aged 18 to 29, 15% will identify as such. So in other words, the complexion, didn't mean to go there, but the complexion of American Jewish society is changing. And we should, in my humble opinion, embrace the diversity and learn to absorb the wisdom of the many peoples that come together to make up the Jewish people. With that, I want to thank you so much for your attention, and we've got a few minutes for questions and answers.
Hopefully you can hear me. It doesn't look like you can see me, but this is Admir Posey from Beth Jacob. I want to thank everyone once again so much for joining and supporting our phenomenal series that comes to a close this evening. Three-part series with Dr. Henry Edmondson, which, again, from the feedback that's come to us, has been universally praised. It's really so comprehensive, clear, and a really important window into Jewish history and really true. We want to thank also our sponsors from Beth Jacob, Jerry Madeline Eisenberg, who was commemorating the 10th birthday, Evelyn Sachs Goldstein, Esther Mel, Bobby Judah, Chaim Gittel, and the upcoming honoring the upcoming bar mitzvah of his grandson, Aaron Yeshaya Cohen Eisenberg, which will be on Shabbat Hanukkah. We want to also thank all the Beth Jacob members and community members who have come take part in this session and have been offering such valuable insight. And of course, last but not least, thank Dr. Abramson for this is our chazaka of 3 times of really top-notch programs. We appreciate it so much. I look forward to having our 3rd installment this evening. And for those of you on our mailing list, we'll be able to see the YouTube recording of all of the lectures. 2 have been sent out so far. We'll have 1 more coming after this lecture, so we'll be able to continue to learn going forward. With that, we again thank everyone for joining, and I get to go through the back.
Thank you so much, Rabbi Posey. It really is a wonderful privilege to be able to speak to you and your amazing Megillah, and I'm really grateful for the feedback. Not quite as grateful for the feedback I've gotten in the public sphere with YouTube, because there's lots of nasty people, or I should say nasty people, lots of nasty comments from people who felt either I was too liberal or too conservative. So I hope that the series makes a positive impact on how people approach these difficult questions in public discourse. By the way, the background is a little different because I am currently in transit. The Great Association for Jewish Studies Conference is taking place in Boston this weekend, or Sunday and onward, and I'm on my way to present a paper there on the Jews of Ukraine. So that's why I didn't bring my green screen with me, so that you're seeing the background of the hotel. So here is the opening joke, which I think in many ways speaks to the deeper issues that we're looking at in terms of questions of Jewish identity in the last 2 lectures, and we'll continue with today as well. It's one of my favorite jokes because it has really a tremendous amount of depth to it that's expressed in a classically Jewish manner. So the joke goes like this. There's this Jewish out-of-work actor, young man, wants to make it big in Hollywood, can't quite figure out exactly how to get his big break onto the silver screen. And one day he's reading in the trade journals that there's an audition coming up for a gorilla impersonator. And, he's tired of waiting tables, and although it's not the kind of great role that he's always been hoping for, he thought, maybe this will be something anyways, better than working in a restaurant. So he goes to try out for this role, and he actually gets the part. And it appears that the Los Angeles Zoo had recently lost one of its beloved gorillas, and while they're waiting for another one to arrive from Africa, they need an impersonator to, take this place inside the gorilla enclosure so the zoo can keep attracting and pleasing its patrons. So, he takes the job and he goes into the gorilla enclosure, and he finds that at first, although it's somewhat humiliating, he starts getting into the role. He's a Stanislavski method actor, and he finds he thrills with delight when the children squeal at his antics, and he beats his chest, and the parents are smiling, and he's actually really enjoying his new role as a gorilla impersonator. One day, when he's really deeply into the role. He's swinging from vine to vine in an unusually violent manner, and he accidentally finds that he swings right out of his enclosure and lands in the neighboring lion's den. And he gets himself up from the ground. He looks up into the face of a ferocious lion. And he realizes, oh my gosh, this is the end of my life. I'm about to be devoured by this massive feline. So, because he is, after all, a good Jewish boy, and he remembers what he learned back in Seder, that at the end of a Jew's life, he or she is supposed to pronounce the great statement of God's unity. And so he covers his eyes and he says, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, Lord is one. He takes his hand off his eyes, and the lion says, Baruch Shem Kavod Malchuso V'Olam Va'ed. And then from next door, the giraffe says, Shah, you'll get us all fired. I hope you enjoy that joke. It's hard to tell because I'm speaking, in a hotel room through a laptop right now, and I realized I've never told this joke to a blank screen, so I'm hoping you're laughing at the other end. But I think this joke is especially useful for us because it points to the degree to which Jews will manipulate, the parameters of identity to learn how to adapt to the varieties of societies in which they live. In this humorous example, this out-of-work actor, he impersonates a gorilla, and then he later realizes the lion is also a Jew impersonating a lion, the giraffe is also a Jew impersonating a giraffe, and so on. And this is something about the Jewish condition. We should recall that, we are a minority people, with the exception of the land of Israel, and only in recent decades, since the beginning of the 20th century, in the middle of the 20th century, really, we've never been a majority in any land that we live in, with the exception, of course, of the ancient world. And, as a minority, you're always vulnerable. You're always at the whim of larger societal forces. And one of the things that Jews have to do is to figure out how to negotiate between the extremes of assimilating into the body politic of the outside society, and on the other hand, hewing closely to the tradition, which exposes them to being so different and foreign and sometimes threatening to the societies in which they live. And so many of the stories that we've looked at over the last 2 weeks and we'll look at today also speak to that negotiation between Scylla and Charybdis, the opposite dangers of assimilation and isolation. It's also important to note, perhaps before we get to the material itself, is that at this time of year, the December dilemma, where we have the holiday of Hanukkah, which although it seems to be a holiday of religious freedom, and Yehuda Maccabi stands up for defending the Jewish tradition. In reality, it represents a huge cultural struggle between the forces of assimilation, the Hellenistic Greeks who wanted to adopt the outside mores of Syrian Greek society, and the ultra-traditionalists who wanted to go back to the pre-Greek era of life in the land of Israel. And so this is a perennial dilemma that Jews experience even to this very day. But let's not get too far away from where we're supposed to be addressing our comments. Let's look specifically at the identity of the Jews of Asia. So I hope you can all see my screen all right. I'm going to focus really on two major populations of Asian Jews. We're going to look, again, this is just a 60-odd minute lecture, so it tends to be somewhat superficial, but we're going to just survey the birth and experience of the Jews of South Asia, specifically India, and then we're going to look at the Jews of East Asia, specifically China. There are many other Jewish pockets in all of these areas of Asia, but I think these two major sections, the subcontinent of India and the massive landmass of China, will be sufficient for us for today. So let us try to understand how do these Jewish communities come to be. Most important element is the route of the Silk Road. This is not really one route, but actually multiple routes that essentially carried valuable goods from east to west and vice versa. In the west, which means essentially the Mediterranean basin, tremendous desire for certain luxury goods that were produced in the Far East, like silk, which eventually would be moving further and further west in terms of its production. But the Romans in particular loved silk clothing, something really, as today, considered a huge luxury item that was heavily sought after. And also, this is sometimes called the Spice Road because the India in particular and China as well had a tremendous number of preservatives that could be added to food to preserve the flavor and sometimes to mask the putrefaction that would occur as a result of the lack of refrigeration. So in other words, they needed spices to make food more palatable, especially because they didn't have ways of preserving foods other than smoking or pickling and things like that. So bringing things like that from the west and from the east, and bringing from the west often manufactured goods, weaponry, swords, things like that. Later, slaves would be a very important part of this trade. And it extends from the ancient period right up until the 15th century with the discovery of the Americas. And we should recall, of course, the whole enterprise of the attempt to discover the Americas was the attempt to find a shortcut for the Silk Road, where explorers thought, maybe rather than going in this very difficult overland route or this roundabout storm route where you have to hunt maybe we can find a shorter way to get to India and China. And that's in fact how they bumped into South America, Mesoamerica, North America, and the whole, everything changed after that. But have a look at this map here. You can see the major routes of the Silk Road. The green road is the major overland route that goes primarily through Central Asia. And to the south, in particular, you have maritime routes. The maritime routes are the ones that we're going to begin with, looking at the settlements of Jews in India. So, what do we know about Jews following these routes? We do know that Jews were heavily involved in this trade for a very long time. And in fact, we're not going to discuss this today, but in the 9th century, Jews were considered the masters of the Silk Road, a particular group called the Radhanites that were based in southern France along the Rhone River, which is called Rhodanus in Latin, hence the name Radhanites. And they followed all of these routes and even more, because by the time you get 800 years down the road, there's a lot more trade in Northern Europe and so on. So this is something that Jews had been doing for a very long time. The major settled population of Jews was where this circle is located. This would be centered, you can see, on the city of Ctesiphon, which is in Aramaic, Ephosa, one of the most important Talmudic cities. And this is the major center of Talmudic Babylonian Jewry. There's definitely Jews living in the land of Israel, there's Jews living in Egypt and in Asia Minor, but the beating center of Jewish spiritual, intellectual life was really in this region of southern Mesopotamia, where the Tigris and Euphrates rivers come to spill into the Persian Gulf. And this is, as you can see, smack on the trade route of the Silk Road. So Jews were right at the very heart of it in this region early on. How we know Jews are traveling it, there's many different archaeological pieces of evidence. One of the most fascinating, I think, was discovered by this Hungarian man, Arlo Stein, who is one of the most brilliant archaeologists of the early 20th century. He and his family were Hungarian Jews, although they belonged to a particular group of Jews that were very popular in much of Western Europe until the Holocaust, really, who believed actively in assimilating. They believed that assimilation to Western norms was the ideal. And so, although this was not a route that his parents and his sister took, he and his brother actively chose to convert to Lutheranism because they felt that was the ultimate sort of like evolution of Jews in European society was to fit in as much as possible. Anyway, brilliant archaeologist and a linguist, and he did some fantastic studies along the Silk Route. One of the things he discovered along the way, about midpoint, was this massive trove of documents, kind of a library that was secreted halfway along the route. Documents in a slew of different ancient languages that were used, left behind by various travelers going back and forth along the route. And included in this trove was this particular document here, a beautiful, folded, carefully folded document, which was a slicha. It's a section of a prayer for the holiday of Shoshana. And it dates from the 8th or possibly the 9th century. So in other words, you can imagine this in its actual original usage. Here's a Jew who's traveling for business along the Silk Road. He knows he is going to be caught somewhere along this road, long journey, over Yom Tov. And so he brings along with him a precious handwritten siddur. Maybe he had the entire davening there. Maybe he only had this one leaf. But he knew that when Rosh Hashanah came around, his own personally maintained calendar, he would stop and he would meditate upon the slicha, and he would pour out his heart to God. So it's just a beautiful physical representation of what it must have been like for these Jews traveling along with this lonely road and making their peace with God at the same time. So we definitely know Jews were traveling along the Silk Road in the middle of nowhere, Central Asia. This is where this turns up. That's where we get evidence of Jews actually making their way along. So let's have a look, though, at the maritime part of the Silk Road first. And specifically, we're going to look at how Jews ended up in the subcontinent of India. And there are multiple populations there that are all representative of various groups that made landfall here and decided to stay because the trade was so profitable. So you have in this circle here at the bottom the so-called Cochin Jews. They live on the southern coast of India. You'll recall in the first lecture when we talked about Benjamin of Tudela, another great medieval traveler, although centuries after the Central Asian story. He referred to the black Jews of this part of the world. In fact, I'll show you a picture later where they definitely do look darker skinned, to be sure. Then you have the so-called Bnei Israel, who are a little further north along the coast, the center being the city of Mumbai. Then you have Baghdadi Jews in the region of Kolkata, and they come quite a bit later. They're primarily 19th century Jews moving in that region. And you have also the Paradesi on the east coast of India. We won't get to those today, but we'll look very briefly at the Cochin Jews and at the Jews of Mumbai as well. So we don't have a really good sense of exactly when the Jews first appeared in Cochin. Legends, of course, place it back in the very distant past. Legends of Jews making it there after the destruction of the temple, the first Roman Jewish war, and so on. Very hard to date them with any degree of historical accuracy. We do know, however, some fascinating things, that there are Sanskrit and Tamil terms that come from India that are located in Tanakh. Various goods and spices and precious stones and things like that appear in the Hebrew Bible, and these are words that clearly were used in southern India at this time. So definitely there is long-standing trade between the region and the ancient land of Israel. Examples like Solomon's gold from Ophir. One opinion, one scholarly opinion holds that perhaps this mysterious location was in fact a place at the mouth of the Indus River, which would have been in the northwestern part of India. Maybe more further north, beyond our point. And as I mentioned earlier, the Radhanites it's not surprising because Jews would likely have been making landfall here with many other national traders, as they historically, and they would make, they would be distinguished for it as you get all the way into the 9th century. One of the most fascinating artifacts of the earliest period of Cochin jewelry is this remarkable looking copper plate, which exists intact. And I can't possibly read it. It is written in the Malayalam language, and to make it more difficult, in the Batalutu script. Personally, I can never read anything in the Batalutu script. I can only read it in the old, Times Roman script. Because otherwise, I don't know if you're laughing. I'm enjoying this. But at any rate, what is this strange copper document? I mean, it's made on a sheet of copper. It purports to be a charter to the Cochin Jews from a local king. It's not dated, but it most likely comes from the 11th century. It's amazing. The year 1000. That goes so far back. Charters are actually a very common medieval phenomenon in Europe, where Jewish communities would receive documents from the king that would outline their privileges and their responsibilities for living in a particular location. And these things were meant with something called Magdeburg-Recht, where Jews would have the right to maintain certain monopolies, the right to protect themselves with a wall around their community, and all kinds of different things. And this appears to be in that same family of ideas. It praises the Jews and one particular leader for visionary understanding of how they could live happily in this land. And in fact, the Jews of this part of the world claim that they experienced no anti-Semitism, which is hard to believe, but it's actually something that's far more common in Southeast Asia and in Asia than you would find in Western Europe. The many fascinating customs that they have in India include, for example, this beautiful custom that a bride's skirt would later be incorporated into the parochas, like the special ceremonial dress of a bride would then be actually used as a kind of a covering for the Torah in the synagogue. A very beautiful kind of connection of the elevation of the dignity of woman and its connection to the protection of the Torah. Beautiful thing. Also customs that on Friday evening they would have a kind of a shamas go around, kind of like a functionary go around and light candles on the outsides of the homes of Jews to let them know that the Sabbath is coming and to provide light for the streets and so on, things like that. You can see there's a sort of an oil lamp sticking out of the doorway there in this particular house. Really unusual customs that you don't see elsewhere in the Jewish world. By the time you get to the 13th, 14th, 15th century in particular, that's when you begin to see the Portuguese showing up. Here is a depiction of the Jews of Malabar that were described by Benjamin of Tudela, who spoke in first class, as black Jews. In fact, here they do look more dark-skinned in this particular representation. Jews were especially associated with the Portuguese landfall in the southern part of India. Portugal, of course, was one of the early maritime seafaring countries that took advantage of this international trade to great advantage. And Jews were frequently employed as translators. Not necessarily that they would end up knowing, come there knowing the local language. This was true not only in the Far East, but also in the Americas. Some of the very first people to get off Columbus's boats were Jewish translators or Jewish translators who had been converted to Christianity, and they would walk out there and speak to the local population and try every single language they could think of until they finally were able to create some sort of common vocabulary. So one of these great Portuguese Jewish translators was someone who later took the name Gaspar da Gama after his patron, Vasco da Gama. He was actually a Jewish guy who spent a lot of time in southern India as the primary go-between between the Portuguese colonialists and the indigenous population. Certainly helped to promote the Jewish community. They have some fascinating things there, like these conical synagogues, really unusual synagogue architecture you don't see elsewhere in the world. And they have this famous synagogue in Cochin that actually has a Hebrew clock that includes Hebrew, Roman, and Indian numbers on it. And this is the Hebrew side. So that's just a very quick look at the Cochin Jews in particular. Move up the coast a little bit, you have in the region of Mumbai, the Bnei Israel. Totally different group of Jews. They do not regard themselves as being ethnically connected to the southern Indian Jews in Cochin. This is a beautiful 19th century representation of the baking of matzah by the Bnei Israel. I believe the language used here, besides the obvious Hebrew parts of it, I believe this is Marathi. And it seems to me that they're doing these things either on the floor or very close to the floor, but nevertheless they're going through the whole processes. And on the very bottom right, after they finish it, the woman on the right there, she's just marking up the prices way beyond what she really should be paying for matzah. And that's, of course, a very time-honored tradition of Jews. That's also a joke. We don't know exactly when these Bnei Israel began, just like we don't know when the Cochin Jews began. The Bnei Israel don't have a similar document like the copper plates, but there are definitely lots and lots of evidence of their presence by the time we get to the medieval period. So these are very ancient Jewish communities that go back, at least 800, 1200 possibly years. And unlike the Cochin Jews, they developed their own traditions of rabbinic leadership, sometimes quite distinct from the customs and manners of what we would consider mainstream rabbinic rulers as well. And to a certain degree, you wonder how much connection both of these populations had with the Talmudic tradition, because in many cases it seems rather tenuous. But when you get to the 19th century, there is this renaissance that occurred, particularly among the Bnei Israel, also noted among the Jews, that once they encounter Christian missionaries, that seems to spur a whole new renaissance and interest in Jewish identity, Jewish history, Hebrew, and so on. It's as if these people are like kindling, just waiting for someone to set them on fire, and then all of a sudden they become incredibly enthusiastic. To a certain degree, it's sort of must be disappointing for the Christian missionaries who come and figure that perhaps they're going to win lots of converts to Christianity, and they certainly do with some. But all of a sudden, the community gets so energized and says, "Wait a second, we should think about this. If we're Jewish, we don't know that much about our Judaism. So let's find out, start learning Hebrew, and start reading Tanakh, and start developing more of our skills in rabbinic literature, and so on and so forth." We saw this happening in Africa as well. It's kind of an unusual phenomenon that I think bears greater meditation. So there's a huge resurgence of interest in Judaism among the Bnei Israel in the late 19th century. Ultimately, a huge number of them would make Aliyah and constitute a distinct population in Israel. They also have fascinating customs such as the hanging on the doorpost of like rice leaves and things like that, right next to the mezuzah, which is intended as kind of an auspicious sort of physical prayer for fecundity. But as you see here in this image, there's definitely it's a very dynamic and changing society. As they're discovering more and about their Judaism, they're also discovering more and more of their secular identities too. In this picture, which is obviously multi-generational, you can see some rather very different styles of clothing represented between the generation and the younger generation, with the young man essentially looking essentially like a for a European individual, where his father clearly looked like he comes from a distinct Asian culture. So this is a society that was undergoing remarkable change as they began to explore their Jewish identity. So that's just a quick look at two of the most significant and quite old communities of Jews in Asia. Let's have a look at the Jews of China now, who I find particularly fascinating. So there's no question that the Jews reached the Far East along the Silk Road. We know that Benjamin of Tudela, although he probably didn't get this far himself, described Jews making their way all the way out to East Asia. And we have the Radhanites who also traded all the way out here. And we can track specific communities in many locations. If you look at the numbers next to or underneath the names of these locations, that refers to the century in which we know the community was established. On the far left in China, you have Khotan. That's where we discovered, Oral Stein discovered the tefillah, the slicha, if I remember correctly. That's already the 9th century. And then further to the east, you've got on the coast places like Canton, also from the 9th century. But you also have to go all the way to the north, Harbin. That's actually a very important population of Jews that was established in the very early 20th century, primarily because, in fact, only by this much did I miss personally growing up in Harbin, because the reason why this community had an explosion of Jewish settlement in the year 1904 was because the Russians were locked in a quixotic and desperate battle against the Japanese. And remarkably, even though you think of Russia geographically as this massive country, 1/6 of the Earth's landmass is Russia, fighting against this tiny little series of islands called Japan, and Japan would ultimately win that war, the War of 0405, the Russo-Japanese War. And my Zaidi, Alav Shalom, my grandfather, did not want to get conscripted into the Russian army to fight the Japanese. So he ended up, volunteering to be a farmer in northern Canada, and that's how he ended up bringing the Abramson clan all the way over to these shores. But the many Jews, approximately 30,000 Jewish men, were shipped off to Harbin, and they actually ended up staying. They actually found that perhaps it was the local cuisine, I don't know, but they ended up bringing their wives by and setting up a Jewish community. So there's actually a 20th century Jewish community that was established there that absolutely fascinating in its origin. So that's a modern Jewish community, and clearly an import primarily from Lithuania and Belarus. But the rest of these communities are more medieval in origin. I think one of the most fascinating stories of the Chinese Jews has to do with their discovery, because they were largely cut off, like Indian Jews, even more so than Indian Jews. They're largely cut off from the dominant intellectual life of Jewries to the west. Such a huge gap of geographic distance to be spanned. They never had the same kind of connection with the give and take of the Talmudic codification, and then the development of the codes and Maimonides. They were largely cut off from most of that. And in fact, they essentially lived their own lives quite distinct from the rest of world Jewry until they were discovered by the Jesuits. So Matteo Ricci, shown here, was a Catholic who was on a mission to convert the Chinese to Catholicism. And when he came to China, he ultimately there were Jesuits who connected with a particular Jew named Aitian in the year 1605. And the Jesuits were quite fascinated that here's a guy, a Chinese guy, who claims to be Jewish. And they tell a funny story about their first encounter, that apparently Matteo Ricci had this interview with Aitien, and he brought him into his apartment or his church, I'm not sure yet. And Aitien, this Chinese Jewish guy, sees a picture of the Madonna and Child. Not this particular image, but I just chose it to illustrate. And Aitien looks at it and he says, "Oh, isn't that nice? That looks like it must be Rivka, Yaakov, and Esau. Must be Rebecca, Jacob, and Esau." And then he shows them a picture of the four evangelists, right? Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, the authors of the Gospels, or the people to whom the Gospels are attributed. And Etienne apparently said, "Oh, this is so interesting. Where are the other 8 sons of Jacob?" Assuming this was a depiction of 4 of Jacob's sons. So Matteo Ricci was really quite fascinated with the idea that there's these Jews out there. So they sent Jesuits out to meet with the Jewish community in Kaifeng. This is one of the most important of the medieval Jewish centers. And when they got there, they were especially interested. They wanted to have a look at the Torah scrolls that belonged to the Jewish community, because they had this strange idea, 17th century Jesuitical idea, that the original Torah scrolls had to have some kind of reference to Jesus. Never mind the fact that the composition of the Torah was centuries and centuries before Jesus lived. This is a way of Christian thinking, of prefigurement, that texts in the Hebrew scriptures, later ones like Isaiah, for example, for sure, but even earlier ones like Genesis, are all packed with codes that explain the life of Jesus later. And so they were certain that there must be even more explicit references to Jesus in the Torah, but that the text had been corrupted by Jews who wanted to hide those things. But if they went to China, and they thought that perhaps the Chinese Jews were actually pre-exilic, meaning maybe they got to China with the Babylonian exile, or maybe the Assyrian exile from either 600 or 700 years before the Common Era, they were positive that if they could look at these Chinese Torah scrolls, they would discover that Jesus was in there. They were wrong. They didn't find anything like that. But they did find Torah scrolls. They found beautiful synagogues. These are actual drawings from Jesuits who visited the Chinese synagogues of Kaifeng in the 17th century. Multi institutions with all kinds of fascinating and rather different architecture than you find in the West. And also this amazing picture of Chinese Jews with the top knots and the whole thing, reading from a Sephardic style Torah. That unlike the Ashkenazim who keep the Torah in cloth coverings and lay it flat on a table, the Sephardim put the Torah upright in these sort of spherical or conical boxes that then they open up like doors while they stand upright on a table, and then they're read while standing like that. And this could be Sephardic guys reading a Torah scroll, but they clearly are Asian. So they brought back all this amazing information of these Jewish communities thriving in central China. Really quite fascinating. Now, what about their Judaism? It definitely was pretty funky compared to the Judaism that you find in, let's say, Germany around the same time. And the dates are difficult to establish with clarity. One of the oldest artifacts of the Chinese Jewish community in Kaifeng in particular dates to 1489, and these are stelae, meaning like big obelisks that have writing on that talk about the nature of the community. And these stelae talk about the people who donated money to build the synagogue, because this is another example of how traditional Jewish communities are, that you're always going to find plaques. In fact, some of the oldest surviving archaeological evidence that we have from synagogues all around the world, well over 2,000 years old, are plaques that say so and so donated the Aron Kodesh, so and so sponsored Kiddush last week, maybe not quite that extreme, but you definitely have plaques that specifically name who gave money in order to support the community. And this is a very, very old tradition, older than gefilte fish by far. And the Chinese have it as well. So in their stelae from 1489 and then repeated later and that, they clearly have a reference to the rebuilding of their synagogues after a few natural disasters that places them squarely within Jewish tradition. They also have a memorial book that lists the famous names of many important Jews, and unlike Western society, in Asian society at this time, last names were assigned, and only certain names could be used by people of certain stature. And many of the Jews actually had some of the most, high quality names, like Jew, which apparently is golden, indicates that the emperor himself was pleased with them. We can say three basic things about this group, which I think is quite important. Just make sure I remember each of them. Yes, right. The first one is that, they're not exactly practicing rabbinic Judaism the way we would necessarily recognize all of it. A lot of it seems definitely moving in a different direction. But they're extremely proud of their attention and fidelity to Jewish vision when they have concrete knowledge of it. For example, they are referred to by other Chinese as Tiao Jin Jiao, the group that excises the city, which is a reference, of course, to a passage in the book of Bereshit, which we just read, about how, remember when Jacob is wrestling with the mysterious angelic being, and he is wounded in the thigh, and then the Torah says that therefore Jews do not eat the Gid Hanasheh, the sinew, the sciatic nerve, to this very day. And that's, in fact, what the Chinese Jews were doing when they would, slaughter a cow. They would practice Nikur, they would remove that particular sinew. Or like Ashkenazim, they would simply sell that part of the animal away, and they would not even try it. So even though a lot of the Jewish things they're doing don't seem to be, according with mainstream Judaism, they nevertheless were very, very proud of their tradition. Secondly, like the joke that we began our discussion with today, they attempted to adapt to Chinese society and its idiosyncrasies in some fascinating ways. For example, Chinese society has a tremendous amount of importance placed on external demonstrations of respect. And one of those is the famous kowtow, where you would literally lie down, fully prostrate yourself on the ground multiple times, knocking your forehead on the ground as a sign of obeisance before the emperor. And one of the emperors was fond of placing his name at the top of one of these obelisks, and since he couldn't be everywhere all the time, he ordered that people should bow down to his name on a rock. And this is, if you know anything about Judaism, this is totally forbidden for Jews. Jews are not allowed to bow down before any kind of, inanimate object. That's just too close to idolatry. So it would be too aggressive a move to refuse to bow down before this symbolic representation of the emperor. So what the Chinese Jews did is they would write the Shema prayer, actually from the joke that we talked about, they would write the Shema prayer on the top of the obelisk over the emperor's name. And then the way they would justify it is that they were bowing down to God and that great statement of God's unity. It happens also on the way that the emperor's name is there, and what he doesn't know won't bother him. That's kind of like an amusing adaptation to the necessities of Chinese culture. But they definitely were assimilating heavily. And in the 20th century, under communism, they basically disappeared. They certainly had, many sort of stopgaps against assimilation, which failed in multiple ways. They were dressed differently. They were known sometimes as the blue caps. But that may have also referred to Muslims as well. There are 50 million Chinese Muslims, by the way, 50 million of them. Just remember that there are about 15 million Jews, 1-5, right? So I've never ever met a Chinese Muslim, although of course we read about them. They're famous. They're known for the degree to which they are currently persecuted in contemporary China. It just gives you a sense of how few Jews there are in the world. Also, they frowned upon intermarriage with non-Jewish women. In particular, they would call them daughters of Adam, meaning they were like regular women as opposed to daughters of Israel, Jewish women. But nevertheless, it was considered, it just became inevitable, and they did assimilate very heavily through intermarriage in the 20th century. Their Torah scrolls were among the last things to go. In the 20th century, they actually began selling their Torah scrolls because the community in Kaifeng was really just way too desperate. And these were distributed around the world. There's some at the Royal Ontario Museum in Toronto, and they indicate that the scribal arts were slowly slipping as well among the Chinese. But nevertheless, fascinating community that strove under very, very difficult circumstances so far from the center to be able to hang on to their identity. And so this brings me to a close, really, not only of this particular lecture, but of the three lectures as a whole. We this time of year, when we're deep in the December dilemma, as I began our discussion with today, it's a time that I personally like to reflect on the question of Jewish identity and the stories of these tiny Jewish communities who were, isolated for centuries from the rest of the Jewish world, and were nevertheless able to hang on to even tiny scraps of their Jewish identity until they could, like long lost tributaries, finally make their way back to the raging torrent of the main current of Jewish population. It's inspirational to think about them and think about how they held on to their identities under unusually difficult and such diverse circumstances. So I take a lot of personal inspiration from thinking about them, and I'm very grateful to you, Beth Jacob, and Rabbi Posey in particular, and the sponsors for inviting me to give this series. And with that, I will conclude the evening. I thank you very much for your attention. And we have about 10 minutes for any last questions or discussion.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abramson. First of all, I will just let you know that I did get your jokes, and at least in our house we were laughing. So you don't have to worry about your blank screen. I wanted to, similar to your recap, ask sort of a recap kind of question, which is sort of lessons learned specifically about things like attrition and assimilation that you noted a couple of times, of course, tonight and others as well. For me, actually, I was reading this question that got emailed to me, and it popped into my head and that picture of that multi-generational family, which we've seen in America and in many of our contemporary experiences. We see generations, having adverse attrition. Are there these trends that you're seeing, from your perspective, looking at so many different cultures, including the ones that we discussed here, and lessons that you can think about of places that may have been able to have stronger keys to strengthening tradition over different generations?
Wow, those are hard questions, Rabbi. I spent most of my graduate training in the history department. The prophecy department was down the hall. I tried to avoid those people, but I think that there are a few things that we can definitely see that are valuable. Like, for example, we looked very briefly last week at the Pew report. of 2020 that tracked attitudes among American Jews. And certain features, have us tearing our hair out and worried about the future of American Jewry. Marshall Sklar, the great sociologist, once referred to the Jews as the ever-dying people because we're constantly worried about assimilation, and we've been worried about it for hundreds of years, but nevertheless, we never seem to totally assimilate. And I think one of the things that we can take away from that is that although it's important to bear this sense of urgency, that things really do matter, things really are important, we should not necessarily be paralyzed and react negatively to innovation. Like, for example, the traditional synagogue model of membership that developed largely over the last couple of centuries, maybe the last 3 centuries, primarily in Europe and America, kind of membership-based, dues-paying synagogue institutions that allowed American Jewry to build these massive constructions. They had, as they like to say, an edifice complex. But they're changing so much because millennials don't like, being trapped into memberships. They don't like working at the same job for longer than 2 or 3 years either. They think very, very differently. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we can't adapt and construct new ways of connecting that still keep the Jewish community even more vibrant by bringing in people from geographically further away with the use of modern technology, like we're doing right now, actually. So one sort of takeaway lesson that I get is, take it seriously. A sense of urgency is important, but do not be terrified of innovation. Another sort of takeaway lesson that I get from this, and this is really from Rabbi Beryl Wine, very, very influential, popular historian in the Orthodox world in particular, who observed that one of the, Jews can do all kinds of weird things over the centuries. There's so many wacky Jewish experiments that go nowhere, and we kind of laugh about them centuries later. But there's only really one thing that is so far gone that when Jews start doing this, they eventually disappear from the rest of the Jewish story. And that is when we mess around too much with the question of who is a Jew. Groups that made decisions about counting people in, contravening the basic principles that had been adopted, not as ancient necessarily as we'd like to think, but nevertheless very well established principles, like the matrilineal descent principle. Once we start messing around with that kind of germ cell idea of Judaism, that's a huge danger sign. And I worry about that in America because that is something that is happening in this country as well. We can disagree with ourselves in kind of like a big, crazy, dysfunctional family, but once we start saying that, no, I can disagree with you, but you're not really Jewish, that changes things in a very, very dangerous way for survival. And I think we've got to figure out a way to come back to center on that issue as well. So 2 very big observations.
Thank you so much. But one interesting question that was just sent to me, is there any constant in terms of language? Hebrew or other types of language across a lot of people? Again, the question was about tonight in the Jews of Asia, but is Hebrew a constant across some of these Jewish communities?
So actually, as part of my preparation for tonight, I was very fortunate. I watched a video by Rabbi Kupko, who is a rabbi in New York City, and he gave a lecture yesterday, which is on YouTube. You can easily watch it now, at the Park East Synagogue on the Jews of China. I said, great, I'll get so many fantastic ideas. And in fact, the material that I discussed tonight about Carbin was largely as a result of his family history that goes back to that particular place. Most of his presentation was really 20th century, whereas I was really wanting to focus on origins of type issues. At any rate, one of the things that he offered in his lecture was that in order for a Jewish community to survive, it doesn't have to be widespread Jewish Hebrew literacy. Excuse me. It doesn't have to be widespread, but you need to have at least one person who can read Hebrew. When you lose the rabbi, when you lose someone who is kind of like the keeper of the flame, knowing, okay, this is what it says in the Torah, and I can read it to you, and I understand it, and I can explain it. You have to have at least one person like that. What he derives from his analysis of the Chinese situation in the 20th century is that once they lost anyone who could read Hebrew, the community completely disintegrated. And I think that there's a lot of value in that particular point. I forgot to mention one kind of amusing thing, by the way. When the Chinese community was in decline for centuries, and even when Matteo Ricci's Jesuits went to Kaifeng and they met with the rabbi there, the rabbis there, they'd never met anyone Christian. Christian was something totally new to them. There were no Christians in China until the Jesuits arrived. So they're having a schmooze with this Jesuit, and they're impressed, saying, "Wow, this guy really knows Tanakh. He knows all these stories, David Amelech and stuff like that." And at a certain point, the elderly rabbi says to him, "Listen, maybe you would like to be our rabbi after I retire." He suggests to the Jesuit, he says, "I think you would make a great rabbi. The only thing is, you definitely have to be circumcised and you have to stop eating pork. Those two things, and you'd be fantastic. You take my Stella." Turned them down, but nevertheless, that's the value of Hebrew. It may not be something that everyone has to have, but someone has to have it. That's the way Rabbi Foucault analyzes it. I think there's a lot of value in it.
That's fascinating. Really interesting. With that, I think we'll close. Once again, thank you to you guys for family for sponsoring and over and over getting wonderful series of lectures. I look forward to connecting post our Chazaka Hashem and learning again. I know it's late for you, so a very, very good night on your end, and thank you so much for joining.
Thank you all very much. I appreciate the opportunity. Have a good night. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Today I'd like to ask a fascinating question, at least fascinating to me. Are the Lemba, who are a tribe of Africans living primarily in South Africa, Zimbabwe, are they genetically Jewish? They have a long oral tradition claiming descent from Judean migrants way, way back in the biblical period. And with modern genetic studies, there's some interesting evidence to suggest that what they're saying has a certain level of historic value. Now, before we get too deep in the subject, we have to, first of all, lay down the ground rules that genetics are not identity, right? The criteria to determine Jewish identity are far more complex and really depend on who you go to as your authority. The mainstream rabbinic view, which is embraced by Orthodox Jews to be sure, and for most of Jewish history of the last couple of millennia, has been that Jews receive their identity in two ways, either through matrilineal descent, meaning they are born of a Jewish mother, or through conversion. And there's a whole bunch of discussion about what exactly that conversion means. In the late 20th century, the Reform movement adopted a patrilineal descent, claiming biblical precedent. And in fact, when you look at biblical texts, there are some really interesting things that suggest that it may have been patrilineal in the biblical period. But, this is not a discussion for this point. You can see I have another video on it. It did definitely switch sometime in antiquity where Jews began to turn to the matrilineal model. For Orthodox Jews, it is the moment of Matan Torah. For others, historians look at different points. But at any rate, most Jews today regard it as matrilineal. I should say certainly Orthodox Jews. Jews from other denominations may have other definitions. What we don't have is the notion of bloodlines or of conformity to specific prophecies to say that a person is Jewish. I'm mentioning this because I got a lot of hate when I gave a couple of lectures on the history of the Jews of Africa. And boy, there's so many people who are upset about, you're not a real Jew, you're actually a Khazarian convert and stuff like that. We're not going to go into those things, but I will say that when we look at the Lemba and we look at genetic information, we can say that at least based on that kind of material, there's strong evidence to suggest that there is a Jewish connection to these people. This is something that has only been available in the late 20th century with the sequencing of the human genome. Let's go through some of this material. So first of all, who are the Lemba? They are Bantu-speaking Africans. There are 70,000 of them. They're primarily living in South Africa and Zimbabwe. They have an oral tradition that they're descended from white men who came from a place called Sena by boat. And the Sena might somehow be, they don't know exactly where it is. It might be Judea. It might be Sana'a, which is a place in Yemen. Then they came onto the African continent and they built Sena again, possibly in Tanzania or Kenya. And then again, migrated and built it a third time, possibly in Mozambique, before they were engaged in the massive project of building Great Zimbabwe, which is this huge archaeological ruin that really indicates a massive civilization in southern Africa. At some point in what we would call the medieval period, they broke Jewish law by eating mice, not kosher, and then they were exiled throughout South Africa. If it was me and this was my one opportunity to break the laws of kashrut, I don't think mice would be my first choice, but at any rate, that's how it went. Now, what's Jewish about them? Well, they claim there's Jewish descent, and in fact, they have lots of Jewish beliefs and practices. For example, they are monotheistic. They practice circumcision. Now, these two things are common also for Muslims in the region. But the Lemba also practice animal sacrifice, which seems to be more connected to a biblical past. They do not eat pork. Again, Muslims don't eat pork too. But they also don't eat milk and meat. Furthermore, they have other smaller practices that are very congruent with Jewish history, like they pay a lot of attention to the lunar calendar. So basically, their story is that they were led by a particular clan called the Buba, and they made their way from somewhere in the Middle East into Africa and eventually ended up primarily in South Africa and Zimbabwe. Now, what does the science say? So to understand that, we have to go back a little bit to look at the so-called Cohen gene. This is something that was discovered at the turn of the 20th century. Geneticists who worked on this major project and wrote a book about it called Jacob's Legacy, a genetic view of Jewish history. Very fascinating and really a very pleasant read too. I was laughed out loud at some points because he has a real great sense of humor. At any rate, what Goldstein and his extensive team did is they swabbed self-identified Jews and self-identified Kohanim to look for genetic patterns. They swabbed Ashkenazim and Sephardim. They did a lot of these swabs, for example, on the beach at Tel Aviv, but in other places around the world as well. And the bottom line in their research was they found that well over half of Jews who claimed to be Kohanim had a similar genetic feature, which they ended up calling the Kohen modal haplotype. Let me just back up for a second. I realized that maybe I didn't say this. Jews are divided in a patrilineal system. While the identity, the status of being Jewish is matrilineal, it comes through the mother, as we mentioned earlier. Tribal status, on the other hand, is derived from the father. Right? So the 12 tribes that are described in the Bible and so on. But there's one tribe, the tribe of Levi, which was divided in two. They were brothers. One of them was Moses, i.e. the Moses, and the other was Aaron, is also the Aaron, who was the first high priest. All the male descendants of Aaron were called in Hebrew Kohanim, or priests. And it goes through the male line exclusively. Now, thinking about genetics, of course you're aware that women have two X chromosomes, men have an X and a Y chromosome. There's a lot more to say about differences between these two, but not for this video. But that means that all men receive their Y chromosome exclusively from their father. Whatever their father's Y chromosome had is what they've got on their Y chromosome. So this means that theoretically, every Kohen alive today has a Y chromosome that is like Aaron's chromosome a long, long time ago. Now, that's a fascinating kind of thing to measure because, you know, we know that a lot of people today who claim to be Kohanim, probably even in the 18th century, the great Vilna, who was a first child, and you have, if you're a firstborn, you have to be redeemed in a special ritual with a Kohen. He was famous for performing this ritual for himself with every Kohen he met, because you could be absolutely sure that the last Kohen was a real Kohen. Maybe this one's a real Kohen, so he would do it over and over again just to make sure that he did it right. Most firstborns, like myself, for example, only had it done once, and that's enough already. But nevertheless, this represents the possibility that many people simply adopted the Kohen identity. It has a higher status, for example. So maybe like when they moved from Eastern Europe to America, and people didn't know them, they might say, I think I'd like to make great jokes about that. So we don't know really how many of those Kohanim really are Kohanim, and how many others really do descend from Aaron. So when we look at this Y chromosome, and Goldstein and his team looked at these Y chromosomes, they found out that amazingly, well over half of the people who claim to be Kohanim shared this single genetic footprint called the Cohen modal haplotype. That's fascinating, which confirms that there is this long tradition of Y chromosome descent that was preserved among Kohanim. And even more fascinating, when you calculate how far back these people had a common male ancestor, it works out just about 3,000 years ago, a little more than that, possibly a little less, depending on how long the generations are, which essentially is the same as our sensibility of when Aaron the Kohen lived. So like, wow, it was an earth-shattering discovery. Lots of people were really interested in it. There is also fascinating material we discovered about the mother's descent, which is a little more difficult to measure because, of course, both the father and the mother contribute an X chromosome. But there is a thing called mitochondrial DNA, which is exclusively from the mother, and through the DNA in the mitochondria, it is possible to determine interesting things about women and their role in the genetic history of the Jewish people. We'll say more about that, God willing, in another lecture, but it is important to point out that we shouldn't be thinking exclusively about the men. One of the things that's really important about the Kohanim is that their wives maintain fidelity, meaning the sons of these women were in fact the sons of their husbands at the same time. Now, let's go back to the lemma, now that we have identified this Kohen gene, so-called Kohen gene. Several scholars working with Goldstein, including the great Tudor Parfit, a tremendous historian who's worked extensively in Africa, retraced the migration patterns described in the Lemba tradition. They put that into context with the oral tradition that they have of descent from Judea. So we can first of all push aside the whole question of mitochondrial DNA, because when the Lemba women were tested, there was no similarity to Jewish women or Middle Eastern women. Their DNA was primarily similar to the African Bantu-speaking peoples among whom they lived. It's useful to note that the Lemba are very, very strict about their patrilineal descent, but not their matrilineal descent. Men, in other words, cannot convert to become a Lemba, but a woman may. There's a lot of really rigorous, hazing kind of rituals that are associated with female conversion, including things like they have to crawl through an anthill, and they have to eat these horrible emetics that cause them to vomit, and that thus remove their impurities, and really bizarre things like that. But in other words, the bottom line is that all Lemba men are the sons of prior Lemba men, but Lemba women can come from anywhere and can join the Lemba clan. And once again, that underlines the fact that by rabbinic status, the Lemba can't be Jewish because they don't have matrilineal descent. But what about the men? And what about the Y chromosome on the men? And here we go. This is really the answer to our question. They have a very, very high content of Semitic DNA, which is unlike the population among whom they live, consistent with the idea of a migration from the Middle East. And more than that, they also have a surprisingly high incidence of the Kohen model haplotype, somewhere in the single digits for most Lemba, but among the Buba clan, that was especially associated with leading the Lemba out of the Middle East, it's over 50%. Wow. Meaning that if we say that people who have the Kohen model haplotype are in fact Kohanim, which we don't have to say that at all, but many Kohanim have that same genetic feature. If we were to say that, then the Lemba might not be Jewish, but they are certainly descendants of Kohanim. So this should demonstrate that genetics is certainly not the same as identity. The Lemba themselves, although they claim Jewish descent, they have no problem with participating in Christian life and in Muslim life and going to churches and mosques and things like that. But it does indicate that if you're one of those fans of bloodlines, the Lemba to have a paternal bloodline that connects them to the same people, the same man possibly, that provided the basis of many of today's Jewish Kohanim. Okay, I hope you found this fascinating. I know I did. And look forward to speaking to you. Thanks very much for listening.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm so excited to be here in Mexico City. I'm right now with Dean Daniel Feinstein, who is the chief academic officer of the Universidad Hebrea. Really impressive organization here in the middle of the Jewish community. And I'd like to ask him and take this opportunity to say a few words about the nature of the community and Jewish studies here, Jewish history in particular. So, Dr. Feinstein, it's so nice to spend some time with you.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy that you visit us.
Oh, I have to say one sentence in Spanish.
Please.
Here we go. Okay. Yo estoy muy feliz de estar aquí con ustedes en Universidad Hebrea, en México, con libros.
Excellent.
Thank you. What did I just say?
You said only good things.
Thank you so much. Okay. Please tell us about this amazing community.
Okay, well, Mexico City is a very special community. It's about 50,000 Jews, 95% or more in the Mexico City, in 4 neighborhoods, most of the people. This is a community which the first Jews came here as crypto Jews, with the Spaniards who came here and conquest Mexico. With them came the Jews, and they built some communities. Then came the Inquisition, and there were people who were killed in the center of Mexico City, who were burned here in Autos de Fe. So that is, I call, the prehistory. The real history came, let's say, 120, 30 years ago, with immigration from the Ottoman Empire, from Eastern Europe, escaping pogroms and looking for new horizons for their families and everything. And they begin to establish different communities. One of the peculiarities of Mexico is that it is a community of communities. The communities are organized not like in the state by the religious, let's say, streams called conservative order, but by the communities of origins. You have the Halim communities, which is Aleppo, then the Monte Sinai community from Damascus, then you have the Sephardic community from the Balkans and the Ottoman Empire, then you have the Ashkenazi community, then you have Etel, which is a conservative large community, with a Beit Israel, which is, so this is the organizational framework, but at the same time, today more than 70 to 75% of the marriages inside the community are mixing. Today, those barriers who existed between different groups of Jews and going for the younger generations, they don't matter.
Even Lithuanians and Galicianers?
Of course.
That's really shocking.
We accept everybody.
That's so nice.
Even Polish.
Tell me something about your school.
Well, this is the Rabbi University, the only Jewish college in Latin America. We were founded 30 years ago as a kind of taking place of the older school for the training of teachers for the Jewish community. This was founded by people who came from Europe after the Shoah, before the Shoah, and they realized after the Shoah there was no place where teachers could come, so they established their own school, and this was called seminar of teachers, and then they saw that things were changing, that the new generation wanted to have academic degrees and everything, so they established the Rabbi University. At the beginning, the Rabbi University has different degrees in the human sciences and humanities with a core in Jewish studies, Jewish education. Now we develop and we have 4 areas of knowledge we develop. The first and the main center, the core is Jewish studies. We have a department of Jewish studies, academic Jewish studies, including history, philosophy, all the topics of Jewish history from the Bible until cinema. Then we have Hebrew department, teaching Hebrew for in different levels, online and at our school. Then we have the Department of Jewish Education, in which we train teachers for Hebrew studies, for Jewish studies, so we can provide the personnel that our day schools will reach network of 14 Jewish day schools.
That's incredible. Amazing.
95% of all the kids in Mexico go K-12 to Jewish day schools. This is something unique, and this helps to explain many of the indicators of Jewish commitment that we have. Here, I would say that 95% of all the kids go when they are at 9th grade to Israel for a trip, and then they go to their family. So I would say that when they complete the high school, they go for 1 year before university. Many people will take 1 year for what's called Ashara, which is not necessarily the traditional Ashara, so they go to Israel. So here, this is the community where 95% has visited Israel at least 2 or 3 times in their lifetime. Very much committed with Jewish community. We have a very rich religious life, more than 40 active synagogues every day. We have
Wait a second. So we're saying 50,000 people and 40 active synagogues. That's roughly one synagogue for every 1,100, 1,200 people.
Yeah,
That is amazing.
and they are full in Shabbat, the area of Quran, because you are not in that area. But if you go there, you will think I am in Nebrak or I'm in a Jewish place, because you will see all the people with clothes and the kids going out of the synagogues and going to the synagogue. So we have most of the communities are formally at least corporate and some conservative synagogues too. That is this is a very traditional community, because today 60% of the Jews came from the community from Syria, Aleppo, Damascus, and the Sephardim. So today they are around 60% of the demographics. And the Jews in Mexico, these are traditionalist communities. We have the Rabbi University, which is the only university, as I told you, in Latin America. We provide PA, MAs, degrees recognized by the state and worldwide. As I told you, we have Jewish studies, we have education, we have well-being, which have programs in which we train people for the prevention and treatment of addictions. We have a program for intervention in social and natural catastrophes to train the leaders in these projects, together with Cadena, a very interesting Jewish organization. Then we have an additional area that we established. It's more innovation and organizations. That's our academic field. Very small college with about 250 students in the academic programs, and we have around 500 students in our continuous education programs.
That's amazing. I think I've heard it said that, outside of Israel, this is the second best Jewish university in the world.
I would say that's too much to say. We're a small college.
The first, just in case you missed it, the first is.
Of course. Well, I will say that we are a small college. We do what we can with our limited resources. We have a nice program of visiting scholars that came all around, so we can spend from the state, from Israel, from other Latin American countries. But we're a small college. We have an MA program in 3 studies. Very interesting because it's multidisciplinary, and I will show you the structure. And also we have it, you can see, learn here or online. One of the very interesting news about this program
In Spanish or in
in
English?
Spanish.
In Spanish.
But
Very
we're
nice.
thinking opening one in English.
Yeah. Well, you have tough competition.
Okay, we cannot make a kind of championship. You know why? Because first the prices are much more cheaper than any other program that you can have in this state.
I looked at the prices here. Everything is like 2,000, 3,000. I couldn't figure it out.
No, but you have to take 2 or 3 zeros to you translate it to dollars.
May I ask you, question? Could you please tell, because I was fascinated by what you told me earlier about your emergency response training program.
Yes, there was a student of us at our MA program in studies, Benny Laniado, which he's from
Laniado's very famous name.
he's from a community from Aleppo. He's very much committed to Judaism, to Zionism. He's a very active people, and he said, I want to do something to help general society, but since the Jewish departure point of view, you have to love people, you have to help people, not just inside the Jewish community, but as Jews we do that. So they established an organization called Cadena, which are the main means a committee to assistance in situation of catastrophe.
What can you say the Spanish?
Cadena.
Yeah, but then how do you break it down?
Sí, comité de asistencia en trastorno cadena desastres naturales, something like that.
Okay.
And
Natural disaster.
yes, this organization was very active because it's trust. When you give money there, the things will go where they need to go. And they train themselves, they are professionals in knowing how to look people when there are destruction of buildings,
Surfside, Florida.
like in South Florida,
Yeah.
etc. They are very active when there were earthquakes. They know how to organize the community. They have doctors, nurses, dentists. They have paramedics. They bring all kind of supplies, water. So they were very much trust. So together with them, we established this MA program, which now it can have to come to Mexico to study. But we are working to have it online, so people will be able to study this program to train people, because we know for all the data that we have that in the next 10 years that we increase the number of natural catastrophes in the world because of the global warming, climate change, everything. So we need to have people who know how to act to build the resilience of the communities so we can deal with this situation. And we want to do as part of our commitment as Jews, not just the general organization. We are committed Jews who want to help Tikkun Olam and help the Jewish world and the general world.
It's beautiful. It's a beautiful program.
This is a very nice program, and we are very proud of it.
So if we help your institution with some total university skills, maybe you'll help us with that kind of skills as well.
Of course, we can explore collaborations. We like to have collaboration with different universities in Barcelona.
You heard it here first.
Yeah, that's nice. So here we are. This is an amazing community, very much committed. We have wonderful infrastructure. We have one of the largest JCCs in the world, the Centro Deportivo Israelita, which joins all the communities, because Mexico is organized as a community of communities by origins, but today the people interact, they marry, and then it's not like it used to be 20 or 40 years ago. And it's a community with a strong number of lay leaders committed for the future of the organization. For instance, 2 days ago, or 3 days ago, there was a concert organized by Atzala, but also Atzala here. 4,000 people participated in this concert with an Israeli singer, and there is a strong philanthropic tradition of tzedakah, of helping. You have many organizations, amazing number of leaders like Jaco and Vivian and
Off the camera.
yeah, and there is an amazing group of leaders, the leaders committed to Judaism. You have, I would say, with us, you have at least in Mexico City, 50 regions, you have at least 2,000 leaders who meet at least once a week in their organizations. 2,000 at least.
people.
Just Magen David have 500. In all kinds of committees, from Achlasat Kala to people who have fertility problems, to community of Jewish education, to non-formal education. It's a very organized, strong Jewish community. Which has, when we use the term community, it's a kind of anachronism because it's not like a medieval Jewish community, but here it's similar.
Yeah.
The communities, for instance, something that I don't know if you will have this in the state in the same development. We have here a committee which is called Honor y Justicia, which is a kind of mediation.
Honoring justice.
Honor and justice.
Honor and justice.
And each community has its own, but there is one for all the communities. I mean, if you are from one community and another, and we were partners and we have an economic problem or we have family problems, instead of going to the general
courts,
courts, you can first try this, and they are very strong, and they are very well evaluated by the population because they have a very nice spirit to help people to resolve their problems. But the people who work there, they have a training. They are lay leaders. Some of them are lawyers. Some of them are architects, doctors, psychologists. But they have a special training, also in Jewish law, also in psychology. And it's very interesting. It's a very nice organization. You have also a very strong Hebra Kadisha here. Each community has its own Kadisha with the training, and they perform everything. The boarding society is completely Jewish. In other communities, some of the parts are done by non-Jews. Here, completely by volunteers that have a strong sense of Irat Shamayim and commitment.
I've served many years on a Catholic beach as well.
So you know what?
Yeah, and I know what it's been. Typically, where I've served, it's always been all Jews involved from start to finish, but we often have to use non-Jewish funeral homes, for example.
Here, no, they are part of the communities.
Wow.
No, this is, as I said, for instance, how many people in the States, not just in the Orthodox or Catholic, keep a strict 1 week as it must. How many people outside?
It's a small percentage, maybe less than 10%.
Here, even in the most secular family, 95% of the community have a Shiva. And Rabbi from different synagogues, they appear and they help, and many people. It's a kind of institution. This is a very strong traditional Jewish community.
That's beautiful. I mean, if I knew more than one sentence in Spanish, I would probably want to live there.
Okay, you can learn. You're a very wise person. So you will be able to adapt here. And we need voices like yours, which is illustrating traditional voice. We try to combine the scholarship work with the Jewish tradition in an interesting way that it's try to make justice to both.
It's very kind of you. I'm glad that there are people here who enjoy the video.
I see them sometimes. I know that you are very clear, and very didactic, and very well researched. So I like the approach.
Thank you. I don't know what to say. Okay, we should probably wrap it up because we have the other interview, right? Okay. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, and shalom from Mexico.
Earlier this month, I had the opportunity to visit Mexico City, which has a really remarkable Jewish community and a really fascinating and unusual past, I was invited by Limud, which is this wonderful organization that provides all kinds of learning opportunities in a whole series of venues. We visited the old downtown of the city and found some beautiful 18th century architecture there, really fascinating. But it felt a lot like the Lower East Side must have been at the beginning of the 20th century. Lots of bustle and activity. Yeah, it was really a fascinating place. It was just a few days past the Day of the Dead when we visited, and so there were some strange kind of like shrines still around, especially on the old Jewish street, Calle de Jesus Maria, the Jesus Mary Street, which was unusual for the central core of the old Jewish neighborhood. But in fact, there was a synagogue of Jesus Maria on this street, which is kind of ironic. But it's a textile region where there were all kinds of businesses tucked away in little tiny corner stores, many of which are still owned and operated by Jews. You can see mezuzahs in the doorposts of a lot of them.
So, and why does Casa Mary decide to keep a mezuzah?
You know, it's really still quite an active place for Jews to visit and to work.
And it has never stopped working because there are Jewish businesses in the area. So they somewhere else 1 hour from here, but when they come here, they work. At 2 o'clock they come, they eat a kosher meal, and they go back to work.
One of the downtown synagogues was renovated at the early part of the 21st century. And my favorite part of the renovation is that the upstairs women's gallery is perfectly fine and functional on one side, but in order to balance it out, they put an identical structure on the other side of the room, but there's no access to it. So it's purely for show. The second synagogue, just a few doors down, of course you have to have synagogues on the same street, right? One you daven in, one you don't get caught dead. But the second synagogue has a kind of like a sleeve-like structure.
But they have this interior facade, this like patio, because every synagogue is also a social meeting place. And there are 2 buildings. The one that you saw, the office, and upstairs there was a kosher restaurant for some time. That all the businessmen or the immigrants used to come here. No, this is very Eastern European. And it was a copy of a synagogue from
I really thought these menorahs that flank the Aron Kodesh had a distinctly Mexican feel to them. And afterwards, we spent some time looking at the modern synagogues in Mexico City, which are really quite gorgeous.
I'm Jack de México, and also soy un ciudadano de Latvia. Te sigue a tu papá en YouTube. Muchos saludos. Bienvenida a México cuando gustes con tu esposo.
Well, this is the Shara Shamayim synagogue from the Sephardic community of Mexico. It was built in the style and influence of the Sephardic communities and synagogues in Spain. It has a beautiful, you will see, I don't know, it's from North Africa and other places, which is with oil, not with electricity.
Wow, beautiful.
It's natural oil. Do you see?
Yeah, I see. That's beautiful.
This is how I look.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Gorgeous.
It's very active. This is a very active community. We're recovering from the pandemic, but it's a very active community.
Thank you so much.
These are remarkably large synagogue complexes with, huge cavernous sanctuaries. I had the privilege of meeting with Chief Rabbi Abraham Toval, who invited me to speak to several rabbinic colleagues of Mexico. That was a distinct pleasure. And then he led personally on a tour of the Mount Sinai complex there, which really is so inspirational. There's so many spaces for learning. And I was especially amazed when he showed us what they have in the sanctuary in the Aron Kodesh, in the Holy Ark.
Wow. They are very impressive.
Chagall windows,
These are Chagall windows.
Yeah.
Wow.
But look this.
Okay, I'm coming.
Maybe
Oh my gosh.
So big.
This I've never seen.
You
Wow.
need to see how many different.
Oh my gosh. This is
Look, come here.
they're beautiful.
Look how many. These are all in one.
This is gorgeous.
Look. Don't have place.
It was really interesting to see a Mexican flag where normally we would see an American one. And these synagogues have like beautiful restaurants inside them that are they're really more like community centers, but they're gorgeous and they're all over the city. We rounded out our visit by going to the archives, which is housed in a beautiful facility right next to a renovated synagogue. And the director of the archives gave us a personal tour, which was really amazing. And they had actually curated a few objects for us to see.
The first book of the Central Committee of the Jewish Community, as I told you, remember the date? Some of the last Jews that could go escape from Germany. You know the J, the big J, wasn't really established by the Germans. This was an aspect of Switzerland. Switzerland government trying incredibly. Supposedly neutral Switzerland asked the Germans to.
The Ashkenazim are a minority in Mexico City, but I also had the opportunity to visit one of their amazing synagogues as well. And I was especially impressed with the stained glass window in one of the sanctuaries, which has the verse from Ezekiel 37:21. It really impressed me that despite the tremendous natural beauty of Mexico and the strength and vibrancy of this community, they still had that same yearning for Zion, that one day they would be taken out from their places of exile around the world and brought back to the land of Israel. Hello, most valued students. I am delighted that you've decided to sign up for PHIN 233 Biomedical Ethics. My name is Henry Abramson, and I'm proud to be your instructor over the course of this semester. My background is not from the medical field. I'm a historian. My first degree was in philosophy. So I'm especially interested in the history of ideas, in understanding how groups of ideas come together to create values that later inform decisions that medical personnel have to make. And the approach that I'm going to take to this course is primarily one of issue spotting, meaning we're going to look at the major issues that you will most likely confront as a medical professional and try to understand what the intellectual and philosophical background to those situations might be. And hopefully that will help you understand how to approach your professional duties with responsibility and with integrity. The emphasis of the course is therefore mainly to just sensitize you to the important issues rather than to provide definitive and final rulings on exactly how you're supposed to behave. Quite often, the technology changes so rapidly and societal rules change as well. So the specifics of how you're supposed to behave in your particular professional environment will really depend heavily on what the ethics guidelines you meet will consist of. But for our purposes, there are several broad areas of inquiry that will certainly give you the intellectual grounding to be able to make informed decisions together with the ethics board of your institution. Let's take a few minutes to go over the syllabus. The main textbook is this one here, Legal and Ethical Issues for Health Professionals, and it takes a decidedly secular approach, understanding the various backgrounds that come to bear on any given question that you may face, but we're also going to look at it specifically from the Jewish tradition. That is a required text, and I would rely on it very heavily. We also have a couple of recommended texts. Edward Reichman's The Anatomy of Jewish Law, which just appeared this year, actually. Very brilliant, really a history of medicine, again, from a Jewish medical ethics perspective. And then this classic 3-volume encyclopedia of Jewish medical ethics, which is absolutely fantastic, but it's long out of print. So we'll be reading it from the library copy and things like that. Now, the units, there are 6 of them. We're going to start with foundational principles like what are biomedical ethics and how do we decide which ethical system we're going to use when we make decisions, things like that. Unit 2 is going to be on issues of health and illness, things like, you know, the ethics of smoking, the ethics of organ transplant, and how exactly do people have priorities, things like that. Unit 3 is going to be a complex and very relevant section on reproductive issues. We'll look, for example, at the debate over abortion, and I think you may be surprised when you hear what the Jewish perspective historically on abortion is. Unit 4, of course, is going to be on end-of-life issues. So these follow kind of a trajectory from birth to death, and we'll look at things like euthanasia or assisted suicide and so on. And finally, Unit 5 is going to look at emerging technologies, things like pre-implantation, gestational screening, a lot of genetics information, and so on. And I hope to look also at some of the issues surrounding vaccinations, public mandates, things like that. Finally, in Unit 6, we'll have a summary issue where we'll talk about ethics for health professionals today in a rapidly changing technological environment. Now, how do you get an A in this course? So it's basically 2 big things. The first is attendance. And what that means is coming to our sections prepared to discuss the material. I hope to create much of the material for this course in advance on a recording, so you'll be able to watch the lectures in advance and then come to the discussions, and we can dispense with simply going through the material and just focusing on those areas where you might have questions, or I might bring case studies and we might analyze them and things like that. But attendance is crucial. You're expected to attend every class. Then there's another big chunk of assignment. That's worth, by the way, 20% of your grade. Now, the other 80% of your grade is made up of one big assignment that's divided into 3 parts. And this is an area where, well, here we go. The first part is a paper proposal in which you are going to write to me in 250 words about a topic that you would like to research for the rest of the semester. A list of suggested topics will be posted on Canvas, as will all kinds of other things about this course, but you will also have the opportunity to suggest something totally new as well. And that is due on December 8th, and I'll give you back some feedback on, oh yes, this is a great topic, don't forget to look at this issues, you might want to look at this book or this article and that kind of thing. And then you're going to start working on that, and then at the end of January, you're going to present your research in progress to the class in an oral presentation. It's going to be accompanied with a PowerPoint or a Prezi. Let's say you want to write, for example, about public health issues, such as the controversies that erupted over vaccination mandates. And so you'll do a lot of your research. You'll write to me in the paper proposal saying you want to talk about this. In your research, you're going to do all kinds of materials and looking at how they responded, how doctors responded, and how the public responded. And then you'll put together a PowerPoint, and then you're going to present a 15-minute presentation to the class of where you are at in your research. It's not a final product. It's not a finished product. It's just designed to let the class know what you're writing about and get their feedback. And in our discussion, you'll get some ideas about, hey, maybe you should concentrate on this, or here's another question. Hey, maybe you should consider that question. And you'll get all kinds of ideas from your peers. And then finally, with the last 30% of your grade, you will submit a final research paper, which is 1,500 words, and essentially puts your research and proposal presentation into prose, incorporating the kind of ideas of your peers, and that's the whole course. So there's no exam in this course. It's just those 4 elements: the attendance, the paper proposal, the research in progress presentation, and finally the research paper. I think it's a really great course, and I think you will enjoy it. Okay, I'm going to stop here, and in the next video, we'll talk about some of the philosophical underpinnings of medical ethics as a whole. Thank you very much for watching, and thank you very much for joining this course. Hello, most valued students. In this first video, we should take a few moments to think about what exactly are ethics, where do they come from, and how do we determine them? And most importantly, how do we use them in making our decisions when it really counts? Now, this is not something we're going to get to the bottom of in a very short lecture like this, but nevertheless, let's just explore some of the philosophical underpinnings of the very concept of ethics before we get into much more detailed specific examples. First of all, what is the term ethics? What does it mean? It comes from two related Greek roots. The first is ethikos, which means like character or quality of morality, speaking to a person's essence. A person is ethical, it says something about who they are, but what exactly does that mean? And then perhaps more relevant for our purposes, the term ethos, which means custom or habitude, meaning the way people regularly behave. Not necessarily as a kind of philosophical conscious decision as to why one might choose one course of action over the other, but rather, that's just the way it's done. This is our regular system of behavior. So ethics, in a certain sense, really speaks to derech eretz, the way of the world, the way in which people conduct themselves without necessarily having a firm philosophical foundation. The implications of these two related roots are that there's something about ethics that is deeply personal, that every person has to have some kind of system of ethics, hopefully something they've thought about in advance, and that's why you're taking this course, hopefully to get you working through some of the big ideas and to develop your own position on many of these ethical dilemmas, but they are nevertheless constrained by the cultural values of the society in which we live. That ethics is very much colored by the history and the religion and the philosophical orientation of the outside world. Regardless of where you personally may come from, you are affected from the outside. And when you are placed in a situation where you will regularly have to make very serious life or death ethical decisions, it's really important to sort out these things and get a solid foundation for your own peace of mind. This image, by the way, which the original exists here in New York City in the Met, is The Apology of Socrates by Jacques-Louis David, very important realistic painter from the 18th century. Shown there in the center is Socrates, who is the great early Greek philosopher who was condemned to death by the Greek ruling powers because he was corrupting the youth by getting them to ask questions, essentially. That's the Socratic method. And the method in which the death was to be carried out, the sentence, was he was to drink a cup of poison, of hemlock. So here he is, having one of his students handing him the cup, and clearly the student on the left is very depressed. And Plato is shown, that's his primary disciple, sitting at his feet with his hand on his knee, and Socrates is saying his famous lines, I'm not afraid to drink this because it will either represent a dreamless sleep or a just reward. Meaning he had a very well thought out ethical system, so much so that he was not even afraid to drink the hemlock. But maybe we'll get back to this a little later on in the course. What do we mean when we say medical ethics? What are medical ethics? What are bioethics? So these are basically a sort of subset of general ethics that specifically relate to medical procedures. Meaning, if you have an ethical system and then you find yourself in a medical environment where you have to apply those ethics, the application of those ethics to those medical settings are medical ethics. The kinds of issues that are really very fundamental, and we'll get into them throughout this course, are priorities in medicine, for example. If you have scarce resources and you have to apportion them according to an ethically consistent system, how do you decide which person gets the medical treatment? Or how do you decide which person gets it at all? This is a very, very crucial burning question that continues to affect all societies, including the United States of America. Secondly, what about types of treatment? There are certain treatments which might be effective on a level, what would be highly unethical on another level. Let's say, for example, stealing an internal organ from a living person in order to give it to another person. That would clearly be a violation of most basic ethical norms, but nevertheless might be a very effective medical technique. So choosing your medical ethics, working them out, is so crucial to functioning in medical field. And there's no one system of medical ethics. There are some basic principles which are widely accepted, and we're going to go over those, but it's subject to cultural, historical, geographic variation. Let's look at one classic example, the Hippocratic Oath, which was an oath that was first outlined in the 4th century before the Common Era, not too long after Socrates. That was an attempt to kind of, in a paragraph, say what doctors believe when it comes to medical ethics. But it is so deeply steeped within the cultural environment in which it was written. For example, it invokes the divine authority of all kinds of Greek gods that are certainly not accepted by Jews or any monotheistic faiths today. Like it says, I swear by Apollo, physician, and Asclepius, and Igea, kind of saying all the gods and goddesses. Like, invoking that as your authority is clearly a violation of the beliefs of many people. How can we base our ethical system if it's fundamentally founded on a polytheistic faith system that we do not adhere to? There's all kinds of other interesting things in there about debt to teachers, deference to surgeons, in particular, a huge distinction between various types of medical workers, and a massive, massive opposition to abortions, which would also be quite problematic for modern medical procedures, as we shall see in the later class. So even though we have something that everyone seems to sort of generally agree on, the Hippocratic Oath, that's a really important thing. When you actually look at the text of the Hippocratic Oath, it has a lot of difficulties for modern medical ethics. So we have to go a little bit deeper, and we have to say, what are ethics based on? So they are based essentially on values, meaning what are the things that we consider important? When we can rank the things that we consider important, we can structure our ethical system based on that ranking. Once again, values are culturally determined. A couple of examples. Not too long ago, it was considered absolutely appropriate to pay women less for identical work, especially in the Industrial Revolution. Men were considered the ones who were responsible to be the prime breadwinner, and therefore salaries given to men had to be larger because they were expected to support a wife and children. Women, on the other hand, were basically just getting money on the side, that sort of thing. It was a side hustle, as they say. So therefore, they didn't have to be paid as much. Obviously, this would be highly problematic and illegal in contemporary values, especially in the Western world. Other things, for example, Jews would consider very valuable, meaning very full of value, would be the need to preserve the dietary laws of kashrut, to observe the Shabbat, to preserve tzniut, right, the laws of modesty. All these kinds of things are extremely important to Jews, but not necessarily shared by the broader society. So what you value is something that is clearly shaped by the society in which you live, and you live in a multicultural society in which you may be dealing with patients who have a very different set of values, which you have to deal with, and hopefully respect them whenever possible for in a medically appropriate way. Now, these values frequently clash. One person may have one set of values, another person might have a very sincere belief in a different set of values, and those two things will come to clash with each other, and you have to make a decision. The Gemara, the Talmud in Bava Metzia, says a fascinating discussion that we will come to again later when we talk about the allocation of scarce resources. Two people are traveling in a desert, scenario set up, it's kind of a lifeboat morality situation. And they have one flask of water. Two people, one flask of water. The distance between where they are and the next point of civilization is sufficiently far that if they try to share that flask of water, they will both die of thirst. There's not enough for both of them to make the next town. On the other hand, the person who owns that flask of water simply say, it's all mine, and refuse to share it with the other person. even though that will mean certain death for the other person. So the Talmud goes into a tremendous discussion over what does it mean and what are the values. Is it more important to share and risk your life with others, or is it more important to say, hey, my life comes first? And these are the kinds of examples where there's no clear-cut answer. Ultimately, you do have to make a decision, but there's no clear-cut answer right away. And structuring a valuable system or a values-based system is so crucial to the issues you will face. There are several different systems. I'm going to look at two of them in particular for this brief lecture. The first is systems which are based on the concept of intrinsic good. Intrinsic means something which is good in itself, for itself, just because it exists. Such as, for example, art, one might say, is intrinsically good. It's true that it may have some extrinsic value, like, for example, if you have a big stain on your wall, you might get a piece of art to cover that stain, so it's good for something else. But in reality, we appreciate art simply because it is good in itself. It makes us happy to look at it. Puppies are also intrinsically good. Life is intrinsically good. They're all kind of love. These are all the kinds of things that people would say they are good in themselves. But even there's lots of debate over what is an intrinsic good. It may be a religiously determined value. Like, who gets to decide how much is intrinsically good? Does it have to be intrinsically good for everybody? What if I like Rembrandt and you like Michelangelo? What will happen? I mean, I consider Rembrandt intrinsically good, and you say fet, right? How do we decide that? So Immanuel Kant, who's shown here in this illustration, came up with a brilliant idea called the categorical imperative that essentially worked out a formula to determine when something was intrinsically good. According to the categorical imperative, if you can act in such a way that your action is logically consistent with the way in which all rational beings should similarly act, that's considered an intrinsic good, and it is something which is consistent with duty, which is a very important value for Immanuel Kant. And it actually was an extremely useful way of looking at things. I would love to go into more detail, but I think I would burden you if I actually walked you through. Maybe when we meet on Zoom, we'll speak about the categorical imperative and test it out in a few different ways. But it conflicted with other rival systems. For example, Immanuel Kant has no interest in protecting the observance of Shabbat. There is no intrinsic good in Shabbat, which means I feel really sorry for Immanuel Kant because Shabbat is just so amazingly, obviously intrinsically good, but you only know that when you actually try it out. Catholicism on abortion, the idea for Catholics to oppose abortion on pretty extreme grounds, that would be considered, because it's based on an assertion of intrinsic value to the developing fetus, not necessarily shared by all other faith groups or secular groups. So intrinsic good has its own limitations as systems of ethics go. The other one, which is going to be extremely important for us, and we will return to this time and time again, is systems of ethics which are based on various types of extrinsic goods. Extrinsic, right? Intrinsic means something good in itself. Extrinsic means good for something else. Like, for example, a piece of art that you put on the wall in order to cover up a hole or a stain on the wall. The most important exponent of values based on extrinsic good is John Stuart Mill, shown here, who developed something he called utilitarianism. This term basically means usefulnessism. We will create, since we can't all agree on basic values, because we come from different faith groups and different, types of philosophical orientation like that, we can all agree on, what's going to be the greatest good for the greatest number of people. We'll simply kind of like mathematically tally up how much good would be caused by a given action and how much good would be caused by a different action, and whichever one is the greater good, that's the one that we're going to choose. Even though we recognize that sometimes the greater good may harm some people, as long as it harms less people, essentially, then we should still go with the greater good, right? That's the basic idea of utilitarianism, a huge influence on secular ethics and very much important for American ethics as well. To give you one example, let's say we have three friends, Reuven, Shimon, and Levi, and they all want to go out to eat dinner together. Shimon and Levi say they want to go to restaurant X. Reuven says, no, come on, let's go to Y. And you have three friends, two of them vote for one restaurant, and the third votes for a different one. Obviously, you go with the majority and you go to restaurants. Or do you? We'll see in just 1 second. So what's wrong with utilitarianism, right? It's not very good, I think. So first of all, we have to go back to the beginning. Most good for most people. What do you mean by good? What is good? Do we define good simply in terms of physical pleasure, of hedonism? That seems like a very, very shallow definition of what is good and precludes all kinds of far more profound types of self-fulfillment. But if we want to go with things like self-fulfillment or even happiness, what makes one person happy might make another person miserable. How do we find common denominators that everyone agrees with is a value? This is unfortunately impossible. So, and one good example of it, if we go back to our restaurant situation, let's say Shimon and Levi are they're huge fans of a given restaurant X, but Reuven is allergic to peanuts. And that restaurant X is a Thai restaurant, which is famous for using peanuts. So therefore, Reuven can choose to go along with the majority and go to the Thai restaurant, but then he will die. And so the huge amount of not good that Reuven would inherit by going to the Thai restaurant is overwhelms the small amount of good that Shimon and Levi would have by enjoying their favorite dish of pad Thai or whatever. So with utilitarianism, there's no universally applicable standards. We're just trying to figure out in very rough terms what makes something useful and what makes something less useful. So where we are today, 21st century America, essentially a postmodern society. We may come back to discuss what this term postmodernism a little later, what that actually means. But we basically have a kind of relativistic ethics or a situational ethics where, for the most part, we decide these things as we're going along, kind of flailing about, just making decisions on the fly. And it's very, very difficult to have firm ground under us when we hit those really, really difficult situations. That's why studying biomedical ethics is so important, because when you actually get into the field, you won't have time to carefully contemplate all the options. You'll have to rehearse many of these scenarios in advance and to have engaged them so that you'll be able to be ready to make the right decision when it happens. Most people tend to say, well, it's all about just basically being a good person. What exactly does that mean? Even a cursory examination of the questions involved suggests that we really don't know what we are doing. Now, I don't want to paint too dire a picture. There are some areas in which there is broad agreement about the direction of modern medical ethics. One of those issues, for example, is the concept of autonomy, meaning the patient's right to choose what they want for their treatment. This is balanced by an older emphasis on paternalism. The term autonomy comes from the words auto, which means like self, and nomos, law. It means you make your own self-law, your own self-rule. You can choose what's going to happen to your own body. And paternalism comes from the term pater, meaning father. Right? The father knows best. The father doesn't have to tell you what's happening. The father will make all the decisions for you. So while there's still elements of paternalism that are evident from time to time in modern medical ethics, we'll see some of them over this course, but in general, there's a lot more emphasis on patient autonomy. Sometimes that gets pretty weird. Like, for example, here in the United States, it's de rigueur to have advertisements for medicines on television. When I grew up in Canada, and in most states, most industrialized nations, it's actually illegal. You can't advertise medicines on television. The reason is because what do I, as a historian, not as a medical doctor, know about this medicine versus that medicine versus a third medicine, right? I trust my doctor to figure out which medicine is right for me. But in the American corporate world, if they can make really catchy ads with the right kind of mood and things like that, then I'll look at that and I'll say, wow, if I took that medicine, my life would be much better. And then I will go back to my doctor and I'll pressure my doctor in order to have him or her prescribe to me that particular medicine. And it's great for commerce, but not necessarily so great for medicine. Nevertheless, that's the nature of the society in which we live in. And like I said, our ethics are colored by the society in which we live. Another basic idea that's very, very common in contemporary modern ethics is the idea of non-maleficence, that means don't hurt people. It comes from a passage in the Hippocratic Oath, primum non nocere. First of all, do no harm. Right? There is a strongly held common belief that doctors should strive at least not to make things worse. It sounds like a pretty low threshold, but nevertheless, it's a foundation. At least don't make things worse. But we try to make things better, of course, but at least don't make things worse. Don't go around like a bull in a china shop, let's see what happens if we do this. Let's see what happens if we do that, right? No, at least don't make it worse. And then there is obviously the idea that medical ethics should be just, that there is an idea of accountability for doctors and medical personnel. That's why the main textbook is so important, because they have lots of really important information on the kind of legal implications of what you do in a medical environment. But to take it from a larger philosophical as opposed to the narrow experience here in America, which definition of justice are we going to use to understand how a person can behave? So these are all so crucial for the development of medical ethics, and there are certain basic principles that we will see enacted over and over again. Now, the kinds of reasons why it's so important for us to have medical ethics today, you might think, well, why don't I just learn my narrow trade, my narrow specialization? Why do I have to think about these other things? The reality is because the nature of our medical establishment today is that people are over-specialized, and they focus, let's say, so carefully on the left foot that they know everything there is to know about the left foot, but they don't think about what the implications are for the person who owns that particular foot. And we have spent so much of our energy training experts to be highly specialized that they never actually explore the humanities, history, right, which is so crucial for developing that ethical sensibility. Secondly, our technology has advanced way past our ability to understand what it means. We can do things now with genetic technology. We can do all kinds of mind-bending alterations to basic units of human identity that we never were able to do before. And sometimes we know how to do things before we understand whether or not we should do things. We live in a highly litigious environment where doctors and medical personnel are sued all the time. And this is part of the downside of the lack of paternalism as a value. Autonomy means that when people are dissatisfied with their treatment, they have the right to sue their caregivers. And so you have to be protected against that and make sure that your behavior is, of course, corresponding to best practices, ethically and otherwise. And also, one of the huge questions is who ultimately gets to make the medical decisions today? In the American environment in particular, with the nature of health insurance and how that functions, a lot of these decisions are not made by doctors, but really made by the commercial enterprises that support the entire medical infrastructure, and that has to do primarily with health insurance. So these are a whole swirling group of difficult issues that you're going to have to make your way through and find a firm philosophical foundation for your own approach to medical ethics. We're going to go into some more details in the next videos, but I just want to say thank you very much for watching this one.
Well, most valued students, we've had just a moment now to look at the general idea of where ethics come from. Let's take a little bit of a closer look at where Jewish medical ethics come from. As we shall see, there are a lot of different ways that we can use systems to derive consistent and well thought out ethical decisions, but we are going to be spending a lot of time looking at the Jewish medical tradition in this course. So let's understand the basics. Now, if you are totally new to this, this can be quite confusing, but I assure you that as we go through the specific on in this course, we will place all of the relevant pieces of information into their historical boxes, which are quite crucial. But if you are not new to this will be a very quick review, and I'm sure it will be at least moderately helpful. So, first of all, one of the most important differences between Jewish medical ethics and other systems, particularly modern systems based on utilitarianism, are that Jewish medical ethics are based on a fixed system of values that are derived from a revealed source. In other words, the Torah. That is, Jews rely, and when I say Jews, I'm talking about the Jewish tradition. Obviously, in modern age, Jews can make individual decisions that may not conform to Torah priorities. But historically, Jews have relied on the Torah as their basis for a definition of what has value. And on those values, Jews have been involved in creating their medical ethical system. This is quite different from, let's say, utilitarianism. There is no fixed given set of values revealed, right? Meaning God says, don't worry about figuring this out. I'm going to tell you in writing, these are the things that are most important and these are the priorities and so on. So not only do Jews start with a fixed, revealed source of already defined values, Jews also rely on a narrative tradition of how to interpret those values, specific rules, hermeneutic rules, to determine when an apparent contradiction exists, how it can be resolved. The books, the texts that have ultimately defined these things and record these things for later generations are what we're going to focus on today. They include things like the Mishnah and the Talmud, the codes of Responsa, and so on. But we should also bear in mind that while Jewish medical ethics is fundamentally rooted in that revealed fixed tradition, there's this also very important concept of lo b'shamayim. It is not in heaven. In other words, God, as Jews understand the system, gave us the basic principles, but human beings, Jews, are supposed to engage in those principles and derive medical ethics from them, along with secular ethics of a whole variety of concerns, everything from civil law to criminal law and so on. It's all to be derived from those God-given principles in a fixed series of narrative steps that we will go through. So it's sort of like an interesting mix of divine authority and human intervention, human interpretation that makes up Jewish medical ethics. Okay, let's look at it. We should also bear in mind that in this system, there is no difference between what we would call interpersonal, the Hebrew term is bein adam v'chaveiro, ethics that determine behavior between one person and another, and what one might call ritual ethics, meaning things that are between a person and God, bein adam v'makom in Hebrew. In other words, we tend not to consider things like how does a Jew honor the Sabbath as being fundamentally different from how a Jew respects his or her neighbor's personal property, right? They're all part of the same system. And although we may see that there are different levels of stringency based on human interpretations, but it all fits within one big body of commandments. And this will be extremely important because when it comes to medical ethics, where multiple values, multiple priorities often clash, decisions have to be made, and sometimes certain ethics have to be sacrificed for other ethics. We'll get lots of examples of that throughout this course. But let's go through the text now and try to understand, how are these values codified? First of all,
let us begin with something that may be surprising to those of you who are new to this material, the concept that there are actually two Torahs, right? That's really important. The first is the written Torah, known in Hebrew as Torah Shebetzav, and that refers to the 5 books of Moses. The first 5 books of the Bible, which according to Jewish tradition, are given by God in the form that we have them today. This is obviously at variance with a lot of ideas of modern biblical criticism, but that doesn't matter because we're working within the intellectual ecosystem of Jewish medical ethics, which understands these first 5 books of Moses as being totally authentic and inviolate. Now, along with the written Torah, Jewish theology holds that there is a complementary oral Torah, Torah Shebaal Peh, which is a body of teaching, as the term implies, that was delivered orally from God to Moses and then handed down subsequently through generations of scholars all the way up until the present day. And that oral tradition, which we're going to explore in a little more detail in just a second, is then somehow divided into various areas of teachings. The Mishnah is going to be extremely important. That's essentially a body of law. But there's also the Midrash, which is a kind of a poetic appreciation of ideas in the Torah that do not necessarily have to do specifically with ethics, but may say something about, the universe, the nature of life, philosophical ideas, and things like that. And then finally, there is the esoteric or mystical tradition known as the Kabbalah. All of these 3 types of information, which are codified in different types of books, as we shall see, are forms or expressions of the oral Torah. And the oral Torah, crucially, is something which is still engaged in today. It is still something which requires the active engagement of students in order to find out what does the written Torah really mean. It's only found out through this oral exchange of ideas. So let's look, what is the nature of the written Torah? The traditional understanding that Jews have held dear for centuries is that those first 5 books of Moses are of divine origin. They are infallible, even when it appears that there are spelling inconsistencies or grammatical infelicities. All of those things are intentional, including things like, for example, letters which must be written upside down in the scribal form of the written Torah, all kinds of things like that. And that it is fundamentally inscrutable, meaning we can't plummet to its very depths. We can understand it on a certain level, but we will always come up against things which are fundamentally secrets of the Torah, and those are accessible only by the greatest scholars who have delved and plumbed the depths of the mystical tradition and so on. But that's basically the level of awe and respect that Jews come to the Torah, the written Torah in particular. It is understood as the blueprint of the universe. That's a sort of a paraphrase of the description of the Torah that's written in Talmud. God looks into the Torah and then creates the rest of the universe. That it is the model for the universe, and it has, no limitations on its applicability. It is eternally relevant, as a passage in the Mishnah says. You can turn it and turn it. Of course, it's a scroll, right? So when you're turning it, you're going through it. For all is within it. The written Torah, as Jews understand it, includes all the answers you could ever find to any question. The problem is you have to know how to ask the Torah the question that you want solved. The oral Torah is fascinating. Of course, this is a major separation between the Jewish intellectual tradition and the Christian. The Christian tradition does not have the oral Torah at all. The Christian tradition does accept the Tanakh, the Hebrew scriptures, as authentic, and then they attach at the end the New Testament, which are Christian scriptures that, that's not our area of discussion today, but the oral Torah is a totally Jewish thing. Jews have believed for time immemorial that the oral Torah has equal authenticity to the written Torah, but it is open to debate. Not open to debate in the sense that you can say yes or no, but in the sense of, well, what does it really mean? And the oral Torah, because it is, enshrined within the living voice of students that ring throughout yeshiva halls to the present day, there are so many ambiguities and complexities that arise from the fact that it is, when compared to a written fixed text, like ephemeral. You wonder about the broken telephone phenomenon where things get changed over time, or more significantly, the intentionally deceptive nature of some teachings, which are meant to disguise the final answer from students who may be unworthy. There's a lot of questions about how to get to the bottom line when you're working with oral ideas. I'll give you a few examples. But one of the most important ideas in oral Torah is the notion that every student is capable of defining something new, a chidush, something new. But this discovery of something new is actually the rediscovery of something that is actually already buried in the text of the written Torah. But through the exercise of the oral Torah, it becomes revealed as well. So something that previously existed, then found again. I know this is complex. We're not going to go into this in a lot of detail because we're going to get to medical ethics per se in the very next lecture. But let's just get our sense of what the major texts are. Okay, so here are the three major groups of texts. The first one is, as I mentioned earlier, midrash, which are kind of like poetic riffs on passages in the written Torah. Sometimes the midrash has a legal implication. The word for law in Hebrew is halacha, which means the way. And sometimes they are homiletic. The Aramaic term is agadata, or the Hebrew is agada. And that refers to kind of like things which are not necessarily teachings that imply that you should behave differently as a result. This chicken is kosher, that chicken is not kosher. But they illuminate basic ideas of Jewish thought and philosophy. The midrash were collected primarily in the Middle Ages, some of them in the ancient period, and we have them in many different books, including things like the Midrash Rabbi, the Great Midrash. The second major body of teachings, and here we will be very active for the rest of this course, is the Mishnah. The Mishnah is almost exclusively legal in orientation. It is a body of teachings that was quite somewhere in the early 3rd century, and it is the foundation of a much larger body of work called the Talmud, right? The Talmud is essentially a commentary on the Mishnah. The Mishnah is not a commentary on the Torah, the written Torah. I'll explain that in the next slide. And then finally, the Kabbalah, which are the mystical teachings. And in terms of Jewish medical ethics, the Mishnah is hugely important, the Midrash somewhat important, and the Kabbalah least important. In other words, if these principles of these three major texts come into conflict with one another, that has relevance to a specific medical question, like for example, we see this happen in IVF, in vitro fertilization, where there are certain ideas in the Kabbalah that are not discussed in the Mishnah, and in fact, a particular choice of action might be totally appropriate vis-a-vis the Mishnah, but in terms of the Kabbalah, it would be discouraged, or the Kabbalah and its teachings may be sacrificed because the halacha has primacy over the mystical teachings. Although obviously it would be ideal if a person could choose to follow each of them, the Mishnah has pride of place when it comes to actually determining halachic or legal activities. I know that might be confusing for you, so just hold on and it will become clear as we get to those specific issues. So those are the three basic kind of groupings of oral Torah works. What exactly does it do? So, for example, the oral Torah clarifies ambiguities in the written Torah. I'm recording this, by the way, right around the holiday of Sukkot, where one of the things that Jews do is they go to synagogue with 4 species that are connected with the harvest season, the palm frond, the myrtle, and a particular fruit, which is simply called, written Torah, the fruit of a goodly tree. The written Torah does not tell us which fruit to use. So theoretically,
what is the fruit of a goodly tree? Is it a pineapple? Is it grapefruit? I mean, if I showed up to synagogue carrying a grapefruit, I would be laughed out of the building. We all know that the correct fruit to bring is an etrog, or esrog in the Ashkenazi pronunciation, but it doesn't say so in the written Torah. There is an oral Torah that goes alongside it that clarifies the ambiguity that the correct fruit is an etrog. Similarly, see in the picture here, the phylacteries, known in Hebrew as tefillin, these prayer boxes worn on the arm and on the head, what are they supposed to look like? Right? The Torah doesn't tell us anything about what these prayer boxes are supposed to look like. The business with the straps, and square, and how they're shaped, and all kinds of. These are all things which are discussed in the oral Torah. Secondly, the oral Torah supplies what are apparent omissions, right? Like all the laws of how animals are slaughtered to be kosher is not discussed in the written Torah. You need the oral Torah to get that whole manual, really important for the Jewish diet. And finally, the oral Torah sometimes even contradicts simple readings of the text. Like, for example, the written Torah says an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, which sounds very Hammurabian, meaning that if Reuven knocks out Shimon's tooth, then Shimon should be able to go back and knock out Reuven's tooth, which serves him right for forcing him to come to that Thai restaurant anyways. But the idea is, well, actually I got that verse, I think it was Reuven who had to go to the Thai restaurant, right? Anyways, maybe you didn't watch the first lecture, so that's okay. But the oral Torah says, no. It doesn't mean literally an eye. You take out an eye for another eye. What it means is you calculate the monetary value of one eye, and the person who was harmed by having his eye poked out, God forbid, has to receive from the person who harmed him the value of that eye in some kind of cash payment, along with other things, lost wages and medical bills and all things like that. So the simple reading of the written text often gives a very blunt description of what has to be done. The oral Torah refines it and sometimes even appears to contradict it. So that's what the oral Torah actually does. Okay, so let's go on now to the codes and responsa. Recall that all of these works are evolving historically as well. Theologically, the oral Torah was given to Moses at Sinai and then handed down, but the texts that we have before us today are the product of hundreds of years of rabbis, named rabbis, discussing it. Not only rabbis, by the way, a few non-rabbis, women as well, are occasionally mentioned, but there's like hundreds of people discussing these things, and their opinions are recorded in books like the Mishnah. The Mishnah is a very unusual document because it often does not present a bottom line. It doesn't represent the conclusion of the debate. It just says, Rabbi Meir says X, Rabbi says Y, it's Mishnah. So how are we supposed to behave? Do we follow Rabbi Meir or follow Rabbi Yehuda? That's when the codes come in. Codes, which developed in the medieval period, really starting from the 10th century and onward. Perhaps the most important of them is a code written by Moses Maimonides called the Mishnah Torah, not to be confused with the Mishnah, and not to be confused also with Mishnah Berurah, which is something written much later. But the Mishnah Torah is essentially a code saying, you know what, I'm going to go through all this confusing material, which is scattered throughout many different books, and I'm going to put it in basically a big list of rules that are categorized by type. All the laws of keeping kosher will be here. All the laws of keeping Shabbat will be here. All the laws of monetary damages to your neighbor are over here. And all of them are organized and easy to reference. You can go back and find things in the codes. Another very important code, which we will be looking at frequently, is the Shulchan Aruch, the set table written by Rabbi Yosef Karo. And so these are like basically rule books that help us figure out what in the end does the written and oral Torah want us to do. That's codes. The second document, which will be extremely important for our course, is something called responsa, singular responsum. In Hebrew, shelot utshuvot literally means answers, hence the word response, where a specific question affecting an individual will be sent to a rabbi,
Rabbi will read that question and then, research the written Torah, the oral Torah, and the codes, and come back with a response. That response constitutes a type of legal precedent that then can be folded into later discussions and later response and sometimes later codes or commentaries on codes as well. I know this is overwhelming. There's lots of information here, but as we go through the individual cases, you'll see how these things play out. So let's say, for example, when we get to a discussion of abortion, a very important discussion, especially relevant for our time here, a very famous question was asked of a particular rabbi in Israel regarding the permissibility of an abortion, and that particular rabbi, in that case it was Tzitz Eliezer, responded that under those circumstances the abortion was permitted. Another rabbi, Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, later wrote, by the way, that rabbi, he answered incorrectly, an abortion should not be permitted under those circumstances. And those two positions, the first one was a classic response, singular, that was delivered to a particular woman in her particular question. The other one was really a follow-up response or a reaction to that response, but both of them constitute legal precedents that have a lot to say about what to do about abortions in the future, as we shall see. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. I'd like to point out a few really important principles that we will be returning to multiple times. The first is the question of, does this rule come from the Torah, or is it something that was invented by the rabbis? The Hebrew terms here are deoraisa, which means from the Torah, or derabbanan, from the rabbis. The reason is like this. The Torah gives certain rules, and the rabbis, looking at those rules, sometimes say, you know what, we'd better build, quote, a fence around the Torah. To make sure that people don't transgress the Torah, let's make another rule, which is absolutely human origin. It's a rule that was made up in order to protect people from transgressing the written law. So let's say, for example, on Shabbat, it is forbidden to write. You can't take a pen and actually write words. So the rabbi said, you know what? Just to make sure that people don't come close to writing, we're going to make a new rule called muktzah, which means that you're not allowed to touch a pen. You can't pick up a pen. It's true that the Torah doesn't say picking up a pen is forbidden, but the rabbis say because writing is forbidden, and it's a serious thing, and you transgress it with the first two letters you write, let's therefore make a new rule, no touching pens. Now, if a person does pick up a pen on Shabbat, they have not violated a Torah rule, they've only violated a rabbinic rule, which is very serious, but nevertheless it's designed to protect people from going all the way and actually writing on the Sabbath. This becomes very relevant because in medical situations, quite often, some rule has to be obviated. A rule has to be set aside in order to save human life, which is itself, by the way, built into the system. The Torah itself says that human life takes precedence over all the commandments in the Torah, with the exception of 3, as we shall see later on in this course. So then the question is, if you're following the Torah by saving a life, but you have to transgress a rabbinic commandment, under what circumstances is that permissible? That's something that would be very important as we go through the issues in the rest of this course. But when there is a doubt whether or not a particular action is forbidden by the Torah, the general rule is be stringent and do not transgress the Torah. But when a particular rule is of human origin, when there is a reason to do so, one may be lenient with the rabbinic rule. We'll see these later on. Lots of implications for many issues in Jewish medical ethics. I would like to point out one other really important principle that is very well elucidated by Rabbi Abraham Steinberg, and this is this idea that, if the Torah and the rabbis do not forbid something, meaning a new technology that has never been defined before, the presumption is it is permissible. In other words, we start from the idea that new technologies, new medical procedures unless there's some reason to say, no, it's against a law we already have, we assume that the answer is yes before it is no. That will become extremely important as we explore the emerging technologies and their implications vis-a-vis Jewish medical ethics. So here's a map just to give you one sort of graphic overview of all of these things, specifically the oral Torah and its relationship to law, to halacha. You can see on the top there, we've got the box oral Torah, which can be divided into three basic sort of boxes, Midrash, Mishnah, and Kabbalah. And most of our discussions are going to be deriving from Mishnah because that's the box that deals primarily with halacha. The Mishnah is later expanded upon in the Talmud Yerushalmi, that is the first edition of the Talmud, which comments on the Mishnah. And then a little bit later, you have the Talmud Bavli, the Babylonian Talmud, which also read the Yerushalmi Talmud, so therefore it's kind of considered more authoritative because it could envelop also the Talmud Yerushalmi. This is not the place to go into discussion of why they are different, why we have both of them, and so on. But for the time being, the Bavli generally has more authority than the Yerushalmi in most areas. And then you have codes and responsa that come from that. The codes are written because the Talmud, by dint of the nature of its structure, is quite diffuse. There's very few areas where all the information on a given topic are concentrated, and in order to really understand anything important, you have to study the entire Talmud in order to know that you're not missing anything. So the codes go back and organize it in new books like the Mishnah Torah or the Shulchan Aruch. And then we have responsa, which really date from the period of the Talmud Bavli shortly afterwards and come right up to the present day, 21st century. There are definitely lots of responses still being written today where individuals will ask Rabbi specific questions. Those questions will then be answered in writing, and they constitute case law precedent for future halacha. Okay, that's a quick overview of the big areas of text that will inform our discussions. Let's get into the actual examples of Jewish medical ethics, beginning with very, very difficult issues like the allocation of scarce resources. Thank you very much for listening. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'd like to begin a brief series of lectures on the Jewish encounter with Rome. Today we're going to focus on the reign of King Herod, but I'd like to begin with the very first encounter with Rome, which actually takes us back to the days of the Maccabees. Here you can see a beautiful representation of Judas Maccabeus, or Yehuda Maccabee, one of the great military heroes of the revolt that occurred about the year 167 before the Common Era. Let's place his role in the encounter with Rome within its historical context. First, we've got to jump back just a little bit further to the reign of Alexander the Great, who, as you can see in this map, extended the empire he created from Macedonia, which is in the green on the left, all the way out through the Greek territories, Asia Minor, all the way through the Eastern Mediterranean, including Egypt, and then all the way out to northern India, Afghanistan. And after he died, this area was divided among 4 of his generals. You can see that the yellow color is the Seleucid Empire, and the sort of bluish purplish that is dominant in Egypt, that would be the Ptolemaic Empire. And of course, Israel finds itself right in the middle of those territories. And one of the reasons why you can see in this particular map that the land of Israel is sort of colored yellow and purple is because it went back and forth between those 2 rival empires over the next century or so. We've spoken in other lectures about the Maccabean rebellion, and I'm not going to go into it in great detail here, but let us just recall that there were many Jews living in the land of Israel who actively supported the Seleucid Greeks in their program to Hellenize the population. That is, to get the Jewish population in the land of Israel to absorb more and more Greek values, including everything from philosophy and science to athletics and aesthetics. And there was a feeling that this was like a modernizing thing that would bring Jews into the larger world of the Eastern Mediterranean in particular. And traditionalists argued against it, beginning with Matisyahu, who was Judah's father. And this created a kind of a traditionalist revolt against those Hellenizing Jews and against the Seleucid Greeks. Please feel free to have a look at some of my other lectures to get a better sense of how that conflict progressed. At any rate, the point where I'd like to pick here is where Yehuda Maccabi, who has taken over the command of the rebel forces, has effectively fought the Greeks to a stalemate. And the Seleucid general Lysias, now after the death of the previous king Antiochus Epiphanes, he proposes an armistice with the Maccabees, saying, okay, you know what, sorry we pushed you too hard, how about we find a compromise? We'll let you, for example, choose your own high priest, which was a major concern for a lot of the moderate population in Israel. So it turned out that the Hellenizing population in Israel and most of the moderates, they liked the idea. They wanted to end the war, not achieve full independence from the Seleucid kingdom, because they felt they're going to have to pay taxes anyways. As long as they were left alone, they had enough autonomy, especially religious autonomy, that was enough. But Yehuda Maccabi and his shrinking band of followers said that was not enough and insisted on fighting further. So the conflict at that point continued. A portion of the Jewish population in Israel sought support of the Seleucids to try and, end the fighting, whereas Yehuda Maccabi sends a delegation to Rome and says, hey, maybe Rome, you can help us out in our conflict with Seleucids and in our effort to achieve full independence. If you look at the book of Maccabees, which does not appear in the Hebrew scriptures, but does appear in a lot of Christian Bibles in the Apocrypha section. This is, by the way, a beautiful reproduction of a 7th century English translation, the King James. And if we zoom in, we see this interesting passage. There's kind of like this header at the beginning. It says Judas is informed of the power and policy of the Romans and with a league with them, and the articles of that league described here. So the text talks about how Yehuda had heard of how powerful the Romans were, and that he thought that he could enlist them into his aid against the Seleucids. If we jump ahead to the end of the chapter, it says here, verse 24, if there come any war upon the Romans or any of their confederates throughout all their dominion, the people of the Jews shall help them, right? This is like a mutual assistance treaty, as the time shall be appointed with all their heart. 26, neither shall they give anything unto them that make war upon them, meaning they will not help the enemies of the Romans at all, or aid them with victuals, weapons, money, or chips. And I wondered about that. Why are they not giving them chips? What's so important about the chips? It must be they had these great chips, Hal's. This is not, by the way, a paid product announcement. I actually like these chips a lot. So that was a joke. I'm sorry. I don't know why I put these things in there. But at any rate, let's go back. As it has seemed good unto the Romans, but they shall keep their covenant without taking anything therefore. So the idea was they signed a mutual assistance pact. The Jews would help the Romans if anyone attacked Rome, and theoretically, at least, the Romans would help the Jews if anyone attacked Israel. Now, it turned out that it was more of a kind of a cynical agreement, and you'll see how it turns out. If you look at the Greek original, the text has both the Jews and the Romans virtually promising the same to each other, but it didn't work out that way. Meanwhile, the Seleucid kingdom lost control of Israel, and the Maccabees were able to actually achieve Yehuda Maccabee's dream of independence. He himself was killed in battle, but as you can see from this map, the not only were the Maccabees able to establish a new dynasty called the Hasmonean Kingdom or Hashmonaim, but they were actually able to expand it significantly throughout the region on the other side of the Jordan as well. And that's essentially the history of the Maccabean Kingdom from the revolt in about the year 167 until the arrival of Pompey, a Roman general, and that's what we're going to turn to next. But to understand the nature of the Maccabean kingdoms, even though the Jews had a significant amount of independence, there was significant friction. And even though this was originally a rebellion against Greek values, the Hashmonaim gradually absorbed more and more of Greek ideas as well. And it kind of slid back into that Hellenizing frame over the next 100-odd years. Here you see, for example, a coin from Alexander Yanai, one of the most brutal of the kings of the era, a huge enemy to the rabbis. And as you can see from the right-hand side, the coin has an image of looks like a sun that's actually, in bas relief. It's actually extruded from the coin itself, which according to some rabbinic opinions would be directly forbidden as a kind of idolatrous image, like sun worship. At any rate, when he died in 76, there was a period of a rapprochement between the Maccabean leaders who had, claimed for themselves both the title of king and the title of high priest. His widow, Salome Alexandra, known affectionately as Shlom Tzion HaMalka in Hebrew, during her reign, there was actually a period of great rapprochement between the rabbis and the rulers, and it was a period of tremendous prosperity, which unfortunately ended under her sons. When she passed away, the region was thrown into a civil conflict once again. And that's what brought General Pompey to Israel, the first encounter of Rome with the land of Israel proper. The civil war that erupted between the sons of Alexander Yanai and Salome Alexandra, who were named Hyrcanus II, he was the elder, and he was the high priest, the Kohen Gadol. And his younger brother was Yehuda Aristobulus II, and both of them claimed rule. Hyrcanus II was the elder, but he was widely regarded as an ineffective leader. Yehuda Aristobulus was much more ambitious and apparently capable, and wished to challenge his brother for the rule. Among other things, the idea that the role of Kohen Gadol and Melech, that is, high priest and king, should be separated. Both of the brothers ended up appealing to the Roman general Pompey, who was in the north at the time, for aid. Pompey looked at both of them, and he technically favored the weak Hyrcanus, but in reality, he just wanted to subjugate Judea to Rome. And when he came into the area, he nominally supported Hyrcanus, but in reality, he took it over and, in fact, defiled the temple in a rather disgusting manner. This was in the year 63 before the Common Era. About 20 years later, Hyrcanus would ultimately be deposed by his nephew, Antigonus, who was actually Aristobulus' son. According to Josephus, Antigonus actually bit off his uncle's ears, which mutilated him in such a way that he was no longer fit to serve as the Kohen Gadol, because there are certain laws about how the high priest has to appear. Rather nasty kind of event. But this means that from 63 before the Common Era, Rome is officially in charge of the land of Israel. Let us now turn a little bit later in time to the rise of one of the greatest kings of Israel in the era, King Herod. When I say great, I'm necessarily saying great in the sense of like wonderful, we love him, but great in the sense of being extremely powerful and leaving a huge mark on history. Perhaps he's best known in the Western tradition as being the author of the so-called Massacre of the Innocents, which is a passage that occurs in Christian scriptures in which he decrees the murder of all of these young children in an attempt to stave off the eventual birth of the figure that would be recognized by Christians as the Messiah. There's a lot of historical discussion about what that event might have been, we shall see shortly that it may actually be referring to Herod's murder of his own children, which was something he did with alarming frequency. At any rate, Herod was an Idumean. You can see the region of Idumea here is in the south of Judea. This is a region that was forcibly conquered by the Maccabean kings, and in a rare moment in Jewish history, the population was forcibly converted to Judaism. This is one of those moments that reverberates throughout history. Of course, Judaism has forsworn that particular partially as a result under King Herod following this forced conversion. But at any rate, the Idumeans were a population that ultimately identified with the Jewish people, but they also felt somewhat separate and occasionally resentful of that. When we get a little further in the series, I'd like to discuss the role of the Idumeans in the First Roman-Jewish War, which was quite significant. Herod's father was Antipater, who was an ambitious advisor to Hyrcanus. Herod was one of his multiple sons. He was born in the year 73, and his father, as a result of his attachment to Hyrcanus and the support of Rome, was able to give his sons political rule in various parts of the land of Israel. Herod was given the Galilee, the north, and he immediately charged in and used rather brutal means to put down an incipient rebellion that was happening there. He actually imposed the death sentence without the authorization of the Sanhedrin, which got him into trouble with the great Jewish court. And we have two parallel descriptions of a rather unusual event. It's mentioned in Josephus, who is, of course, one of the great historians of this era. Once again, I hope to discuss his complicated backstory a little later in the series, but he provides us an unusual glimpse into the moment when Herod was brought before the Sanhedrin to answer for his precipitous brutality in the Galilee. And we also have the same story with some significant differences in the Talmud as well. According to the version that Josephus offers, Herod appears before the Sanhedrin fully armed, which was considered a great act of nerve, to use the Hebrew term chutzpah. It was a great act of insolence to appear before the great court wearing armor. And he effectively cowed all of the judges into submission. And essentially, they let him go without any kind of reprimand. In the Talmudic version, which you can see here, appears on page 19b of Tractate Sanhedrin. In the Talmudic version, it is Shimon ben Shetach who is the great rounds up against Alexander Yanai King and challenges his colleagues. But in Josephine version, it is none other than the great Shammai, the interlocutor to Hillel, who was the only rabbi who has the courage to stand up to Herod, but unfortunately he is not supported by the rest of the Sanhedrin, and Herod walks. Why these two versions, Josephus and the Talmud, differ in the important details of which figures are speaking is beyond the scope of this discussion. Herod brought three particular skills to his rule in the land of Israel, and we'll see them play out over his long career. The first is that he was capable of bold, brutal repression, that he had very little qualms about using violence to support his rule. Secondly, and ironically, this was combined with a remarkable level of public generosity, that he was certainly capable of recognizing the needs of a larger population and to provide for their tax relief and grain whenever possible, and especially, as we shall see shortly, in a massive series of public building works that were designed quite often for public benefit. So this combination of being very brutal and bold and at the same time very generous is rather unusual, and certainly helped to promote his rule. And the third skill that he possessed was he was an extremely shrewd cultivator of relationships and alliances, particularly early in his life. He was very, very careful and able to thread the needle between various Roman factions and to find supporters and patrons and know when to genuflect and when to fight back. He was able to secure his realm primarily because of these three skills: bold, brutal repression, remarkable public generosity, and his shrewd cultivation of relationship and alliances. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In the previous lecture in the series, we looked at the first encounter of the Jews with the Romans in the period of the Maccabees, and then brought it up to look a little more closely at the beginnings of the reign of King Herod. I'd like to continue with the discussion of King Herod, specifically looking at his remarkable achievements in public works and in great, fantastic displays of architectural skill. So perhaps the most significant and certainly the longest lasting of Herod's great architectural contributions to the land of Israel and the Jewish people is a huge renovation of the temple. The rabbis in the Talmud are somewhat ambivalent about it because Herod himself, even though he did a fantastic job beautifying the temple and expanding it, he was a really brutal, awful ruler, as we shall see in the next lecture in this series. But if you look at this very beautiful diagram, which I purchased from Rittmeyer, he has a great site that has all kinds of amazing architectural drawings. You can see the Temple Mount as it existed under King Hezekiah. You can see the Temple Mount under King Chizkiyahu at the top. Of course, the temple is attributed to Shlomo HaMelech, but we're looking at the mount as a whole here. And then you have a few additions during the Maccabean era. And then the fourth picture from the top is how it was vastly expanded by King Herod. You can see the green area represents a dramatic expansion of the Temple Mount area as a whole. There's also beautification of the actual structures. Josephus tells us that only Kohanim, only priests, were allowed to work on the construction, and that it never rained in the daytime, only at night, of course, during the rainy season and so on. And then on the bottom, by the way, you see that obviously it's changed dramatically because the temple structures were all destroyed during the first Roman-Jewish War in the year 70. The Muslims later built the Dome on the Rock and the Al-Aqsa Mosque, you can see on the right, but nevertheless the Temple Mount as a whole is still preserved. The area where we have the Western Wall, the Wailing Wall, is the wall that's facing us is the Western Wall, so it looks something like this. And you can see the Dome on the Rock in the background, the later Muslim addition to the Temple Mount, and of course Jews gathering to pray at the site of the last retaining wall of the temple. Note that it is a retaining wall at the end of the Temple Mount, not the wall of the temple itself. And if we also look to the southeast, you can see that there is actually remnants of the Herodian construction. This is an area that's often called the seam because it more clearly than in other places shows where the actual wall under the Hasmonean kingdoms ended, and then you can see how Herod extended it significantly to the south in this particular map. At any rate, that was one of his greatest public contributions because, of course, the temple was the central ritual site for all Jews of the world, and by beautifying it and expanding it like this, he made it much more accessible to the larger population as a whole. And I should also mention, by the way, that his public generosity in terms of temples extended throughout the Eastern Mediterranean. He was not shy about offering sacrifices at non-Jewish temples as well, something which the rabbis would not approve of, to be sure, but he often generously gave donations to other temples elsewhere in the Eastern Mediterranean, and he was known as kind of very, philanthropic king from a significant territory in the land of Israel. Caesarea is one of my favorite places. This is one of the most beautiful locations in the land of Israel, and Herod had designated it as the primary location of the Roman Jewish nexus in Israel. That is, unlike Jerusalem, to be sure, and unlike much of Judea and the Galilee, Caesarea was to be essentially a Roman city. And he put a tremendous amount of money into renovating this city to make it acceptable to the Roman aesthetic. Here you can see an aerial view that shows you the port. It's, of course, on the Mediterranean, pretty much in the center of the land of Israel. And he significantly expanded the port to make it much more viable commercially. The whole region was destroyed, or the whole port was destroyed in a major earthquake in the year 117. But you can have a look at what it must have been like here in this artist's rendition, that he actually built this artificial reef that curved out, and you can see there's kind of an entrance to the bottom left of this picture where the boats would come in, and they would have a safe harbor to be able to dock and unload their wares and so on. The building of this artificial harbor, which was the largest of its day, used volcanic ash from the Italian peninsula in a rather unique architectural manner where they would float out to the places where they wanted to sink the stones for the reef. They would mix up this concrete that could actually draw water using this volcanic ash, and then they would allow the forms to drop into the water and harden there. It was a remarkable feat of engineering, and it must have been one of the wonders of the world at the time. You can see he built hippodromes, right, which are like racing stadiums for horses and things like that. Tremendous number of things like aqueducts, classic Roman architecture, bringing water from far away in order to meet the needs of the growing population of this region. Really fantastic public works that made a huge mark on the country as a whole. I'm going to show you a few images from this remarkable article, The Landscape Palaces of Herod the Great, published in Near Eastern Archaeology in 2014. The author is Professor Catherine Gleason. She has some amazing pictures. Let's have a look at them. Here in Caesarea, you can see an aerial view of one of the promontories that's related to that artificial reef that I just showed you. And this is what it would have looked like in terms of the palaces, the pools. You can see the Hippo Stadium on the right there, and it really must have been such a fantastic kind of thing to see this glorious palace. And Herod in particular was fond of gardens, so he made sure that there were gardens planted everywhere in his palaces. If we look at Jericho, there's a remarkable series of gardens that appear, kind of suddenly in this region, which is surrounded by desert, but has the Jordan River flowing through it. Here you can see in this a series of drawings from Professor Gleason's article that he has several palaces all surrounding Wadi, which is like the river, including sunken. And here you can see what it looks like today, with just a suggestion of one of the artificial hills that he built to try and give contour to the region. And this is a cross section that just gives you a sense of what it would have been like to walk through Herod's palaces, which he scattered throughout the land of Israel. Here's Professor Gleason's own drawing that demonstrates his love for the Roman colonnades and the gardens, of course, and the landscape of Jordan, the landscape of Jericho in the background must have looked like. Phenomenal kind of contributions. Perhaps one of the most dramatic settings for Herod's palace was the one that he built on the top of Masada, this huge massif, not too far from Jericho, just south of the Dead Sea region, where this was actually a place that Herod had deposited his family during a conflict early on in his rise to power, and he probably conceived of it as a kind of bolt hole where he could hide again in the future if he needed to. But he certainly wanted to, hide there in comfort. So, they had all kinds of cisterns dug in there, all kinds of baths were set up. and he planted numerous gardens to beautify the region. If you can look at this map here, you can see some of the various structures that were placed there in this very defensible area. And on the right is a model that just gives you a sense of the grandeur of his architectural vision, that has the palaces literally tumbling down the rock face itself. You know, if you ever had the opportunity to actually climb to the top of Masada, it is truly glorious to watch the sun rise or set in the region. And of course, all of this material was of great help to the rebels later, who had their last stand, according to the historian Josephus, against the Romans in the year 74. That just gives you a broad sense of his phenomenal architectural activity, much of which was for public benefit, as we saw with the temple as well, and is one of the much more positive elements of his reign.
Famous banking definitely rivals the Rothschilds. Rothschild German legal stone.
In the last lecture, we spoke about Herod's remarkable architectural achievements, but that is not the feature of his rule for which he is remembered. He is most likely remembered for his incredible brutality, directed not only at the general population, but specifically to members of his own family. And that's what I'd like to turn to first. In the image here from John William Waters' house, you see a beautiful depiction of Marianne, or also known as Miriam or Mariamne. That was one of Herod's 9 wives. She was the one who gave him the most status because she herself was of Maccabean descent. She was a Hasmonean princess, in other words. And as we mentioned in a previous lecture, Herod himself was of Idumean descent and therefore had less of an ethnic claim on the throne. By marrying a Hasmonean princess, he was able to attach himself to the bloodline of Jewish royalty, however, but that was not to last, because in a fit of rage, he had her executed in the year 29 before the Common Era. According to the Talmud, he immediately felt tremendous regret over this, and so he had her body not interred, but rather submerged in a vat of honey, so that he could preserve her body and look upon her when he so desired. Rather bizarre story. But anyway, have a look at this family tree of Herod. You can see that he's towards the left in the middle. It says here, Herod reigned from the year 37 to the year 4 BCE. And what I'd like to do is to outline the family members who were killed by Herod and give you a sense of the broadening scope of his familial madness. His first act of murder directed against his family is the murder of his brother-in-law, Aristobulus. This is the teenage brother of his favorite wife, Mariamne. He was 17 years old at the time, and Herod had appointed him to be the Kohen Gadol, the high priest. Much to his displeasure, Aristobulus proved to be quite a popular individual. Apparently, both Mariamne and his brother were very good looking, and the population as a whole were quite enamored of this young high priest. So, fearing the possible rebellion of his brother-in-law, he had him drowned at Jericho, and then cynically had a huge funeral to commemorate, or perhaps in his sense, to celebrate his death. That was his first nasty act against his family, but it continues. Obviously, relations with his wife, Mariamne, the sister of Aristobulus, went downhill for there, and Herod began to suspect her of adultery. And so he had her killed as well. She was 25 years old. This was in the year 29 before the Common Era. Then he goes on, and if you see towards the bottom left, his sister Salome was married to a man named Costobar, and Herod began to suspect Costobar of fomenting a rebellion. This is going to be a recurring theme. He's going to fear others trying to take power away from him, and so therefore he either murders them or exiles them and so on. So he has his brother-in-law Costobar executed for suspected rebellion. But Herod goes on to killing even his own sons. He killed both Alexander and Aristobulus. I know these names repeat frequently, so that's why this graph hopefully is helpful. They were sons of Mariamne, and once again, Herod was concerned that perhaps they were trying to plot to assassinate him, so he had them killed. The murder of Alexander and Aristobulus may actually be the event which triggered the story of the massacre of the innocents that features in Christian scriptures, but for which historians have not found a tremendous amount of record. But the murder of these two young men may have been associated with the idea of Herod fearing a possible usurper to his throne, and that got folded into the larger Christian narrative. After murdering his sons Alexander and Aristobulus, he decided to expel his own brother, Pheroras, that is something of a kindness rather than killing him, again for the possibility that his brother was plotting to overthrow him. And he also expelled his first wife, Doris, of Jerusalem. He actually expelled her once earlier, so this is the second expulsion. He invited her back after the first one. Finally, Herod jails his own son Antipater by Doris. He would ultimately execute Antipater, but that occurs very shortly before his own death. Thinking about all of these family murders, the Emperor Augustus is said to have once remarked that it is better to be Herod's pig than to be his son. And this is in reference to the Jewish dietary laws that would forbid Jews from slaughtering and then eating pigs. But obviously, Herod had no problem slaughtering his own children. Herod, at the end of his life, was suffering from a painful, debilitating disease, possibly syphilis. At one point, he actually attempted to take his own life with an apple knife. It turned out that that was unsuccessful. But Herod was determined that people should not celebrate when he dies. And so one of the things that he did, just to get a sense of how far gone he was at this point, he rounded up the prominent leaders of the Jewish people and had them jailed in Jericho in the hippodrome there. He left orders with the guards that all of these local leaders should be killed as soon as the guards hear that Herod has died. And it seems that he was thinking that, he doesn't want people to celebrate in the streets when he himself dies, so therefore he wants to kill a lot of other people to dampen the mood, to make sure that people are actually mourning when he leaves this planet. After his unsuccessful attempt to take his own life, he was enraged, and he decided at this point to order the murder of Antipater, who up until this time was awaiting trial for rebellion. And shortly after Antipater was killed, Herod changes his will. This is the 7th time he's done so, not surprising. He keeps on killing off his beneficiaries, so he has to keep juggling his will. We'll talk about what the meaning of that will was in the next lecture in the series. But luckily for the captives in Jericho, Herod's sister Salome, you'll recall that Herod had banished one of her husbands out of the land of Israel. She convinces the guards that her brother had actually changed his mind and that he had said they should release all the prisoners. And so perhaps with a sigh of relief, the guards released the prisoners and then made themselves scarce right away as well. And then shortly thereafter, Herod finally succumbed to his illness, and as per his wishes, he was entombed at this great last architectural site, Herodion, also pronounced Herodium. It is the only building project that he named after himself. It was designed as usual, a great palace, but also his final resting place. He had a special sentimental attachment to this large hill because it was at this location that he had a great initial victory against Persian forces that was extremely influential in his early rise to power. Here you can have a look at the actual temple site and the tomb, which is down the hill towards the left. Once again, the prominence of gardens in the area gives a sense of Herod's horticultural inclinations. This is a view from the top, or rather, gloomy view with the gray skies, but nevertheless, you must sense the majesty of this particular location. And here is the archaeologist Ehud Netzer, who spent much of his life searching for Herod's tomb, believing it was somewhere at Herodion. Here he is in front of a projection of the image. And finally, here is the smashed up sarcophagus, which Dr. Netzer believes held Herod himself. The tomb was ransacked at least once in antiquity, perhaps in the context of the Roman-Jewish War. So we don't have much of Herod's riches from the tomb itself, but we do have his great architectural legacy. And of course, we have the historical record of his bloody yet long reign in the first century before the Common Era. Thank you very much for watching this video. I look forward to continuing in the next video with a discussion of Jewish sectarianism in the early first century.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Where we left off our discussion was with the death of Herod and the chaos that he left in his wake. Today, what I'd like to do is kind of set the scene for the first half of the first century. We're going to continue in the next series of lectures with the birth of Christianity, which at the time may not have been such a massive event, but would have later tremendous implications for the course of not only Jewish history, but of world history. But for today, we're going to be working primarily at the social and economic and religious maelstrom of activity that's happening in the land of Israel in the first half of the first century. Let's begin with this beautiful map here, which indicates with rich colors the way in which the land of Israel was divided into a tetrarchy after the death of Herod. You can see that the green area here is outlined as belonging to Archelaus. The sort of corally color is given to Antipas, and the yellow area is given to Philip. By the way, all of these sons of Herod had the first name Herod, but they are, it's hard to keep them all straight. So Herod Archelaus, Herod Antipas, and so on. Also not noted here is the regions that were given to his sister Salome, which primarily consisted of a few cities. At any rate, the reason why the land of Israel was divided up and in this way, and not in a as a kingdom, as Herod owned it, or Herod ruled over it from south to north, was because of conflict over the rule of Archelaus. Archelaus came in, and he was not at all an effective leader. He attempted to put off some major decisions, and in other decisions he was way too hasty and in fact even violent, repressing the population in Jerusalem. And so a series of delegations, not only Archelaus himself, but several other delegations went to Rome to try and argue for different dispositions to Herod's final will. That is the seventh of his wills, which he, as we mentioned in a previous lecture, he had to keep rewriting them because he kept bumping off his beneficiaries, which is not a good thing to do for one's life insurance policy. At any rate, that's the way they decided in Rome to divide up the land of Israel as a type of tetrarchy. This also represented a significant diminishment in the status of the land of Israel. It was essentially subsumed within the larger governorship of Syria, which will become extremely important as we consider the unrest that would follow. There was especially unrest in the era of the first decade after Herod's death. The Jewish authorities under Roman pressure tried to enact a census. This was in the year 6. And this census was primarily to help with tax assessment, which of course nobody really likes, but nevertheless it is inevitable.
But we should understand that Jews have a particular allergy to a census. There are whole discussions in the Hebrew scriptures about counting people as being a forbidden activity unless it is specifically permitted by God. So this means in practice that the Jews have developed customs to not specifically count individuals, but to count tokens of individuals, like, for example, giving the half shekel tax for the temple. If everyone gives a half shekel, then we can count up the shekels and we know exactly how many people there are and so on. And even in contemporary period, when you need to count the number of people for a prayer quorum, a minyan, the custom is not to count them saying 1, 2, 3, 4 and actually assign numbers to people, but rather to say a blessing that has 10 words in it, such as, for example, the Hamotzi blessing over bread, obviously without pronouncing the name of God, which should only be said when you're actually reciting the blessing over bread. Or there's a particular verse in the book of Psalms, Hoshea Esamecha, and that's used sometimes to count people. At any rate, sorry for that little tangent. Let's get back to the material here. There was a tremendous unrest in the beginning of this period, especially in association with that poorly received census. And there was a lot of actually brigandry going around the land of Israel, something which was actually in many ways sort of a foreshadowing of the major rebellion that would erupt in the year 66, which we'll get to, God willing, in a couple of weeks. The unrest was significant, and it was especially terrible because the local official in charge was a man named Sabinus, who was placed in charge by Governor Varus of Syria. As I mentioned, Governor Varus had responsibility for the entire area, and he left this man Sabinus in charge to try and collect the census. Sabinus essentially did his own thing. He even raided the temple treasury. And so Governor Varus had to come down and actually quell an incipient rebellion against Sabinus. Sabinus, meanwhile, hightailed it out of the land of Israel. But Archelaus was called to account in Rome for his failure to effectively control the population. In the end, the Roman authorities decided that Archelaus was not suited for rule over this valuable piece of real estate, and they exiled him to a place called Vienne, which is on the Rhone River in the south of France. It's true, being exiled to the south of France so bad, but we should understand that in year 6, there was absolutely no Asian restaurants anywhere in the south of France, and so it must have been very hard on him. I'm sorry, I shouldn't make light of that. I mean, just the concept of being exiled to a place where there's no Asian restaurants. I don't know how Jews could live like that. At any rate, in place of the kings that we had earlier and kind of like overruling the tetrarchs themselves, these 4 individual rulers, the Romans put in first prefects and then later called them procurators. These were essentially types of governors that would rule over the land, hopefully keep order and keep the taxes flowing appropriately. Just to give you an example of one of them, perhaps the most famous, certainly the most famous of them, is none other than Pontius Pilate, who we will again return to when we talk about the birth of Christianity in the next series of lectures. Here's actually a stone that was discovered, of course, in Caesarea and Caesarea, which is the region of Israel that is so closely identified with Roman rule, and it actually mentions Pontius Pilate's name. You can see in the second line there, you just see the U.S. and then Pilatus, which is, of course, Pilate in Latin. So the procurators were really in charge. Things would change in the 40s when, as a result of change in Rome itself, a new king would be appointed in Israel, Agrippa I, and then following him, Agrippa II would be the last king of Judea, but we'll leave that for another chapter. I would also like to point out that in the context of this massive political and administrative change that is imposed on a restive population that has demonstrated its willingness to actually rise up and open revolt, and only with external forces brought in from Syria could the revolt be quelled and the Jewish leaders actually be punished through exile. There are a couple other really important elements of the internal turmoil that we have to understand. One that's hugely important, and we're just going to touch on it, is issues of class and urbanization in Israel. We should recall that the land of Israel really had, then and to a certain degree even now, two really big different types of populations. You had the aristocracy, the tended to be more learned elite living in the big cities, in particular in Jerusalem. And there are, of course, very different characteristics of urbanized Jews living in Jerusalem as opposed to, let's say, Caesarea. But in Jerusalem, you have the gravitational center of the Jewish people because the temple is there. And so the aristocracy, the high priest, to be invested in Jerusalem per se, and will attract the wealthier classes. And the wealth tends to correspond to a pro-Hellenistic viewpoint. The wealthier classes tend to be much more concerned with preserving their wealth, and that meant alliances with the Roman authorities, and that also meant alliances with Roman and larger Hellenistic culture. So you have kind of an unusual situation in the cities, and in particular in Jerusalem, where you have an aristocratic elite that may be less traditional, ironically, in their observance, but at the same time, very dedicated and close to the temple. The city of Jerusalem, of course, is the center not only spiritually of the Jewish people, but also demographically, and it would attract masses, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of pilgrims to its boundaries during the 3 pilgrimage holidays. As we shall see over the next few weeks, these tend to be flashpoints for uprisings and violence, especially around Passover, as we shall see. The second major element that I really want to touch on before we go any deeper is the fact that we are relying quite heavily for much of this period on Josephus, and we have to always be aware of that reliance. Now, I've spoken in much greater detail about who Josephus was, his relationship to Jewish history, his relationship to Jewish tradition, the Romans, to Christianity. We've discussed this all in many other contexts, and I don't want to belabor that point. But it bears repeating that Josephus is one of our most valuable sources for the first century, and he is one of the most complex and problematic. Recall that Josephus himself describes his own background as being essentially one of the learned aristocracy in Jerusalem. He also describes himself, albeit without too much enthusiasm, as being basically a Pharisee, although he was quite a spiritual seeker, and he had, from his time in Jerusalem, association with Sadducees, from his youth and his exploration of different modalities of spirituality. He seems to have had some connection with the Qumran community and so on, as we shall discuss shortly. But the turning point in his life was in the year 67 at the siege of Yotapata, also pronounced Jotapata, in which, and by the way, in modern Hebrew, it's the city of Yodfat, or the town of Yodfat, the village of Yodfat in northern Israel, where Josephus was the leader of the rebel forces against the Romans, and he decided to defect to the Roman side. And that's when he began his literary career in this strange kind of environment where he is the #1 world expert on things Jewish. And at the same time, he is living thoroughly within a Roman milieu. And although we know that he wrote the first version of his history of the Jewish war in Aramaic, that version has been lost. The only version we have is the one he composed in Greek, which was the lingua franca of the era, that was designed for essentially a Roman Gentile audience. And the Romans were his patrons and his captors at the same time. So when he is writing, we know that he is conscious of his audience, in particular the emperor Titus Flavius, whose name Josephus took, the family name Flavius. He knows that it's going to be read by the emperor. Does he edit his words And how does he edit his words in order to meet the favor of that very important audience? So everything we know about this first century, not everything, but quite a bit that we know about this first century comes from Josephus, and he himself is writing for a very specific kind of audience in a very careful kind of way, and so it's difficult to unpack everything he says. We will from time to time cast some doubts, maybe even some aspersions, but certainly no asparagus at Josephus as we go through this history. Okay, let us continue then with the discussion of the main ideological groups, at least as Josephus describes them, specifically the Sadducees, the Pharisees, and then I'd like to spend some time on the fourth philosophy, well, let's get to it. Thank you very much for watching this first part of this lecture. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let's continue with our discussion of Judaism and Jewish sectarianism in the early first century. So perhaps the most important of the groups, at least important in terms of their temporal power, their association with the Romans, and their control of the temple cult, are the Sadducees. The Sadducees, or as they are known in Hebrew as the Tzedukim, the word derives most likely from the followers of Tzadok, and let's explore that in just a minute. They were the group that was especially known for its production of the various high priests of the era. And as we shall see, this became a revolving door where high priests were appointed and then deposed, and all kinds of things happened to them as they went through very, very high rate of churn from one to the other. Here's an interesting picture, by the way, from Vicente Juan Masi, and it is, the title in Spanish is El Sumo Sacerdote Aarón, the high priest Aaron. Of course, the high priesthood descends from Moses' brother Aaron, and it descends through the males of the families, such that actually some great research has been done on the genetic components of even modern day Jews who claim Kohen status. They often have that as a last name, or Katz, but they can have a lot of different names as well. That in fact they do overwhelmingly bear a marker on their Y chromosome, which is consistent with the proposition of a single male ancestor 3,000 years ago, which is really fascinating, but not our topic today. So here you can see Kohen, the high priest, the Kohen Gadol, Aaron, the first high priest, wearing a really interesting mitre, which is nothing like what the Torah or the Talmud describes, but nevertheless very cool. And he seems to be rushing to carry this Greek-style vase of, looks like some kind of, maybe he is doing Trumat HaDeshen, the removal of the ashes. But he looks very serious about it, and I really like this image. At any rate, so the name Tzedukim is one that appears in the Talmud in particular to describe the Sadducees. And there are two possible tzaddoks from whom they could derive this. One tzadok, of course, is a biblical figure who comes from the era of King David. He had a high priest named Tzadok. The rabbis of the Talmud, however, derive the term Tzeduki from one of the two prime students of Antigonus ish Socho. Antigonus, the man of Socho, who's quoted in the great collection of Jewish ethical teachings, Pirkei Avot. He was a rabbi who lived in the early 2nd century before the Common Era, and he had two students, Tzadok and Boetus. Now, Antigonus ish Socho is famous for a particular passage that's quite fascinating, in which he urged his students to serve the master not for the sake of receiving a reward. Right? In other words, serve God without any, anticipation or demand for a payment in return. Payment is, in fact, even a better term for the word pras, then reward, but like kind of like, okay, God, I'm going to do you a favor, now you pay me back, right? So Antigonus Isocho said, no, that's not the right attitude. You should do it just because it's God. God asks you to do it, and you should do it simply because God is the one asking you. According to the rabbinic tradition, his two students, Tzadok and Boethus, misunderstood him and said, well, must mean that there is no reward for performing the will of God. And we should do it, following teacher, we should do it without thought of receiving reward. Why? Because there is no reward. And so the Sadducean were especially associated with the notion of denying the world to come, denying the notion that there was, a heaven and things like that. This is one of the prime, kind of delineations between the Pharisees, we'll see in a second, and the Sadducean is particularly with regards their notion of life. It would be fantastic if we could actually what the Sadducees had to say about this rabbinic characterization. Unfortunately, the Sadducees left behind no clearly self-identified written records that tell us about their attitudes to the world to come, or really about anything else that happened to them historically. The Sadducees, of course, being so closely identified with the temple rituals, once the temple rituals were done away with the destruction of the temple in the year 70, there was no more physical anchor for them, no more kind of like center of gravity to organize their power, and they simply disappeared as a group. Some of these ideologies, of course, would resurface in several other groups over the medieval period, and we will have, God willing, opportunity to explore those in the future. But for the time being, we only know what others say about the Sadducees, not only the rabbinic tradition, but also, for example, the Christian tradition has a fair amount to say about them as well. Now, I mentioned that there were two students, Tzadok and Boethus, and in the rabbinic tradition, for sure, they are distinguished. You see them referred to in different contexts, but it's really hard to parse out, well, what exactly is the difference between a Tzadduke and one of the Boethians? What exactly, how do you parse out the difference between these Tzaddukim and these Boetusim? Now, by the way, I should mention that it's also difficult to try and figure out what the Sadducees stood for, because with the era of heavy church censorship of the Talmud from the 13th century on, and especially with printing evolving in the 16th century, there's a lot of changes to the Talmudic text to try to avoid, not only burning of the Talmud, but even, prohibiting its printing. This is something that Jewish printers often did of their own accord in order to avoid getting into trouble. And one of the techniques was that if there was a criticism of a figure, or let's say there's a dialogue in the Talmud that presents a rabbi versus let's say an early Christian, and they know that if they submit this text to the church censor, it will immediately be excised, and maybe they'll have to, scrap the entire print run. So sometimes the printers would change things, and they would say, rather than having the rabbi arguing with an early Christian, they'll say a rabbi arguing with a Sadducee. And the oral tradition would continue in the sense that the rabbis teaching the Talmud hopefully would know, this is actually a replacement. It should read early Christian, but it actually reads Sadducee. But quite often we don't know what that means anymore. And so it's really hard to rely on the Talmud for good descriptions of what the Sadducees held for. But one reasonable argument that may appear in a deeper analysis of, for example, Josephus, is that the Sadducees were the older aristocracy that relied on their connections with the Hashmonayim, with the earlier Jewish kings, going back to the period of the Maccabean revolt. And the Boethians may have been a sect of, again, aristocracy, priesthood, and so on, that began to gain power under Herod specifically. Herod had such a long reign of many decades that you could easily have rivalries develop among the aristocracy, vying for the position of Kohen Gadol, and so that may be an actual kind of, not ideological, but kind of organizational difference between the Tzdukim and the Aitusim. We otherwise don't know ideologically how they differ. Okay, so those are the Sadducees in a very brief treatment. Let us now turn to look at the Pharisees. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So in this mini set of lectures, we looked at the political environment of the early first century in Judea. Then we looked at the Sadducees, followed by the Pharisees. And now I'd like to kind of provide sort of a catch-all to some of the other groups that are really quite active, about whom we unfortunately do not know very much, but are nevertheless quite fascinating. Now I'm going to lump them all together in the term Josephus's fourth philosophy. Not that I really know exactly what that fourth philosophy is. That's never stopped me from making a video before, however. But the Josephus, in his attempt to try and make Judaism understandable to his Greek-speaking Gentile audience, he uses this term that probably refers to the Essenes, or the Essenes, who are a group of Jews who essentially separated from society quite radically and are most likely associated with the Qumran community that produced the Dead Sea Scrolls. And those are the people that we're going to talk about right now. So what are the Dead Sea Scrolls? These are a series of manuscripts, hundreds of manuscripts and fragments of manuscripts, most of them written in Aramaic, but also Hebrew and Greek, Nabatean, and other languages, that were discovered in the region of the Dead Sea. One of the most important scholars to work on them at the time is Professor Eliezer Sukenik, who was an archaeologist who was one of the first to discover the value of these manuscripts, which were floating around the black market, and he immediately scooped up all the manuscripts that he could, including those that were on sale, advertised even in the New York Times. This created a bit of a rush for these documents as people began to hear about them, which was interrupted by the first Arab-Israeli war, the War of Independence, as the Israelis call it, that took place between 1948 and 1949. As soon as things began to calm down, of course, there was an armistice line that divided the territories. Some were not accessible to Israeli researchers anymore, but a frenzy of archaeological studies began as people began to comb all of the cliffs in the really remote and forbidding region of the sea, looking for these documents. And they found hundreds of them. Some of them colored in what appear to be scriptoriums, where they would be kind of reading rooms with like tables and chairs, or benches at any rate, and others that appear to be storage rooms where they were hastily abandoned, most likely in the context of the First Roman-Jewish War, and they were there for the next 2,000 years until they could be discovered. And the discoveries were absolutely phenomenal. Every single book of the Hebrew Bible is represented there, with the exception of the book of Esther. This is, for example, the Isaiah scroll, which is quite fascinating. It's actually housed in a remarkable structure in Jerusalem today. But there are many, many other documents that are not biblical. Many antique texts that were circulating at the time that were clearly of a religious, even apocalyptic nature, and scholars rushed to study these. Now, part of the controversy surrounding the Dead Sea Scrolls is because on the Jordanian side, a commission was formed that unfortunately did not have any Jews working on the documents, and there was a clear interest in specifically discovering texts that related to Christianity. This is, after all, the documents were dated from about 200 before the Common Era up until about the year 100 of the Common Era, with a certain amount of leeway, but it's right in the period of the birth of Christianity. And scholars were desperately hoping to find evidence of Christianity outside of the Christian scriptures. They were unfortunately unable to find any trace of any direct references to Christianity, but they did find a lot of material that give us a sense of what the intellectual, spiritual milieu was during the period of the ministry of the founder of Christianity. They found not only biblical texts, but these remarkable texts, sometimes written on copper. This is one section of the famous copper scroll that deal with all kinds of things that are not mentioned in the Bible. Some clearly have, kind of end of days feeling, and there's these mysterious discussions of the sons of light and the sons of darkness, and it reads a lot like the book of Revelations, for example, and kind of like end of all time. Kind of massive conflagrations are predicted. It's very spooky kind of reading. There's some fascinating discussion in one particular text called the Manual of Discipline that seems to describe the behavior of the people who collected these documents, who are known possibly as the Essenes or Essene, or possibly, there are lots of different theories. There's one theory that says that this is even a Sadducee break-off community that was upset with the way things were going in the temple, and they established this particular community here. We don't know exactly who was living in this region. They're often referred simply as the Qumran community, and a significant archaeological study was implemented, and in fact they found many of the settlements of these people. It appears that they lived, especially if you connect the archaeological finds with the texts like the Manual of Discipline found in the Dead Sea Scrolls, it appears that they lived a highly ascetic lifestyle that involved, things like communal meals that were conducted entirely in silence, and a rigorous level of, or a rigorous kind of type of initiation where people had to go through several different exercises to get to a higher level of initiation. Some rather bizarre things that Josephus writes about these people, like they had a lot of concern about ritual impurity, which definitely makes them sound closer to the Sadducees. Of course, the high priests and priests in general have to maintain a very high level of ritual purity in order to serve in the temple. These rules, of course, are mainly interpreted by the Pharisees, so that was part of the interrelationship between Sadducees and Pharisees. But this community in Qumran seemed to take these things to an extreme degree, including, defecation would be done at certain sites well outside the Qumran community, which sounds like a good idea. Everyone was given their own shovel and had to take care of their business themselves. And according to Josephus, defecation was forbidden on the Sabbath. Hard to imagine that they actually did that. I mean, how do you live like that? But that adds to the kind of confusion we have about how much should we trust Josephus anyways. I mean, he does describe how he himself went into a period of several years of living in a kind of monastic kind of environment like this, maybe with the Qumran community itself, but we really don't know. We have to rely on Josephus's writings and take them with a grain of salt, but we do have some of these archaeological digs that do support the idea, for example, of lots of mikvaot for ritual immersion. Mikvaot are like ritual baths, and communal dining areas that correspond with the Manual of Discipline and things like that. So it appears that this community, which seems to have been hastily abandoned in the first century, possibly in the context of the Great Roman Jewish War of 66 to 74, or perhaps a little bit Bar Kokhba revolt of 132 to 135, but they, lose track of who these people were, and all we have is the Dead Sea Scrolls to rely I have not had much time in quick overview of many of the ideological groups to discuss two major groups. One which will have a huge impact in the late first century, and those are the Zealots. And to reserve those when we start talking about against Rome. And the second major group, of course, are the Christians. Christians are very small at this time, but they would be huge and influential in the future, but we will return to that later. But for now, I want to thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So in the first of this series of mini lectures, we discussed the reconfiguration of the land of Israel after the death of Herod and the growing communal upset with the way in which Rome was handling affairs in the land of Israel that would provide grounds for incipient revolt. And then we looked at the Sadducees, who were a group that was much more closely connected to both Rome and the temple ritual, and those two factors are intrinsically related. Now let's turn our attention to the so-called Pharisees. The Pharisees is a term that we see in Josephus, and we also see in the Christian scriptures. It is not, however, a term that we have in rabbinic literature, and so that's led to kind of a confusing amount of scholarship on, well, who exactly are the Pharisees? It seems very reasonable that the Pharisees are essentially what we would call today the rabbis or the sages, and they are sort of like the foundation for Judaism as we understand it for the next 2,000 years. They are inheritors of the oral tradition, the defenders of the oral tradition. Ultimately, the text known as the Mishnah and the Talmud would be produced by their intellectual descendants. We can understand them basically using modern terminology in mainstream Judaism. Although, if you lived in the first century, you might have difficulty figuring out which one actually is mainstream Judaism. Actually, living in the 21st century is sometimes that's difficult too. Do you define mainstream Judaism on the amount of adherents that a particular movement has? Define it in terms of wealth of a particular movement or the power of movement, or do you determine it in terms of its antiquity? So certainly today's, let's call them Orthodox Jews, lay claim to the greatest antiquity. It's, Orthodox Jews today can read the text of Maimonides and basically identify their own lives in the text of Maimonides with the observance of the Sabbath and all kinds of things like that, and much further back than that as well. And many of those things would be totally foreign to non-Orthodox Jews. But when you get to the first century, the version of the past that we receive from the Pharisees is essentially the same, that they are inheritors of the oral tradition that goes back to Moses, although other groups, such as the Sadducees in particular, they would dispute certain aspects of that particular argument. And so, as my father of blessed memory would often say, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose, the kinds of disputes that we have in the 21st century are in many ways very similar to the disputes that we had in the first century. But let us return to our identification. Who exactly are the Pharisees? So one very long-standing scholarly argument is that the Pharisees refer to a group called the Perushim. And if you watch some of my older lectures, I really push on this point hard. But since I'm doing a lot more reading lately, I'm not quite so sure that that is a hard and fast identification. One of the reasons for it is because we only find it in a handful of places, and it tends to be in very specific contexts. The term Perushim means those who separate, and so the argument is that the rabbis, seeing that the temple cult was essentially defiled by Sadducees who disrespected the oral tradition, they separated from them, and their power base, they're linked to the larger population. There seems to be very little doubt that the Pharisees were, in fact, the most popular of the ideological movements of that day. That their separation from the center of power is really what caused them to take on the name Perushim, or those who separate. This is a hard argument, not only because it's only used a handful of times in rabbinic literature, and again within specific contexts, but it could be defended perhaps by saying that quite often groups only really derive terms to describe themselves when they have to distinguish themselves from the other, right? Like, for example, if you look at 18th century Eastern Europe, the so-called misnagdim, or opponents, didn't have that term, which is basically what we call Lithuanian Jews today. They didn't have that terminology until the Hasidic movement arose, and so the traditionalists said, "Oh, well, we oppose the Hasidim, so therefore we are the opponents. We are the misnagdim." They existed long before, centuries before the Hasidic movement, but they didn't have a word for themselves because there was nothing to define themselves against. So that may be one of the reasons why you don't see this term floating through the Talmud and the Mishnah and so on. You tend to see terms like Chazal, which means the sages of blessed memory. Really see the term Perushim. Nevertheless, looking at how Josephus describes them, looking described in the scriptures, albeit tends to be a little bit of a negative slant, sometimes a very negative slant, primarily because, as we shall see, the founder of Christianity is depicted in the Gospels as having intense debates with Pharisees, sometimes quite heated debates, but in reality, they were really quite close in ideology, as we shall see, that really more controversial sections of this lecture series. You have the most heated arguments with your own family members, right? Your spouse, your siblings in particular, your parents, maybe your children, God forbid. That's where you have the most heated arguments. The arguments on the street, you don't have that intense because you don't really care about them nearly as much. But let's leave that to the side. The way Josephus describes these people, the way the Christian scriptures describe these people, seem to comport with the idea that the Pharisees are, in fact, the early rabbis. So what did these rabbis believe in? They definitely care very much about the temple ritual, and we see that the Sadducees from time to time are forced to consider the opinions of the Pharisees with regards to the conduct in the temple itself. The Pharisees are widely regarded as being the most competent bearers of the rules, the halacha, of how the temple rituals should be conducted, and Sadducees would contravene those rules at their peril, in fact, not only from, as we read in the Talmud, supernatural retribution, but also from popular disagreement, because it's very clear from Joseph in particular that the Pharisees had a very significant base in the larger population. Jews tended to look to the Pharisees as being legitimate bearers of spiritual authority, and they constitute essentially the heroes of the first century and prior. Some of the great figures of the Pharisaic tradition are people like Hillel and Shammai. We mentioned earlier Antigonus Ish Socho, one of hundreds of figures who make up the teachings of the Mishnah in particular. Of course, these teachings were only recorded later, but based on very strong oral traditions. The Pharisees essentially promoted the vision of Judaism and the relationship of Jews to God and the world and the metaphysical universe that we would understand today as Judaism. Obviously, in the modern era, when we get to the 18th century and beyond, there are new questions raised as to how to interpret these doctrines. But in the ancient world, the Pharisees were generally considered to have the greatest level of authority of anyone. Okay, so that's basically the Pharisees in a nutshell. Let us continue with the discussion of the Qumran community in particular. Thank you very much for watching.
Century BC. One of the leaders
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'd like to continue with our discussion of the Jewish encounter with Rome by looking at the diaspora in Italy itself. So when we look at the pre-war period, that is the period of the Great Roman Jewish War of 66 through 74, you've got Jewish communities already beginning to set out themselves in Italy. You've got Jews circulating around Rome, Jews circulating in the boot area of the Italian peninsula, and in the football area in Sicily. So you've already got settlements already happened. Rome is certainly the most significant of them. And recall, the Roman Empire is Rome is the center of this massive empire that expands the entire Mediterranean basin. You can see on the right, on the Mediterranean east seaboard, there's Judea, of course. There's Romans all across North Africa. They're well into Spain, the Iberian Peninsula. There's Romans penetrating into Europe, beginning to make inroads into Northern Europe as well, and England. The only place they haven't conquered is, of course, way out east, where there is at least Chabad. The Kineshluchim, of course, celebrates lots of Jews. That's a joke. I'm just joking. Let's go on. So there's Jews already connected with the Roman Empire even before the war and the massive displacement of slaves that occurred after that conflagration. Just to recap where we are in terms of these relationships, the Maccabees, under Judah Maccabees, shown here in this remarkable Rubens portrait, they already signed a decree with Rome in the year 161 before the Common Era. And when the dynasty of Maccabean kings, the Hashmonaim, began to decline, Pompey took advantage of this by advancing into Jerusalem in the year 63 before the Common Era. So we already have Judea absorbed within the Roman Empire well over a century before the Roman Jewish War. There were Jewish client kings who were kept in place in Judea under Roman authority. Agrippa I, Agrippa II are the last of them, but before that, of course, we had Herod, who we discussed at great length earlier. There are two major rebellions that stress and strain this relationship. I think past its breaking point, the one of 66 through 74, which is considered the first Roman Jewish War, the Great War, that resulted in the destruction of the temple, which occurred in 70, 74, perhaps 73 is when Masada fell. And then, of course, the major Bar Kokhba revolt of 132 to 135. So there's already quite extensive foreign relations with Rome that are happening from Judea well before the wars occurred. Now, what about those Jews living actually in Rome? There's a certain degree of Roman xenophobia that is occurring at this time. Xenophobia is a type of antipathy which is related to the fear of the strange. That's really what it means. Xenos in Greek means stranger or foreigner, and phobia, of course, means fear. So the Jews were behaving in ways that the Romans really did not fully understand. And we can see this in the scattered references to Jews that we have in Roman literature from the first century before the Common Era, right up through the next few centuries. Many of them were brought as slaves by Pompey, and they're looked down upon because of their lower social status. Of course, the majority of the population of Rome were slaves at this time, but especially strange slaves in this regard. Cicero has a fascinating passage, something that was recorded in the year 70 before Common Era, where he's involved in a trial of a man named Verres. Apparently, Judaism was really quite a compelling time, and actually attracted a lot of Roman converts as well. There's some estimates to say that among citizens, Jews constitute as much as 10% of the Roman population, which is pretty significant. But at any rate, what does Cicero say in the context of this trial? He makes a pun that says, "What has a Jew to do with a Verres?" Verres, of course, being one of the plaintiff defendants in this case, and very Latin slang means pay. The fact that Cicero could make about how this Verres perhaps has adopted some Jewish practices, Jewish leaning, he would
stay far away from a pig. And yet his name itself means pig, and a kind of a convoluted pun. But the fact that Cicero could make this pun, and the pun would be well received theoretically by his audience, or else he wouldn't have said it, just indicates some sense of the consciousness of Jews that Romans had at the time. There was some awareness of Jewish practices, and they were regarded with some suspicion. For example, the fact that Jews took off an unheard of 1 day in 7 to rest, the Sabbath. This was far greater frequency than Romans would normally, and so Jews were considered slothful. The fact that Jews, had certain initiation rites, especially for men, circumcision, made them seem somewhat anthropic or clannish to Romans who were not necessarily willing to go through this in order to be part of Jewish society. And the dietary rules and things like that are all seen as kind of clannish behavior. So there's certainly a trust and misunderstanding goes with the Roman environment, but comparatively speaking, not especially strenuous or difficult. We'll speak of that when we look at the early period. There are, however, some very significant figures who actually showed significant favor to the Jews, including Julius Caesar himself, who was regarded very favorably by the Jews, and they mourned his death quite conspicuously as well. So this is the kind of environment that Jews are living in Italy. They're coming originally, it was a diaspora community, then they're coming in, quite a few slaves, and eventually those slaves are manipulated and become freedmen as well. There's even evidence of a very old synagogue in Ostia as early as the first century, before the war erupted, with some rather remarkable and very, very strong evidence of Jewish settlement. Now, what that massive wave of post-war refugees that come after the first war between Romans and Jews? The Persians, and we talked about this in several other lectures before, made a tremendous amount of political hay out of the defeat of Judea. That's partially for the reasons of supporting the new Flavian dynasty that was formed by Vespasian and his sons Titus and Domitian. The Flavians, unlike previous emperors, did not come from high nobility. They had much more origins, and therefore, in order to public that they were deserving of imperial rule, then they emphasized their very excellence. You see this with the great Titus. You see it with numerous Via Capta coins. Reference this huge military victory, which within the context of other Roman military victories, although it was very hard fought and required tremendous resources, it was not like a conquest of a new swath of European landmass. It was just the putting down of eventual revolt. But nevertheless, the Romans, especially under Flavians, invested a huge amount of energy in promoting this victory because it had political purposes. Of course, that doesn't happen anymore today in modern society. I'm just joking. Sorry, I can help it. It's later today. But we see some really fascinating things about these Jews coming in. Have a look at this remarkable gravestone, which dates from the 1st century. And when we decipher the Latin, it reads as follows: Claudia Aster, Herosilinitana captiva. Claudia Aster, a prisoner from Jerusalem. So this is a quick marker of a young woman. Aster is probably a Latinization of the term Esther, who was captive from Jerusalem. And then she married Tiberius Claudius Proculus. I wonder if the Claudia and Claudius are somehow intentional. Who was an imperial freedman. And when she died, he, as the stone said, took care of the epitaph, put up this epitaph, his wife. I ask you, make sure through the law that you care that no one cast down my inscription. She lived 25 years. So this is a fascinating document, or a fascinating artifact. It's a gravestone. if she was a prisoner from Jerusalem in the First War, that she would have been taken off to Rome no earlier than say 70, and if she lived 25 years, maybe this is a 15-year on that. So this would be roughly the year 5, and I'm assuming she's taken a 10-year-old girl. Could have been older. There's no real way to know, though. It's here that her husband, who apparently was a Roman, who married her, not a Jewish man, that he was deeply in love with her because he produced this expensive stone to mark her grave. I think it's especially poignant that he asked that this stone remain, and in fact it has remained. In fact, it has been preserved to the present day, so that we can actually see this stone itself. But it gives you a little bit of a hint to the kind of process of acculturation and assimilation that must have been taking place in the immediate war era as the slaves began to their way in society. Apparently, they were not socially relegated always to the slave class, at least, the ones that because freedmen really got to learn more about actually how that process works. But we definitely have lots and lots of Roman Jews who are flourishing at this time. Another indication of the strength of the Jewish community in the following century or so is the creation of several catacombs for secondary burial. This is something that was very typical of Jewish practice at the time. It's described in the Talmud. There's an entire tractate devoted to this, and there are similar necropolises in Israel, particularly in Beit Shan, where basically what Jews would do is they would bring their dead to a location, and they would be left there to decompose. And then afterwards, usually a year afterwards, there would be like a family celebration where the family would go and collect the bones. This was something called ikut atzanot, the gatherings, and then they would bring them to the family crypt where they would be preserved. And so there are several of these family crypts and public necropolises on the city of Rome. Here you can see a map where they are located. The crosses, of course, are catacombs, and the ones with menorahs, you can see there's some in the north of Via Torlonia, and then on the left, Monteverde, and in the south, there's quite a few, Vigna Dani, and so on, with clear evidence of Jewish burials. All kinds of symbols. The menorah is perhaps the most surprisingly, very little Hebrew is used, sometimes a word or two, like shalom, but lots of Jewish symbols, like the menorah, the lulav, the etrog, all kinds of things like that. And some of them are really quite lavishly decorated, as you can see this one here, with the peacocks in the background and the painted ceiling. So these are upwardly mobile people who are spending money on graves. I find here's a beautiful wall painting on a balsam pine, a date pine, that is obviously very well associated with Israel. And I find things like this especially remarkable. This is a sarcophagus lid showing what must have been a very expensive sculpture of a young child patting his pet puppy. And it must have been something that was dedicated by very devoted parents, obviously heartbroken to have suffered this loss, who have sought to remember their child with this piece of art to cover his tomb, his final resting place. It is also interesting to know, of course, that this particular representation would have presented many problems in the period for the prevailing customs with regards to three-dimensional sculpture representations of people. Particularly, Jews did not do very much. They had a kind of a cultural allergy to these kinds of representations. So Perhaps that is a suggestion as to the lower level of education, Jewish education of these people. Hard to say exactly. We also have evidence of another Jewish community growing in Rome. This, of course, is the Christian community, which is still a very strong Jewish movement. And as we'll talk in another lecture, they're still trying to actually work out what is the appropriate posture of the Christian vis-a-vis the mother religion. Are Christians supposed to be celebrating Jewish? What exactly are they supposed to be doing? It is over the course of centuries of the Christian movement that the gradual de-Judaization of the community as more ethnic non-Jews are attracted to the movement. So, and that also is a shift in relationship of the Christian community with the Jewish community as well, which has a turning point in the 4th century, the conversion of Constantine, shown here in this sculpture. By that time, in the early 4th century, you still have a fairly strong Jewish community, and by one estimate, the Christian and Jewish populations are more or less the same size, more or less the same proportion in the overall Roman Empire. After Constantine's conversion and the conversion of the state, recognizing that Christianity as a legitimate religion, then of course the balance shifts, begins to lose a high of its demographic in Rome, the city and the Roman. What happens after this is to see Jews now as friends to various parts of Europe. We see them in the south of France. We've already seen actually in the year 6, Herod's son exiled to the south of France. Such a bad place to be exiled to, although I hear there was no Asian restaurants anywhere in the neighborhood at the time he left. What is wrong with me? I don't know. But you find all kinds of interesting scattered evidence of Jewish life in these remote Roman outposts at this time. Here's one that I'd like to share with you right now. And there are like dozens of these kinds of artifacts of various types. This is a small amulet that was discovered in the Austrian town of Halbturn. It's called the Halbturn amulet. It's a piece of gold foil. It's a flat piece of gold, about 2.5 by 1.5 centimeters in size, and it has some Greek letters written on it. It was originally folded into a tiny silver box, and it looked like it was worn on a leather thong, probably around the neck or something like that, as a type of amulet, ward away and untoward kind of developments. And what exactly did the amulet say? Found, by the way, on the skeleton child who was buried in a Roman graveyard, presumably with Roman soldiers, Roman aides de camp and followers of the camp and so on, and there were families there. And the child was laid to rest. You would say, if you look at here at translation and transcription, it is the Shema prayer. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one, from Deuteronomy 6:4. A central prayer in Judaism. But it still is kind of weird. If you look on the left, you see here, this is how it is transliterated into Greek letters. It's not precisely the Shema. It appears that there is what looks like a spelling error in the word Israel. There's a T strangely inserted in there. You don't have to worry about the fact that some of the letters are placed on the next line. That and the absence of spaces between the letters was pretty common in writing of this particular period. But at the very end of it, the word echad is one, is also spelled funny. If you look in the middle column where I have the Hebrew, it just number one. Right? In Greek, it's the A, the number one. Therefore, beside it is just the footnote that goes from the article that I took the screenshot. So there's really bizarre things. The first strange T in the word Israel, and the second is the use of the number one for the word echad. And many scholars have looked at different reasons why this is so. When I showed my wife, she said, well, obviously, the reason why the scribe, the number one rather than the one, is because he's not a room. And I know it can't be, that's kind of really, it's an expensive thing, it's remote and so on. But I read a lot of scholars that probably what happened. But that the number one is actually, it designates a theologically consistent notion with Jewish ideas. The fact that God is unitary, singular, unique, as opposed to God is, let's say, first. The number one here, according to this, is intentional, that it was used that way to say something that adhered to Jewish theology. And as for me, that is not all that uncommon. There are other ancient inscriptions also preserved this. So to sum up, what does this any questions, maybe more than it answers, but it appears that there are Jews who are living on the fringes of Jewish society, and yet so deeply attached to their Jewish identity that they would invest expensive item. I mean, it's a gold amulet put into a silver box and then buried with a child, which must have been an act, on a simple level of financial sacrifice, but of great devotion and sadness at the loss of the child, not unlike the sarcophagus cover that we saw in the Roman Jewish catacombs. So this is a very distant Jewish community, perhaps far from total awareness of Jewish practices. I mean, the child is buried in a grave with non-Jews, which is practice, and yet nevertheless there is this rare amulet around the child. I think it's all quite fascinating. So we're going to stop here. We're going to come back in our next lecture and look at the growth of the Christian community and what that meant for the Roman Empire. Thank you very much for watching. Fantastic. So then let us begin. Tonight's take us past the Roman Empire at the Byzantine Empire, and this becomes to the north, to the Galilee, to really look at the Romans of Ashkenaz. This is, of course, a region where many of us on this call actually trace roots to. About 70% of American Jews trace their roots back to Central and Eastern Europe, which is associated with the Rhineland of Germany. And we're going to look at today the relationship of Rome and Ashkenaz specifically. So here, let's have a quick look at the population distributions around the year 700. And this is going to be a bit rough. I don't have the map making skills to give you a nice map, but so pay too much attention to the relative size of the circles. But clearly, the largest and most important site for Jews in the late 7th and early 8th century was in the region of Mesopotamia. That the great Talmudic centers, and specifically moving a little bit further upriver to the region of Baghdad, which would be a major center by the time it gets to the concentrated. That's where the geographic intellectual center, the gravitation of the Jewish world really is. There's still a significant in the land of Israel. In fact, part of the story of the 7th and 8th centuries is the tension between the land of Israel and Mesopotamia and the growing descendants of Mesopotamia. We have also discussed last week a significant population of Jews in the Italian peninsula. A lot of them are there as a result of the disastrous Jewish wars of the 1st and the century. And although I'm not showing it here because, again, my map making skills are not so, there are significant little pockets living in Asia Minor, Greece, all across. But the center in Spain is beginning to grow powerhouse and even eclipse Babylonia by the time you get to 10th, 11th century. And specifically, there's a growth from Spain moving into what would be southern France today. And that's where our story really begins, at the in the region of Provence, which is one of the earliest Roman centers Jews lived. In fact, we even know the name of the very first Jew who lived in the south of France. His name is Archelaus. He may not have been, actually, I should exaggerate, he may not have been the actual first Jew in this city called, which was a Roman outpost on the river Rodanus, or the Rhone. But he was exiled there in the year 6 of the Common Era, largely because he was an extremely extremely ineffective ruler. Recall, we discussed his situation. He was the son of Herod and was unable to placate the various factions that were competing for power and authority. And so the Romans simply said, okay, that's it for you, Arleus. We're shipping you off to the side. It's not an especially bad place to if you have to go somewhere, but of course it was bereft of any kind of food, so must have been. This Vienne is on this very important river, which runs from the north to the south and into the Mediterranean. And that is the home of famous Radhanites, also known as the Radhia. These are remarkable travelers who left no record of their own, but they are recorded in the Arab geographers who are even did that, pronounced that right, who describe their far-flung travels, and absolutely amazing. Supposedly to the Radhanites in his works, we have other works that confirm it. These Jews whose base was most likely in the Rhone River, the term Radhanite probably derives from Rhodanos, and from there they were able to have this massive worldwide